Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Hogwarts Potion Shop. New York, Bronx, Arthur Avenue. This was the most Italian-flavored avenue in the U.S., a charming and multifaceted street combining tourism, leisure, and cuisine all in one. During the day, it bustled with life. Tourists and food connoisseurs flocked in endlessly. Some were drawn by the captivating scenery, while others came in pursuit of authentic Italian cuisine. The streets were filled with laughter and chatter. The sounds of conversations and street vendors shouting their wares wove together into a vibrant, thriving scene. But at night, as shops closed and lights went out, the once noisy street gradually grew quiet. Only the rows of street lamps cast a dim glow, their lights seemingly weary, struggling to illuminate the space around them. The entire street sank into darkness, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Only the apartment lights from the tall buildings above flickered on one after another, like stars scattered across the sky, bringing some warmth and life to the darkness. Buildings 6 and 8 on Arthur Avenue were originally tightly connected. No one knew exactly when, but a small house suddenly appeared on the street. Its address bore the number Arthur Avenue number 7, an abrupt, inexplicable number on an equally unexpected house. A sign hung clearly on the little house. On it were bold characters, Hogwarts Potion Shop. Amid the dim environment, the shop sign exuded a strange and mysterious aura. Those who were secretly watching the area all made calls one after another. "Boss, the potion shop is open." "Well done." "I'm on my way." "Boss." Got it." "Sir, the target has appeared." "I'm coming immediately." In less than 10 minutes, several luxury cars raced to the street. The screeching of brakes shattered the quiet night, smoke rising from tires grinding against the pavement. From the cars stepped a group of wealthy and powerful individuals. "Mr. Carl, didn't expect you to show up too." A bearded man greeted him enthusiastically. "Stephen, you sure have sharp ears." Carl smiled in return, though there was a glint of scrutiny in his eyes. They hugged like old friends, but each harbored their own intentions. "You guys sure keep secrets. Didn't even tell me about something this big." Stephen complained, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Stephen, even if you're a big shot on Wall Street, your riches came fast and easy, no depth behind it." Carl's tone seemed to mock the shallow roots of Stephen's wealth. Stephen's expression darkened, just about to snap back when VRRRMMM. VRRRMMM. The roar of an engine suddenly erupted, the booming noise shaking everyone's eardrums. A silver Audi R8 sped in from the corner, its body gleaming brilliantly under the streetlights. The license plate bore the stylish cursive, "Tony Stark," eye-catching and unmistakable. "Great, now the Playboy's here too." Someone muttered under their breath. Tony Stark stepped out of the car with his usual effortless flair, every movement radiating confidence and rebellion. Walking to the other side, he gently opened the door and bent down like a gentleman. A tall, blonde woman stepped out of the passenger seat. Her skirt swayed in the breeze, making her look like a movie star walking out of a scene. "Tony, where are we?" Pepper Potts asked curiously, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings. "Pepper, this place is amazing. It just so happens to be your birthday today, and being with you always brings good luck." Tony Stark beamed with confidence, his eyes full of warmth. Pepper frowned slightly. "It's my birthday, Tony. I was expecting a Broadway show, not this place." Her tone carried a hint of complaint. Tony swiftly put an arm around her waist, the motion smooth and natural. Pepper tried to wriggle free, her face tinged with a blush. "There are a lot of people here, give your boss some face," Tony winked playfully. "Don't make me look bad." It was only then Pepper noticed the crowd around them, and clearly, none of them were ordinary people. Most of these people were big shots who usually only appeared on TV, which made Pepper even more confused. "What's going on? What exactly is this place?" Pepper Potts asked again. "It's a sec," Tony Stark teased, deliberately being mysterious, a sly smile on his face. Happy Hogan, a heavy-set man with a bushy beard, stood nearby. He looked quite intimidating. He was Tony Stark's bodyguard and chauffeur. He held a box in his hand, and from the flush on his face, it was clear the contents were quite heavy. Tony Stark snapped his fingers coolly. "What are we waiting for?" Then, with a gentle yet possessive gesture, he wrapped an arm around Pepper's slender waist. Wearing a confident smile, he walked calmly toward the mysterious little shop. At the same time, the others also began to move. One man, whose hairline was noticeably receding, had a focused and cautious look in his eyes. He appeared to be giving a tense report through an earpiece. Sir, they're all about to enter that magical potion shop. His voice was low, but the urgency in it couldn't be hidden. Follow them in, Phil, came the calm and firm command through the earpiece. Understood, sir, Phil Coulson replied quickly. But we might leave empty-handed tonight. He frowned slightly, helplessness written all over his face. Everyone here tonight is worth at least $1 billion. The funds I brought wouldn't even make a splash. As he spoke, he shook his head unconsciously. Do your best, the voice on the other end said firmly but briefly. Coulson shrugged and sighed softly. Okay. Hogwarts. Pepper stared at the shop sign and asked curiously, is that a place name? Stark replied with nonchalance, who knows? Then, Pepper's eyes were drawn to the 2 stone statues at the entrance. They were carved with such lifelike detail, the expressions of terror and despair on their faces were hauntingly vivid. You could almost feel the fear and helplessness buried deep in their hearts. Their struggles were captured with disturbing precision, every detail executed to perfection. Even the tiny wrinkles in their clothes were clearly visible. It didn't feel like you were looking at cold stone statues, but rather 2 living souls frozen in time. They were masterpieces. However, Pepper didn't feel admiration, instead, she felt deeply unsettled. Her body trembled slightly. It was as if, for a moment, those statues would spring to life and lunge at her. This shop owner must have a twisted sense of aesthetics. Why would anyone put 2 terrifying statues like this at the door? Pepper complained, instinctively moving closer to Stark. Tony didn't have the heart to tell her the truth, he didn't want to scare her. So he changed the subject. Let's go inside and find a seat first. As he spoke, he gently took her hand and led her into the shop. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of warmth washed over them like a tide. Dressed in formal wear, Pepper couldn't help exhaling a puff of cold air. That white mist disappeared instantly into the cozy warmth, and she immediately felt her body thaw out, wrapped in comforting heat. Do we have customers? A voice echoed from within, and it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or woman. The voice seemed to drift through layers of fog, ethereal and unreal. As usual, pick any seat you like. Behind the counter stood a person wearing a pale mask and dressed in robes completely out of sync with the modern era. They were intently preparing something. After saying those words, the person paid no further attention to Stark or Pepper and immersed themselves fully in their task. Stark seemed completely used to this. He calmly took the center seat in the front row, facing the counter, then gently pulled Pepper to sit at his left. Pepper stared at the mask for a while before she began to feel dizzy. Though she had just looked at it, she couldn't recall what it looked like. What a strange mask, she muttered quietly. But the mask wasn't the only thing bothering her. That person's bizarre outfit, the robe embroidered with mysterious patterns in a style ancient and unique. And their indifference towards Stark. After all, Tony Stark was a world-famous billionaire, arms dealer, and scientist. To ordinary people, seeing him once would be like a dream. If they could get on his good side, they'd never have to worry about money again. And yet this strange person completely ignored him, treating him like any other random customer. Just as she was about to ask Tony about it, more people continued to enter the shop. So Pepper reluctantly let the thought go for now. Once the last seat was filled, the shop's door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Those still waiting outside were mercilessly shut out. The mysterious figure finally spoke slowly, "Everyone is here. Then let's begin." Everyone present instinctively turned their attention toward the speaker. Chapter 2, The Wizard. There were no pleasantries or small talk, the mysterious figure swiftly took out 5 sets of potions, each consisting of 10 small bottles. With gentle movements, he carefully arranged the 5 sets on the counter. Under the dim lighting of the shop, the potion bottles glowed with an eerie blue light, bubbling vividly. The moment the wealthy guests laid eyes on the potions, their eyes lit up uncontrollably, and they gasped in awe. Vitality potion. Their voices were filled with surprise and excitement, their eyes brimming with barely hidden desire. The mysterious man slowly looked up, a faint smile on his face as he glanced at the seated rich guests. It seems the guests are pleased with my product. As usual, the starting bid for the first set of vitality potion is £5. His voice sounded cold, devoid of emotion. Then he paused, grinning wickedly. Now then, let the bidding begin. As soon as his words fell, Tony Stark raised his hand without hesitation. £6. Stark was clearly determined to win this set of potions. Like a starter pistol, this sparked the next bid. An older tycoon quickly spoke up. £8. His tone was firm, showing no deference to Stark, and his expression was filled with unwavering determination. That shameless old fart. Still trying to steal vitality potions at his age, Stark muttered under his breath, a flicker of irritation in his eyes as he raised his bid again. Pepper asked curiously, "Vitality potion? What is that?" She looked genuinely puzzled, clearly intrigued by the potion that had suddenly driven everyone into a frenzy. A miraculous elixir. Just one bottle can keep you energized for an entire week, Stark explained briefly. Then he added, one bottle can make you feel like you're back in high school, and there are no side effects. Pepper gave him a disbelieving look, as if she suspected this was some kind of scam. Stark shrugged. I wasn't scammed. I've tried it myself. And do you really think this many sharp-minded people would all fall for a con? Pepper glanced around at the big shots from business and politics, all staring at the potions with feverish eyes, as if they were the most valuable treasures in the world. Eventually, the older tycoon won the first set with a final bid of £15. Why didn't you keep bidding? Pepper asked, confused. That's not like you. She fixed her gaze on Stark, trying to read his expression. That was just one of the sets, Stark said calmly. Each person can only buy one. His voice was relaxed, as if everything was already under his control. Pepper suddenly understood, her eyes flashing with realization. Sure enough, the mysterious man took out another identical set of potions. And once again, the crowd plunged into another intense round of bidding. Again and again they fought for them. After 5 rounds, the mysterious man produced a new type of potion. Beauty potion. This potion can enhance a person's appearance. He explained blandly. His tone remained indifferent, as though he couldn't care less about the crowd's excitement. A plump, extravagantly dressed woman shot to her feet and shouted eagerly, £20. She secured the first set with overwhelming confidence. After several more rounds of bidding, everyone was sweating. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, and some licked their lips from time to time to ease the tension and excitement building inside. Looks like everyone's tired. Let's take an intermission, the mysterious man said. A wooden stick suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flick, wine glasses filled with red wine materialized out of thin air. The glasses floated in an orderly fashion through the air and gently landed on the side tables beside everyone's right hand. No matter how many times I see it, it's still amazing, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Tony Stark picked up his glass and, smiling, handed one to the stunned Pepper. What is this? Some kind of magic trick? Pepper asked, eyes wide in disbelief. It's magic, Tony Stark replied casually, taking a small sip of the wine. A superb red wine. A variety that doesn't exist on the market. It'd be a shame not to taste it. Tony narrowed his eyes slightly, a satisfied smile playing at his lips. After a small sip, even Pepper looked a little enchanted. As Tony Stark's assistant, she often accompanied him to high-end events, and she had developed a refined and keen palate for fine wine. This wine possessed an unparalleled taste and a lingering aftertaste. Pepper exclaimed excitedly, it truly has a unique flavor. That rich aroma is like a bouquet of lush flowers, lingering in the nose, while the aftertaste is long and mellow, like a beautiful melody slowly playing across the tongue. How about that? Didn't I tell you? Tony Stark raised an eyebrow proudly, a smug smile on his face. Which winery is this from? Pepper asked curiously, her gaze still fixed on the dazzling ruby-red liquid in her glass. Tony shrugged. No clue. Probably a private stash of the shop owner. Pepper continued to savor the wine slowly. For a moment, she seemed to forget everything around her, completely immersed in the delightful experience on her palate. After a short break, the mysterious man signaled for the auction to resume. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the number of potions remaining was now very limited. The bidders grew more enthusiastic, and the calls for prices echoed non-stop. If it weren't for the restrictions in place, Tony Stark would have wanted to buy up every single set. Eventually, under the reluctant and eager gazes of the guests, the mysterious man announced the end of the auction. The crowd began to disperse. The hall gradually emptied, and the large doors slowly shut. The mysterious man removed his mask, revealing a young, handsome face with sharply defined features. His facial structure was as finely carved as a statue, and his expression radiated confidence and intelligence. With a simple wave of his hand, a row of suitcases before him automatically opened, all filled with gleaming gold bars. He nodded in satisfaction, the corners of his lips lifting in a faint smile. There won't be any shortage of funds for a while, he murmured to himself. Jandy, he called softly. Poof. A light pop sounded in the air. A strange, small creature appeared. Its small, wrinkled body and elf-like features made it quite a peculiar sight. It had bat-like ears, bulging tennis ball-sized green eyes, and a long, flat nose. The moment Jandy appeared, it bowed deeply and spoke respectfully, "At your service, my master." "Put the gold bars away," the mysterious man instructed. "As you command, master." With a snap of Jandy's fingers, the suitcases floated into the air. Then, after another respectful bow, Jandy exited, the floating suitcases obediently following behind it. Wes Elwin sat quietly in a chair, pouring himself a glass of water. Getting to this point wasn't easy, he murmured to himself. Wes Elwin was a transmigrator. Originally, from Earth, he was just an ordinary working man, living a busy and uneventful life. But after one night's sleep, he unexpectedly found himself in the body of a 10-year-old orphan. At first, he was panicked and helpless. Becoming a child again after being an adult was something he simply couldn't accept. He had no idea what kind of world he had landed in. The people here were completely different from the ones in his original world. One day, the orphanage organized a field trip, and the director took the children to visit the Captain America Memorial Museum. It was only then that the child-sized Wes Elwin finally realized he was in the Marvel Universe. A world full of danger and the unknown. For an ordinary person, it was brutally unfriendly. Let's not even mention Thanos, who could wipe out half the universe with a snap of his fingers. Just the rampant street-level violence was terrifying enough. Even when faced with a lowly mugger, Wes Elwin felt completely powerless. After all, he was now living in America, and had become a helpless little kid with no support. Gunfights every day. Welcome to the land of the free. That wasn't just a joke. Wes Elwin had once fallen into deep despair. He even considered giving up, ending it all, hoping he might transmigrate again. But in the end, he didn't have the courage to go through with it. Then, a turning point came on his 11th birthday. In the orphanage, birthdays were meaningless, no one expected to celebrate properly. That day, Wes was fast asleep when he was suddenly awakened by the rumble of a train. Annoyed, he was about to snap, but when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself sitting inside a steam train. The train was filled with children, all chatting and laughing. Still in a daze, a transparent screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Host, Wes Elwin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter. Profession. Level. A crude, almost laughably simple system interface floated before his eyes. At first, Wes was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. A system. A panel. A cheat. He excitedly tried everything he could to interact with it. But no matter what he did, the panel didn't respond at all. After the train came to a stop, he disembarked with the others, and immediately saw a majestic castle in the distance, along with cheers from the gathered crowd. In that moment, Wes Elwin knew exactly where he was. Hogwarts, a mysterious and magical school of wizardry. Chapter 3, Motherfucker. Wes Elwin, full of dreams and anticipation, began his magical journey at the mysterious and prestigious School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hogwarts. At the same time, he was also curiously experimenting with the mysterious panel he had. After careful investigation, he discovered that besides letting him freely travel between two worlds and displaying his attributes accurately, the panel didn't seem to offer any other surprising functions. As time passed, Wes Elwin reached adulthood, and to his shock, his magical power was still steadily increasing. In the enchanting world of Harry Potter, it was common knowledge that a wizard's magical growth typically stopped upon reaching adulthood, stabilizing at a fixed level. Wes knew very well that he wasn't some one-of-a-kind prodigy. Which meant that this continued magical growth could only be explained by the unique abilities granted by his system panel. It was a power full of infinite possibilities, an ability that could continue to grow and evolve without limit. Realizing this, Wes was overjoyed. It meant his potential had no ceiling, an endless road of advancement lay ahead, waiting to be explored. Before long, Wes Elwin graduated from Hogwarts with undisputed top honors, easily securing the top rank in his class. Surprisingly, however, he declined countless job offers that most wizards would consider exceptional and irresistible. Why? Because his panel had changed, a new world name had appeared, Delicious in Dungeon. Without hesitation, Wes decided to embark on a bold adventure to explore this brand new world. It was a paradise for adventurers, dungeons filled with magical beasts, rare herbs, and drool-worthy treasure hoards. In that land of danger and opportunity, Wes Elwin earned his first fortune. Using the knowledge he'd acquired at Hogwarts in potion making and alchemy, he skillfully created powerful magical potions and uniquely designed magical tools. This not only honed his skills to perfection but also became his main source of income. As of now, his system panel displayed the following. Host, Wes Elwin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon. Profession, wizard/potion maker/alchemist. Level. It was worth noting, a level 3 wizard was equivalent in strength to a Hogwarts professor, and the elite among them were the highly respected heads of the four houses. Wes Elwin had already reached the peak of level 3. Thanks to the vast and varied resources across all three worlds, his growth had been astonishingly fast, enabling him to fully absorb and master the massive amount of knowledge he had accumulated in his 7 years at Hogwarts. However, Wes keenly realized that if he wanted to break through to level 4, a higher magical realm, the foundation he currently had was still lacking. The knowledge he had at hand simply wasn't enough to support a breakthrough of that magnitude. I have to return to Hogwarts. The library alone has tens of thousands of books filled with profound magical knowledge, enough to power my push toward level 4. I really should have studied harder back then, Wes sighed. But, with my current reputation, will Headmaster Dumbledore even approve my application? To further strengthen his magical abilities, Wes had often dealt with dark wizards, ones considered evil by most, and had broken quite a few Ministry of Magic regulations along the way. A man as well informed as Dumbledore couldn't possibly be unaware of that. No matter what, I have to try. I've already cleared out my inventory, so I'll head back to the Harry Potter world and stock up on materials first. Jandy, is everything packed? Wes Elwin called out loudly. Everything is ready, my master, came the obedient reply. Jandy responded loudly while steadily lifting a brown suitcase that looked much larger than its own small body. Let's go. Time to head to Diagon Alley, Wes Elwin said decisively. Yes, sir. Jandy replied. Then, with practiced efficiency, Jandy opened the suitcase and stepped inside. Strangely, despite its entrance, the suitcase's appearance didn't change at all to the naked eye. This suitcase was one of Wes's proudest creations, inspired by Newt Scamander's famous magical case. Its interior had been enchanted with undetectable extension charms, temperature regulation spells, and other powerful, practical enchantments. Rare and precious materials were used in its construction. The outer surface was made from valuable dragon hide, and even the tiny button on its clasp was worth a fortune. Though it appeared to be just a regular suitcase, its internal space was massive, containing 3 fully equipped laboratories and 5 spacious storage rooms. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Wes had stored nearly his entire fortune in it. Lifting the treasured suitcase, Wes vanished from the spot. The mysterious Hogwarts potion shop at number 7 Arthur Avenue also disappeared into the depths of night, as if it had never existed at all. Sir, the potion shop has vanished, reported Phil Coulson immediately, who had been monitoring the area closely. Got it. Come back, came the short reply over the phone. Yes, sir, Coulson answered. He glanced once more at the spot between buildings 6 and 8 on Arthur Avenue, where the potion shop had stood, then quickly drove away in his beloved car. The vehicle sped through the streets, soon arriving at the Trident headquarters building. Once parked, Coulson didn't even stop to catch his breath. He strode directly to the director's office door. Stopping in front, he adjusted his slightly messy attire, then raised his right hand and knocked gently. Knock. 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 Come in, a deep voice called from inside. Phil Coulson took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. The room was pitch black. The lights flicked on instantly, revealing a shiny bald head right in front of him. A bald black man sat in a luxurious executive chair, arms crossed, fixing Coulson with a piercing glare. He exuded authority and command, like someone who controlled everything from the shadows. Phil, I hope what you brought me is good news, Nick Fury said coldly, eyes locked on Coulson. Coulson shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately, it's bad news. The potion shop owner is indeed a wizard. Is that so? The bad news didn't change Fury's expression, his tone remained calm. From what I observed, the wizard seems to be after gold. So far, he doesn't appear to be dangerous. Coulson spoke cautiously. That's your assessment. Phil, think carefully, what exactly is our mission? To safeguard the world. To protect the lives of ordinary people, Coulson replied firmly, standing straight with pride. Exactly. And yet now you're telling me that a mysterious wizard, completely outside our control, poses no threat. Fury's tone turned sharp. Can you guarantee that this wizard will remain well-behaved? If we weren't so short on agents right now, I'd send you straight back to the academy to relearn everything. Sharpen your judgment. Sorry, sir, Coulson bowed his head, filled with guilt. Classify him as an XXX level observation target. I want every single detail about his true identity, no matter the cost. Fury waved his hand as he issued the order. Yes, sir. Coulson responded quickly, then turned and left. Nick Fury stared out at the dazzling yet dangerous skyline of New York, sighing deeply. Endless terrorists, aliens dropping by to visit Earth, and now a mysterious wizard shows up out of nowhere. He slammed his fist against the glass window and growled, "What's next? A god showing up trying to rule humanity. Motherfucker." Chapter 4, Bring Guts. Diagon Alley, indisputably the most bustling commercial street in the British wizarding world. Many world-renowned magical brands had set up flagship stores here, showcasing their unique and enchanting allure. As always, the place was lively and brimming with energy. A group of young witches and wizards happily clutched their ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, innocent smiles lighting up their faces as they chased each other playfully through the broad streets. Wes Elwin took a deep breath and sighed contentedly. Yep, this place still feels much better. Compared to the Marvel world, Wes felt a far stronger sense of belonging in the Harry Potter world. Most of the time, he chose to stay in this world full of magic and wonder. Still need to convert that gold into galleons. Time to get fleeced by those sharp-nosed goblins again. He muttered under his breath as he weaved through the bustling crowd, heading straight toward Gringotts. The first door of Gringotts was a gleaming bronze gate, guarded by goblins in crimson and gold-trimmed uniforms standing stiffly at attention. Every time a customer arrived, the goblins would bow respectfully, embodying professionalism and strict decorum. The second door was silver, with a prominently engraved warning. Diagon Alley. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, will face a most severe return if you attempt to plunder from our vaults below a wealth that never was your own. Then thief, you have been warned full well. Beware the curse that guards the spell. Beyond this grand silver gate lay a vast marble hall. Around 100 goblins sat behind long counters, busily recording figures into thick ledgers. Some focused intently on weighing coins to ensure every piece matched precise standards. Others held monocles and examined gemstones for authenticity and quality. Inside this grand white marble structure, everything buzzed with a sense of busy but ordered efficiency. Well, well, look who's here. A sharp-eyed goblin wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile spreading across his face as he gave Wes a deep bow. Mr. Elwin, your presence always brightens my day. You're only excited about the gold I bring, Augustine. Wes bluntly called him out without hesitation. It's all the same, Mr. Elwin. Please, come with me. Augustine didn't seem bothered by Wes's directness and remained just as hospitable. He led Wes into a lavishly decorated VIP room. An attendant silently poured tea and left without a word, maintaining an air of respect. Shall we begin, Mr. Elwin? Augustine asked eagerly. In such a rush? Wes raised a brow, deliberately taking his time. There's a muggle saying that I find very wise, time is money, Mr. Elwin, Augustine said seriously, adjusting his glasses. Calmly, Wes opened his suitcase. With a flick of his wand, shimmering gold bars flew neatly out and stacked themselves into a tidy pile. Oh! That scent of gold is just too intoxicating. Augustine's eyes gleamed with obsession as he stared at the stack. He swiftly put on a pair of spotless white gloves and pulled out a magical tool shaped like a needle. Gently placing it on one of the bars, the tool instantly glowed with a dazzling brilliance. Wonderful. 99% pure gold, top quality. Augustine cried out in excitement. The usual, Wes said, taking a sip of tea. He frowned. Augustine, your tea quality is still awful. I'm a VIP, remember. As long as it quenches thirst, it does the job. Speaking of which, won't you consider storing your funds at Gringotts? I could get you a better interest rate, Augustine said, continuing to tempt him. No need, Wes replied without hesitation. I'll be spending all of it soon anyway. Saving money's never been my thing. A pity, Augustine said with a sigh, dropping the topic after his persuasion failed. Just then, several goblins staggered in, carrying a massive weighing scale. Be careful, you idiots. If you damage this treasure, I'll sell you to the dark wizards. Augustine barked furiously. The goblins visibly trembled at his words and moved with far greater caution. Wes, unsurprised, had seen the scene many times before. Once the scale was securely placed, the goblins fled like they were running for their lives, not daring to lift their heads. Wes gently twirled his wrist, and the gold bars began floating into one side of the scale as if they had lives of their own. On the other side, weights appeared out of thin air, one after another, until the two sides finally balanced. A string of numbers appeared above the scale, drawing immediate interest. Augustine swiftly recorded the number onto a neatly prepared contract. Mr. Elwin, if everything looks correct, please sign your name here. Fair price. Wes signed the document with a confident flourish, not hesitating for a moment. With a snap of his fingers, Augustine made the contract vanish without a trace. Please, follow me. Without delay, Augustine turned to lead the way. The two entered an old-fashioned elevator, which began sinking rapidly into the depths below. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal the deepest vault level of Gringotts. The place was riddled with complex mechanisms, faint magical glows shimmered everywhere, and ominous curses seemed to stir in the shadows. Even a massive dragon could be seen lying in wait, an imposing guardian of the vaults. Goblins had long proclaimed this to be the safest place in the world. Most British witches and wizards, including the ancient pureblood families, trusted Gringotts to safeguard their fortunes. But Wes always believed in relying on his own strength to protect his wealth. Next, they boarded a rickety mining cart. After a wild, roller coaster-like ride through twisting tunnels, they finally arrived outside the vault. Then came a series of complex verification steps, strict identity checks, contract confirmations, and precise magical validations. At last, Augustine carefully inserted a key into the lock. Click, click. With a heavy grinding noise, the intricate vault door slowly swung open. Wes, experienced as ever, opened his suitcase. In an instant, countless galleons surged from the vault like a golden tide, orderly flowing into his suitcase. As the final coin dropped in, the vault door shut itself tight again. After leaving Gringotts, Wes went full throttle into shopping mode. His first stop was Slugs and Jigger's Apothecary, where he roamed the shelves with expert eyes, purchasing a wide array of herbs and rare magical ingredients. Then he visited Scribulous Writing Instruments, carefully picking out high-grade parchment, premium ink, and a finely crafted self-writing quill. Even after sweeping through all of Diagon Alley, Wes still had a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Clearly, he wasn't done. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he put on a mask, applied some simple disguises, and headed into the mysterious and dangerous Nocturne Alley. While Diagon Alley represented the bright and orderly side of the British wizarding world, Nocturne Alley was its dark, chaotic, and lawless counterpart. It reeked of smoke and danger, crawling with shady thieves, ruthless poachers, wicked dark wizards, and even fearsome Death Eaters. Almost everything sold here was illegal or morally abhorrent: rare organs from protected magical creatures, dark magical artifacts radiating malevolence, and even horrifying human body parts. Wes was Northwest's stranger to this place. He made his way effortlessly to Borgin and Burke's, searching with hope. Unfortunately, this time, he left disappointed. Nothing he found stood out or piqued his interest. Having money but nothing worth spending it on, that too was a frustrating and bitter feeling. Chapter 5, Letter from Hogwarts. In the vast highlands of Scotland stood the ancient and mysterious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, majestic as ever. This school, with a history spanning 1,000 years, had silently borne witness to the rise and fall of the magical world in Britain and across Europe. The current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was no ordinary wizard, recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, founder and secret keeper of the Order of the Phoenix. At the same time, he was the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wisingamot. His mastery of alchemy and transfiguration was unparalleled, reaching heights few could dream of. In the vast domain of magical theory, he had made numerous groundbreaking contributions through wisdom and relentless research. Yet, if one were to name his most glorious achievements, none could compare to his defeat of not one, but two infamous Dark Lords, Gellert Grindelwald and Lord Voldemort. Because of this, he was widely regarded as the most powerful and greatest wizard of his time. And yet, at this very moment, this near 110-year-old wizard sat like a chastened child, quietly enduring a scolding. "Is your head full of honey, Dumbledore?" "If it were, that would be rather delightful, Severus." "Call me Professor Snape." "Very well then, Professor Snape." With a warm smile, Dumbledore held out a bright yellow lemon sherbet. "Would you like one?" Muggles made these with great care, quite the lovely flavor. He was met with a glare sharp enough to kill. Sighing, Dumbledore put the candy away and muttered under his breath, "What a shame. Severus, why are you so strongly opposed to Mr. Elwin joining Hogwarts as a professor? You used to care for him quite a bit. Don't pretend you don't know what he's been doing since he graduated." "Of course I know. Mr. Elwin is a wizard full of boldness and a spirit of adventure. He consorts with dark wizards like it's a hobby. Breaking magical law seems no more unusual to him than sipping tea. But we've never found any concrete evidence." "Exactly. Which proves just how cunning he is, no different from him." Dumbledore's gaze grew solemn and sincere. "You're overthinking it." Snape pressed his lips together and said nothing. "It seems neither of us will convince the other," Dumbledore sighed. "Why don't I simply invite Mr. Elwin here so we can all ask him directly?" Without delay, Dumbledore took up a finely crafted quill and wrote a letter. "I want to supervise the entire process," Snape added firmly. "No problem." Dumbledore nodded and passed the sealed envelope to an owl, opening the window gently. The owl grasped the letter with its beak, spread its wings, and soared out into the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Wes Elwin was completely engrossed in a research paper. It was a recently published essay by Professor Minerva McGonagall, an in-depth exploration of advanced transfiguration theory. As one of the registered and rare animagi in the magical world, Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly a true master of transfiguration. Wes was utterly absorbed in the paper, as if the words had drawn him into a realm of powerful magic, so deeply that he didn't even notice the repeated tapping at the window. In the end, it was Jandy who rushed over to open it, gently ushering in the owl. The owl flapped its wings indignantly, hooting sharply in protest, clearly expressing its deep annoyance at having been kept waiting. "Hey, quiet down, little one. Don't go disturbing the master now." Jandy pulled out a pouch of premium pet feed. The owl caught the rich scent and instantly dove into feast with great enthusiasm. Once it had eaten its fill, it affectionately nuzzled Jandy, dropped the envelope, flapped its wings, and flew off into the sky. Jandy hurriedly picked up the envelope and carefully examined the seal. Upon confirming the sender, he respectfully handed it to Wes. "Master, it's a letter from Hogwarts." The irritation Wes had felt from being interrupted vanished the moment he heard the word Hogwarts. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he tossed aside the paper he'd been reading and eagerly tore the envelope open. Mr. Wes Elwin. We are pleased to receive your application for the position of Professor of Magical Runes. After careful consideration, you are invited to attend an interview in the Headmaster's office at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Best regards. Albus Dumbledore. Oh! Fantastic! Wes exclaimed with joy, dancing around the room with an elated grin. 3 years, it finally paid off. Congratulations, Master, Jandy said with sincere pride, ever the dutiful house elf. I can't afford any mistakes this time, Wes said with resolute eyes. He was determined to succeed. By 8 a.m. the next day, Wes stood in front of the mirror, carefully inspecting himself. The reflection showed a sharply dressed young man full of energy. His hair was combed to perfection, sleek and neat. The finely tailored robes hugged his tall frame elegantly, and his handsome face only added to his commanding presence. Well, what do you think? Wes asked with anticipation. Perfect, my master. Jandy beamed. Wes smiled and picked up the briefcase beside him. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. As you wish, master. At 9:30 a.m., Wes arrived at Hogwarts, and to his surprise, he was greeted not by a random staff member, but by Professor McGonagall herself. Wes was caught off guard and quickly bowed in respect. It's been a long time, Professor McGonagall. Mr. Elwin, you've grown into quite the remarkable young man, she said warmly. I never imagined we'd one day become colleagues. That depends entirely on Headmaster Dumbledore, Wes replied modestly. You were a sharp and diligent student. If Albus still has any sense left in that head of his, he'd be a fool not to hire you. I hope everything goes as you say. Mr. Elwin. Please, call me Wes, Professor McGonagall. Very well, Wes. How does it feel to return to school? A look of nostalgia crossed Wes's face. Familiar, and yet foreign. Back then, I never really explored this mysterious castle. I spent most of my time buried in books or practicing spells in the library. Yes, that much was quite unforgettable, McGonagall chuckled. No student has ever studied as obsessively as you. Even for a Ravenclaw, it was extreme. Wes scratched his nose sheepishly. You certainly kept us professors busy. Though she said it in jest, the truth was, McGonagall had always looked after Wes, often giving him private instruction. Other professors were much the same. Even the usually stern Professor Snape had viewed him with rare favor. By the way, Wes asked, does Phileas know about this yet? Not yet. I figured I'd wait until everything's official before informing him. As they chatted, the two of them reached the 8th floor. The massive and hideous stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office suddenly spoke. Password. Toffee. McGonagall replied calmly. The gargoyle moved aside without protest. Behind it was a slowly rotating spiral staircase. At the top stood the door to the headmaster's office, crafted from polished oak and adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin's head. As the two approached, the door creaked open on its own. Looking at the opening door, Wes felt a flicker of nervousness rise within him. Chapter 6, Sincerity. Wes, go on in. Headmaster Dumbledore is already waiting for you, Professor McGonagall said. I have some other important matters to attend to, so I'll leave you here. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. If you have time, I'd love to discuss Transfiguration with you sometime. Your recent paper was absolutely brilliant, it taught me so much. After Professor McGonagall departed, Wes stepped through the large oak door with a slightly nervous heart. He entered an impressively spacious, circular room. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were gently snoring in their frames. Elegant silver instruments filled the office, glimmering with an aura that was both mysterious and enchanting. Wes glanced around but didn't see Dumbledore's famous pet, the majestic phoenix, Fawkes. To his surprise, waiting alongside Dumbledore was none other than Professor Snape. He quickly stepped forward and apologized, I'm terribly sorry to keep you both waiting. Dumbledore smiled and gestured for him to sit. Mr. Elwin, you're right on time. If you're ready, I'd like to begin the interview right away. I'm sure you understand, as headmaster, my schedule is rather packed. As he spoke, Dumbledore gave a playful wink. Snape, however, responded with a scoffing snort filled with disdain. Pay no mind to Professor Snape, Dumbledore said with amusement. He's only here to observe. Understood, Headmaster. I'm fully prepared. Wes nodded. Some of the following questions may touch on your personal affairs. I do hope you'll answer honestly. I have no problem with that, Headmaster. Then let's begin. Mr. Elwin, can you tell me why you're applying for this teaching position? As you know, it doesn't exactly offer a lucrative salary, not even enough to cover that fine set of robes you're wearing. Wes frowned slightly. After a brief pause, he decided to answer truthfully. He was fully aware that in front of two masters of legilimency, there was no use trying to lie. My goal is simple, really. I want to return to Hogwarts. Oh. Dumbledore leaned in, clearly intrigued. Go on. After graduating, I went on a series of adventures. Throughout those experiences, I came to a hard realization: the knowledge I gained at school was far too limited. There's no one out there who will teach you with the same selflessness and care as the professors here. I've hit a serious bottleneck in my magical research, and I believe the only way to break through it is to come back to Hogwarts, home to the largest magical library in all of Europe. Wes laid his true intentions on the table without hesitation. So that's why you've been risking your life dealing with dark wizards and illegally exploring dangerous ruins. Snape suddenly cut in, his deep eyes locked onto Wes with a scrutinizing gaze. His expression was unreadable. Though his tone seemed accusatory, his real feelings were hard to discern. That's right. Wes replied bluntly, unafraid. Having received the answer he wanted, Snape said nothing more. You're very honest, Mr. Elwin, Dumbledore said, adjusting his spectacles. His expression had grown more serious. I've heard less than flattering rumors about you. Frankly, they were quite shocking. If there were solid evidence, I fear the Ministry of Magic would have no hesitation in throwing you into Azkaban. The Ministry is a pile of garbage, Wes said bluntly, completely unfazed by Dumbledore's warning. Emotion surged in his voice. Those people aren't worthy of being called wizards anymore. Dumbledore and Professor Snape were clearly taken aback by his candor. It seems you harbor quite a grudge against the Ministry, Dumbledore said, trying to lighten the mood. Funny enough, I almost became the minister myself last year. That was never going to happen, Wes said with absolute certainty. Truly wise wizards keep their distance from politics. That kind of dirty, foolish mess only serves to corrupt the soul. Oh. Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. That's quite the insight. It took me decades to understand that truth. And yet you've already seen it so clearly at your age. Perhaps it's because I was born a muggle, Wes explained patiently. To me, magic is nothing short of a miracle. It changed my entire fate. Fate. Dumbledore repeated softly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. Then he looked up, his tone shifting. One last question, Mr. Elwin, do you know of the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord? You mean Voldemort? At the mention of the name, Snape's body gave an involuntary twitch. He hid it well, and neither Dumbledore nor Wes seemed to notice. Aren't you afraid of someone so dangerous? Dumbledore now fixed Wes with a sharp gaze. But Wes remained calm. Why should I be afraid of a man who's already failed? Snape's eyes changed at last, just slightly, but noticeably. Your courage is remarkable, Mr. Elwin, Dumbledore said, sincerely impressed. It's been nearly 11 years, and even now, most witches and wizards still dare not speak his name. They simply call him, he who must not be named. Wes shrugged indifferently. Probably just another side effect of growing up in the Muggle world. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then said. You're hired, Mr. Elwin. Wes jumped to his feet, overjoyed, and grasped Dumbledore's hand tightly. This is wonderful, Headmaster. I'll do everything I can to become a qualified professor. Don't celebrate too early, Dumbledore chuckled. Runes is quite an unpopular subject. Not many students will likely sign up. As for your salary. That's fine, Headmaster, Wes said quickly. I'm not concerned with how much I'll earn. With that, the two signed the contract smoothly, and Wes left the office in high spirits. Inside the now quiet office, only Dumbledore and Snape remained. He's dangerous, Snape said darkly. He's simply too pure, Dumbledore said slowly. He needs guidance. Given time, he may become a powerful force against Tom. Snape unconsciously touched the dark mark on his forearm. He has no fear of the Dark Lord. And my mark didn't react to him at all, he's definitely not a Death Eater. Then all the more reason for us to draw him to our side. Severus, I'm growing older by the day, and Tom will return. We need all the strength we can gather. A heavy silence filled the room. Snape stood, ready to leave. He paused in the doorway and muttered. Let's hope your judgment is right. Back at the inn, Wes was elated. He immediately began preparing his lesson plans, his excitement impossible to contain. He raced against time, determined to have everything in place before the start of the term, eager and full of hope for the new academic year ahead. Chapter 7, Start of Term. The annual start of term season had arrived right on schedule, and platform 9 3/4 was packed with students and the families seeing them off. Voices overlapped in a lively and chaotic chorus, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. A nostalgic scene, Wes thought. A few years ago, he had been one of these students. Now, he was boarding the Hogwarts Express not as a student, but as a professor. The familiar sight stirred something sentimental in his heart. Wes climbed aboard the train with a calm and steady pace, heading straight to the private compartment prepared specifically for staff. As the door closed behind him, it was as if an invisible barrier sealed away all the noise from the outside world. There must have been some kind of soundproofing charm on the door, it worked flawlessly. Wes nodded in approval, then quickly took out a journal article and began reading with complete focus. His quill moved over his notebook, jotting down thoughts as he studied, his expression deeply absorbed. With a hiss of steam from the train's chimney, the Hogwarts Express slowly began to move forward, carrying a carriage full of eager and hopeful students toward the castle. Wes was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't notice time passing, until a sudden, rapid knock on the door interrupted his concentration. He frowned slightly, clearly displeased by the interruption, and reluctantly lifted his head. "Come in," he said, sounding a bit weary. The door creaked open, and two children, a boy and a girl, stood hesitantly at the threshold. The boy hid nervously behind the girl, trembling slightly at the sight of an adult, burying his head so deep into his chest it was as though he wished he could disappear. The girl clearly hadn't expected to find an adult, let alone one with a private compartment, on a train filled almost entirely with students. "Excuse me, sir, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad has gone missing." Neville tugged gently on her sleeve and whispered nervously, "He's probably a professor. We should be polite." "I'm sorry to bother you, sir." Hermione's sharp eyes quickly spotted the journal article on the desk and lit up. "Are you studying magic? That's amazing. I've never seen real magical research before, could I?" Her words spilled out like a rapid-fire spell, a torrent of curiosity and excitement. In her enthusiasm, she had completely forgotten why they'd come in the first place. Wes felt his temples throb and had to cut her off before the headache worsened. "Excuse me, miss. I don't believe I know who you are. I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We're first years at Hogwarts." Hermione answered confidently, unfazed by the presence of an adult, and introduced herself without hesitation. "Miss Granger, I haven't seen the toad," Wes said curtly. "And as you can see, I'm rather busy. Would you mind closing the door on your way out?" "Thank you." With that, he returned his attention to his paper, not sparing them another glance. "Sorry for disturbing you, sir." Before Hermione could speak again, Neville, surprisingly nimble for his nervous demeanor, pulled her away and shut the door behind them. Hermione pouted, clearly upset and frustrated. What kind of person talks like that? How could someone that cold be a professor? She stomped off in a huff, her short legs moving fast. Neville trailed behind silently, not saying a word. With the two gone, Wes was finally able to return to his work in peace, remaining completely focused until the train came to a gentle halt at the station. Upon disembarking, Wes walked briskly and arrived at Hogwarts in no time. He made his way to his office on the 7th floor. The room was sparsely decorated but tidy and well organized. Wes opened his suitcase, and out popped Jandy. "I've already spoken with Headmaster Dumbledore," Wes said. "During my tenure, you're free to move around Hogwarts. But remember, you must never interfere with the other professors or students." "As you command, Master," Jandy replied loyally. Wes put on a freshly pressed set of robes and stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining his appearance from head to toe. "I need to attend the opening ceremony. Clean up this place while I'm gone." The Great Hall of Hogwarts was as grand and magnificent as ever. The high, vaulted ceiling seemed to stretch endlessly toward the heavens. Magic had transformed the ceiling into a stunning replica of the night sky, where countless stars twinkled like gems set in a vast tapestry. For long house tables were neatly arranged, each one seating students from one of the 4 houses. Portraits of past headmasters lined the surrounding walls, their lifelike expressions watching the scene below in contemplative silence. The floor, paved with gleaming marble, reflected everyone's silhouettes as if it were one enormous mirror. The house banners hung in each corner of the hall, scarlet for Gryffindor, emerald green for Slytherin, blue for Ravenclaw, and yellow for Hufflepuff. They fluttered gently in the air, proudly displaying their house's legacy. Hundreds of floating candles hovered in midair, casting a warm, soft glow that lit the entire hall as brightly as daytime. The students, dressed in their house robes, sat at their respective tables, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. Wes's entrance did not go unnoticed. "Who's that?" "Duh, obviously a new professor. Didn't you see him sitting with the staff? He's so young, and handsome." A group of young witches whispered among themselves, their eyes full of admiration as they glanced at Wes. Professor Flitwick, practically bouncing on his toes with excitement, stretched up to give Wes a hug. Wes bent down slightly to meet him halfway. "Long time no see, Professor." Flitwick smiled warmly and patted Wes on the arm. "Oh, my most outstanding student returning to Hogwarts as a professor. How does it feel?" "Absolutely incredible," Wes replied, his eyes shining. After graduation, I've thought about coming back every single day. I doubt you'll make a decent professor, Mr. Elwin, came Snape's signature cold, drawling voice. Don't listen to Severus, Flitwick said cheerfully, linking arms with Wes. You'll make an excellent professor. He proceeded to introduce Wes to the rest of the staff. Truthfully, introductions weren't really needed. Most of the professors remembered Wes well. He had left a deep impression as a hard-working student. Many warmly welcomed him back, genuinely glad to see such a promising graduate return to teach. Wes also met the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the term, Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell wore a purple turban that emitted an odd scent, making others instinctively keep their distance. At the moment, however, he was tightly clinging to Snape's side, whispering rapidly. Just then, the Great Hall's large doors opened, and a line of first-years entered in neat rows. The Sorting Hat, seated on a stool at the front, suddenly burst into song, its voice loud and full of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, its singing voice was less than pleasant. The annual sorting ceremony officially began. Aside from the usual fun of watching nervous first-years trip over themselves, this year's highlight was undoubtedly the boy who lived. When the Sorting Hat finally declared Harry Potter a Gryffindor, the Gryffindor table erupted with deafening cheers so loud it felt as though they might blow the roof off the castle. Professor McGonagall's face was glowing with pride, and even the usually stern Dumbledore wore a satisfied smile. Snape's expression, however, darkened noticeably. But all of that had little to do with Wes. Under Dumbledore's lead, the students broke into the Hogwarts school song, each singing in their own tempo and tune. The resulting chaos was enough to make Wes wish he could silence it all with a charm. Once the musical mayhem died down, Dumbledore solemnly addressed the school with the usual start-of-term reminders, then introduced the two new professors. Finally, he cheerfully announced that the feast could begin. As the ceremony wrapped up, Wes let out a discreet sigh of relief. He had never been fond of large crowds or overly noisy places. Fortunately, the subject he taught, runic magic, was an obscure elective, and not many students signed up for it. That brought him a small, secret comfort. Chapter 8, First Lesson. Early the next morning, soft sunlight filtered through the window and spilled across Wes Elwin's office. At that moment, he was completely focused on the class schedule in his hands, the look on his face one of pure satisfaction. Just as he'd expected, runic magic turned out to be an incredibly niche course. Fewer than 30 students had chosen it, and it was only scheduled 3 times a week. Wes was so excited he couldn't stop patting his legs, cheering to himself. Perfect. Still, despite his excitement, Wes had no intention of taking his new job lightly. Though he hadn't prepared stacks of lesson plans like some of the other professors, he was determined to do a proper job, especially for his very first class at Hogwarts. The last thing he wanted was a flood of complaints that got him booted from the school. First class is at 3 p.m. I'd better give it everything I've got. Before he knew it, afternoon arrived. When Wes strolled into the classroom, he was pleasantly surprised to find all the students already seated and waiting. What really caught him off guard, though, was spotting Hermione Granger, a brand new first-year student, among the class. Walking to the blackboard, Wes calmly picked up a piece of chalk and wrote his name in bold, confident strokes. Wes Elwin. First of all, he said, turning around, thank you all sincerely for choosing runic magic. Secondly, since our group is small, I'd like everyone to introduce themselves. I'm confident I can remember all your names. A ripple of light laughter came from the students below. One by one, they began introducing themselves in an orderly manner. When it was Hermione's turn, all eyes shifted to her. After all, every other student in the class was at least 5th year, all of them with some magical foundation, and likely some knowledge of runes. Hermione, a first year from a Muggle background, had chosen such a niche and challenging subject, and it shocked everyone. She introduced herself with the pride and poise of a confident young peacock, her sparkling eyes never once leaving Wes's face. Once introductions were over, Wes began his lecture. Runes are an ancient and deeply mysterious form of magic, he began, his voice echoing through the room. The students immediately opened their books and began taking notes with focused determination. Throughout the lesson, Wes cleverly inserted personal tales of his own magical adventures, his thrilling stories often prompting gasps of amazement from the class. In short, the applications of runes are incredibly broad, whether for setting traps, strengthening defenses, raising alerts, or even in the most complex branches of alchemy, they're absolutely essential. If you have any questions during your studies, feel free to ask at any time. The moment he finished speaking, almost every hand in the room shot up. Wow, this is way more enthusiastic than I expected. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Wes smiled and said, good thing we've got time. 1 question per person. He pointed casually to a boy in the first row on his left. Mr. Weasley, you're up. The boy jumped to his feet. No need to be so tense, Mr. Weasley. Let's all just relax, Wes said warmly, leaning back against the desk. The boy shrugged and sat back down obediently. Professor, were those adventure stories you told us really true? Of course, Wes answered without hesitation. The classroom instantly burst into another wave of amazed gasps. Weasley looked like he wanted to ask more, but Wes quickly cut him off. One question each, Mr. Weasley. With a sigh, Weasley clamped his mouth shut. The girl behind him eagerly leaned forward. Professor, during your adventures, did you ever come across any rare treasures? Everyone leaned in, ears perked, waiting for the answer. Wes stood up and spun in place gracefully, spreading his arms. Let's just say, a professor's modest salary could never buy this fine robe I'm wearing. Wes's thoughts drifted back to those difficult days navigating labyrinths during his past adventures. I must warn you all sincerely, he said with concern, eyeing the curious young witches and wizards before him. Those kinds of things are extremely dangerous, one careless step could cost you your life. His deliberately grim tone had the intended effect, and immediate silence fell over the class. Still, a few bold students continued asking about his adventures until the sharp chime of the dismissal bell rang. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of today's lesson. Wes smiled and gestured toward the door. But Hermione raised her hand high. Miss Granger. Professor, you haven't assigned any homework. Every student turned and glared at her like they could hex her on the spot. Wes gave a helpless shrug. I'd rather not scare off the few students I have. What are you all waiting for? The class instantly burst into action, scrambling to pack up their things and hurry out, all celebrating the lack of homework. All except Hermione, who looked utterly dejected. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Wes gradually settled into the rhythm of teaching, 3 classes a week, 1 assignment per week, and then carefully grading the students' essays. Surprisingly, some of the students' ideas, though often naive, gave him quite a bit of inspiration. The library became a second home to Wes, and before long, students began whispering in awe about how this young professor was even more studious than they were. Unexpectedly, he sparked a wave of genuine academic enthusiasm throughout the school. But that weekend, instead of heading to the library, Wes made a rare visit to Hagrid's cabin. The moment Hagrid saw him, the half-giant pulled him into an enormous bear hug. Wes, oh, I suppose I should call you Professor Elwin now. Cut it out, Hagrid, Wes chuckled. It sounds way more natural when you just call me Wes. It was clear the two were quite close. Hagrid enthusiastically offered Wes one of his infamous rock cakes. Wes looked at the thing, hard enough to smash stone, and politely declined. Outside, it was late autumn. Inside the cabin, the fireplace crackled warmly, filling the room with the comforting scent of burning wood. Fong, Hagrid's overly sensitive and timid dog, lay stretched across the rug, visibly enjoying Wes's gentle strokes. Wes took a careful look around the wooden cabin. The decor was rough and primitive, even bordering on shabby, but scattered throughout were rare and magical materials, soft tufts of fur, shed horns, and even a few strands of unicorn hair. Only someone like Hagrid, Hogwarts' devoted gamekeeper, could have collected such priceless resources. Despite being a true master in the field of magical creatures, Hagrid held only a modest position as keykeeper and Forbidden Forest Ranger. His salary was laughably low, he had to think twice before buying a pint of ale at the pub. Wes ran his fingers over one of the rare pelts and thought to himself. If Hagrid were a little more pragmatic, he could be making a fortune selling these materials. But he also knew, Hagrid was loyal and pure-hearted. He would never betray his principles, or the trust of Hogwarts and Professor Dumbledore, no matter how poor he might be. Hagrid, have you ever considered improving your lifestyle a little? Improve it? Why? I think it's just fine. I'm happy every day. Hagrid blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding the question. Wes swallowed the rest of his words. Forget it. Just me talking nonsense. They sipped hot tea as they swapped stories of adventure and danger. Wes recounted his thrilling encounters with strange magical creatures, and Hagrid's eyes lit up every time, completely absorbed, as if he were right there beside him. Before long, the sky turned dark. Wes politely declined Hagrid's invitation to stay for dinner. He knew all too well that his sensitive stomach wasn't ready for the culinary challenges of a half-giant's cooking. Chapter 9, Halloween Incident. On Halloween night, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry held a grand celebration. Inside the Great Hall, dozens of jack-o'-lanterns in various shapes and sizes floated gently through the air, casting a warm and mysterious glow. The Weasley twins had gone all out, dressing up as vampires. Their realistic fangs and eerie costumes made them look truly terrifying, which they used to spook their classmates to great effect. Laughter and shrieks filled the hall, creating a vibrant and festive atmosphere. The professors sat together, happily chatting and enjoying themselves. Only Professor Snape, though present, looked entirely disengaged, his face was dark and brooding, a complete contrast to the joyous surroundings. Youth is a wonderful thing, Professor McGonagall said, her tone soft as she looked fondly at the lively students. A trace of melancholy crossed her face. I used to quietly wonder what my life might have been like if I'd had a child of my own. You would have been an incredible mother, Wes said sincerely. Oh, please, McGonagall waved her hand, her face filled with amused resignation. Children don't like me. Those mischievous little imps probably run for cover the moment they see me coming. Children nowadays don't understand that strictness is just another form of deep love. But once they've stepped into the real world, after they've weathered some storms, they'll be grateful for everything you taught them. Half of what Wes said came from genuine admiration, the other half, admittedly, was a bit of polite flattery. When did you become so smooth with your words? McGonagall chuckled, her lips curling into a teasing smile. I can only imagine how many poor girls have fallen for that silver tongue of yours. Wes merely shrugged lightly, his face calm and unbothered. You're kidding. McGonagall gasped dramatically, covering her mouth in shock. Wes, don't tell me you've never been in a relationship. At Hogwarts, most young witches and wizards experience their first taste of love around 15 or 16. For someone like Wes to have never been in a relationship, well, it was almost as rare as spotting a unicorn. A few professors even gave him sympathetic glances. Don't pity me, Wes said nonchalantly, expertly slicing a small piece of steak. The magical world is vast. I intend to spend my life exploring and pursuing its secrets. Professor Pomona Sprout was so touched by his words, she actually teared up. Poor Wes, never having known the sweetness of love. She whispered with a choked voice. Then Dumbledore suddenly chimed in with a mischievous smile. Should we ask Severus to whip up a little love potion for you? Silence, Albus. McGonagall barked, instantly reverting to her stern demeanor. Don't you dare make such ridiculous suggestions. Wes put down his knife and fork and sighed gently. Headmaster, I'm quite capable of brewing potions myself. I may not match Professor Snape's mastery, but I know very well that love potions are illegal. Are they now? Dumbledore muttered with an exaggeratedly innocent face. Funny how the memory starts going when you get older. Wes didn't believe that feigned forgetfulness for a second. Just as the professors were deep into a passionate discussion about finding Wes a suitable girlfriend, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the Great Hall in a panic. His large turban was askew, and his face was twisted in terror. Troll! Troll in the dungeon, he cried, and then immediately collapsed onto the floor in a dead faint. In an instant, the entire hall descended into chaos. It wasn't until Dumbledore raised his wand and shouted, his voice magically amplified, that the students finally quieted down. He quickly ordered the prefects to lead each year group safely back to their dormitories, while the professors were instructed to follow him down to the dungeon to investigate. After all the students had been evacuated, Dumbledore led the professors in a rush toward the dungeons. But before they could enter, they heard the sounds of a fierce struggle coming from the direction of the girls' bathroom. Immediately, the professors changed course and hurried toward the source of the noise. As they neared, a foul stench assaulted their senses, like a mix of sweaty socks and an unclean public toilet. It was putrid, unbearable. Everyone knew this revolting smell could only belong to a troll. The professors quickly drew their wands, preparing for combat. Upon entering the bathroom, they found it utterly wrecked, smashed tiles, broken pipes, and water spilling everywhere. A massive mountain troll lay sprawled motionless on the floor. On the ground sat Hermione, tear-streaked and visibly shaken. Harry and Ron were crouched beside her, gently comforting her. Oh, my goodness! Professor McGonagall gasped. Can someone please explain what happened here? Wes stepped forward, waved his wand, and conjured a powerful gust of wind. The blast of magic swept through the room, pushing the sickening stench out through the broken window. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Still brimming with excitement, Ron began enthusiastically recounting the whole ordeal of how he and Harry had bravely saved Hermione. But before he could finish, Professor Snape cut in with a venomous sneer. Is your skull filled with dragon dung? In all my years of teaching, I've never met students as utterly foolish as you two. McGonagall's expression darkened, and she began sternly reprimanding the trio. Why didn't you report this to a professor immediately? Do you not trust us to handle something this dangerous? Hermione shakily stood up, sobbing as she explained. It was my fault. I accidentally lured the troll here. If they hadn't found me in time, I'd be dead by now. The troll was about to eat me. McGonagall's disappointment was palpable. Miss Granger, I had thought you would be the most sensible student of this entire first-year class. Hermione lowered her head in shame. For your recklessness, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Her tone was firm and final. All 3 students looked heartbroken at the penalty, especially Hermione, whose eyes welled with fresh tears. But then McGonagall added. However, for first-year students, the courage you showed in confronting a full-grown mountain troll is extraordinary. For your bravery, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley will each earn Gryffindor 5 points. At once, the trio's despair turned into joy. They grinned and gave each other high fives in celebration. Now, check if you've been injured. Professor Pomona Sprout stepped forward and gave each of them a careful inspection. After confirming there were no serious injuries, she sent them off to rest. The troll's body, however, continued to emit its overpowering stench. In just a few minutes, the reek had already begun to flood the room once more. Unable to endure it any longer, Professor McGonagall and the others quickly left. Soon, only Wes, Dumbledore, and Snape remained at the scene. "Why are you still here?" Snape said with open disdain, glaring at Wes. Wes remained calm and replied evenly. "I just thought I'd see if there was anything I could assist with." But his eyes never left the troll's body. After all, trolls had many parts that were extremely valuable for alchemy and potion making. It was rare to get one in such good condition. Wes couldn't help but feel tempted. Snape, however, had always been wary of Wes. "We don't need you. Leave." Even Dumbledore, who had stayed silent until now, joined in. "Would you mind giving us a bit of privacy?" Reluctantly, Wes turned to leave. As he stepped away, he left behind a final offer: "I'm willing to purchase any troll materials at a high price. If you need help dissecting it, I'm quite experienced." Just saying. Chapter 10, Who's the culprit? "Wes, aren't you going to watch the Quidditch match?" Hagrid looked curiously at Wes, who was sprawled comfortably across the rug with a relaxed expression. Ever since his last visit, Hagrid's cozy and uniquely charming hut had become Wes's favorite retreat to unwind. Sometimes, he would immerse himself in books or concentrate on brewing potions. But whenever he felt weary, he would come here to rest. Perhaps it was the abundance of rare and curious magical materials decorating the place. Just quietly admiring them brought Wes a deep sense of satisfaction. Each time he came, Wes would considerately bring a few bottles of fine wine. Hagrid casually picked up a bottle of red wine. With a flick of his finger, the cork popped off with a sharp pop. Without hesitation, he chugged it straight from the bottle, downing the entire thing in just a few gulps. Drops of wine clung to his thick beard. Just then, the sturdy wooden door burst open with a loud bang, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed in, their faces filled with panic. "Hagrid! Harry was almost killed today!" Hermione shouted anxiously. "That's right," Ron echoed, his voice tense. The three of them were clearly shaken and started speaking over one another. Hagrid blinked his bleary eyes, his face full of confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word." He fumbled with the bottle still in his hand. With a loud thud, it slipped and shattered on the floor, spilling wine all over the place. Fong, who had been enjoying Wes's massage nearby, perked up at the noise and excitedly bounded over, eagerly lapping up the wine. Hagrid quickly bent down to pick up the bottle, muttering, "Hey now, you cheeky little rascal, this is high-quality wine. Can't just waste it like that." At that moment, his full attention was on the spilled wine and the slobbering dog. "Wine." Hermione put her hands on her hips and glared. "Hagrid, I clearly remember you were supposed to be patrolling near the stadium today. Why are you hiding at home drinking?" "Ah, well." Hagrid's small eyes darted nervously until he suddenly clapped his forehead and exclaimed. "It was Wes. He came to discuss something important. We're working on a project together, I'm not skipping duty." Only then did the trio notice Wes lounging on the rug. "Professor Elwin," they exclaimed in unison, eyes wide in surprise. None of them had expected to find the new professor here. Wes lazily waved a hand at them. "Don't mind me. Just pretend I'm not here." "Right," said Hagrid quickly, trying to change the subject. "You said Harry was nearly attacked. What happened exactly?" Hermione, still breathless, launched into a detailed explanation of the terrifying incident on the Quidditch pitch. She described what she'd seen and ended with her firm conclusion: Snape was the prime suspect. "No way!" Hagrid shouted, waving his hands furiously. "Professor Snape would never harm Harry, absolutely not." "But, he really seems to hate me," Harry mumbled, furrowing his brows and looking genuinely troubled. He clearly believed Hermione's deduction. "I saw it with my own eyes," Hermione insisted. "Snape was muttering a curse toward Harry's broom, and when I set fire to his cloak, the broom instantly stabilized." "Yeah, that has to be it," Ron chimed in, nodding forcefully, his expression resolute. Wes couldn't help but let out a small chuckle as he listened to their conversation. Hermione, proud as a swan, lifted her chin high and huffed. "Professor Elwin doesn't believe in my deduction. I've read several volumes of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. My reasoning can't be wrong." "Try reading fewer detective novels," Wes replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Hermione blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting Wes to be familiar with Sherlock Holmes at all. "I grew up in the Muggle world. Naturally, I know about these things," Wes said earnestly, sitting up a little straighter. Still unconvinced, Hermione plopped down beside him with a thud. "Then tell me, why can't it be Professor Snape?" Harry, looking like a wounded little deer, nervously shuffled over and stared at Wes with big, pleading eyes. Fine, I'll be generous for once, Wes sighed, crossing his legs as he sat upright. First of all, Professor Snape is a potions master. Do you know what that means? The three of them glanced at each other, then shook their heads in unison. Right now, throughout the entire British magical community, Professor Snape is the only one officially recognized as a potions master. The trio's eyes widened in shock, their mouths forming perfect O's. So he's that amazing. Harry still didn't entirely understand what a potions master was, but just knowing there was only one in all of Britain was enough to leave him impressed. Hermione, however, was still unconvinced. That only proves he's highly skilled in potion making. It doesn't completely rule him out as a suspect. Ron nodded in agreement beside her. Wes sighed again. I really don't get why you all hold such a strong bias against Professor Snape. If Snape is a potions master, brewing a deadly poison would be child's play for him. Why would he resort to cursing a broom in front of a huge crowd? Isn't that the easiest way to expose himself? Hermione found herself unable to argue. Wes's logic was sound and reasonable. But Harry's broom was acting strangely, she mumbled, scratching her head in frustration. It was hard to let go of a clue she had worked so hard to uncover. That just means someone else cursed the broom. Snape was probably casting a counter-curse to protect Harry. Protect me? Professor Snape. Harry looked stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. The culprit was right there, Hermione said firmly, then her eyes glazed with doubt again. But, who was it? All three turned their hopeful gazes toward Wes. How should I know? Wes shrugged. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything firsthand. The trio, who had come brimming with hope, could only leave disappointed. Wes, can't you help them? Hagrid's voice caught slightly, full of emotion. Harry's a poor kid. Isn't Dumbledore still around? He's always watching over Harry. Yes, that's true, Hagrid said with conviction. As a die-hard Dumbledore loyalist, he firmly believed the headmaster could solve any problem. Wes leaned back onto the rug again, relaxing his body and casually resuming his chat with Hagrid. Chapter 11, Forbidden Forest. Wes, are the students easy to get along with? Dumbledore asked with a smile as he handed over a piece of candy. Wes simply waved it away, signaling that he wasn't interested. If you've got something to say, Headmaster, please just say it. I'm a busy man. Wes ran a hand through his slightly messy hair. With only 3 classes a week, you're one of the most relaxed professors at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied casually. Wes sighed and spread his hands. All right. Whatever it is, I'm listening. Only then did Dumbledore reach under the table and pull out a transparent bottle filled with a shimmering silver liquid. The moment Wes laid eyes on it, he immediately recognized what it was, an alluring, softly glowing substance. Is that? Wes's eyes widened, and he instinctively gripped the bottle tighter. A flash of greed crossed his face but was quickly masked. Unicorn blood, Dumbledore said gravely. Wes reacted instantly. He stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. Someone's been hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns were powerful, pure, noble magical creatures with no natural enemies. For someone to obtain even this much of their blood meant they had deliberately hunted them down in the forest. And done so cruelly. It's worse than that, Dumbledore said, frowning as he tucked the bottle away again. Wes's reluctant gaze lingered on it. Someone didn't just kill a unicorn, they drank its blood. What a waste, Wes blurted before immediately feeling the sharp weight of Dumbledore's glare. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, that's awful. Horrific. Dumbledore rolled his eyes and continued seriously. Unicorn blood may have incredible healing properties, but it's also cursed. Unicorns are sacred creatures, blessed by the gods. To kill and drink their blood is to invite a terrible curse. Wes nodded. Even dark wizards wouldn't do something like that unless they were truly desperate, on the edge of death, with no other choice. Exactly, Dumbledore said, removing his glasses to polish them. That's why I need your help, Wes. Me? Wes raised an eyebrow. Yes, you, Dumbledore confirmed with a firm tone. No problem, Headmaster. I'm part of Hogwarts now, it's only right that I do my part. Wes answered without hesitation. I'm glad you feel that way, Dumbledore said warmly. The Forbidden Forest is too vast for Hagrid to patrol alone. I want you to assist him. Hagrid's a dear friend. I'll be happy to help him out, Wes replied with a nod. Then I'll leave it to you. But if you run into danger, don't hesitate to send a signal, I'll come immediately. Don't underestimate me, Headmaster. After 4 years in the field, I consider myself a seasoned adventurer. With confidence radiating from his posture, Wes stood up and strode out of the headmaster's office. For the following week, Wes joined Hagrid on nightly patrols through the Forbidden Forest. During that time, there were no unusual incidents. Still, Hagrid remained on edge, his guard never dropping. He swore through clenched teeth that he'd catch the monster who did this, to honor the slain unicorn. Wes, however, suspected Hagrid's zeal might also be a way of coping with the sadness of losing Norbert, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon he'd recently had to send away. Norbert had hatched from a dragon egg Hagrid had won from a mysterious gambler. Unfortunately, after being reported by Draco Malfoy, the dragon had to be sent away. Hagrid had been brooding over it ever since. That evening, Wes made his usual visit to Hagrid's hut, and the two had planned to patrol the Forbidden Forest together. Just as they stepped outside and were preparing to depart, they saw the caretaker, Argus Filch, leading Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy toward the hut from the castle, grumbling and scolding the two boys along the way. "All right, Mr. Filch, that's enough. No need to keep scaring these two any more than they already are," Wes cut in, stopping Filch's tirade. "As you wish, Professor Elwin," Filch said in a sing-song, sarcastic tone, then muttered with a smirk, "Hope you all come back from the Forbidden Forest in one piece." Given his gloating expression, it was hard to believe that was meant as a sincere blessing. At the mention of the Forbidden Forest, Draco's face turned deathly pale. He began to tremble uncontrollably. "No need to worry. We'll be going in with you," Wes said gently to reassure them. "I know you. You're the new runes professor," Draco said cautiously, moving closer to Wes. "You have to protect me. My father is on the board of governors, I'll make sure he promotes you." Wes couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't dislike Draco. To him, Draco was simply a spoiled child. "I'll count on you for that then, Mr. Malfoy," Wes said with a smile. Draco lifted his chin proudly and cast a smug glance at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and didn't bother to respond. Soon, the four of them split into two groups and entered the Forbidden Forest from different directions. The towering, dense trees blocked out the moonlight entirely, making the forest seem even more eerie and terrifying. Their faint kerosene lanterns barely illuminated the path ahead. Draco clung tightly to Wes's robes, nearly in tears from fear. "That's my fault," Wes said, realizing the boy's distress. He quickly pulled out a lantern, snapped his fingers, and light burst forth, pushing back the darkness around them. Draco finally let out a long breath of relief. Wes handed the lantern to Draco. Draco frowned. "My father says only servants carry lanterns for others. This lantern is enchanted with protective charms, it..." Before Wes could finish, Draco snatched the lantern and blurted, face flushed. "You're a professor, I'm a student. It's perfectly normal for students to carry things for professors." "Well said. If this were in class, I'd definitely give you points for that, Mr. Malfoy," Wes replied with a grin. Then Wes led Draco through a careful patrol of the forest, casually collecting some rare herbs along the way. Little by little, Draco's nerves began to ease. He started treating the punishment more like a special adventure, slowly discovering the wondrous, magical side of the Forbidden Forest. Strange and fantastical creatures that he had never seen before appeared everywhere. Just then, a sorrowful cry echoed in the distance. Draco's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a trembling voice. What was that sound?" Wes swiftly drew his wand, his expression turning serious. "Follow me, Mr. Malfoy." He broke into a jog in the direction of the sound. Draco tried his best to keep up with his short legs. Along the way, the roots, weeds, and small animals seemed to sense their urgency and moved aside to clear the path. Suddenly, Wes stopped in front of a large tree. "Hide here," he instructed. He had Draco take cover behind the trunk, then walked out into the open. Curiosity got the better of Draco, and he peeked out from behind the tree. He saw a snow-white unicorn collapsed weakly on the forest floor, glowing faintly with a sacred light. Blood was gushing from a wound on its neck. A mysterious figure cloaked in black was greedily drinking the unicorn's blood. Draco quickly covered his mouth with his hands, afraid he might scream. Wes sprang forward, waved his wand, and blasted the figure away with a powerful spell. The cloaked person flew backward and slammed hard into a nearby tree, then collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Still cautious, Wes kept a safe distance, wand raised and ready. "Playing dead won't help you, poacher," he shouted at the figure on the ground. "Conf Ringo." Wes followed up with an explosive spell. The mysterious figure suddenly rolled to the side, just in time to avoid the blast. The ground where he had lain moments before was now a giant crater. The figure leapt to his feet and drew a wand. The two stood facing each other, still a fair distance apart. The stranger's face was completely hidden beneath his dark cloak. Wand in hand, both stood under the moonlight, ready for battle. A fierce confrontation was about to begin. Chapter 12, Duel. Conf Ringo. Wes once again unleashed the powerful blasting curse at incredible speed toward the mysterious figure. This time, the curse shot forward like a cannonball and hit its target with perfect precision. The cloaked figure was struck with tremendous force, sent flying backward, and slammed hard into the ground. For a long moment, they couldn't even struggle to get back up. Just then, two distinctly different voices echoed from the figure's direction. "I'm sorry, Master. Give me control of the body." "But Master, your injuries." "Silence, fool." "Yes, Master." Wes's senses immediately picked up on the violent shift in the magical energy coming from the figure. "Looks like Voldemort just logged in," Wes muttered to himself, fully aware that his next opponent was no longer just the insignificant Quirrell, but the infamous Dark Lord whose very name sent shivers through the British wizarding world. Without hesitation, Wes cast Protego Maxima, summoning a sturdy magical shield that surrounded him with a protective barrier. "Sectum Sempra." Wes shouted, and a razor-sharp invisible slash tore through the air toward Voldemort. Voldemort reacted swiftly, deflecting the deadly spell with a flick of his wand. The spell veered off and struck several thick trees, slicing them cleanly in half. The moment the attack failed, Wes didn't hesitate, he pressed the offensive. "Avada Kedavra." He shouted the terrifying unforgivable curse, and a flash of green light shot toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord dodged with ghost-like speed, narrowly avoiding the killing curse. But in that same moment, the grass and weeds around Voldemort's feet suddenly sprang to life, growing rapidly and twisting around his limbs like powerful arms trying to restrain him. "Clever little brat," Voldemort snarled through gritted teeth. "I'm a Hogwarts professor," Wes replied calmly, "there's no way I'd actually use an unforgivable curse." Black mist suddenly billowed from Voldemort's body. It radiated a corrosive energy so strong that the magically animated vines withered and died the moment they touched it. Wes remained on the move, shifting his position constantly across the battlefield, his wand firing off spell after spell in rapid succession. But Voldemort continued to dodge them all with eerie ease. "You have talent, young man," Voldemort said, with a trace of admiration in his voice. "Swear allegiance to me, and I shall grant you endless power and glory." Wes burst out laughing. "Swear allegiance? To you? A complete and utter failure." A dark, murderous aura surged from Voldemort's body. "Do you even know who I am?" "Of course," Wes said coolly, "you were a senior student back in my school days, after all." Wes's eyes locked on Voldemort's, filled with bold defiance. "Crucio." Voldemort suddenly cast the Cruciatus curse, and a beam of wicked energy shot toward Wes. Wes dodged quickly and countered with Petrificus Totalis. But Voldemort was equally nimble, sidestepping to avoid the spell. Incendio Maxima. Wes cast again. A wave of flame surged toward the Dark Lord. Voldemort responded with a powerful stream of water from his wand, instantly extinguishing the fire. "Wes." Suddenly, Hagrid's booming voice rang out. He appeared with Harry, both of them running over in haste. As soon as Hagrid saw the unicorn lying on the ground, he immediately began emergency treatment. With practiced hands, he used medicinal herbs to temporarily stop the bleeding from the unicorn's wound. "Hagrid, take Harry and Draco and get out of here," Wes shouted. Hagrid responded without hesitation. His powerful arms lifted the wounded unicorn with effort, and he called the two children to follow him. If it weren't for Hagrid's half-giant bloodline, it would have been impossible to carry such a heavy creature. Draco obediently followed behind Hagrid. The fierce battle he just witnessed had completely captivated him, he was even a little excited. So this is how wizards fight. It's insanely cool, he thought. Once the others were gone, Voldemort's cold voice echoed through the clearing. "Staying behind to cover your students' retreat." How touching. Wes's magical energy surged like boiling water. "Now that it's just the two of us, no need to hold back." Incendio Maxima. As Wes cast the spell, a torrent of roaring flames erupted from his wand. Under his precise control, the flames shaped themselves into a dragon, bearing its fiery fangs as it lunged toward Voldemort. Voldemort waved his wand, murmuring a spell. A massive ice shield formed instantly, absorbing the impact of the flaming dragon. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort didn't hesitate to use the real unforgivable curse this time. A streak of deadly green light shot toward Wes like a lightning bolt. But Wes didn't panic. With a flick of his wand, a curious squirrel that had been watching from a tree branch was suddenly pulled into the path of the green light. The unfortunate creature was struck instantly and died on the spot. With no pause, Wes slammed the flaming dragon into Voldemort with full force. Boom. The explosion that followed was deafening, rivaling the blast of a C4 charge. Everything within 10 meters was incinerated, and smoke curled up from the scorched earth. Voldemort emerged unscathed, but it was obvious he was starting to run out of energy. "Master, we should retreat. Dumbledore will be here any moment." "You dare suggest I run away?" Voldemort growled. "Master, your current condition isn't suited for a prolonged battle. What matters most is obtaining the Philosopher's Stone." A flash of fire burst past Voldemort as Wes launched another spell, narrowly missing him. "You don't look so good, Senior," Wes said casually, brushing ash off his robes. "No wonder you needed unicorn blood to keep going. Your fragile soul must be on the verge of collapse." Voldemort narrowed his eyes, radiating a killing intent that sent chills through the air. "So I was right." Wes flicked his wand sharply. Expelliarmus. It was a silent spell, something Wes had long mastered, but Voldemort blocked it with Protego Maxima. "Nice silent casting," Voldemort sneered. "But using disarming charm on me? Are you joking?" Wes began to slowly circle him. "Never underestimate a single spell, Senior. And I've been drooling over those brilliant spells in your brain for a long time now. You insolent brat." Voldemort was so furious he nearly snapped his wand in half. "You dare to try and capture me?" The Dark Lord, once feared across the wizarding world, had never been humiliated like this. Had today's young wizards truly forgotten the terror of his name? "No need to be so angry, Senior. You just finished your hunt. Now it's my turn to hunt you." Voldemort let out a furious laugh, wild and bitter. "Die." He raised his wand, and black mist billowed out like a flood. Wherever the mist touched, plants withered, and living things lost all vitality. Wes immediately cast a purification charm, attempting to dispel the dark mist. "Rapid barrage," he called out. The stones and pebbles on the ground rose up, transformed into deadly projectiles, and fired toward Voldemort like a torrential storm. Powered by Wes's immense magic, these magical bullets carried lethal force. Suddenly, the black mist recoiled. Wes tensed instantly, all senses sharpened. The mist condensed into a humanoid form, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Wes stood there, stunned. He quickly cast Hominum Revelio, over and over, but Voldemort was nowhere to be found. Did he run? Wes muttered with a dry laugh. Looks like I overestimated how much pride Voldemort had left. Chapter 13, Cunning. When Dumbledore arrived in haste, the first thing he saw was Wes Elwin standing all alone amidst the ruins of the battlefield, surrounded by devastation. Moonlight poured down like water, outlining Wes's figure in a lonely and somber silhouette. "You're late, Headmaster." Wes's eyes, cold and steady, met Dumbledore's. His tone carried a faint trace of reproach. "Aren't you going to explain? That was no ordinary poacher tonight." Wes stared intently at Dumbledore, clearly pressing for answers. Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. Instead, he carefully surveyed the chaos left in the wake of the battle. After a long pause, he turned and said, full of admiration, "Your strength truly impresses me, Mr. Elwin. I want an explanation, Headmaster Dumbledore. This situation is nothing like what you described to me before." Wes clearly wasn't buying the compliment. His eyes were sharp as blades, cutting directly through any pretense. "Yes." Dumbledore noticed Wes's agitation and spoke in a soothing tone, "I will give you the answer you seek. But let's leave this place first. The Centaur tribe has surely been alerted by the noise, and I'd rather not have unnecessary conflict with them in the dead of night." Wes gave a slight nod, agreeing. The two returned together to the headmaster's office. "Can we talk now, Headmaster?" Wes sat heavily in the chair opposite Dumbledore, his face dark. Where should I begin?" Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "How about starting with that senior of mine who supposedly died 11 years ago?" Wes's eyes were locked on Dumbledore, watching closely for any flicker of expression. At those words, Dumbledore's fingers paused mid-stroke through his beard. His face immediately grew serious. "How much do you know?" At that moment, Dumbledore resembled a lion defending its territory, aged, yes, but no less dangerous. His power hadn't faded with time, instead, it had only grown more seasoned, more formidable. "You're terrifying, Headmaster." Wes, by contrast, appeared perfectly calm, utterly unfazed by Dumbledore's presence. "Are you threatening me?" he asked, his tone more curious than accusatory. Dumbledore quickly resumed his usual kindly demeanor, smiling lightly. "Of course not. Just a little tense, that's all." Wes wasn't fooled. He knew full well those words were nothing more than polite deflection. But he also understood that Dumbledore wasn't his enemy. In fact, Wes hoped to benefit from him, perhaps gain access to deeper magical knowledge. With that thought, Wes revealed a portion of what he knew. "All I know is that the senior seems to be desperately searching for the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone, ha ha ha, of course, what else could it be?" Dumbledore chuckled, then suddenly shifted tone. "Still, I must say, Wes, your strength astonished me. No one has ever walked away from an encounter with him in one piece. It wasn't a big deal. He's on his last legs." Wes's tone was flat, as if it were nothing worth mentioning. "Even so, many can't even muster the courage to face him." Dumbledore didn't hold back his praise, clearly trying to ease the tension. But Wes raised a hand impatiently. Headmaster, no matter how much you praise me, even if you say I'm Merlin reborn, it won't cover up the fact that you've mishandled this situation. Yes, let me think of how to make it up to you. Dumbledore frowned deeply, as if pondering something with great difficulty. Seeing that Dumbledore was still pretending to be confused, Wes decided to be blunt. I want the Philosopher's Stone. Absolutely not. Dumbledore refused without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. As miraculous as it is, the Philosopher's Stone also brings terrible side effects. Wes, you're still young. There are many things you haven't experienced yet, things you don't understand. The danger it carries is far greater than you realize. Dumbledore launched into a lengthy explanation, attempting to convince Wes to abandon what he saw as a reckless and unrealistic demand. Then what about Nicholas Flamel's alchemical journal? You must have it. As his only true friend, he would have entrusted you with the insights of a lifetime. Wes knew perfectly well that Dumbledore would never hand over the Philosopher's Stone so easily. Asking for it outright had only been a test. You're far too greedy, Wes. That's the most coveted alchemical manuscript in existence. Dumbledore widened his eyes in astonishment as he looked at Wes. I just saved 2 students and a unicorn from the hands of the most feared dark wizard alive. Wes's voice rose with emotion. Still no. Dumbledore shook his head again and again. One of those students happens to be the savior of the wizarding world. Wes's voice climbed even higher, his tone now almost confrontational. Do you have any idea what would happen if the public found out that Voldemort is still alive? The panic it would cause, Headmaster. His words now carried a clear and unmistakable threat. Dumbledore's face twisted with frustration, his beard practically bristling with indignation. But Wes knew this was all just an act. The old man was playing his usual games. Headmaster, I just solved a massive problem for you. Wes crossed his arms, his expression resolute as he locked eyes with Dumbledore. Don't tell me you weren't aware Voldemort was hiding in Professor Quirrell's body, planning to use the Philosopher's Stone to return. So you knew. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, piercing. Of course, Wes couldn't say it was because he'd read the Harry Potter books. So he casually replied, Quirrell's disguise was too sloppy, he might have fooled naive students, but not me. Dumbledore sighed heavily. You've convinced me, Wes. He turned and walked to a large chest behind his desk. Carefully, he retrieved a massive book, its cover bound in old leather and reinforced with intricate magical locks. Dumbledore whispered a spell. The mechanisms released with a soft click. He gently ran his fingers across the surface of the book, sighing wistfully. When Nicholas gave me the Philosopher's Stone, he entrusted this book to me as well. After that, he and his wife went away to get their affairs in order. I imagine that was our final meeting. Wes wasn't interested in sentimental stories. His entire attention was locked on that journal. This is the life's work of a 600-year-old alchemist. But to his disappointment, Dumbledore slowly placed the book back into the chest and resealed the lock. Then, he turned to a nearby shelf, pulled down a stack of thick books, and placed them on his desk. Wes stared in confusion. These are the alchemical notes Nicholas and I compiled together, Dumbledore said calmly, noticing Wes's bewildered look. Wes quickly picked one up and flipped through it. Inside were detailed records of Flamel's experiments, theories, and insights. All of these? Wes asked, stunned. Indeed. It took us a great deal of time and effort to put them together. Thankfully, Nicholas's memory was still as sharp as ever. Dumbledore smiled as he explained. So you were prepared all along. Realization dawned on Wes. Not quite, Dumbledore said with a sly grin. Nicholas had always intended to pass on his knowledge. A few gifted alchemists in France have already received his manuscripts, but that was never made public. He asked me to identify promising candidates within the British wizarding world. Wes blinked, not sure whether to laugh or sigh. Well, what are you waiting for? They're yours now. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, relaxed and smiling. You're incredibly sneaky, Headmaster. Wes said, exasperated. And you're no different, Mr. Elwin. Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. Degree. A/N, leave some comments and reviews if possible. Chapter 14, The Big Shot. For the remainder of the academic year, Wes was completely absorbed in Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, utterly unable to pull himself away. If Wes had a system interface that displayed skill progression, he'd likely have seen floating notifications above his head like Alchemy +1. Alchemy +1. Alchemy +10,086. Popping up one after another. Soon enough, the tense final exams were approaching, and both students and professors alike had entered a state of full-blown busyness. Even Wes, who was usually fairly lenient with his students, started assigning homework after every class. Naturally, this earned him quite a few complaints and grumbles. But Wes didn't relent. After all, students' grades were tied directly to his own evaluation at Hogwarts. There was no room for carelessness. The library's massive collection of books, he had only scratched the surface. He had no intention of being dismissed just because he was too easygoing. As for the original Harry Potter plot, Wes had long since tossed all that out the window. Finally, finals arrived. To Wes's surprise and satisfaction, none of his students in Rune's class received a failing grade like P, poor, or D, dreadful. A few outstanding students even managed to earn an O, outstanding. This result caught Wes off guard. He had assumed that this ancient and relatively challenging elective wouldn't receive much attention or effort from the students. Clearly, he had underestimated their dedication. As the students packed up and joyfully returned home for the summer holidays, the professors also left one by one. Hogwarts, once lively and brimming with magical energy, gradually quieted down. And Wes himself was about to begin a brand new adventure filled with unknowns and challenges. Because, in the system panel of his alchemical interface, a new line of garbled but distinct text had silently appeared, #@alchemy%UN. What a coincidence. Or is it the Philosopher's Stone triggering this? Wes murmured to himself. Then his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in New York City, Marvel Universe. Inside a small apothecary called Hogwarts Potions Shop, Wes appeared out of thin air, unable to hide the joy on his face. Massive haul, he said excitedly, eagerly beginning to take inventory of his gains. Gold piled like mountains. Dozens of Philosopher's Stones gleamed with a dazzling yet ominous red glow. Stacks upon stacks of alchemy journals, each one more ancient and mysterious than the last. I can't believe I witnessed homunculi merging with truth itself. Wes muttered, still visibly shaken. I almost got devoured by truth back there. The alchemy from the #@alchemy%UN world differed drastically from the kind in the Harry Potter world. That difference brought Wes a wealth of insights and breakthroughs, completely transforming his understanding of the field. He meticulously checked through all his laboratories and storage units. These potions are pretty much useless to me now. Might as well sell them all. As he looked at the gold bars stacked into miniature hills, Wes couldn't help but sigh with emotion. From now on, I can finally call myself truly rich. By midnight, Wes lifted the muggle-repelling charm, and the confundus charm that had kept the shop hidden. Hogwarts Potions Shop reopened for business. Before long, New York's well-informed elites got wind of the reopening and rushed to the store. It had been a full year since the last time Wes held a sale, and most of them had long since run out of their potions. This time, the auction atmosphere was more intense than ever. His entire stock was sold out at a jaw-dropping speed. 2 hours later, the auction ended. Everyone left the shop completely satisfied. Everyone, except Tony Stark. The billionaire lingered behind, a bottle of red wine in hand, strolling casually toward Wes. Care to have a drink with me? He asked, his tone loose and carefree. Wes didn't answer immediately. He simply stared at him with a cold gaze. Come on, Mr. or Ms. Wizard, don't give me the cold shoulder like that. Tony Stark didn't seem the least bit bothered by Wes's cold reaction. Tony Stark, you broke the rules, Wes said in a low, stern voice. So what? You gonna kill me? Be my guest, Tony replied nonchalantly, giving a casual wave, his face full of indifference. Then he glanced around and said, where are the glasses? Or are you planning to just drink straight from the bottle? Wes was full of suspicion, something was definitely off about Tony Stark today. With a flick of his wrists, 2 elegant glasses appeared in Tony's hands. Wow, he exaggeratedly gasped, such magical magic. Soon, both glasses were filled with rich, fragrant wine. This bottle cost me a full $3 million, Tony declared before downing his glass in one gulp. But it wasn't the refined sipping of a wine connoisseur, it looked more like someone venting deep, pent-up emotions. 3 full glasses in quick succession later, Tony's cheeks had turned a noticeable shade of red. You know what? I'm dying, Tony said as he took off his jacket, pointing to the arc reactor embedded in his chest. This thing used to be my lifeline. Now it's about to kill me. What a joke. So the story's already reached that point, Wes thought silently. A superhero who can't even save himself, what a painfully ironic reality. Tony kept talking, pouring out everything like a man who'd been holding it in for far too long. By the time he finished, he exhaled deeply, the weight in his heart seemingly lifted for the first time in ages. Feels good, you know, he said. Telling all these secrets to some stranger. I don't even know your name. Don't even know if you're a man or a woman. But thanks for listening to my rambling. Tony Stark, at that moment, looked like someone who had finally let go of a burden he'd carried far too long. His whole presence seemed lighter, and the clarity had returned to his eyes. You're really dying? Wes asked calmly. Yep. Tony shrugged. Wes reached into his robes and tossed Tony a vial of potion. What's this? Tony asked, examining it curiously. A prototype, Wes said plainly, not even bothering to lie. A potion I've just developed. It's infused with massive life energy, but the side effects are still unclear. In truth, the potion was something Wes had carefully crafted using a philosopher's stone mixed with powerful antidotes and restorative formulas. He had just been waiting for the perfect test subject. And Tony Stark, someone destined to play a pivotal role in the Marvel Universe, wasn't going to die before fulfilling his fate. To Wes, he was the ideal candidate. I'm dying from palladium poisoning, you know. Highly radioactive, deadly stuff. But whatever. I'll give this a shot, Tony said as he turned to leave, waving. Anyway, thanks for listening. If I somehow survive this, I'll be sure to send you a full customer review. Wes shut the shop door. But when he turned around, he was startled to find a bald woman in ornate golden robes quietly sitting on a chair. He instinctively tensed, but quickly regained his composure. Removing his mask, Wes respectfully offered a formal wizard's bow. Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One smiled gently and returned the greeting. Good evening, Wizard Elwin. Chapter 15, A Gift. The Sorcerer Supreme gracing my humble abode, what might I owe the honor? Wes Elwin remained internally alert at the Ancient One's sudden arrival. If she made even the slightest suspicious move, he was ready to activate his panel's dimensional travel function and flee at the fastest speed possible. After all, strictly speaking, he was just a stowaway. In front of the Ancient One, who protected Earth itself, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of guilt. I mean no harm, Wizard Elwin. I'm simply curious. The Ancient One's expression was calm. With a gentle wave of her hand, a chair slowly floated over and settled behind Wes. I have many questions. Would you mind answering a few, Wizard Elwin? Her eyes were filled with quiet inquiry as she looked at him. Wes took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He knew that even if he slipped past her this time, she would eventually find him again. Better to speak now, while she had no apparent hostile intentions, then perhaps he wouldn't have to live in constant fear afterward. He slowly sat down. Ask away, Master Sorcerer. I'll answer what I can. While observing the timelines, I stumbled upon you by accident, the Ancient One said, tilting her head slightly in contemplation. You're unique. Among all the intersecting timelines, only in this one did you become a wizard, and even more remarkably, gained the ability to travel across worlds. In front of her, Wes felt utterly exposed, as if all his secrets were laid bare. His body tensed on instinct. Sensing his unease, the Ancient One added softly, I'm sorry, Wizard Elwin. The responsibilities I carry don't allow me to ignore someone as unusual as you. I didn't think I'd caught the Sorcerer Supreme's attention, Wes replied, his voice slightly dry. You were careful, very careful, she admitted. Every time you used your ability, you avoided cameras, kept away from people. With another wave of her hand, a vivid hologram of the Earth materialized in the air. The planet was enveloped in a massive, intricately structured magical barrier. After banishing the demons of Hell, Dormammu, and others like him from Earth, I set up this barrier, she explained. It serves both to protect against future invasions and to monitor all magical fluctuations on the planet. Wes stared at the projection in awe, genuinely impressed by the magnitude and complexity of the construct. It was a true testament to her power. 10 summers ago, the barrier detected an unknown source of magic, she said, her gaze returning to Wes with a tinge of nostalgia. Curious, I investigated, and found you. You were a young wizard at the time, mugging a gang of thugs. Wes's face twitched involuntarily. Damn, so I was discovered the very first time I returned from the Harry Potter world. The magic you used was unfamiliar, something I'd never seen. I originally intended to guide you to Camartage. But then, in September of that year, you vanished without a trace. I searched the entire Earth and found nothing. Even with the Time Stone, I couldn't locate you. That's when I guessed you had traveled to another world. Then, the following summer, the barrier detected your presence once more. At some point, the Ancient One was holding a steaming cup of tea in her hand. She handed it to Wes with a gentle smile. This is a drink from the East. I hope you'll enjoy it. Wes accepted the cup. A flicker of complicated emotion passed through his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. He gave a slight nod in thanks, then said slowly, So, are you here to deal with me, Master Sorcerer? As he spoke, he was already prepared to flee at a moment's notice. The Ancient One gave him a strange look. Why would you think that? In this world, great power often brings danger, Wes replied seriously. The Ancient One shook her head and sighed. Are all young people this dramatic these days? Wes scratched his nose awkwardly and said, Maybe, it's just, my ability might bring catastrophe to this world someday. That's only one possibility. There's also a chance you'll bring this world hope. Wes shook his head repeatedly, a bit self-mocking. I'm no superhero. Please don't make me out to be someone noble or grand. Even a devil can bring hope. Wes was immediately speechless, dark lines forming across his forehead. Hope and devil in the same sentence. And coming from the Sorcerer Supreme herself. I'd pay to see the expressions of all those demons she's crushed over the years if they heard that. Then tell me, Ancient One, what exactly is your purpose in coming to find me? Wes couldn't help but ask again. Just curiosity, she replied breezily. Curiosity. Wes stared in disbelief. Is an old woman not allowed to be curious? The Ancient One tilted her head playfully. Wes nearly choked. Please don't tilt your head. Someone who's lived for who knows how many centuries doing that, it's not cute at all. That said, the panel's dimensional travel function was Wes's trump card. No way was he going to reveal it to anyone, even the Sorcerer Supreme. His silence made it clear to the Ancient One that he had no intention of divulging his secret. But she didn't seem offended. Everyone, after all, had the right to protect their own secrets. Wes, you're lucky. Your ability gives you infinite possibilities. But as someone who's been around longer, allow me to offer a bit of advice. Please do, Wes said solemnly, ready to listen. With a serious expression, the Ancient One said, never lose your curiosity for magic. Wes silently agreed. All this time, his journey had been one of pursuing deeper, more advanced magical knowledge. Seeing this young wizard's respectful and thoughtful demeanor, the Ancient One grew even more fond of him. With a smile, she added. I know my unexpected visit must have caused you quite a bit of stress. So, I'd like to give you a gift as an apology. Wes let out a breath of relief. So she wasn't here to mess with me after all. And she even brought a gift. Now I'm actually curious. Coming from the Sorcerer Supreme, it's gotta be something good. A spell book. A powerful magical item. But instead of handing him something, the Ancient One said. Have you ever heard the name Mephisto? Wes's heart froze. His face turned pale in an instant. If you want to kill me, just do it yourself. No need to outsource it to someone like that. Degree. A/N, consider donating some stones, and your efforts will be rewarded. 100 stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 stones equals +2 bonus chapter. 300 stones equals +3 bonus chapter. Chapter 16, Side Quest. Who is Mephisto? He's the real deal, the Lord of Hell. Across the vast and boundless multiverse, his name is infamous for cunning and cruelty. He's on the same level of power as beings like Satan, Dormammu, and Odin, terrifying entities who each dominate their realms. Wes instantly went on high alert. So, you're not here to give me a gift after all. You're here to give me a mission. Mephisto. No, you're giving me too much credit, Wes replied cautiously. He knew very well that with his current strength, facing Mephisto head-on would be suicide. Seeing the obvious misunderstanding, the Ancient One gently explained. I'm not asking you to confront Mephisto directly. Ever since he was banished from Earth, his true form can no longer descend here. He can only manipulate humans through avatars or fragments of his will. Even if it's just an avatar, I still can't handle that, Wes said with a frown. I'm not asking you to fight him. The Ancient One finally dropped the mystery and spoke plainly. What I want is for you to protect something, the contract of San Venganza. If you complete the mission, the gift I promised will be yours. I guarantee it'll be worth your while. Wes didn't trust her words completely, but neither could he afford to outright reject a request from someone on her level. He stayed silent for a long time while the Ancient One calmly sipped her tea, patiently waiting for his answer. Can you guarantee I won't run into Mephisto during the mission? Wes finally asked, still cautious. I swear you won't. I could swear to a god if you'd like. The Ancient One raised her right hand in a solemn gesture. Wes immediately sweat dropped and muttered. Now that you mention a god, I feel even less safe. After weighing it carefully, Wes ultimately decided to accept the Ancient One's offer. Of course, he could have used his panel to vanish on the spot. But he didn't want to burn this bridge. There was no guarantee that next time he came to the Marvel world, he'd still have the chance to sit calmly and drink tea across from the Sorcerer Supreme. And truthfully, he was quite curious about this so-called gift. Here, take this. The Ancient One handed him a pristine, snow-white quill. It will guide you to the contract of San Venganza. With that, as if afraid he might change his mind, the Ancient One vanished without a trace. I feel like I just got scammed. Wes's mouth twitched. Let's hope you're telling the truth this time. A Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't need to lie to me, right? Jandy. At his call, the house elf Jandy popped into view. At your service, Master, Jandy said respectfully. Pack everything up, I'm going to rest. Understood. Wes headed back to his room to rest and recover his energy. The next afternoon, Wes's figure appeared on Arthur Avenue. What Wes didn't know was that his photo, after being screened through multiple levels of clearance, had finally made its way onto Nick Fury's computer screen. "So this is the mysterious mage," Nick Fury said, maintaining his usual cautious demeanor. "Since last year, the Intel division has been running checks on every single person on Arthur Avenue, residents, tourists, even the homeless. Every one of them has gone through at least 3 rounds of full background reviews. We even helped the FBI catch a few fugitives in the process," Coulson added with a shrug, looking a little weary from the workload. "So what makes this Wes Elwin so different?" Fury's one eye narrowed as he pressed further. "In the entire year, aside from out-of-town tourists, he's the only unfamiliar face to appear on that street." As he spoke, Coulson rubbed his increasingly sparse hair. After all, he had spent immense effort compiling the identity profiles of everyone on that street, residents, visitors, and wanderers alike. And his background is just too clean. Fury nodded for him to continue. "Detailed investigations show that Wes Elwin vanished mysteriously from an orphanage at age 11 and was never seen there again. He has no school records, no hospital visits, not even a single credit card. No Twitter account, no social ties. Even his car was bought entirely with cash. For the past 10 years, it's like he's been living in a completely different world." Coulson's voice grew firm. "Sir, I'm 80% certain Wes Elwin is that mysterious mage. And even if he isn't, there's no doubt he's hiding something massive." "No credit card?" "Yeah, that's suspicious as hell," Fury muttered. Then, after a pause, he gave his orders. "Keep eyes on him, tight. Assign 3 squads. 24/7 surveillance. If necessary, use satellite tracking. I'll grant you temporary level 7 access." "Understood, sir." "It'll be done." Coulson immediately turned to dispatch agents and launched the operation. Meanwhile, Wes drove out of New York, following the direction pointed by the enchanted feather quill. In no time, he had exited New York State. Unaware of the covert tale he had picked up. "Sir, he's headed north. That area's too open, hard for us to follow unnoticed." Coulson responded to the field report without hesitation. "Deploy satellite tracking. Rotate the tailing squads constantly, do not let him spot you. Have the intel team analyze his route and predict his likely destination as quickly as possible." With orders given, dozens of agents leapt into motion. Wes, meanwhile, handed the steering wheel over to Jandy the house elf and relaxed in the back seat with a notebook in hand. Later, he even enchanted the car to follow the quill's direction automatically. Other than a quick fuel stop, the vehicle never paused once. Thanks to his enchanted suitcase, Wes had plenty of supplies and space to rest, making stops unnecessary. Coulson and his agents, on the other hand, were running themselves ragged trying to keep up. Eventually, after entering Texas, Wes's car veered off the main road onto a narrow, winding path. The road was bumpy and unpaved, leading eventually to a remote, desolate graveyard. The quill's direction pointed to a rundown, weather-beaten wooden cabin. Wes climbed out of the car, stretched, and muttered irritably. "This trip was miserable. I should have just flown here on a broomstick. I really need to alchemize this thing into a luxury model." He was already planning a full overhaul of his car using alchemy. He turned toward the shabby cabin and whispered to himself. "So this is where the contract of San Venganza is hidden." Stepping forward, he raised a hand and knocked on the door. Creak. The door let out a painfully screechy groan. But instead of a warm welcome, he was greeted by the cold steel of a double-barrel shotgun. Degree. Chapter 17, Ghost Rider. Wes didn't hesitate when a shotgun was suddenly pressed against his head. He reflexively cast a disarming charm. In an instant, a surge of powerful magic burst forth from his wand. The person holding the shotgun was hit by an invisible force and flung violently across the room. They slammed hard into the wall with a deep thud before collapsing to the floor in a heap. The shotgun landed right at Wes's feet. Expressionless, Wes kicked it hard out the door without a second thought. "Don't move." He pointed his wand directly at the corner of the room. "That wouldn't stick in your hand, is that a wand?" A hoarse, elderly voice came from the shadows, tinged with suspicion and caution. An old cowboy slowly struggled to his feet, brushing the dust from his worn-out clothes as he stood. "You a wizard?" the cowboy asked, his tired eyes locking onto Wes with a heavy, weary gaze. His scruffy, graying stubble and rugged features were cast in amber by the dim lighting, giving him a deeply weathered look. From his appearance, it wasn't hard to imagine that he'd once been a dashing, charming man who turned heads in his youth. "Where's the contract of San Venganza? Where did you hear about the contract of San Venganza?" The old cowboy's brow furrowed, his tone sharp with distrust. "That's none of your concern, old man," Wes said firmly, not giving him a chance to ask further. "I can't let someone I don't trust get their hands on that contract," the cowboy replied, his hand subtly inching toward the holster at his waist. Petrificus totalis. Wes wasn't in the mood to argue with the stubborn cowboy. The moment he noticed the movement, he shut it down without hesitation. The cowboy was instantly frozen in place, stiff as a statue, unable to move a muscle. Only his eyes remained mobile, and in them was a perfect mixture of shock and disbelief. Accio, contract of San Venganza. Wes cast a summoning charm. Under the stunned gaze of the frozen cowboy, a rusty shovel began floating toward Wes as if pulled by an invisible hand. He caught the shovel and examined it carefully. Soon, he found what he was looking for. With practiced care, Wes pried open the handle of the shovel, revealing an aged, yellowed parchment scroll hidden inside. Quite the hiding spot, he muttered. Pulling out a quill, Wes brought it close to the parchment to verify its authenticity. The moment it approached, the quill gave off a soft, magical glow. This is it, Wes said with a satisfied smile, quickly stashing the contract of San Venganza securely on his person. Before leaving, he turned back toward the paralyzed cowboy and said, "The spell will wear off in half an hour. You're not as young as you used to be, so maybe take it easy with that temper." Without waiting for a response, Wes got into the car, hit the gas, and disappeared down the road in a cloud of dust. Half an hour later, the magic finally wore off. With a thud, the old cowboy collapsed to the floor. He groaned, clutching his aching back as he slowly got back up on trembling legs. "Can't believe a young punk like that got the better of me," he muttered. Still grumbling, he adjusted his cowboy hat, stepped outside, and bent down to retrieve his shotgun. A sharp whistle echoed through the air. WHRRRHH, WHRRRHH. The sound of galloping hooves rapidly approached, and moments later, a tall, strong horse stopped beside him. The cowboy, Carter, gently stroked the horse's head, as if speaking silently to a dear old friend. Getting smacked around and doing nothing about it. That's not how a cowboy does things. A storm of fury burned in Carter's chest as he made up his mind. With a swift motion, he leapt onto his horse and shouted, "Let's ride." The horse reared up with an excited whinny, then galloped off in the direction Wes had gone. Night quickly fell, like a great black curtain descending over the land. Wes gradually brought the car to a stop. The remote Texas wilderness at night was like a mysterious and serene masterpiece of nature. Under the dim moonlight, the vast plain seemed even more boundless and desolate. Bushes and low shrubs looked like dark, silent shapes scattered across the land. Above, countless stars glittered like diamonds on a deep blue canopy. In the distance, the mountain ranges loomed faintly, their silhouettes cast in shadow. Occasionally, a rabbit would dart through the grass, or the eerie cry of an owl would echo through the stillness. The wilds of Texas carried a rugged, untamed majesty, and a tranquil beauty that stirred awe and reverence. "Beautiful view," Wes murmured in appreciation. He now had the contract of San Venganza in his possession. Wes decided to stop here to rest, eat something, and enjoy this rare moment of peace. Jandy, ever the reliable helper, was as capable at setting up camp as he was at managing housework or assisting in magical experiments. Before long, a warm campfire crackled, and a delicious meal was ready. Wes sat comfortably, enjoying Jandy's thoughtful service. Clop, 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 clop. The crisp sound of hooves suddenly broke the stillness of the night. Wes instantly stood, alert, he could feel a hostile aura rapidly approaching. A skeleton horse, engulfed in blazing flames, came thundering toward him, leaving trails of fire with every step. Riding it was a flaming cowboy with a skull for a head. As soon as Carter spotted Wes, he raised his shotgun and shouted. "Got you now, wizard boy." "I didn't even hit you that hard, you stubborn old man," Wes muttered. But this wasn't the time for backtalk, the cowboy clearly wanted revenge. Apparate. With lightning reflexes, Wes vanished and reappeared behind Carter. Expelliarmus. A powerful disarming charm shot from Wes's wand, sending Carter's shotgun flying. Carter reacted just as quickly, drawing a revolver from his hip. Bang. 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 3 shots rang out, bullets whistling through the air. Protego Maxima. Protego Maxima. Protego Maxima. 3 powerful shield charms burst forth. The bullets struck the thick, sticky magical barriers and immediately slowed. After a sluggish flight through the air, they lost momentum and dropped harmlessly to the ground. Barrage. Wes never subscribed to turning the other cheek. An eye for an eye, that was his creed. Out here in Texas, there was no shortage of small stones. With a flick of his wand, a cloud of pebbles transformed into deadly projectiles, firing like a storm of bullets at Carter and his flaming steed. The impact was devastating, sending both rider and horse crashing to the ground. But Wes didn't dare lower his guard. Flames burst even fiercer from Carter and his horse, their wounds healing with unnatural speed. In mere seconds, they stood tall again, unfazed. "Damn undead body," Wes grumbled. He'd expected this, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Undying enemies were always the worst kind to fight. Carter calmly dusted himself off and adjusted his cowboy hat, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Your little tricks won't work on me, wizard. Degree. A/N, consider donating some stones, and your efforts will be rewarded. 100 stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 stones equals +2 bonus chapter. 300 stones equals +3 bonus chapter. Chapter 18, Demons. Listen, cowboy, I'm not your enemy, Wes said helplessly, trying to explain. He truly had no interest in continuing this meaningless fight. Unfortunately, his earlier actions had already thoroughly enraged Carter, a true-blooded cowboy through and through. Save it, wizard. You dared to barge into a cowboy's home and brazenly steal from him. Time to pay for your recklessness. Carter roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he deftly drew the tough leather whip from his waist. Crack! The whip lashed through the air with a sharp, thunderous sound, like it was tearing the very air apart. Wes knew clearly that unless he could thoroughly subdue this stubborn cowboy, Carter would never listen to reason. And so, another fierce battle erupted between the Ghost Rider and the wizard. Far off in space, a high-tech satellite captured the intense battle in perfect clarity. Coulson and his task force were stationed only 30 kilometers from the site. When Coulson saw the unbelievable footage on the screen, he felt his worldview shatter completely. Sir, we can confirm that Wes Elwin is the wizard. But, what on earth is that thing he's fighting? At SHIELD headquarters inside the Triskelion in New York. Nick Fury watched the same shocking footage on his monitor. Upon hearing Coulson's question, he could no longer contain his fury and exploded. Motherfucker. How the hell would I know? What's with this flood of freaks showing up on Earth lately? It's a damn disgrace. There's a flaming skeleton cowboy hiding in the United States and we didn't know a damn thing about it. What the hell have you people even been doing? Fury's notorious need for control and deep-seated paranoia made it especially hard for him to handle the sudden emergence of two powerful individuals operating completely outside his grasp. The shock hit him so hard, it felt like his heart might give out. Sir. Flaming skeleton cowboy is a bit of a mouthful. Motherfucker. Is this really the time to be nitpicking names, Phil? Do you want to go mop the toilets? Absolutely not, sir. Then keep eyes on them. If there's any chance to make contact, take it. Yes, sir. Back in Texas, the fight between Wes and Carter had reached its peak. Wizard, why do you keep avoiding my gaze? Are you afraid? Weak provocation. I'm not about to stare into the penance stare. You know all kinds of hidden truths, wizard. So why come to steal the San Venganza contract? You know how important it is. Even while trading blows, the two didn't stop arguing, firing verbal jabs back and forth like seasoned rivals. But clearly, neither of them had the upper hand in this war of words. Wes cast a transfiguration spell, turning the surrounding overgrowth into thick, unbreakable iron chains that wrapped tightly around Carter and his fiery steed. But the Ghost Rider's hellfire possessed terrifying powers of transmutation, able to burn through and corrupt nearly anything it touched. The chains glowed red-hot under the scorching flames and were just moments away from becoming Carter's new deadly weapon. Just as Wes was about to cast a Petrificus Totalis, he suddenly sensed a wave of sinister magic. Carter muttered, "The devil. I smell the devil. Wizard, let me go. The devil is coming." Wes didn't doubt him for a second. He, too, had smelled the sharp sting of sulfur in the air, the unmistakable scent of something hellish. Without hesitation, Wes released the transfiguration spell. Carter quickly pulled his horse alongside Wes. Wes downed a potion in one gulp, and his depleted magical energy began to rapidly recover. Just moments ago, the two were locked in bitter combat, but now, in the face of greater danger, they stood side by side in wordless alliance. It's here. A swirling, ominous black wind suddenly surged toward them. Damn devils. Carter unleashed a full barrage from his shotgun, firing a relentless stream of bullets that surprisingly dispersed the shadowy gust. A man slowly emerged, his face pale as paper, hair hanging messily over his shoulders. Hand over the San Venganza contract, the man hissed, and we might grant you a relatively painless death. Suddenly, the ground beneath them surged upward as a towering figure burst forth from the earth. Then, a spreading puddle of water rippled forward, gradually forming into a man whose entire body appeared slick and dripping wet. These three were none other than the underlings of Mephisto. The elemental demons. Wind demon. Earth demon. Water demon. Judging from their names alone, it was clear these three were nothing more than mid-tier lackeys. The three devils moved into a triangular formation, tightly surrounding Wes and Carter. Go back to hell, you wicked bastards. Carter snarled, not in the mood for talk. He immediately aimed at the hulking Earth demon and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet roared out of the barrel and struck the Earth demon directly, forcing him to stagger back several steps. The water demon conjured a long whip and lashed it fiercely at Carter. A blazing burst of fire shot toward the water demon in response. But the water demon expertly wielded his watery whip, snapping it with such force that the flames were extinguished instantly. A water-based demon, now that's rare, Wes muttered. With a quick flick of his wand, Wes summoned a ferocious fire dragon. The creature twisted and snarled, lunging at the water demon with bared fangs. Immediately after, he cast a sectum sempra toward the wind demon. But the wind demon swept a hand forward, summoning a razor-sharp blade of air that cleanly neutralized Wes's spell. Wizard, you should be grateful we're still in the human world, our power is severely limited here. If not, you'd already be dead from that spell, the wind demon screeched, his voice so shrill it seemed to pierce through bone. What, did the Sorcerer Supreme's barrier fail? How the hell did the three of you slip in? Wes questioned coldly. Just hearing the name Sorcerer Supreme made the wind demon tremble visibly. To pass through the protective barrier set by the Ancient One, they had been forced to give up at least 90% of their power. The journey to breach the human realm had been grueling and costly. I'm going to rip out your soul and torture it for 10,000 years, the wind demon spat, now directing all his hatred at Wes. Wes simply shrugged, utterly calm. If you can manage that, be my guest. Furious, the wind demon raised his hand and summoned a raging storm. Under his precise control, a powerful cyclone began to form. Too slow. The demon's ultimate move took far too long to charge. Bone-shattering curse. Without hesitation, Wes cast a powerful dark spell. The wind demon rose into the air on a spiraling gust, launching a full-scale aerial assault. Blade after blade of wind rained down like a storm of knives, slicing down toward Wes. Protego armor. Wes instantly wrapped himself in an invisible, impenetrable layer of magical armor. The deadly wind blades clanged harmlessly off his shield, scattering in all directions. But just as he was about to counter, a towering column of water slammed into him, knocking him several steps back and nearly breaking through his magical defense. The water demon, having finished off the fire dragon, had arrived to support the wind demon. One attacked from above, the other from below, forming a deadly pincer attack aimed at Wes. Chapter 19, Devil's Son. Wes calmly reached into his robes and slowly pulled out a round orb. The moment it appeared, the orb unfurled a pair of nimble wings and fluttered effortlessly around Wes. He then activated the magical runes etched into his robe. Brilliant golden light burst from the runes in dazzling flashes. Bayou. Jets of high-speed water shot toward Wes like bullets, sharp and deadly. But Wes reacted instantly, his figure vanished as he teleported away, narrowly dodging the attack. Seeing this, the wind demon swept his arms outward, summoning a raging windstorm. The howling gale swept up stones and grit, empowering them until they became like cannonballs, launching a brutal assault on Wes. Under the relentless 2-on-1 attack, Wes struggled to maintain his defense. Thankfully, his enchanted robe blocked several deadly strikes just in time. However, the golden glow of the magic runes began to dim under the repeated impacts. Did the cowboy get senile or something? He can't even take care of one demon, Wes grumbled while weaving through the deadly attacks, dodging left and right with agility. At that moment, the roar of a shotgun echoed across the battlefield. Carter had finished off the earth demon and arrived. Caught off guard, the wind demon was shot down instantly. Glacius. Wes seized the opening and cast a freezing charm. The spell struck the water demon precisely. Frost spread rapidly from beneath the demon's feet, covering his entire body in moments, temporarily immobilizing him. Without hesitation, Wes sprinted toward the place where the wind demon had fallen. Meanwhile, Carter cracked his long whip through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking at the wind demon. But the demon, quick on his feet, managed to narrowly dodge the vicious lash. Petrificus totalis. Wes cast another spell, successfully slowing the wind demon's movements. Then, with a sharp whistle-like sound, the winged orb that had been hovering by Wes shot forward, leaving behind flickering afterimages as it zoomed toward the wind demon, and slammed into his back with pinpoint precision. Nice one, wizard. Carter shouted. Seizing the moment, he lashed his whip like a striking serpent, entangling the wind demon tightly. With a fierce pull, he yanked the demon right up to his face. Look into my eyes, you bastard. The wind demon's gaze locked with the flaming skull that was Carter's face. A twisted look of agony spread across the demon's features. He opened his mouth, as if to scream. But only silence filled the air as raw terror spread around them. A moment later, his body crumbled into ash and vanished without a trace. Such was the terrible power of the Ghost Rider's pen and stare, those who locked eyes with him would have their souls judged. For the guilty, there was only one fate, annihilation. Didn't expect working with you to be this smooth, wizard, Carter said, turning his flaming skull toward Wes. Wes quickly looked away. He knew all too well, he wasn't exactly innocent himself. One demon left, Carter muttered, lowering the brim of his hat. Flames of battle still burned in his eyes. I wouldn't mind taking down one more. The water demon, still frozen in place, watched in horror as Carter slowly approached. Panic set in, and he desperately tried to break free. At full power, the water demon might have been able to escape with ease. But in his current state, survival seemed uncertain. Carter grabbed the demon with both hands. The searing heat from his burning body melted the ice with terrifying speed. Time for judgment. Before Carter could finish his sentence, a sudden, devastating strike blasted him off his feet, sending him crashing hard to the ground at Wes's feet. Wes immediately snapped to alert, his eyes locking onto the figure descending from the sky. The man's eyes were pitch black, like bottomless voids, and his entire body radiated a chilling aura of death. The water demon, upon seeing him, instantly scurried behind the figure like a desperate child clinging to salvation. The newcomer, Blackheart, glanced coldly at the corpses of the earth and wind demons and sneered, pathetic. The water demon cowered, not daring to make a sound. Wizard. Hand over the San Venganza contract, and submit to me. Blackheart stood with his arms crossed, exuding the arrogance of a sovereign ruler. Demon, Wes replied, raising his wand and pointing it at him. This is the domain of the Sorcerer Supreme. Earth is no playground for the likes of you. The mention of the Sorcerer Supreme gave Blackheart a flicker of hesitation. But the moment he remembered that obtaining the San Venganza contract would grant him power surpassing even his father's, making him the next ruler of hell, even the Sorcerer Supreme seemed like a surmountable obstacle. Greed and madness burned anew in his eyes. The Sorcerer Supreme. So what? Once I. Wes didn't let him finish. He had no interest in hearing a demon monologue. He fired off a powerful shadowless severing curse straight at Blackheart. But the strike had no effect. Worse, it provoked him. Cunning wizard, Blackheart growled. A dark orb filled with malevolent energy blasted toward Wes. Wes reacted quickly, casting a deflection spell that bounced the orb aside. It struck a nearby tree, and the tree immediately withered and died. Blackheart's face curled into a sly smile. Wes frowned, muttering internally, a life-devouring attack. I definitely can't afford to get hit by that. By now, Carter had gotten back on his feet and resumed firing at Blackheart without hesitation. Seizing the moment, the water demon transformed into a rushing torrent and charged at Wes. Wes had no choice but to divert his attention to defend against the assault. Ignis Incendia. Glacius. Fire and ice, the perfect combo for dealing with a water-based foe. This time, however, the water demon didn't fight head-on. Instead, he used his agility to tie Wes down and prevent him from teaming up with Carter. Meanwhile, Carter, fearless with his undead body, kept Blackheart under heavy fire. You mangy mutt, how dare you turn on your master? Blackheart snarled at him. You're nothing but a discarded dog my father tossed aside. You're Mephisto's son. Carter exclaimed in shock, surprised by the demon's identity. Give it up, old mutt. Obey me, and I might. Carter responded with an even more furious barrage. Go to hell, demon. Taking you out is just interest on an old debt. His shotgun thundered over and over, echoing through the barren wasteland as if it had endless ammo. Old mutt. Blackheart was no longer able to keep up his cold facade. Rage twisted his features, and he revealed his monstrous, demonic form. Fool, Carter sneered, seizing the opportunity. His flaming eyes locked with Wuxin's. Face judgment. But to Carter's shock, the penance stare didn't work. He couldn't see Blackheart's soul. The fool is you, Wuxin said with a cruel smile, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, he drove his claw straight through Carter's chest. I have no soul. Impossible. First you, then that wizard, then finally, my arrogant, self-righteous father. Blackheart was reveling in his triumph. When suddenly, a roar like thunder split the night. A motorcycle roared onto the scene, its design fierce, muscular, and covered in flaming hellfire. Like a bolt of lightning, it smashed into Blackheart, sending him flying. The motorcycle skidded to a stylish stop, spinning in place before halting. A second flaming skulled rider dismounted and pulled Carter to his feet. Two blazing skulls turned to face each other. Kin. Chapter 20, Another Mission. Wes stood to the side, momentarily stunned. What the hell is going on? Why is the new Ghost Rider showing up now of all times? Confused and suspicious, he muttered to himself. Thankfully, the new arrival seemed to be an ally. Wes exhaled quietly in relief. The water demon, however, was trembling violently, clearly terrified. It looked like it was seconds away from fleeing. If Blackheart weren't still present, it probably would have bolted already. You're afraid, Wes noted calmly, immediately sensing the water demon's panic. You don't have your master's immunity to the penance stare. If you leave now, I won't stop you. Temptation flickered in the water demon's eyes, but hesitation remained. Why should I trust you? I'm not a ghost rider. I have no interest in your sinful little soul. Wes gestured toward Blackheart, who was now being double-teamed by two flaming Skald riders. But if you don't leave now, you won't get another chance. Hell is vast and endless. If I hide well enough, Blackheart will never find me again. Besides, the earth and wind demons are both dead. I only followed Blackheart to become a greater demon, but with things turning out like this, the risk is too damn high. The water demon quickly weighed the odds. In the next second, it dissolved into a rushing stream and vanished without a trace. Wes finally let out a long breath. The non-stop battles were beginning to take a toll on him. I need to reach level 4 wizard as soon as possible. This world is getting more dangerous by the day. Whether it was the Marvel Universe or the Wizarding World, there were plenty of rare opportunities, but obtaining them required matching strength. And frankly, level 3 just wasn't cutting it anymore. Blackheart, seeing the water demon flee, let out a furious roar. Traitor. At #UN and asterisk. A string of harsh, arcane demonic language erupted from his mouth, each syllable brimming with dark power. Wes didn't dare take any chances. He immediately cast a spell to seal off his hearing. He knew very well that demonic speech could infect the soul, spread deadly curses, or worse. He had no intention of getting caught off guard. The two Ghost Riders fought in tandem, but even combined, they were barely holding Blackheart off, relying entirely on their undead resilience. Gradually, Blackheart began gaining the upper hand. You're just dogs, he laughed wildly. And dogs can never hurt their master. The riders were starting to falter. Wes couldn't wait for his magic to fully recharge. Petrificus Incarcerus. Levi Force. Tarantella. 3 control spells fired from Wes's wand, striking Blackheart dead on. While they weren't devastating, they did slow the demon's movements. Wizard. Blackheart bellowed in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. He charged straight at Wes. The two riders gave everything they had to stop him, but couldn't hold the enraged demon back. Engorgo. Wes swung his wand, enlarging a boulder into a massive, mountain-sized slab. Depulso. With another flick, the boulder crashed toward Blackheart, slamming into him and knocking him back several steps. Carter lashed out with his flaming whip. Johnny followed with his chain. They managed to bind both Blackheart's arms, pulling back with all their strength. Wes seized the moment to manipulate the boulder, pinning it down on his body. But then, an eruption of surging black fire burst from Blackheart. In an instant, the massive rock, Carter's whip, and Johnny's chain were reduced to ashes. Blackheart now stood fully ablaze in hellish black flames. His soulless black eyes were like twin voids, bottomless, infinite, and locked directly on Wes. You're dead, wizard. Wes cast several spells in quick succession, trying to stop Blackheart. But they barely had any effect. Don't tell me. I can't even handle this guy in his nerfed state. Wes clenched his wand tighter, his knuckles turning white as he silently cursed his own weakness. As Blackheart closed to within 5 meters of him, a radiant golden light suddenly burst from Wes's chest. A quill slowly floated out from inside his robe. Ripples of golden light expanded rapidly like water, sweeping through the space. Blackheart was instantly engulfed in golden flames. What is this? Blackheart screamed in agony, his voice twisted and tortured as he thrashed about and destroyed everything in sight. The golden light gradually coalesced, forming the silhouette of the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme. Blackheart's eyes widened in horror. In utter disbelief, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation. The Ancient One calmly said, "This is just a projection of mine. Wes, since you've already secured the contract, don't stop halfway. Go to San Venganza." "That goes against what we agreed on," Wes replied firmly. "Wes, your talent and the opportunities you've encountered are enviable, but you have one glaring flaw." "What flaw?" "You're too cautious. Or rather, too timid," the Ancient One said bluntly. "Whenever you're in danger, your first instinct is always to retreat and regroup until you're fully prepared before taking action again." Wes fell silent, deep in thought. He didn't think his approach was wrong. If I already have the power, why should I risk my life recklessly? What's wrong with moving forward one careful step at a time? Wes, the path of magic isn't always smooth or calm. You'll face problems you can't avoid. Don't let running away become your habit. The Ancient One's words hit like a hammer of wisdom. Wes recalled that nearly all of his greatest gains had come with tremendous risk. Like the first fortune he made in Delicious and Dungeon. Or the terrifying alchemy explosion that almost killed him the first time he experimented. After barely surviving the brutal early stages of his magical journey, Wes had grown increasingly obsessed with safety. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But, maybe he had gone too far. The path of magic is a constant forging of your soul and spirit. The Ancient One's meaning was clear: Wes, you've become too conservative. Even I, an old relic of the past, can't bear to watch anymore. At this rate, no matter how special your powers are, you'll never achieve greatness. Wes understood. You can't grow a towering tree in a greenhouse. Spare me the lecture, he muttered. If I run into something that puts my life in danger, I'm bailing. No reward is worth more than my life. Recently, demonic forces seemed to be stirring. Several demon gods were now casting greedy eyes toward Earth. Every mage at Camartage was already tied up maintaining the global magical barriers. Even the Ancient One herself had no time to deal with a minor nuisance like Blackheart. Oh, right, one more thing. She added seriously. Until I return in person, do not let Mephisto get his hands on the contract. With that final warning, the Ancient One shimmered into countless points of golden light and vanished into the air. The quill gently floated down into Wes's hand. There was no doubt about it, he had just been dumped with another impossible task. But still. Wes braced himself and got ready to face it. Degree. A/N, consider donating some stones, and your efforts will be rewarded. 100 stones equals +1 bonus chapter. 200 stones equals +2 bonus chapter. 300 stones equals +3 bonus chapter. Chapter 21, Hunter and Hunted. The sun slowly rose, its gentle light spilling across the vast land like a soft veil. Bathed in the warm sunlight, the Ghost Riders lost their formidable power, and their terrifying skeletal appearances gradually reverted to normal human forms. Carter adjusted the distinctive cowboy hat on his head at a leisurely pace, then affectionately stroked the mane of his beloved horse. Johnny sat slumped on his motorcycle, his eyes dazed as he glanced around in confusion. Then, without warning, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious like a puppet with its strings cut. What happened to him? Wes asked, puzzled. Carter shrugged casually, replying in a calm tone, don't worry about it. Rookies are always like that. With that, he calmly pulled a cigar from his coat, lit it with a lighter, took a deep puff, then asked, so, who's the Sorcerer Supreme? Why was Blackheart so afraid of her? Before Wes could respond, the roar of car engines suddenly broke the silence. 5 vehicles sped over, kicking up clouds of dust as they approached. Moments later, a group of heavily armed, well-equipped men leapt from the vehicles, quickly surrounding Wes and the others in a tight formation. Though their weapons weren't aimed, their presence radiated tension. Coulson, balding slightly but moving briskly, approached Wes with a polite smile and handed over a business card. Mr. Elwin, we're from S.H.I.E.L.D. I remember you, Wes interrupted coldly. You were at the auction. I'm glad you remember, Coulson replied, keeping his diplomatic tone and smile. We mean no harm. We just have a few questions. No harm. Wes raised an eyebrow, casting a sharp look at the agents surrounding them. Do you really think I believe that? Well, I'm just an ordinary man, Coulson said, trying to sound sincere. Facing people like you, people with special abilities, it's only natural to feel a little insecure. But please, rest assured, they won't do anything rash. Is that so? Wes replied with a mocking smile that sent chills through everyone nearby. Then, something completely unexpected happened. Half the agents suddenly raised their weapons, flipped off the safeties, and aimed them directly at their own comrades. The sudden turn of events left the entire unit stunned, frozen in place with fear. Whoa, easy. Everyone stay calm. Coulson panicked, quickly raising his hands to show he wasn't a threat. Mr. Elwin, please, let's not escalate this. There must be some misunderstanding. His smile was now visibly strained and awkward. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Wes twirled his fingers slowly, his voice icy. Your first appearance at the auction was a year ago. That means you've been watching me in secret for at least that long. He rubbed his temples as if trying to soothe a headache. I'm guessing you tracked me all the way here from New York. And that fight yesterday. You were hiding somewhere, watching it unfold from the shadows, weren't you? What, did you think I'd be drained of magic after a long battle, and you'd swoop in for an easy catch? Coulson's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat, his shirt clinging tightly to his skin. Everything Wes said was completely accurate. According to Nick Fury's orders, they had indeed planned to subdue Wes while he was weakened after the battle, then extract magical secrets from him. But to their dismay, Wes still had plenty of strength left. Looks like I guessed right, Wes said coldly, a flicker of deadly intent flashing in his eyes. The tension instantly soared. Just as he was about to make his move, a shrill ringtone abruptly rang out. Coulson quickly pointed to his pocket and said cautiously, it's a call from our director. He'd like to speak with you. Wes didn't hesitate. He pulled the phone out and put it on speaker. Hello, Mr. Magician, came Nick Fury's voice clearly from the phone. It seems my subordinates have gotten off on the wrong foot with you. I sincerely apologize. What do you want? Wes said flatly, then reached out and yanked a button off Coulson's jacket. Embedded in the button was a pinhead-sized surveillance camera. Looks like I underestimated your tech a little. You must have gone to great lengths to track me down. Mr. Elwin, please understand. As an organization dedicated to protecting the people of the world. Nick Fury launched into a long-winded spiel, full of noble ideals and official-sounding rhetoric. Wes stood there listening with a blank expression, inwardly sighing. So it's true, whether what place, bureaucrats always come armed with a full set of talking points. All right, enough nonsense, Wes cut in. I don't have time for your monologue. Let's get to the point. Fury frowned on the other end. Ever since he became director, no one had dared talk to him like this. But with his own agent still at Wes's mercy, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. I can let your agents go. What's the catch? How much power does your organization really have? Wes asked coolly. Fury replied proudly, in America, there's nothing we can't handle. Wes didn't bother poking holes in that obvious exaggeration. Instead, he said calmly. Listen. If you want your agents back in one piece, get me some heavy-duty excavation equipment, cranes, bulldozers, the works. Deliver it all to the location I specify, before sundown today. Hearing this request, Fury breathed a subtle sigh of relief. That's easy enough. Don't try to shortchange me, Wes added sharply. Unless you're hoping to bring hell to Earth. Hell to Earth? What's that supposed to? Fury didn't get to finish. Wes hung up without hesitation. Fury exploded in rage on the other end of the line, slamming his desk and shouting. Motherfucker. Wes casually tossed the phone back to Coulson. Mr. Elwin, can you lift your spell now? Coulson asked cautiously. No. Wes's reply was cold and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Coulson opened his mouth to say more, but Carter placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Coulson looked at the cowboy in confusion. Carter said solemnly, don't push it. This wizard doesn't have much patience. Don't make it worse. Coulson could only sigh helplessly in defeat. Chapter 22, Arrival. Several cars sped across the vast wilderness of Texas, roaring like wild beasts. The rolling wheels kicked up clouds of dust, forming a long, winding golden dragon behind them. These vehicles had clearly been specially modified. Every component had been optimized and reinforced to handle all sorts of rugged terrain with ease. Even when racing across bumpy, uneven ground filled with potholes, they moved as smoothly as if on a paved highway. Inside the cars, barely a jolt could be felt, and the passengers sat as though in a mobile fortress. In the largest vehicle in the convoy, Wes Elwin was hunched over a sheet of paper, completely focused, scribbling furiously. Johnny lay unconscious, tightly bound to a seat with thick ropes. Carter casually glanced at Wes's paper, but quickly lost interest. He shook his head and moved to a seat nearby, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Coulson sat beside Wes, eyes glued to the paper with unrestrained curiosity. Wes didn't bother hiding anything from him. On the paper was a circular magic array, its runes crisscrossing in intricate, arcane patterns. Wes remained absorbed in his work, continuously refining the symbols. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. An hour later, Wes finally exhaled deeply and handed the paper to Coulson. Coulson accepted it, his face frozen in complete confusion. Give this to your engineers. Make sure they memorize every detail. There can be no mistakes, Wes said seriously. Can you tell me what this magic circle is for? Coulson asked, unable to hide his curiosity. I'll explain when the time comes, Wes replied without elaborating. Jandy, Wes called out. With a soft pop, the house elf Jandy appeared instantly. Coulson stared in wide-eyed shock at the sudden arrival of the strange creature. Carter, stirred from his nap, lifted his hat brim and glanced at Jandy. He let out a whistle. Now that's a magical creature. Watch this guy, Wes instructed, pointing at Coulson. Yes, master. Jandy replied respectfully. Wes then opened the leather suitcase beside him and stepped inside. The case shut and locked itself. Jandy stood dutifully by the suitcase, eyes never leaving Coulson, tense and alert. Sir. Coulson attempted to engage, unsure how to address Jandy but assuming from the voice it was male. Jandy didn't flinch. Sit still, you muggle. Unless you want to suffer. Coulson, clearly shut down, could only sigh and stay quiet. When Wes re-emerged from the suitcase, he paused at the sight before him. Coulson was curled into a ball. Seeing Wes, Coulson's eyes flew open, and he let out a muffled Let him go, Jandy, Wes said. Jandy snapped his fingers. Coulson stretched out his cramped limbs, breathing a long sigh of relief. I just wanted to have a friendly chat with Mr. Jandy, he muttered, sounding slightly hurt. Johnny, now sipping beer, couldn't help but scoff. You mean you were trying to get info? Don't play innocent. Wes glanced at Johnny, who raised his beer in salute. "Well done, Jandy," Wes praised. Jandy's face lit up with glee. Wes assigned him a new task, and the elf vanished in an instant. Magical creature. Magical suitcase. Magical wizard. Johnny downed his beer in one go and tossed the can out the window. The past few days had been far too intense for Johnny, even wizards from fairy tales had become part of his reality. "Did you tell him everything?" Wes asked. "I only told him about the Ghost Rider stuff. Everything else. I'm just as lost as he is," Carter shrugged helplessly. "All right then." Wes walked over to a chair and slowly sat down. "Where should I begin?" "Mephisto." Johnny and Carter shouted in unison. The two of them were kindred spirits, both had been lured into signing contracts by Mephisto. "Fine. The truth is, everything traces back to Mephisto," Wes said, his tone turning heavy. "Mr. Elwin, do you mind if my colleagues listen in as well?" "They'll be involved in this too?" Coulson asked carefully. Wes nodded, giving his permission. Coulson skillfully activated the comms system. Though it was supposedly for multiple agents, only one person was truly listening, Nick Fury, far away in New York. Wes began explaining, starting with Mephisto's identity, and continued into how he'd been tricked by the Ancient One into taking on this mission. As he spoke, the expressions of the three men in the car shifted constantly: shock, disbelief, even fear. Even Coulson, who had undergone specialized training and was known for his mental fortitude, struggled to keep his face neutral. The information was too explosive, too unreal. The Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. Mephisto, Lord of Hell. Coulson couldn't help but wonder if Wes was spinning a fantastical story from some forgotten mythology. But then again, sitting beside him were Carter and Johnny, two men who had signed contracts with Mephisto. Coulson himself had watched them transform from flaming-skulled riders of vengeance back into humans earlier that morning. He'd also seen the horrifying demons the night before. It all added up. Wes wasn't lying. "I've got to admit. I kind of admire you too," Wes said, glancing at Carter and Johnny with a look that clearly meant, "Are you two insane? Signing a contract with the infamous, sly, and ruthless Mephisto." Carter and Johnny both looked embarrassed and regretful. Johnny slumped in his seat and muttered, "It's too late. I've lost everything. I can't even die if I wanted to." His eyes were dim, lifeless, like someone who had lost all hope. Carter looked just as despondent. "Ask him how to stop hell from descending." Nick Fury's urgent voice buzzed through Coulson's earpiece. "I can hear you, you know," Wes said coldly. "You agents always have to do things on the sly, huh?" Coulson didn't even flinch from the jab. Instead, he pressed a few buttons on the dashboard with practiced ease. In the next moment, a life-sized projection of a bald man with a single eye appeared inside the car. "Whoa. Technology's gotten this advanced." Carter gasped. He reached out to touch the hologram, but his hand passed right through Fury's image. "Cowboy, now's not the time to be amazed," Nick Fury said, turning toward Wes. His tone was urgent. "Mr. Elwin, what exactly can you do to stop Hell's arrival?" "Nothing." Wes spread his hands, calm and unbothered. Everyone in the car turned to stare at him in disbelief, unsure if they heard him right. "I'm not that powerful," Wes said with a shrug. "I'm just following through on what the Sorcerer Supreme asked me to do." "And who exactly is this Sorcerer Supreme? Why hasn't she shown up in person for something this critical?" Fury couldn't help but complain, his voice sharp and full of doubt. Wes let out a derisive laugh. "Please. When the Sorcerer Supreme was saving the Earth, your ancestors were probably still running from lions in Africa." Fury looked furious but managed to calm down. "You're more anxious than the Emperor's eunuchs," Wes added sarcastically. "No offense, but you guys panicking isn't gonna help anything. If we can't rely on the Sorcerer Supreme, Earth would have already been torn apart by demons." Fury opened his mouth to argue, but before he could get a word out, the car came to a stop. "Looks like we're here." Wes grabbed the suitcase next to him, opened the door, and stepped outside. A desolate, eerie landscape stretched before them, overgrown with weeds and blanketed in swirling dust. And there, standing alone in the middle of nowhere, was a single ancient, weather-worn temple. It looked completely out of place. "This is San Venganza." Carter and Johnny followed Wes out, staring in disbelief. "Will Mephisto show up here?" Johnny asked quietly. "Hopefully not," Wes muttered. "I really don't want to face the Lord of Hell." Even if he'd moved away from his former obsession with safety, Wes knew that facing Mephisto directly would be nothing short of suicidal. Chapter 23, Magic Circle. Their group drew too much attention. Before long, several priests slowly emerged from the temple. These priests were dressed in such an unusual way that they looked like figures who had stepped out of an ancient mural. Their robes were aged and time-worn, carrying heavy traces of history. "May I ask what brings you all here?" one of the priests spoke first. His face was lined and weathered, and though his voice was hoarse, it carried a solemn, commanding presence. Wes calmly reached into his coat and pulled out an elegant feather quill. The old priest's hands trembled as he took it, his eyes shining with emotion. His voice wavered as he asked, "Is this the quill?" Wes gave a composed nod. "We've finally been waiting for this day," the old priest said with deep emotion. Relief and hope filled his weathered face. "Please, follow me." Wes and the others followed him into the mysterious old chapel. The age of the church was impossible to determine. The oil paintings on its walls remained vivid and lifelike, as if silently recounting ancient, world-shaking events. The first painting depicted a grotesque demon and a group of terrified humans, seemingly engaged in a dark and secretive contract. The second painting showed a peaceful, idyllic village. The people lived in warmth and harmony, smiles of joy and contentment gracing every face. The third painting depicted a solemn church filled with villagers praying devoutly. Their earnest expressions seemed to cry out their deepest desires to the divine. And the fourth painting revealed the demon once more, this time, stealing the souls of 3,000 villagers, sealing them into a mysterious contract. Yet somehow, inexplicably, the crucial contract had gone missing. The old priest reached out with his gnarled hands and gently caressed the mural. He murmured, "We've waited so long for this day." "This village, it was the one from back then?" Wes asked. The old priest nodded firmly. "They're finally coming home." The priests began to chant softly, reciting a scripture in a language unknown to most. The words echoed within the chapel, steeped in a sense of mystic reverence. "You know how to deal with the contract, then?" Coulson asked, clearly confused. But the priests all shook their heads, their faces filled with uncertainty and confusion. "What now?" "The demon's almost here," someone shouted in panic. "Demon." The word alone sent the priests into a frenzy. They exchanged fearful, uneasy glances. "Silence," the old priest barked. His gaze turned to Wes, full of expectation, as if waiting for him to take command. Wes rubbed his forehead in frustration and sighed. "I knew it." Then he turned to Coulson. "When are my supplies arriving?" Coulson checked his watch. "Any minute now." As if on cue, the deafening roar of engines rumbled outside the chapel. Wes stepped out to take a look, and was met with a jaw-dropping sight. Excavators, bulldozers, and all sorts of heavy machinery had arrived, lined up in formation. It was an impressive display. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Wes barked. "Get started immediately. Follow the blueprint exactly, not a single detail out of place." Centered around the church, a vast and complex magic circle began to take shape. To be fair, the personnel Nick Fury had sent were incredibly efficient. They never questioned anything, not even when Wes's requests were strange or impossible to understand. They carried out every instruction to the letter without hesitation. With the priests also helping tirelessly to draw the magic runes, Wes's workload was significantly reduced. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the massive magic circle was completed just before nightfall. Wes released his control over the agents, and the rest of the personnel began a smooth withdrawal. Only Coulson and the old priest insisted on staying behind. "How much are you getting paid to work this hard?" Wes asked with a teasing smirk. Coulson shrugged calmly. "Including bonuses. A few $100,000 a year. Suit yourself. But don't expect me to protect you." With that, Wes turned and walked off to begin the final inspection. The sun sank slowly, the last rays of twilight fading from the sky. As darkness descended over the land, Blackheart came flying in like a phantom from the distant horizon. There wasn't a single wound on his body. In fact, his presence had grown even more terrifying than before, sharper, darker, and utterly bone-chilling. As it turned out, Blackheart had ruthlessly devoured the treacherous water demon, using that act to fully heal his wounds. Descending slowly from the sky, Blackheart's feet had barely touched the ground when... Vroom! Johnny twisted the throttle to the max without hesitation. The engine of his motorcycle let out a deafening roar. Thick black smoke erupted from Johnny's body, followed by blazing flames. His hair was the first to burn away, then his skin, and in the next instant, he had transformed into the terrifying skeletal form of the Ghost Rider. He roared forward atop his flaming hell cycle, charging straight toward Blackheart with reckless abandon. W.O. Coulson's jaw dropped as he watched the ordinary motorcycle morph into a fiery chariot of destruction. "If you want one of those," Wes said dryly, "just sign a contract with Mephisto. I'm sure he'd be delighted to help." Coulson quickly shook his head, his face clearly saying, "Absolutely not." Blackheart met the oncoming rider and, shockingly, raised one hand and stopped the motorcycle cold. Johnny floored the throttle, pouring every ounce of strength he had into the charge, but Blackheart didn't budge, completely unmoved, as if rooted to the earth. From the side, Carter let out a sharp whistle and rode in on his steed, charging at Blackheart from a different direction. Mid-charge, Carter, too, transformed into a ghost rider, his body igniting in a flash of radiant flame. Unlike Johnny, Carter didn't go head-to-head. Instead, he circled Blackheart at high speed, looking for an opening. His shotgun fired repeatedly, each bullet slamming into Blackheart's chest. The explosive impacts forced the demon to stagger backward several steps. Johnny took the opportunity to leap from his bike and lash out with a flaming chain. The fiery links wrapped tightly around Blackheart, coiling again and again, trying to pin him down. But Blackheart's strength far surpassed Johnny's. With a single flex of his arms, the chains became his weapon. Grabbing the chain, Blackheart whipped his arm powerfully, and Johnny was flung like a rag doll through the air. He smashed into the ground again and again as if used as a living flail, the impact so great that one particularly massive tree cracked and collapsed. Finally, Johnny was hurled straight into Carter, knocking both rider and horse into a tangled heap. "You idiot! Ever heard of letting go?" Carter shouted, furious. That snapped Johnny back to his senses, and he quickly released the chain. But Blackheart wasn't done. With a sweep of both hands, he launched 2 black energy spheres, each one slamming directly into the 2 ghost riders. The blast sent them soaring into the air. Before they could even hit the ground, Blackheart appeared between them and grabbed each by the throat. In that moment, the flames cloaking both ghost riders began to flicker and die out. The situation had become truly dire. "I told you," Blackheart sneered smugly, "attack dogs can't hurt their master." Carter and Johnny struggled with all their might, but Blackheart's grip was absolute. It was useless. Just as the flames were about to vanish completely and the riders would revert to human form. Boom. A powerful magical blast struck Blackheart squarely in the back. He howled in agony, his fingers loosening just enough for the 2 riders to break free. Their flames reignited instantly, bursting back to life. "Wizard!" Blackheart snarled, glaring murderously at Wes. "How's that cruciatus curse feel?" Wes said with a calm smile. "You're dead." Enraged beyond reason, Blackheart shot toward Wes with terrifying speed, leaving behind nothing but a blur in the air. Chapter 24, Clash with Blackheart. Suddenly, Blackheart's movements froze. Carter's whip had coiled around the demon's thick neck like a living serpent, locking him in place. At the same time, Johnny's iron chain wrapped tightly around his waist, like a giant steel python. Both men gritted their teeth, using every ounce of their strength to pull and restrain him. It was just enough. Just enough time for Wes to cast his spells. Diffindo Maxima. Stupefy. Incendio. Spell after spell erupted from Wes's wand like a barrage of cannon fire. He chanted one incantation after another without pause. Even dark spells, banned and considered forbidden, were hurled at Blackheart without hesitation. Individually, the spells might not have been powerful, but together, they packed a humiliating punch. At #@UN. A stream of incomprehensible, blasphemous language spewed from Blackheart's mouth, raw, guttural, infernal speech. But Wes was prepared. He remained unaffected by the demon's cursed words. Coulson, however, who had been watching from a distance, wasn't so lucky. His head suddenly spun with vertigo. The scene before his eyes became a blurry swirl, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Without realizing it, he started to echo the same demonic phrases Blackheart had uttered. "Snap out of it, Coulson. Coulson." No matter how loudly Nick Fury screamed through the earpiece, Coulson's body just kept shaking. A strange, ominous black haze began clouding the whites of his eyes. The old priest, noticing this, quickly rushed over. He grasped Coulson's wrist and pressed a cross firmly against his forehead while chanting a mysterious scripture. As the holy words filled the air, Coulson's trembling slowly subsided. Without delay, the priest uncapped a small flask of holy water and pried open Coulson's mouth, pouring it in. Gulp, gulp. Coulson began regaining clarity, though pain tore through his stomach like a swarm of fire ants. Bleg. He vomited violently, black, reeking bile pouring out of his mouth. The stench was thick and repulsive. Ha, ga. What just happened to me? Coulson gasped, wiping his mouth, still panting. You were corrupted, the old priest said gravely. But I wasn't even hurt. Coulson examined his body in confusion, finding no visible wounds. Demonic speech doesn't harm the body, the priest explained patiently, it poisons the soul. It tempts the human mind toward damnation. Then why weren't you affected, Father? Coulson asked. The old priest solemnly made the sign of the cross over his chest with 3 fingers, thumb, index, and middle, and declared, because the Almighty protects me. His words sent a chill through Coulson, but there was no time to dwell. Sir, we have a problem, Coulson reported into his earpiece. Pull back, Nick Fury ordered immediately. Staying any longer is too dangerous. Yes, sir. Coulson opened his briefcase, and several small drones silently lifted into the air, beginning to record everything. Then, he turned to the priest and offered to evacuate together. But the old man firmly shook his head. I must stay. I need to witness the end of the contract with my own eyes. That is my calling. At that moment, the battle between Wes and the demon grew even more intense. Coulson threw one final line over his shoulder, good luck. Then sped away in the car, getting as far from the battle as possible. Wes's spells could only serve to restrain the demon during this intense battle. Even the most powerful dark magic failed to inflict fatal damage on Blackheart. He cursed under his breath, regretting that he hadn't mastered the Patronus charm. Damn it. Carter was sent crashing to the ground, man and horse, by Blackheart's overwhelming strength. He tried to get back up but was stomped brutally in the chest by Blackheart's foot, pinning him down and leaving him unable to move. Johnny wrapped his chain tightly around his fist and launched a fierce punch, only for Blackheart to catch it effortlessly with one hand. Then, with a twist, a sickening crack echoed as Johnny's wrist was snapped in two. Blackheart kicked Carter 10 meters away, then grabbed Johnny's head and slammed it into the ground. Straightening his collar like a pompous aristocrat, Blackheart sauntered toward Wes with fake elegance. Wes didn't hesitate. He activated the magic circle. Blazing flames erupted around it, but Blackheart walked through them as if he were taking a casual stroll in the park. The fire did absolutely nothing to him. Hellfire burns much hotter than your pathetic sparks. He tilted his head, sneering, Wizard, are you brain dead? Using fire against a demon. Wes ignored him completely, continuing his incantations. Being ignored seemed to truly bruise Blackheart's ego. Answer me, Wizard, he bellowed. Suddenly, thunder rumbled through the sky. Lightning flashed. Blackheart looked down at his hands, confused. Wait. I don't have dominion over lightning. The thunder intensified. Electric serpents danced wildly through the churning clouds above. Thunderclap roar. Wes shouted, raising his wand and bringing it down in a swift slash. Crack. A blinding bolt of lightning struck Waxinmo dead on. Arghhh, he howled in pain. More lightning followed, one strike after another. He fought to withstand them, but the unrelenting electrical barrage overwhelmed even his resilience. As the storm faded and the clouds scattered, the moon reappeared, calm and silver. Moonlight spread like a veil across the land. Blackheart stood there, scorched and smoking, in utter disarray. Wizard. I'll rip your soul out and torture it for 10,000 years, he roared. Wes, out of breath and drained of magic, still mocked him without fear. You. A soul-roasting crustacean like you. Rarark. Blackheart let out a furious roar. He took a step forward, but stumbled, nearly falling. Clearly, he was badly injured. Johnny and Carter stepped back in front of him. Wow, Carter mocked exaggeratedly, look who's back, hell's very own grilled shrimp. Caw, 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 crack, Johnny cackled strangely. You dare mock me, mock the great prince of hell. Blackheart threw his arms wide, mouth gaping. Dozens of souls suddenly burst from the ground, swirling around him. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect this, did you? Undead are buried here. Once I absorb them, I'll be. Stop him. Wes yelled. Too late. Blackheart laughed triumphantly, and swallowed the souls in one gulp. But before he could absorb their power, those very souls went berserk inside his body. What? What's happening? These souls. Something's wrong. He finally realized something was off, but it was far too late. Chains whipped around Blackheart, binding him tightly. Johnny's eyes burned as he shouted, face judgment. The undead ignited. Dozens of vengeful spirits rampaged through Blackheart's body, setting every inch of him ablaze with divine retribution. Why? I have no soul, how can I be judged? Blackheart screamed in agony, his voice saturated with despair. Idiot, Wes sneered, just because you don't have a soul doesn't mean you're immune to the flames of judgment. You dumbass, don't you even know that much? See, Kuyurist Wizard. Blackheart lunged toward Wes, reaching out with both hands. But just as his fingers were about to touch him, he disintegrated into ashes. A gentle breeze blew through, scattering the last of his remains. Chapter 25, Danger. It's finally over. Carter lowered his head slightly and adjusted the brim of his hat. With a relieved expression, he exhaled softly. Coo. Sin has been judged. Johnny muttered haltingly beside him. After he spoke, his dazed eyes slowly turned toward Wes. Wes instinctively avoided his gaze, frowning in irritation. Bastard, don't look at me like that. Seems like our wizard friend isn't much of a good guy. Carter smirked, his tone full of teasing. That's right. Wizards are always cruel. Wes froze. There were only 3 people present. Where did that fourth voice come from? His brows furrowed tightly as he raised his wand toward the direction of the voice. Standing there calmly was an elderly man with snow-white hair. He was dressed immaculately, leaning on a refined cane, his presence exuding both mystery and danger. Mephisto. Carter's face changed drastically the moment he saw the man. Without hesitation, he fired 2 quick shots. But the bullets passed through Mephisto as if he were made of mist, completely ineffective. Johnny lunged forward at blinding speed, aiming to punch Mephisto square in the face. Predictably, Mephisto only gave him a single look, and Johnny froze in place, as if under a petrification spell. You wound me. My knight, so rude to me. Mephisto slowly pulled out a pristine white handkerchief, delicately wiping a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye. His lips curled into a smug, disdainful smile. Wes's heart clenched. He began to slowly retreat, subtly widening the distance between himself and Mephisto. All the while, his mind raced, when would be the right moment to use apparition to escape this place? Johnny and Carter were bound to Mephisto by contracts. In a sense, they were his employees, very special ones. Wes wanted absolutely no part in anything involving a demon lord from hell. And you, little wizard. Mephisto's deep-set gaze landed on Wes, full of intrigue, as if inspecting some fascinating new toy. In the future I foresaw, you weren't there. Wes's expression changed. He prepared to use his panel to traverse to another world immediately. But before he could act, Mephisto's ghost-like hand was suddenly resting on his shoulder. When did he get so close? Wes's entire body tensed. He didn't dare move a muscle. You've ruined my plans. How do you intend to compensate me? Mephisto narrowed his eyes, squeezing out a few theatrical tears. My beloved child, cruelly slaughtered by you people. Can you comprehend the depths of my sorrow right now? But seeing that none of them reacted, Mephisto lost interest in the performance. He pouted. Philistines. You clearly don't understand art. That performance alone deserved an Oscar. He slowly opened his fingers, and the contract of San Venganza, as if alive, flew out from Wes's chest and landed neatly in Mephisto's hand. Ah, after all these years, I finally reaped the rewards. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he began chanting an eerie incantation. At once, the contract of San Venganza shone brightly, so intensely that no one could look directly at it. Moments later, the blinding light vanished, replaced by 3,000 holy souls floating in the air. As soon as the souls saw Mephisto, they were overcome with terror and tried desperately to flee. Now. That won't do. You are the children of God, remember. Breaking your promise would be quite sinful. Mephisto frowned slightly and opened his right hand. A surge of powerful suction burst forth, trapping the 3,000 souls and preventing any escape. Think of something, fast. Carter shouted, his voice filled with panic. If Mephisto absorbs those souls and opens the gates of hell, it's all over. Why are you looking at me? You think I can handle someone of that level? Wes was just as panicked. He was seriously considering fleeing while Mephisto was distracted with the souls, but his instincts screamed that doing so would end in disaster. Caught in hesitation, Wes didn't know what to do. That's when someone completely unexpected stepped forward. The old priest walked steadily toward Mephisto. The raging winds around them seemed to part before him. Damn it. Mephisto's expression twisted in shock the moment he saw him. Dormammu, that idiot didn't keep you trapped. A faint phantom surged from the priest's body, gradually clarifying into the form of the Ancient One. The old priest stood stunned for a moment before breaking into a full sprint toward the church. It's been a long time, said the Ancient One in a calm, gentle tone, like the warm breeze of spring or an old friend long missed. You're here to banish me. Mephisto gave a faint smirk. This is just one of my avatars. Even if I lose it, it won't hurt me. Then, acting as if something had just occurred to him, he said smugly. Ah, you must be here for this. He waved the contract of San Venganza in his hand like a prize. But this contract was signed willingly. I'm merely here to fulfill a long overdue promise. Not even you can deny its validity. The Ancient One nodded, her expression serene. You're right. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're just here to watch me open the gates of hell. A trace of unease crept into Mephisto's voice. The Ancient One's hand suddenly produced a spear, an ancient, even weathered-looking weapon. But on the tip of the spear was blood, the blood of Jesus. Mephisto's face turned ashen. The spear of Longinus. You joined forces with him. Just a temporary alliance, the Ancient One replied casually with a shrug. I want stability on Earth. He wants those 3,000 souls. You know. I hit him a bit too hard last time. Took quite the losses, he's just replenishing his forces. Damn it. Shameless. How could he do this? He's worse than me. Mephisto was practically foaming at the mouth. With no further words, the spear of Longinus pierced straight into the contract of San Venganza. Under the divine power of the spear, the contract slowly turned to ash. Mephisto's face went cold, the smugness gone. He looked like an entirely different being. TCH, whatever. Just one piece in a much larger game. The Ancient One said nothing. She stood silently, still and calm. Mephisto slowly removed his hat and gave a shallow, mocking bow. Until we meet again. Sorcerer Supreme. With that, his body began to fade away. At the very last moment, he cast one final glance at Wes. Then, a magnificent door appeared in the sky, bathed in radiant light. Angels surrounded it, softly singing sacred hymns. With a sweep of her sleeve, the Ancient One caused the heavenly door and its host of angels to vanish. The 3,000 holy souls bowed deeply to her in thanks, then gathered together, transforming into a stream of light that shot upward into the heavens. All that remained behind was a crystal orb, about the size of a fist, floating silently in midair. Chapter 26, Crystal Orb. What is this? Wes Elwin's eyes locked onto the crystal orb floating in the air. He could sense an incredibly powerful spiritual energy within it, but one that was peaceful, calm, and untainted. You want it? The Ancient One asked softly, her gaze fixed on Wes. Wes didn't respond. He simply stared quietly at the orb in her hand. Then it's yours. With a subtle motion of her hand, the Ancient One gave a gentle push. As if guided by an invisible force, the orb floated steadily toward Wes and landed softly in his palm. The moment his fingers touched it, Wes felt the full clarity of the spirit energy within, pure and flawless, like a crystal-clear spring. It radiated a cleansing force that seemed to wash away the dust from one's soul. This is the gift you mentioned. The Ancient One nodded calmly. It's your reward. Not bad at all. Wes immediately, almost instinctively, tucked the crystal orb into his case, sealing it with practiced speed. You've earned it. The Ancient One didn't linger. After offering a few parting words, reminders to act wisely and use power carefully, she disappeared from the scene. At that moment, Johnny and Carter stood off to the side, exchanging glances. Their expressions were a mixture of confusion, relief, and lingering awe. That's it. It's over. Johnny asked with a deep frown. Seems like it, Carter sighed, adjusting the brim of his old cowboy hat. Both men let out a long, synchronized breath, as though a massive weight had finally lifted from their shoulders. Wes, too, allowed his tension to ease. His entire body seemed to relax for the first time in hours. So what now? He asked. Carter pulled a cigar from his coat pocket, lit it, and took a long drag. Clouds of smoke drifted lazily from his mouth as he spoke. I think I'll go back to guarding the graveyard. You know how it is, when you're old, you don't feel like wandering anymore. Carter looked calm and weathered, like someone who had seen too much and finally made peace with it. Johnny, in contrast, looked aimless. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just roam. Being a drifter doesn't sound too bad right now. Wes, however, said nothing. A shift had occurred in him, he no longer felt the need to speak or connect. He kept his distance, cloaked in mystery. To him, they were like leaves meeting on the surface of a river, drawn together by fate, then swept apart by its current. See you around. Carter gave a casual wave and turned to walk off into the horizon. And just like that, the three men went their separate ways, each heading in a different direction. Not long after their departure, Coulson finally arrived on the scene with a team of agents, only to find the area completely deserted. Even the old priest had vanished without a trace. Sir, the targets are gone, Coulson reported immediately. Don't panic. As long as they're still on Earth, we'll find them. Begin cleanup. Nick Fury's voice crackled through the comms. After issuing the command, he cut the transmission. Coulson let out a helpless sigh, then turned to his men. Collect everything. Anything suspicious, bag it. Meanwhile, Wes had already used the system panel to return to the Harry Potter world. The recent experience in the Marvel Universe had been overwhelming, to say the least. One powerful being after another had appeared without end. Still, it was a hell of a haul. That afternoon, Wes sat quietly in his office, completely absorbed in the feel of the crystal orb. He stroked its surface with reverence, basking in its pure spiritual energy. Time slipped by. Before he realized it, the sun had begun to set. He glanced at the calendar and noted that the new term was still a while off. With that in mind, he began making plans to retreat somewhere quiet, to organize his thoughts, and the knowledge now swirling in his mind. After returning from the Marvel world, the always confident Wes Elwin finally had a sobering realization, whether it was facing the mysterious and powerful Ancient One, or the terrifying evil of Mephisto, he had been utterly powerless. He was still far too weak. He felt fortunate that the Ancient One belonged to the lawful and good-aligned camp. Had Mephisto found him first, he would likely have become nothing more than a puppet in the devil's hands. At the very least, I need the strength to protect myself. He needed a suitable place to train and upgrade his abilities. Hogwarts was undeniably full of magical energy and rich in resources. However, it was still Dumbledore's territory. Wes had too many secrets he wasn't ready to share. With that in mind, he reluctantly scratched Hogwarts off the list. The British Isles weren't that big either. Even hiding in some remote forest, he might bump into backpackers or hikers. There was always the risk of being discovered. After much thought, Wes turned his eyes to the sea. He spent the next week searching and finally found it, an isolated island with perfect environmental conditions. Far from the noise of civilization, it was a place of peace. Jandy, his summoned assistant, helped construct a simple wooden cabin for him. Aside from the abundance of snakes, bugs, and rats, it was ideal. But pests like that were no match for Wes, who was also a skilled potion master. He quickly brewed a potion and sprinkled it around the cabin. For added effect, he even threw in a few drops of fire dragon urine. "Now let's see those vermin get close to my place," Wes muttered smugly as he wiped the residue off his hand. With preparations done, Wes didn't rush into training. Instead, he allowed himself a few days of rest. His mind had been wound tight like a bowstring for far too long. Jumping straight into training might have done more harm than good. Several days later, on a night where the sky glittered with countless stars like gemstones set in the black velvet of night, and moonlight bathed the world in gentle silver, a sudden thought sparked in Wes's mind. Now. It's time. He stepped into the moonlight, took out the crystal orb with great care, and sat cross-legged beneath the stars. He quickly entered a meditative state. He could feel pure strands of spirit energy trickling from the orb like streams, slowly flowing into his body. It was refreshing beyond words, like sinking into a natural hot spring. Warm currents spread through his limbs, and for a moment, Wes found himself lost in the comfort. But he quickly snapped out of it and began guiding and absorbing the spirit energy with practiced precision. A minute passed. Then, he felt the magic within him begin to surge, a small ripple at first, then a torrent like crashing waves. The force was almost out of control. Wes steadied himself, focusing on guiding the magic flow, even though it consumed massive amounts of spiritual energy. Luckily, the orb continued replenishing him in real time, allowing him to keep going. An entire night passed. As the sun rose from the horizon, golden light spilled across the sea, illuminating Wes's body like a radiant cloak of light. He slowly opened his eyes, bright and piercing, even more dazzling than the morning sun. But in the next blink, his gaze returned to normal. For the first time in days, Wes allowed himself a smile, a satisfied, contented smile. He could feel the magical energy now surging within him, strong and stable. Thanks to the crystal orb, the sudden increase in power hadn't destabilized his body. Instead, the energy flowed through him with perfect harmony. Wes watched the crystal orb slowly dissolve into the air. The gift left by those 3,000 holy souls had now been fully absorbed. He returned to the cabin and eagerly opened his system panel. Host, Wes Elwin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon, #at alchemy%UN. Class, Wizard/Potion Master/Alchemist. Level. Seeing the level marked as 4, Wes could hardly contain his joy. Thanks to the orb, I've finally broken through the level 4 barrier. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort are at this level. That means I can finally stop hiding and act freely in this world. After closing the panel, Wes didn't leave the island right away. Instead, he decided to stay until it was closer to the new term. Partly, he wanted to get used to his newfound power. But more importantly, he needed time to plan what to do next. Chapter 27, Brawl. Wes spent the entire holiday relaxing on his private island. The local seafood population suffered greatly, thanks to the hard-working Jandy, who prepared all sorts of exquisite dishes for his master. As the holiday drew to a close, Wes left the island 3 days early and returned to his dorm at Hogwarts. After being gone for a whole term, the room had gathered a thin layer of dust. Ever considerate, Jandy transformed into a cleaner and gave the place a thorough scrubbing. While Jandy was busy cleaning, Wes decided to drop by Flourish and Blots to check if the books he'd asked the shopkeeper to gather had arrived. The moment Wes arrived at Diagon Alley, he noticed something unusual. Flourish and Blots was packed to the brim. The entire shop was filled with people, and a long line had formed at the entrance. The queue stretched far down the street, like a long serpent. Over 90% of those in line were witches, each clutching a book tightly in their hands. They huddled together, whispering and chatting in excited tones. Whenever something particularly thrilling was mentioned, they'd erupt into gleeful giggles, only to suddenly cover their mouths in embarrassment. What on earth is going on here today? Wes scanned the buzzing scene around him. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, he had never seen Flourish and Blots so lively. You don't know. A witch tilted her chin and looked Wes up and down like he was some bumpkin from the countryside. Today, Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a book signing at Flourish and Blots. Who? Wes furrowed his brow, thinking hard before finally recalling who that was. Gilderoy Lockhart, the most famous adventurer and author in Britain. Another witch lifted her chin proudly, clearly impressed with her own knowledge. She gave Wes a scornful glance and then ignored him altogether, as though even speaking to him was a waste of breath. Wes felt baffled. Where was this weird sense of superiority even coming from? Seeing how packed the bookshop was, Wes shook his head with a sigh. He had absolutely no interest in that kind of commotion. Better to come back when the crowd dies down. With that, he turned and headed to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, ordered a cone, and sat there for a full hour. But when he stepped out, the line outside Flourish and Blots hadn't shrunk at all. Left with no choice, Wes used his privilege, as a super VIP customer of the bookstore. With the owner's help, he bypassed the line and entered the shop directly. Naturally, this sparked complaints. The witches shot angry looks at him, whispering resentful comments under their breath. Wes couldn't care less. He just wanted to get his books and leave this noisy place. The books you ordered are all on that shelf, the shopkeeper called out hastily before diving back into his busy work. He didn't even have a moment to rest today. Wes walked over and began quietly flipping through the books, each one handpicked and of great value. He had asked the owner to track them down for him. However, the constant screams and squeals coming from the book signing kept breaking his concentration. The fangirls' shrill voices were giving him a headache. Wes sighed and decided to just take the books home and read them later in peace. Just then, a commotion at the signing table caught his attention. "You're a disgrace to purebloods, making friends with muggles." The voice was unmistakably that of a staunch pureblood supremacist. "Oh. Is the new Muggle Protection Act causing you trouble? Have you cleared out all those dark artifacts in your house yet? Be careful, I might just catch you red-handed." The mocking reply was full of biting sarcasm. "Are you threatening me?" Lucius Malfoy was so enraged he nearly pushed Arthur Weasley to the floor. "How dare you?" Molly Weasley's face turned crimson with fury as she hurled a book straight at Lucius. Lucius reacted quickly and dodged with a tilt of his head. "You." Arthur stood up, his body trembling slightly from anger. "Hit him, Dad. Show him who's boss." The Weasley twins shouted excitedly, cheering on their father without the slightest fear of escalating things further. Their faces were full of anticipation, they were clearly enjoying the chaos. "Shut up, you red-haired paupers." Draco Malfoy sneered, lifting his chin arrogantly and spewing venom with glee. Enraged by Draco's words, Ron shoved him hard, knocking him to the ground. Lucius, throwing aside any pretense of being an adult, immediately tried to strike Ron. That was the last straw for Arthur. He swung his fist and punched Lucius square in the eye. Stunned by the sudden blow, Lucius froze for a second. Then his fury exploded. Gone was the dignified pureblood noble. He dove at Arthur, and the two began grappling on the ground like a pair of wild animals, all grace forgotten. A crowd quickly gathered around to watch, faces lit with varying expressions of amusement, shock, and disbelief. The reporters who had originally come to cover the signing event had their eyes light up. They turned their cameras toward the brawling men, excitedly snapping photos. To them, this was front-page material. Gilderoy Lockhart wandered over, a fake look of concern on his face. "Gentlemen, please. There are plenty of books. I promise everyone will get a signed copy." Then he turned to the reporters and whispered, "This is the perfect PR boost. Just say that 2 of the Sacred 28 started a brawl over my new book. What a headline." As he spoke, he subtly slipped some coins into one of the reporter's pockets. The reporter immediately understood and snapped several shots from different angles, making it look like Lockhart was heroically trying to break up the fight. "With this stunt, my book sales are going to skyrocket." That thought made Lockhart's smile shine even brighter. A group of female fans swooned at the sight of his dazzling grin, their eyes filled with adoration. "Somebody break them up already." The bookstore owner finally shouted, having seen enough customers scared away by the fight. Wes watched the entire scene with a blank expression. What a farce. Finite incantatum. A flash of magic burst through the air, forcefully separating Lucius and Arthur. The two men staggered to their feet, both looking quite disheveled. Lucius quickly smoothed out his robes to salvage some dignity. However, his messy hair now looked like a bird's nest, windswept and wild, making him appear utterly ridiculous. Arthur glanced around, noticing that the crowd had now formed several rings around them. Always someone who cared about decorum, Arthur felt deeply humiliated. "This is utterly disgraceful. You'll regret this at the ministry, Weasley." Lucius shouted, still seething. Arthur stood tall, unfazed. "Don't think I don't know about your little hobbies. You." "Silence." Lucius shouted, cutting him off before he could finish. The two men looked ready to start again. The atmosphere was once again growing tense. "Gentlemen, you're blocking the entrance. Kindly step aside." A calm voice broke the tension. Both Lucius and Arthur turned toward the speaker. They saw a young wizard neither of them recognized. Lucius narrowed his eyes. "And who might you be?" "Professor Elwin." "You're here too." Hermione immediately lit up at the sight of Wes and enthusiastically greeted him. She proudly introduced him to her parents. "This is Professor Elwin, he teaches runes at our school." Wes gave a polite bow to Hermione's parents using traditional Muggle etiquette, which impressed them greatly. They hadn't expected a professor at their daughter's magic school to know how to behave like a normal person. "Like Hermione, I'm Muggle-born," Wes explained, noticing their surprised expressions. Lucius curled his lip in disdain. "Dumbledore really has lost his mind, hiring a mud." Wes took a step forward and stared Lucius in the eye. "Mr. Malfoy, you've certainly had your moment in the spotlight today. Shall we leave it at that?" His tone was gentle, his smile warm. But Lucius suddenly broke out in goosebumps. His instinct screamed danger. "Impossible. Who is this young wizard? Why does he give me the same overwhelming pressure as that man?" Chapter 28, Diary. Just moments ago, Lucius Malfoy had been arrogant and composed, but the instant his gaze met Wes Elwin's, a wave of inexplicable panic surged through his heart. The very next second, he quickly averted his eyes, and in a flustered rush, grabbed Draco and hurriedly left Flourish and Blots. In his panic, he completely forgot the carefully planned scheme he had come for. It wasn't until he had calmed down a little that Lucius reached for his chest. In that moment, his face turned deathly pale, like a sheet of bloodless parchment. "Where is it? Where did it go?" Frenzied, Lucius began patting himself down, searching every pocket. Desperation took over when no matter how hard he searched, the item he'd been so fixated on was gone. No, this is bad. A powerful fear rose up in Lucius's chest. Just the thought of what losing that diary could lead to made his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thump. That diary wasn't just any book, it was something he had been entrusted with by that person. "Father, what's wrong?" Draco looked on in confusion. He had never seen his father so distraught before. In his memory, his father had always been calm, elegant, and above it all, the untouchable head of the noble Malfoy family. Never once had he lost his composure like this. "It's nothing. I just dropped something." Lucius tried to make his voice sound composed, not wanting Draco to worry. But with his ghastly pale complexion and trembling legs, the act was hardly convincing. Draco looked at his father, his face full of worry. He strained to help Lucius back to his feet. "Was it something important?" he asked. "Just a diary." Lucius forced a smile, trying to calm his son. "A diary?" Draco frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what was so important about a diary that it would cause his father to act like this. "If it's lost, we can just buy another one from the store," Draco said innocently. But Lucius's eyes suddenly lit up, like someone who had just caught a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The bookstore. Flourish and Blots. It must have fallen during the commotion inside the shop. That thought re-energized Lucius, and without a second thought, he broke into a run, completely forgetting his noble image. "Father, wait for me!" Draco shouted, scrambling after his father with his short legs, struggling to keep up. Lucius, as he ran, pulled out his monocle and placed it over one eye. This wasn't just an ordinary monocle, it was a magical device. One of its functions was long-distance vision. Through the lens, Lucius scanned the ground of the bookstore from afar. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He could clearly see the diary lying on the floor of Flourish and Blots. Yes. Lucius punched the air in triumph. But just a second later, his smile froze on his face. Because through the lens, he saw Wes Elwin bend down and pick up the diary from the floor. Damn it. Lucius cursed inwardly, just about to lash out, when he suddenly saw Wes nod at him. He thought he must be seeing things. He blinked rapidly. Looking again, he saw something even more unexpected. Wes was holding the diary and actually giving him a polite nod of greeting. Lucius's jaw dropped in shock. His monocle even slipped from his eye socket and tumbled to the ground. Huff, huff. Draco finally caught up, panting heavily. He looked at his father's strange expression with a puzzled face. "Dad, slow down. It's just a diary." Lucius adjusted his monocle and cast his gaze in Wes's direction again. He saw Wes casually chatting with the Weasley family, like nothing had happened. For a brief moment, Lucius even began to wonder if he'd imagined the whole thing. "Father, what's going on?" "You've been acting weird ever since we left the bookstore," Draco asked, still confused. "It's nothing." Lucius slowly exhaled, trying to steady himself. "That young man earlier, he's a professor at Hogwarts." Yeah. He teaches magical runes, Draco replied, instantly perking up at the mention of Wes. He started recounting the events from last term with great enthusiasm. Professor Elwin is amazing, during that time in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Why were you in a place like that? Realizing he had let something slip, Draco clamped his mouth shut, his face filled with panic. It was surprisingly cute. I'm not scolding you, Lucius said, his tone softening as he saw his son's anxiety. He gently ruffled Draco's hair. Tell me more about this Professor Elwin. What kind of person is he? Inside, Lucius was thinking hard. The diary ending up in the hands of a professor isn't the worst thing. At the very least, it'll be brought back to Hogwarts. With that thought, he finally felt a bit more at ease. The result was what mattered, the method didn't. And so, he left Diagon Alley with Draco in tow. On the other side, Wes politely declined the dinner invitation from the Weasley couple. Right now, only one thing occupied his thoughts, studying the diary he'd just acquired. He knew perfectly well what it was, a Horcrux, one of the most critical objects in the Harry Potter world. In the original story, Voldemort was the only known wizard who had ever created a Horcrux. The creation process was extremely evil. It required committing heinous acts, typically murder, to split the soul. A fragment of that soul was then extracted and stored in an external object, creating a Horcrux. As a result, even if the Dark Wizard's body was destroyed, they wouldn't truly die so long as their Horcruxes survived. However, splitting the soul renders it unstable. Fragmented souls cannot feel the pain of destruction, which means the creator won't even notice if one of their Horcruxes is destroyed. That's why many powerful Dark Wizards refuse to create Horcruxes. They would rather die cleanly than suffer the soul-scarring consequences. Voldemort was the only one who dared to create more than one. Judging from how cold, insane, and mindless Voldemort became later in life compared to his brilliant youth, Wes suspected that creating Horcruxes did irreversible damage to a wizard's mind and soul. Wes had no interest in creating one himself. But in studying one that he was very interested in. Back at his Hogwarts dorm, Wes hurriedly opened the diary. After thinking for a moment, he wrote the line. It feels great to be back at Hogwarts. This place feels like home. But the diary didn't react. The words weren't absorbed, nor was there any reply. Guess the senior's a little shy, but that's fine. I've got all the time in the world to wear you down. Even if I learn nothing from it, I could trade this thing with Dumbledore for something valuable. He carefully locked the diary inside a trap-enchanted box, cast protective spells on it, and tucked it safely into a drawer. Chapter 29, First Day Term. In the days leading up to the new school term, Hogwarts gradually regained its usual liveliness. Some students had already returned early to the school. After acquiring the diary, Wes spent most of his time, aside from resting, deeply immersed in magical research, attempting to uncover deeper secrets within the craft. Of course, he also continued trying to establish contact with Senior Tom from the diary. However, Tom remained incredibly reserved, never offering Wes the slightest response. That was, until the night before the new term. Wes wrote in the diary. There's a question that has always deeply troubled me, why do wizards have the same lifespan as muggles? Wizards possess miraculous magical power. They are superior beings. So why should their lives be equally short? Nicholas Flamel lived for over 600 years thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. That stone is truly a magical marvel. Damn, Dumbledore had the nerve to reject my proposal and insisted on destroying the Philosopher's Stone. That's nothing short of a crime. Dumbledore has gone senile. He's no longer the greatest and most admirable wizard we once revered. Wes had deliberately filled his writing with disdain for muggles and a deep yearning for immortality. Sure enough, just as he expected, the ink slowly faded from the page, as though being drawn into the diary by a mysterious force. Finally, Senior Tom couldn't resist. Moments later, a single clear line appeared on the page. I can help you. Wes's lips curled into a smug smile. Finally took the bait. But he didn't respond right away. Instead, he snapped the diary shut, pretending to be startled by the sudden reply. Then he locked it back inside a drawer, leaving it there. The next morning, Wes carefully adjusted his robes and headed to the school's start-of-term feast. When he entered the Great Hall, the other professors had already taken their seats. As soon as Dumbledore laid eyes on Wes, he could sense something unusual about Wes's magical aura. This magical reaction, he's already stepped into that realm. Though Wes hadn't made any attempt to conceal his growing strength, none of the other professors, not even head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick, noticed the shift in Wes's magical level. Only Dumbledore had the insight to immediately perceive Wes's breakthrough. Dumbledore raised his goblet and offered a toast. Congratulations, Wizard Elwin. Thank you. Wes calmly lifted his own glass and clinked it lightly with Dumbledore's. They both drank in silence. The other professors exchanged puzzled looks, clearly having no idea what the two were celebrating. The start of term feast proceeded as scheduled. However, this year, everyone's attention was elsewhere. Even the usual, entertaining blunders made by new students, normally a highlight of the evening, were completely ignored. That's because everyone was captivated by the headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Flying Ford Anglia startles Muggles. Wes picked up the copy of the newspaper from his seat and shook his head slightly. As expected from Gryffindor's little lions, bold as ever. Professor McGonagall trembled with rage after reading the article. Maybe they thought riding the train was too boring, Wes said casually, so they decided to try another mode of transport. I haven't even ridden in a car myself. I hear these Muggle vehicles. Under Professor McGonagall's glare that looked sharp enough to kill, Dumbledore wisely shut his mouth and said no more. Dumbledore, this is no time for jokes, McGonagall said anxiously, visibly worried for the safety of the two students. Do you realize how serious this is? They broke numerous school rules before even arriving, and they violated the statute of secrecy. Calm down, Minerva. Dumbledore attempted to soothe her, but before he could finish, Snape's cold voice cut through the air. They should be thrown into Azkaban. Hogwarts cannot accept such lawless students. McGonagall shot Snape a furious look, but Snape, unfazed, kept his usual emotionless expression. At that moment, the roar of an engine outside the castle suddenly caught everyone's attention, and they turned to the windows. A blue car was wobbling through the sky, flying haphazardly past the castle walls. That's Dad's car. Ron and Harry are inside. Fred and George cried out excitedly. The students erupted with excitement. No one had ever done something so outrageous before. Bold move. It's true what they say, old people just can't keep up with the times. Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses which had nearly slipped off his nose. Oh no. McGonagall exclaimed. They're headed straight for the Whomping Willow. But Snape was already moving, faster than anyone else. Foolish, reckless Potter. He muttered, striding briskly out of the hall. McGonagall followed immediately after him. Let's leave it to Severus and Minerva, Dumbledore said to the others with a smile. I'm sure they'll handle those two boys just fine. He motioned for everyone to continue their meal. Kids these days are braver than ever. I was never this wild in my youth. Professor Flitwick said, sipping his wine to calm his nerves. Personally, I think that car is quite interesting, Wes added, clearly intrigued by the flying magical vehicle. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Weasley how to modify one for myself. Gilderoy Lockhart, on the other hand, was filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Why didn't I think of that? This would have made a fantastic front-page story. The professors nearby cast him a look of disdain and quietly slid their chairs further away. But Lockhart seemed blissfully unaware of their disgust, launching into an endless string of self-congratulatory stories about his heroic exploits. The professors bore his verbal onslaught with pained expressions, as if they were under the Cruciatus curse. Professor Elwin is an adventurer too. Perhaps you two have something in common. Dumbledore said, clearly trying to pawn off Lockhart onto someone else. Professor Elwin. I believe we've met, remember my book signing? Lockhart eagerly dragged his chair closer to Wes, eyes gleaming. Perhaps we could start an adventure club. I could write about our escapades in my next bestseller. Sorry, I prefer to work alone. Wes replied dismissively while slicing into his steak, barely acknowledging Lockhart. But Wes underestimated Lockhart's thick skin. The men continued to pester him enthusiastically. Professor Elwin, with your looks, you've got star potential. I've got great connections with newspapers, you know. Wes's patience wore thin. With a flick of his wand, he cast a spell to shut Lockhart up. MMMPH. Lockhart flailed in panic, silently begging Wes to lift the spell. But Wes ignored him. Lockhart turned to the other professors for help, but none of them lifted a finger. In fact, most looked quite pleased with the silence. Even Dumbledore quietly gave Wes a thumbs up. Lockhart, in a desperate attempt, tried casting a counterspell on himself. But his lack of skill backfired, literally, causing him to knock himself out cold. Chapter 30, A Deal. Oh, Merlin's beard. Head of House Sprout let out a startled gasp, her mouth slightly agape. All the professors were stunned. They never expected Lockhart to pull off such an outrageous move, knocking himself out with his own spell. It was an embarrassment of the highest order. How could someone this ridiculous become a professor? The professors looked at one another in disbelief, then all turned their eyes to Dumbledore, clearly expecting some sort of explanation. You all know how hard it is to find a defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore shrugged helplessly, palms up. And he volunteered himself. The expressions of the professors immediately shifted. Everyone knew that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was cursed. No one ever lasted more than a year, many left due to bizarre accidents, and some even lost their lives. The position had become like a disposable role, and Dumbledore agonized every year over who could possibly fill it. So when Lockhart volunteered, he had indeed saved Dumbledore quite a bit of trouble. That said, even Dumbledore hadn't expected him to be this incompetent. Naturally, the commotion at the faculty table had caught the attention of the students. The professors certainly didn't want anyone to know that Lockhart had been knocked out by his own spell. That would be too humiliating for the faculty. They quickly took action, scrambling to cover up the incident. Professor Sprout cast a silent levitation charm, quietly lifting Lockhart away from the dining hall. Wes watched the scene with concern, worried about the quality of defense against the dark arts classes this year. After all, he was the only one who knew Lockhart was a fraud. He could already imagine what students would end up learning. How to flash the perfect smile. 100 hair care techniques. And other such nonsense. The thought made Wes sigh in pity for the students. Soon it was time for bed, and the students slowly dispersed. Just as Wes was about to return to his quarters, Dumbledore called out to him. "Wes, may I have a word with you?" Of course, Wes replied without hesitation. The two made their way to the headmaster's office together. As soon as they sat down, Dumbledore spoke first. "Wes, I must say, your growth over the summer has truly surprised me. I only worked a bit harder than most people." Wes answered calmly, his eyes steady as he looked at Dumbledore. "This isn't something mere hard work can accomplish." Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. "There are always a select few in the world who can achieve in months what others can't in a lifetime. We call them geniuses. And Wes, even among geniuses, you're special." There was both curiosity and admiration in Dumbledore's voice as he spoke. Even someone like myself, or Voldemort, hadn't reached this level at Wes's age. Wes remained composed on the surface, but internally he thought. Becoming a level 4 wizard was mainly due to my own effort. Sure, the panel system helped a little, but that's just part of my talent too. Why shouldn't I be considered a genius? Headmaster, I assume you didn't ask me here just to flatter me, did you? Wes raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful edge to his voice. Is that not allowed? Dumbledore chuckled. Wes pretended to stand and leave. All right, I do have something to discuss with you, Dumbledore muttered, sighing. Young people these days, not a shred of patience. His expression turned serious. Wes, Voldemort is going to return. So what? Wes didn't look surprised at all by the Dark Lord's comeback. I'm not afraid of him. Of course not, you gave him quite a beating last year. But from what I know, Voldemort isn't exactly the forgiving type. Dumbledore frowned slightly, recalling the battle between Wes and Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest last term. He's just a stray dog with no home, Wes said with disdain. He clearly didn't see Voldemort or his Death Eaters as a real threat. You're underestimating him too much. Dumbledore pulled a parchment from a drawer, a long list densely packed with names. And these are. Wes glanced at the document, already getting a headache from the sheer number of names. Voldemort supporters, Dumbledore explained gravely. All of them Death Eaters? Wes asked. Not all. Some of them support him from the shadows. Wes finally took the list from Dumbledore and examined it more closely. The longer he looked, the more a cold smile crept onto his face. He set the list down and said. All pure-blood families. The theory of blood purity is utter nonsense, completely fabricated. Yet some families cling to it as if it's gospel. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. There was little he could do to change such deep-rooted beliefs. Voldemort is one of the strongest advocates of pure-blood supremacy. He even went so far as to discard the name he had as a Muggle-born. A man who abandons his past doesn't deserve a future, Wes said bluntly. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. That's surprisingly insightful coming from you. It's a quote from a Muggle, actually, Wes replied casually. I just borrowed it. Muggles aren't lacking in wisdom. They simply chose a different path from us. Dumbledore started to go off on a tangent, until Wes pulled him back. Headmaster, what were we talking about again? Dumbledore seemed momentarily lost. Ah, yes. Voldemort. Right. Dumbledore sank into thought. Back in school, he was the perfect student. Headmaster Dippet adored him. At that moment, the portrait of former Headmaster Armando Dippet on the wall suddenly spoke up. Dumbledore, must you bring this up? Are you trying to humiliate me? Not at all. You were under his spell like everyone else, Dumbledore replied quickly, looking slightly apologetic. The portrait huffed and closed its eyes, refusing to speak further. Wes, however, had grown impatient. Headmaster, you've wasted so much breath, what do you really want from me? I'm old now. Dumbledore gazed at his long, white beard. He looked tired, none of the energy he had shown earlier that day remained. I no longer have the strength to deal with a resurrected Voldemort. Wes already knew where this was going. He raised his voice deliberately. You want to recruit me? Yes. I charge a high fee, Wes said, a sly smirk appearing on his lips. Don't young people today have any sense of responsibility? Don't try to guilt me into this. You're asking me to take on the most feared dark wizard in the British wizarding world. It's certainly dangerous, let me think. Dumbledore turned away and began to ponder. Then his eyes lit up. I have just the thing. He pulled a book off one of his shelves. This is something I stumbled upon during my younger years while exploring a pharaoh's tomb in Egypt. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. Don't be misled by the name. It's actually a collection of ancient liturgies, chants, and incantations created by scribes for the dead. Dumbledore explained, it contains many powerful and mysterious spells. And you trust me with something that valuable? I've studied it for decades and still haven't fully grasped it. I doubt I'll finish in my remaining years, and I have no intention of taking it to the grave with me. This was both a bribe and a genuine gesture of trust. After all, Wes had already reached a level of mastery equal to Dumbledore's at such a young age. Perhaps this was Dumbledore's way of passing the torch. The Egyptian Book of the Dead was a priceless relic, considered the origin of Egyptian magic. This reward far exceeded Wes's expectations. Chapter 31, Busy New Term. Wes Elwin immediately reached out, eager to snatch the Book of the Dead from Dumbledore's hands. Just as his fingers were about to touch the book, Dumbledore's wrist twisted swiftly, pulling it back. The speed of that movement didn't resemble that of a man over 100 years old. Wes awkwardly withdrew his hand, blinking at Dumbledore in confusion. But Dumbledore ignored his expression. Instead, he turned to the bookshelf, pulled down a few volumes, and placed them on the table. The titles were A History of Egyptian Magic, Introduction to Ancient Egyptian, Egyptian Mythology, Egyptian ###. Headmaster, what do you mean by this? Wes asked, glancing at the stack of books, none of which were the Book of the Dead. He couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore was going back on his word. Do you know ancient Egyptian, Wes? Dumbledore asked with a kind smile. Wes shook his head. He had never studied anything about ancient Egypt, and the language was a complete mystery to him. Do you understand Egyptian mythology? Dumbledore pressed. Faced with these two simple questions, Wes suddenly understood. Dumbledore noticed the change in Wes's expression and knew he had grasped the point. If you want to read the Book of the Dead, you must first understand ancient Egyptian and the mythology behind it. Wes nodded in agreement and quickly gathered the books from the table. He felt an urgency inside him, a desire to devour all the information in a single sitting and master the language as soon as possible. But the reality was far more difficult than he imagined. Ancient Egyptian was obscure and incredibly difficult. After several days, he hadn't even scratched the surface. As for Voldemort's diary, Wes had completely set it aside. In his mind, since the diary was the Dark Lord's first Horcrux, created while he was still a student, it probably didn't contain too many advanced spells. Its main value lay in the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, but even that paled in comparison to the Book of the Dead. Wes remained immersed in his studies until the first Friday of the new term, his very first class. When he arrived at the classroom door and placed his hand on the doorknob, he was still thinking about Egyptian grammar. But the moment he opened the door, he froze at the sight inside. Whoa, did I walk into the wrong classroom? The number of students in the classroom was almost double compared to last year. The room felt especially lively, bordering on crowded. Wes spotted Harry, Ron, Malfoy, the Weasley twins, and several unfamiliar faces. Each student had their own reasons for choosing this course. With different hopes and goals in mind, they had all gathered in this room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had taken the class since first year, were now a complete trio again. Harry's reason for enrolling was simple. Last year, deep in the Forbidden Forest, he had witnessed Wes battling a mysterious figure. The overwhelming power Wes displayed had left Harry stunned and deeply curious. He hoped to learn powerful magic from this class. As for Ron, he enrolled simply because both of his close friends had chosen the course. Not picking it would have felt like being left behind, and he didn't want to be apart from his friends. Malfoy, like Harry, was intrigued by Wes. On top of that, his father had given him a mission, to observe Wes and report anything unusual happening around him. The Weasley twins were genuinely interested in alchemy. They had enrolled in the class on Professor McGonagall's recommendation. Most of the other students had signed up because the class gave credits, and they'd heard the homework load was light. May as well herd a whole flock if you're already herding one sheep. Wes didn't mind either way. After the first class ended, Wes didn't assign any homework. He simply asked the students who were new to the subject to borrow notes from those who had taken it before. The students were thrilled. A class with no homework. Brilliant. Only Hermione looked dissatisfied. She firmly believed Wes was assigning far too little homework. As Wes was about to leave the classroom, the Weasley twins approached him. "Professor Elwin," said Fred, his face lit up with a beaming smile. "Professor McGonagall said you're really good at alchemy," George cut in. "We've got loads of questions," Fred added eagerly. "We were wondering if we could ask you about them," George finished, his expression sincere. The twins spoke so seamlessly, it felt like one person talking with two mouths. The Weasley brothers. Wes eyed them curiously, struggling to tell them apart. They looked far too alike to distinguish easily. "I'm Fred," said the one on the left, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. "And I'm George," said the one on the right. "All right then," Wes said, finally managing to tell them apart. "May I take a look at your academic records?" "Here you go," they replied. Seeing the 2 grade reports handed to him, Wes knew these twins had come prepared. He took the transcripts and glanced over them. Their grades showed an extreme imbalance. Divination, history of magic, and several theory-heavy subjects were marked with P, poor, while practical courses like transfiguration and charms were graded O, outstanding. It was clear from the records, Fred and George had real talent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received multiple OS. "You two are seriously lopsided in your studies." Wes frowned slightly, a hint of concern showing at their highly unbalanced performance. "We're not bookworms. Nor do we want to be prefects. We just want to focus on the subjects we actually care about." The twins spoke in perfect sync again. Wes felt a headache coming on. Students like them were the hardest to handle. They had their own ideas, were highly self-motivated, and could easily stir up trouble at any moment, likely when you least expected it. But they came on Professor McGonagall's recommendation. Back when Wes was a student, she had looked out for him more than once. He didn't want to disappoint the deputy headmistress who had always cared deeply for her students. "All right," Wes said. "I can spare time on Wednesday evenings. If you've got questions, come to my office then." The twins high-fived each other in delight. "Brilliant. Thank you, Professor." They dashed out of the classroom, visibly thrilled. From then on, every Wednesday evening, the Weasley twins would come to Wes with questions about alchemy. And to his surprise, Wes discovered that the twins had remarkable talent for the subject. Their wild ideas often gave him inspiration of his own. He began teaching them with real dedication, well beyond what was expected of an ordinary professor. Soon, students around Hogwarts started noticing the infamous prankster twins were becoming unusually studious. They could often be found in the library, buried in obscure alchemy books. Ask them what they were up to, and they'd just smile and say, "It'll be something that shocks everyone." Percy Weasley, their older brother, was genuinely pleased with the change. He believed they were finally following his outstanding example. Ron, however, scoffed. He was certain the twins were plotting something huge. But as Halloween came and went, the twins hadn't stirred up a single bit of chaos. Chapter 32, Halloween. A new Halloween had arrived. The Great Hall was brightly lit, with countless pumpkin lanterns decorating the space beautifully and enchantingly. Dumbledore had specially invited the renowned skeleton dance troupe to perform for the celebration. Maybe Carter and Johnny could join them. Wes couldn't help but make the association as he watched the dance troupe made entirely of skeletons. It had to be said, every member of the troupe possessed incredible artistic talent. Every movement was filled with strength and elegance. Their brilliant performance quickly pushed the atmosphere to its peak. The students were utterly captivated by the skeletons, unable to resist following their moves and dancing along freely. Laughter and joy filled the Great Hall. Even the professors weren't idle. Everyone put aside their usual seriousness to enjoy this rare moment of light-hearted fun. A skeleton strutted over to the faculty table with elegant steps. It bowed slightly, making an inviting gesture. Snape, seated, glared coldly at it. The skeleton shivered at his icy gaze and wisely moved on to another target. After a round of invitations, only Dumbledore and Lockhart happily accepted. Especially Lockhart, his excitement was borderline impatient. As the music began to play, Lockhart moved gracefully to the rhythm. To be fair, Lockhart danced surprisingly well. His movements were smooth, natural, and full of rhythm. His spins and jumps were perfectly timed, on par with the professional troupe. If only his teaching ability matched his dancing skills, Professor McGonagall muttered as she watched. Snape glanced over with a sneer and gave a disdainful huff. Hearing McGonagall's remark, the other professors all nodded in agreement. At Hogwarts, Lockhart's teaching was a complete disaster. Aside from his female admirers, almost no one was satisfied with his classes. The students were thoroughly disappointed. They longed for a real, competent defense against the dark arts professor. With a sigh, McGonagall shifted the topic. "Wes, George, and Fred have changed so much. They've barely lost any points this year. How did you manage that?" The other professors all looked over, equally curious. The Weasley twins were notoriously mischievous and a constant source of point deductions. Everyone was curious how Wes had tamed them. I didn't do anything, Wes said, raising his hands innocently. Seeing their doubtful expressions, he added. I just started teaching them alchemy. They got so absorbed in it they didn't have time to cause trouble. So that's what happened. I didn't expect them to take an interest in alchemy, the professors murmured in realization. At that moment, the final dance ended and the skeleton dance troupe bid farewell. The students were clearly reluctant to see them go. As one of the magical world's top-performing troupes, their schedule was packed. They had to rush off to their next show. Seeing how the students still wanted more, Lockhart jumped back in. But without musical accompaniment, his dancing looked a bit ridiculous. Fortunately, his fans quickly cast a spell, and music filled the hall again. Lockhart danced even harder with renewed enthusiasm. This guy was born to live in the spotlight, Wes said, watching him perform. In the Muggle world, there's a job called a celebrity. I think it suits him perfectly. The professors chuckled at Wes's remark, their laughter echoing through the air. Wes, however, had no idea what was so funny about what he said. The Halloween feast ended joyfully. Students returned to their dormitories, and the professors dispersed as well. Wes, held back by the twins with a bunch of alchemy questions, was on his way back to the dorm when he unexpectedly bumped into Harry and his friends. I told you we shouldn't have agreed to nearly headless Nick's invitation. I'm starving and lightheaded. If there were a pumpkin pie here, I could eat the whole thing myself. Ron rubbed his empty stomach and complained. Don't mention pumpkin pie. Just thinking about food makes me want to throw up, Hermione said, her stomach churning at the memory of the food served at the Death Day party. Harry looked apologetic, about to say something, when. You went to a Death Day party? Wes asked, unable to hold back after overhearing their conversation. Only then did the trio notice him. Professor Elwin. All three jumped in shock. Especially Hermione, who instantly worried Wes might take points from them. After all, it was past curfew. Please don't deduct points, Hermione pleaded. Ron and Harry quickly caught on and began begging as well. Harry, in particular, felt miserable. He was still replying to Lockhart's fan mail and couldn't bear the thought of an extension on that dreadful task. All right, I won't take any points, Wes said. But did you really go to a Death Day party? Relieved, the three students let out a collective sigh. Yes, Professor Elwin. We went to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party, Hermione answered cautiously. Well, that's just like Gryffindor's, Wes said with a small smile tugging at his lips. What were you thinking? Living students attending a ghosts party. The trio looked down, clearly regretful. Meow. A cat's sudden cry startled them. Mrs. Norris. Seeing the cat, Hermione's face turned pale, not because of the cat, but because of its owner, Filch. Argus Filch, Hogwarts' caretaker, seemed to take joy in tormenting students. With a permanent scowl and an obsession with punishment, rumors said he kept a collection of torture devices. Students privately referred to him as Creepy Filch. His cat, Mrs. Norris, was his loyal assistant and had helped catch many students sneaking around at night. Sure enough, Filch's voice followed right after. Well done, Mrs. Norris. Let's see which disobedient students you've caught. I'll string them up and whip them good. Filch's eyes lit up when he saw Harry. Well, if it isn't the famous boy who lived. That's enough, Mr. Filch. Don't scare my students, Wes said, stepping in front of the trio protectively. Only then did Filch notice Wes standing there. He quickly changed his tone. Professor Elwin. What a surprise to see you here. Mr. Filch, corporal punishment has been abolished at Hogwarts for years. A real shame, Filch muttered. These unruly brats need stricter discipline. Jealousy flashed in his eyes, but more than that, it was envy. They were helping me grade some essays and lost track of time. I was escorting them back to the dorms when Mrs. Norris spotted us, Wes explained calmly, reaching down to scratch Mrs. Norris under the chin. She purred and nuzzled into his hand affectionately. Filch didn't buy it. His instincts told him Harry and the others had come from outside. But with Wes covering for them, he decided to let it go. Is that so? Well, you three are very lucky. He stared at the trio like a hunter eyeing cornered prey. But don't count on being this lucky forever. With that, he turned and left with Mrs. Norris trailing behind. Chapter 33, Filch. You three, get back to your dorms quickly before Mrs. Norris catches you again. Wes urged Harry, Ron, and Hermione to return. Thank you, Professor. Hermione said hurriedly, then grabbed her two companions and dashed off. Harry and Ron mumbled their thanks as well, their expressions flustered as they hurried after Hermione. The trio jogged all the way toward the Gryffindor common room. Youth really is wonderful. Wes murmured as he watched them disappear around the corner. He couldn't help but recall his own student days. He'd been a famously good student, practically living in the library. Breaking school rules had been out of the question. He'd barely even had any close friends. Still, Wes had no regrets about the path he'd taken. He knew from early on that his pursuit of magic, and a longer life, would be a solitary one. He had chosen to walk that road alone. Maybe someday, he'd meet others walking the same path, people with whom he could share discoveries and insights. Lately, the students had begun to notice something odd. Filch seemed to be targeting Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Wherever the trio went, Filch was close behind, like a shadow that wouldn't go away. Even during class, he'd stand outside the classroom door, refusing to leave. His grim silhouette loomed over the trio constantly, making it nearly impossible for them to concentrate on their studies. Thankfully, the three hadn't broken any school rules recently. That frustrated Filch, but he had patience. He was certain that sooner or later, he'd catch them doing something wrong. Hermione, however, couldn't take the constant surveillance anymore. She felt like she was suffocating. Eventually, she went to Professor McGonagall and unloaded her frustration. When McGonagall learned what had been going on, she sternly reprimanded Filch for his behavior. Though Filch was bitter about it, he didn't dare disobey her and reluctantly left the trio alone, for the moment. Still, when he passed by them in the corridor, he muttered under his breath. "Don't get too smug. There are still 5 years to go. I can keep this game up as long as I need." His voice was so sinister and cold that Ron went pale. Hermione was so furious she stormed toward Filch, ready to argue, but Harry quickly grabbed her arm to stop her. How can he get away with this? Someone like him should be expelled. Even the usually well-behaved Hermione had been pushed to the edge. She couldn't tolerate Filch's unreasonable behavior anymore. He was seriously affecting the students' lives and studies. "Maybe we could ask Professor Elwin," Harry suggested. "Mrs. Norris seems to like him. He might know something." "Good idea." Hermione and Ron both nodded in agreement. The trio hurried up to the 7th floor and stopped outside Professor Wes Elwin's office. Hermione knocked gently. The crisp knock echoed down the corridor. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," came Wes's voice from inside. The three entered one after another. Inside, they saw Wes holding a quill, carefully writing something in a notebook. Harry's eyes were drawn to the notebook, and suddenly, his scar started to throb. The pain shot through his whole body like a bolt of electricity, and he couldn't help but cry out. "Ah!" Harry clutched his forehead, pain etched into his face. "Harry!" Ron and Hermione were startled. They quickly helped Harry stay upright, keeping him from collapsing. Can Horcruxes affect each other? Or is it just that Harry is special? Wes immediately shut the notebook and locked it back in the box. Strangely enough, Harry's pain vanished. "I'm fine," Harry reassured the two, though his voice was weak. "Maybe it's just the stress from being stalked by Filch all the time." Ron believed him easily. He had a nightmare last night about being chased by Filch and barely slept at all. His head had been buzzing all day. Hermione, however, didn't buy it. She felt there had to be more to it. She grabbed Harry's arm, determined to take him to the school nurse, but Harry repeatedly insisted he was fine. With no choice, Hermione asked Professor Elwin to check on him. Wes gave Harry a quick once-over and said, "Nothing serious. Probably just some intermittent headaches caused by lack of sleep. It's all Filch's fault. I haven't had a proper night's rest in days, just nightmares every night." Ron was clearly fed up. His resentment toward Filch was at its peak. "Professor, do you know why Filch is targeting students like this?" Hermione asked in frustration. "He's making it impossible for me to concentrate on my studies." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, clearly unable to relate to Hermione's priorities. Mr. Filch. Wes didn't actually dislike Filch that much. He remembered his own school years fondly. Back then, he was a top student, and head of House Flitwick had always looked out for him. He had quite a few privileges. Filch had never dared give him trouble. Wes knew Filch was a squib. His parents were both wizards, but he never developed magic himself. To grow up in a wizarding family without being able to perform magic, that was a cruel fate. Many wizarding families saw squibs as disgraces, some even disowned them outright. In short, being a squib in the magical world was extremely difficult. Filch's childhood was nothing short of tragic. Compared to that, Harry's life with his aunt and uncle wasn't even a tenth as miserable. It was that childhood that twisted Filch's personality. Even after Dumbledore took him in as Hogwarts caretaker, that bitterness still lingered. Wes, however, wouldn't share this with the trio, not because he feared Filch, but because he had no interest in exposing others' private matters. He only told them that now that McGonagall had warned him, Filch would behave for a while. If he continued targeting them, their parents could file complaints, Dumbledore would step in. The trio didn't get the answers they were hoping for. They politely said goodbye to Wes. But before leaving, Harry glanced at the drawer where Wes had put the notebook and asked carefully. "Professor, that notebook just now, is it important?" "Just a plain old diary." "What, you want it?" Wes moved to open the drawer again. Harry waved his hands quickly. No, that's not what I meant. Just messing with you. Your friends already left, better catch up." Wes smiled. "Goodbye, Professor." Harry closed the office door and jogged off to catch up with Ron and Hermione. After the three had left, Wes reopened the drawer, took out the diary, and muttered. "Senior Tom, you're a disappointment. The spells you know might be valuable to ordinary students, but to me, they're useless." The diary began to tremble and flipped itself open. On the page, a sentence appeared. "What are you trying to do?" Wes didn't bother replying. He just stared at the diary, deep in thought. Snap. He slammed the diary shut and slipped it into the inner pocket of his robe as he walked out of the office. Chapter 34, A Gift. In the solemn and silent headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Wes sat facing each other, a subtle tension hanging in the air. "You've finished reading the book?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze settling on Wes through his half-moon glasses. "No," Wes shook his head. His answer was brief and direct. "Then is there something you didn't understand?" Dumbledore asked again. "Also no," Wes replied, gently shaking his head. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips, as if he wasn't in any rush to explain. Dumbledore's brows furrowed. His tone carried a trace of reproach. "Then what are you here for?" He sighed softly and added, "As headmaster, I'm quite busy, you know." Wes's gaze fell to the platter of sweets piled in front of Dumbledore and quipped, "Busy with what?" "Enjoying your afternoon tea." His lips curled in a slightly teasing smile as he looked at Dumbledore. "Aren't you worried about getting diabetes?" "What's that?" Dumbledore asked with genuine curiosity. "A disease discovered by Muggle doctors." Wes began explaining, but midway through, he realized Dumbledore had derailed the conversation. He stopped himself and steered back to the main point. "I came to give you a gift." Wes pulled out a seemingly ordinary diary from his pocket and gently placed it on the table between them. "A gift? A diary?" Dumbledore's eyes landed on the notebook. He knew immediately that anything Wes considered a gift was anything but ordinary. This diary must hold something special. Dumbledore didn't touch the diary directly. Instead, he carefully took out a uniquely shaped, 15-inch wand from the inner pocket of his robes. It was the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, and said to be the most powerful wand in existence. He lightly touched the diary with the Elder Wand, murmuring an incantation. A mysterious spell took effect. The diary slowly floated into the air, and with a flash of blue light, a human figure began to form out of the surrounding space. It was a young man with jet black hair. His eyes were deep and gleaming like black gems, sharp and piercing. He had a high nose bridge, tightly pressed thin lips, and a lean, handsome face. He wore a Slytherin robe. However, at this moment, his expression was grim. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, twisting his otherwise handsome features into something sinister. "You tricked me," the boy shouted angrily at Wes. Wes only shrugged and said nothing in return. The boy's fury intensified under Wes's cold indifference, burning as though it would incinerate him on the spot. "Long time no see, Tom." Dumbledore's voice rang out, calm and firm, making the boy tremble all over. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, quickly replaced by caution. "Dumbledore." The boy, Tom, or rather, Voldemort, glared with a mixture of dread and hostility, a hint of fear even he didn't notice creeping into his expression. Dumbledore looked at Voldemort's youthful face, and a wave of complicated emotion surged in his heart. He sighed. "I didn't expect you to have made a Horcrux even in your student days. If only I had guided you more carefully back then. Spare me the act, Dumbledore. You never liked me from the beginning. You were always on guard against me." Voldemort's furious roar echoed through the headmaster's office, his voice filled with rage and resentment, as if it could rip the air apart. While Dumbledore remained astonishingly composed in the face of such fury, the portraits on the walls couldn't stay silent. They burst into a cacophony of voices, angry and condemning. "Stubborn fool," bellowed one of the headmasters in a portrait. "You're a disgrace to Hogwarts," another headmaster portrait roared. "Destroy him quickly," urged another one in haste. "Oh, Merlin's beard, committing murder at such a young age, unforgivable," an elderly headmaster added to the growing chorus of outrage. Faced with the furious rebukes of the headmasters, Voldemort merely raised his chin slightly, eyes defiant, with not a trace of remorse on his face. "Silence, everyone." Dumbledore had to put in considerable effort to calm the portraits down. He then shut the diary, and Voldemort's image faded back into it as a streak of light. The atmosphere in the office settled once more. What do you think of the gift? Wes asked with a hint of pride. It's incredible, Dumbledore praised. Where did you find it? Voldemort hides his Horcruxes well, they're extremely important to him. Wes recounted the incident at Flourish and Blotts. Lucius Malfoy, Dumbledore's face grew grave. He was a Death Eater. It's entirely possible Voldemort entrusted a Horcrux to him. But why send it back to Hogwarts now? Dumbledore fell into thought, unable to decipher Lucius Malfoy's intentions. We could summon Mr. Malfoy and ask him directly, Wes suggested. Mr. Malfoy isn't exactly the honest type, Dumbledore said with some concern. I have a way, but I'll need your cooperation, Headmaster, Wes said confidently. No problem, Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. We'll need the diary again. Dumbledore shrugged. I had planned to destroy the Horcrux immediately, but waiting a few more days won't hurt. If this had been one of the Horcruxes Voldemort created at the peak of his power, Dumbledore would have destroyed it instantly. But the diary was made when Voldemort was just 16 or 17. Even in his old age, Dumbledore was confident he could keep it safe. They agreed to carry out the plan on the day of the Quidditch match. With everyone's attention on the game, it would be the perfect cover. And this year, Draco Malfoy had become Slytherin's new seeker. Dumbledore inviting Lucius to watch his son's debut match made perfect sense. Back in his office, Dumbledore wrote the invitation with his elegant quill on fine parchment. After blowing gently on the ink to dry it, he folded the letter and sealed it in a fine envelope. He summoned an owl, which landed obediently on his arm. Off you go, my friend, he whispered. Deliver this safely to Malfoy Manor. The owl picked up the envelope and flew off through the window, heading toward the manor. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy had been troubled of late. Since the beginning of the term, he'd been increasingly anxious about the diary. He hadn't heard a word about anything unusual happening at Hogwarts, and that left him uneasy. He couldn't tell whether Wes had brought the diary back to the school, or if it simply didn't have the power Voldemort had claimed it did. His wife, Narcissa Malfoy, noticed his unease and asked with concern, Dear, what's wrong? You've been so distracted since coming back from Diagon Alley. Did something go wrong with those items? She assumed the trouble had something to do with fencing dark artifacts. Lucius forced a smile. You know I had a run-in with that Weasley at the bookshop. He's been watching me closely since then. Those items might draw unwanted attention. Narcissa accepted his explanation. At that moment, Dobby, the Malfoy's house elf, timidly approached. His head was bowed low, avoiding eye contact. Master, a letter, from Hogwarts. He said in a trembling voice. Imbecile. Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? Narcissa snapped. Dobby shivered in fear. Narcissa snatched the envelope from his hands and sprayed it with perfume before opening it. It's from Dumbledore, an invitation to watch the Quidditch match. Lucius frowned. He's never invited us before. Why now, so suddenly? But Narcissa was pleased. It's Draco's first match as Seeker, I wouldn't miss it for anything. And it'll be good for you to get out and relax. Lucius thought for a moment before agreeing. Deep down, he was planning. I need to confirm whether the diary really made it to Hogwarts, and why there's been no incident. Chapter 35, a bait. The news that the Malfoy couple would be attending the Quidditch match at Hogwarts spread like wildfire, quickly passing through Draco's mouth and across the entire school. Lucius Malfoy, a pureblood wizard known for his wealth and influence, spared no expense in equipping every member of the Slytherin team with the latest Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. Such luxurious gear allowed Slytherin to dominate this year's House Cup. The Slytherin players, high-spirited and confident, vowed to beat the Gryffindor team soundly in the match, determined to prove to Mr. Malfoy, their generous sponsor, that his investment was worth every galleon. However, this news was nothing short of disastrous for the other house teams. Especially Gryffindor. They mocked Draco, saying the only reason he became Slytherin's seeker was because he had a rich father, and that his actual skill was laughable. Unlike Harry, who had earned his position as Gryffindor's seeker in his first year through raw talent and merit. Draco was furious at their taunts, his face pale with a flush of rage. He swore he would prove himself in front of his parents and silence those who mocked him. Besides, he felt he had one advantage over Harry, his parents would be there in person to watch his match, while Harry, the orphan, had no such support. And Harry? What could an orphan like Harry possibly compare? He was probably curled up in bed crying. Harry truly was upset, especially on the day of the match, when the Malfoy couple arrived at Hogwarts. Draco was embraced lovingly by his mother, and that warm image pierced Harry's heart. Harry admitted it, he was jealous. He desperately wished his parents could watch his matches too, that he could receive a warm hug like that. Hermione, quick to notice Harry's downcast mood, gently patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, beat him on the pitch, Harry. Make him lose face in front of his parents. Her words were like a warm current that rekindled Harry's fighting spirit. Before the match, Dumbledore invited Lucius for a talk. Naturally, Lucius refused. He was here to watch his son's match. How could he leave now? But Dumbledore leaned in and whispered in his ear, "The diary." Then he turned and walked away. Lucius trembled as though struck by lightning. "What's wrong, dear?" Narcissa asked, her beautiful face full of concern. "Dumbledore needs to speak with me about something," Lucius replied, trying to keep his voice calm. But the slight tremble in his lips gave away his unease. "Why now, of all times?" Narcissa frowned. Lucius forced a light tone. "Who knows what the crazy old man is thinking?" He managed a weak smile. Narcissa felt something was off, but trusted her husband. "Be quick." "Of course. I wouldn't want to miss Draco's performance." He had no choice but to follow Dumbledore away, leaving a worried Narcissa behind. The two walked in silence, a tense atmosphere hanging in the air. In the headmaster's office, Lucius was surprised to find Professor Wes Elwin already present. A sense of dread rose in his chest. Pretending not to recognize Wes, he asked, "Dumbledore, and this is?" "Mr. Malfoy, you have quite the forgetful memory." "We met at Flourish and Blots," Wes said plainly, pointing to a diary on the table. "I found this diary at the bookstore. It looked like it might be yours. But I didn't have your contact information, so I asked the headmaster to get in touch." Lucius first gave the diary a quick glance, then quickly averted his gaze and said nervously, "I think you've got the wrong person. A shabby little diary like that couldn't possibly be mine. Looks like I was mistaken." Wes extended his index finger toward the diary. At once, it burst into flames. Scarlet fire blazed upward in an instant. Silent spellcasting, combined with wandless magic. Lucius was stunned by Wes's magical prowess. He had only seen such refined techniques from Dumbledore and Voldemort. Just who was this Professor Elwin? Despite the storm churning in his heart, Lucius moved swiftly. In a flash, he lunged forward to the desk, swatted the burning diary to the floor, and stomped out the flames in several frantic steps. Only after confirming the diary was still intact did he exhale in relief. "Why so nervous, Mr. Malfoy? It's just a diary." "If it burns, Wes said lightly, his voice tinged with subtle mockery. Lucius quickly changed his tune. "Ah, now that you mention it, I do recall losing a diary recently." The urgency in his eyes made it clear, he wanted to get out with the diary as soon as possible. So long as there was no chaos at Hogwarts, recovering the diary might be enough to avoid punishment, he thought. But Wes stepped in front of him. "Professor Elwin," Lucius said cautiously. "Well, if this is your diary, Mr. Malfoy, then I'm afraid there's a problem." Wes pointed his wand at him. "What are you doing?" "I'm a school governor." Lucius barked, but Wes caught the panic in his eyes. "Seems like you know this diary isn't just some innocent object." "I don't know what you're talking about." "It's just a misplaced diary, that's all," Lucius said, forcing composure. But the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "He didn't tell you, did he? That this is a Horcrux?" Wes no longer beat around the bush. "A Horcrux?" Lucius dropped the diary in shock. Smack. The sound snapped him out of his stupor. He bent to retrieve it, but Wes stepped on it. "Mr. Malfoy, care to explain why your diary happens to be a Horcrux? Could it be that you've taken a life?" Wes's words cut like blades. Lucius recoiled as if burned. He was speechless. "Mr. Malfoy, kindly answer the question." Wes loomed over him, his presence suffocating. Lucius couldn't think of any excuse to placate him. Wes picked up the diary. "So, Voldemort entrusted you with a Horcrux, but didn't tell you the truth. Seems he doesn't trust you." Lucius wished he could silence Wes right then and there. His face went deathly pale. "What do you think your master will do when he finds out you lost his Horcrux?" Wes pressed on. Lucius nearly collapsed on the spot. "Oh, wait, not lost. You saw the light and willingly handed it over to Headmaster Dumbledore," Wes said. Dumbledore chimed in, "Indeed. Today, Mr. Malfoy brought the Horcrux to me personally and expressed deep remorse for his past actions." "No." Lucius screamed in despair. "You can't do this." "Oh, we can. After all, the Horcrux is in our possession. Think Voldemort will believe you." Wes's tone was sharp, every word a dagger. Lucius sat there lifeless, like his soul had fled. He knew all too well, once Voldemort heard of this, with his paranoid and volatile nature, Lucius's fate would be sealed in misery. Chapter 36, The Meeting. Wes's voice cut through the silence, cold and sharp like a winter wind. "Mr. Malfoy, we all know who you are." His movements were slow and deliberate. With a light flick of his wand, he pulled back the long sleeve on Lucius's left arm. As the sleeve fell, the dark mark, once the symbol of terror, was exposed to the open air. Lucius instinctively covered it with his hand, a mix of emotions flickering across his face, anger, fear, and a trace of embarrassment at having his secret laid bare. He glared at Wes as if trying to burn him with his eyes. "You're afraid, Death Eater," Wes said calmly, but his voice carried an undeniable pressure. "What are you afraid of?" He raised an eyebrow. "Your master is about to return." "Why the fear?" There was a hint of amusement in his tone, as though he was savoring the psychological game unfolding before him. Serving someone that volatile can't be easy, can it? Always on edge, wondering if you'll be the next one to die. Wes's words pierced straight into Lucius's heart like arrows, making his chest tighten. Lucius stared wide-eyed at Wes, unsure how he could so accurately read his thoughts. "It's not hard to guess," Wes said, picking up the diary and gently brushing its cover. The tenderness of his action was in stark contrast to the sharpness of his words. This Horcrux was made by Voldemort when he was just 16. With his ambition and personality, there's no way this is the only one. Wes locked eyes with Lucius, exuding a confidence that left no room for doubt. "Mr. Malfoy, do you know how a Horcrux is made?" Lucius shook his head violently, like a cornered animal. "You kill someone, split your soul, and bind the fragment into any object of your choosing." Wes's voice was disturbingly casual, as if describing something trivial. "Sounds simple, doesn't it?" He gave a slight smirk, full of mockery. Lucius didn't dare respond. He was terrified. There have been countless dark wizards who knew how to make Horcruxes throughout history, but do you know why so few of them actually did? Wes's eyes narrowed as he posed the sharp question. Lucius remained silent, only continuing to shake his head. Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked intrigued. He clearly wanted to hear how Wes viewed Horcruxes. "Have either of you heard of schizophrenia?" Wes continued without waiting for a response. "Simply put, it's when someone's mind fractures, creating separate personalities, some old, some young." Thanks to Wes's explanation, the two didn't fully understand, but they got the gist. This was what people called madness. If the splitting of the mind can have such severe consequences, what about the soul? Wes's voice suddenly rose several notches. "Do you think splitting one's soul comes without a price?" Each word he spoke seemed to press down on them like a heavy weight. Wasn't Voldemort becoming more irritable toward the end? Less able to control his emotions? More extreme in everything? Though it sounded like Wes was asking Lucius, his tone left no room for argument. Lucius nodded. It was exactly as Wes described. Voldemort had changed from a brilliant and visionary leader into a paranoid, erratic tyrant. Every day around him was filled with unease and fear. Everyone tiptoed with their words, terrified a single misstep could bring fatal consequences. Voldemort split his soul too many times, Wes sneered. A stupid move. A whole soul carries you further on the path of magic. His future is cut off, he'll never advance again. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Even the most ruthless dark wizards wouldn't split their souls lightly. I think Voldemort was too young at the time. He hadn't yet touched on the deeper aspects of magic. As soon as he discovered how to make a Horcrux, he rushed to create this diary, and sealed his fate. There was a hint of pity in Wes's voice. Young wizards often stray from the right path for many reasons, Dumbledore said with regret. Had I not been so biased, had I guided him properly, perhaps he could have become a brilliant defense against the dark arts professor. Maybe even the next headmaster. Please. He was murdering people undetected by 16, that kind of mind isn't something education can fix. Wes dismissed the notion without hesitation. As the two freely criticized Voldemort, Lucius sat beside them as if on a bed of nails, wishing he were deaf. "Oh, sorry," Wes said at last, seeming to notice Lucius's discomfort. "We're talking so openly about your master. Hope you don't mind," he added with a mocking glance. What could Lucius say? He wanted to fire off an Avada Kedavra, but only dared think it. All he could do was force a bitter smile. In the end, thanks to all this soul-splitting, Voldemort has become a lunatic, and a violent one at that. And you, Mr. Malfoy, gave his most important Horcrux to his greatest enemy. What do you think he'll do to you?" Wes's tone hardened as he threatened Lucius again. Lucius looked like he was about to cry. Still, he put on a brave front. I believe he'll listen to my explanation." His voice grew softer and softer, even he didn't believe what he was saying. "All right. You've got 3 options." Wes held up 3 fingers. "First, admit that you own the diary. Naturally, you'll be sent to Azkaban. Maybe when your master returns, he'll break you out. Let's just hope you haven't lost your mind by then." Wes's face was expressionless. At the thought of Dementors, Lucius immediately shook his head. He knew he'd be driven insane in less than a month. Second, deny the diary is yours. The Malfoy name might shield you from direct punishment, but we'll let it slip that you lost something very precious to Voldemort. Lucius shook his head again. Then there's only one path left, defect. The moment Wes said it, Lucius jumped up, shouting, "You're asking me to die." Wes had pretended to offer choices, but was clearly forcing him to betray Voldemort. If he finds out, he'll kill me, and my family. Lucius had seen firsthand what Voldemort did to traitors. He didn't want to share their fate. He won't find out, will he? You want me to be a spy? Lucius backed away in panic. No way, don't even think about it. His hands were clenched tight in trembling fists. Calm down, Mr. Malfoy. Wes's voice softened. Only by staying calm can you make the right decision. Dumbledore thoughtfully handed Lucius a cup of tea, hoping to ease the tension. But to Lucius, it looked more poisonous than any venom. After an intense internal struggle, Lucius finally took the cup, and downed it in one go, as if bracing himself for the worst. Chapter 37, Wes Plan. Lucius's fingers trembled slightly at the rim of the teacup. He shakily set it down, and the delicate china clinked softly against the saucer. His eyes slowly closed, eyelids twitching with unease, as he tried to suppress the turbulence within. He was still uncertain. He didn't know if this choice would lead himself and his family into utter ruin. Wes, ever sharp-eyed, watched him with the piercing gaze of a hawk. He knew that at this very moment, a storm was raging deep within Lucius Malfoy's heart. Wes stepped quietly to Lucius's side. His movements were cautious, as if approaching a frightened animal. Then he gently placed a hand on Lucius's shoulder. "Mr. Malfoy, you've made the right choice. Surely, Headmaster Dumbledore is more trustworthy than that lunatic Voldemort." His voice was low and calm, like someone soothing a wounded soul. "Lucius, I promise your family will be under my protection," Dumbledore added, this time unusually serious. As the greatest white wizard of the century, Dumbledore's word carried a credibility that far outshone Voldemort's. Color gradually returned to Lucius's pale face. The spark of hope had been rekindled in his heart. He was once so brilliant, so striking, a perfect leader in my eyes. Lucius was swept up in a tide of complicated emotions, remembering why he had once chosen to follow Voldemort. Back then, Voldemort had been powerful and wise, a fearsome figure in the wizarding world. His charisma and strength had drawn many followers, Lucius among them. They believed Voldemort would lead them to a glorious future, an era where wizards ruled over muggles and the magical world flourished. We dreamed of putting him at the pinnacle of power, from Britain to Europe, and then the world. All wizards would kneel before us. Lucius's voice held a trace of that dreamlike ambition, but it was swiftly cut off by harsh reality. But Lucius's lips trembled, his voice quivered. His change came too suddenly. He became cruel, paranoid, made everyone live in fear. The Voldemort we have now is no longer a revered leader. He's a Dark Lord everyone dreads. And the most ridiculous part? That all-powerful Dark Lord was defeated by a baby. Lucius's expression twisted with disbelief, he couldn't accept the fall of the leader he once admired. Taking a deep breath, he continued. "I didn't know the diary was one of his Horcruxes. He only told me that once it returned to Hogwarts, it would cleanse the school of impure blood." Lucius instinctively touched the dark mark on his left arm, the symbol of his former loyalty, now a heavy stone on his conscience. When the dark mark reappeared last year, I knew he had returned, though still weak. I thought, maybe I could earn some merit before he regained full strength. Lucius confessed his plan. "I meant to slip the diary into the youngest Weasley girl's schoolbooks, but things didn't unfold the way I expected." As he spoke, his voice grew lower and his expression filled with regret. At the mention of cleansing impure blood wizards, Dumbledore's anger surged. To him, the students of Hogwarts were priceless, and any harm toward them was unforgivable. Lucius staggered back in alarm at Dumbledore's fierce response, as if struck by an invisible force. "Headmaster, nothing has happened yet." "And Mr. Malfoy has already recognized his mistake," Wes quickly interjected, trying to calm the sudden storm. Although Lucius still felt lingering fear, the strength Dumbledore displayed gave him a bit more reassurance. This old man is over 100 and still this powerful. Add in the unfathomable Elwin, and the odds look pretty good. However, when Dumbledore asked how exactly the diary was supposed to cleanse Hogwarts, Lucius was completely in the dark. He never truly trusted anyone. "I had no idea it was one of his Horcruxes," Lucius said with a hint of grievance. "Perhaps we should just ask our dear alumnus Tom directly," Wes said casually as he opened the diary and muttered an incantation. Immediately, the soul fragment of Voldemort appeared, the form of 16-year-old Tom Riddle manifested before them. "Master." Lucius instinctively bowed to Tom, even going so far as to prepare to kiss his feet, until he suddenly remembered his betrayal. His body froze mid-motion, stiff with guilt. "What exactly are you people trying to do?" Tom didn't even spare Lucius a glance. His eyes were locked onto Dumbledore and Wes with icy fury. Lucius didn't dare look up. His body trembled slightly, terrified that Tom might turn his gaze toward him. "No need to be so tense, Tom. I only want to ask a few questions," Wes said calmly. Tom's face was dark, his glare sharp as a blade, fixated on Wes. "Looks like you're not willing to cooperate, but I have another method." Wes drew his wand and murmured, "Legilimens." The possession curse struck Tom squarely. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow at the spell, saying nothing. Lucius, on the other hand, instinctively took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and Wes. Tom tried with all his might to resist the spell's intrusion, but he was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul, no match for Wes's magic. His will quickly crumbled. "Tell me, how were you planning to cleanse Hogwarts?" Under the control of the possession curse, Tom revealed his plan without reservation: to possess a student, open the Chamber of Secrets, and unleash the basilisk to eliminate non-pure-blood students. He even confessed to using the basilisk years ago to kill a girl and framing Hagrid for the crime. With the truth now laid bare, Wes shut the diary, and Tom's image vanished along with it. "What do you think, Headmaster?" Wes asked. While polishing his glasses, Dumbledore pondered aloud, "I never imagined the legends were true. So Slytherin really did leave behind a chamber, and Tom actually found it. The key issue is the basilisk. That kind of dangerous creature has been lurking in Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't sealed inside, who knows how much destruction it could have caused." Dumbledore imagined the creature rampaging through the school, killing students. His thoughts darkened, and he reached for a book from the shelf. Basilisks are no easy foes, especially their eyes. Anyone who meets their gaze dies instantly. "We could use a blinding jinx," Wes suggested. "Good thinking. Basilisks also have incredibly tough skin and high resistance to magic. Ordinary spells won't work." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "I believe we're strong enough to take one down," Wes said confidently. "You plan to fight it yourself?" Dumbledore asked. Wes nodded. The whole creature's body is valuable. They quickly finalized a plan to eliminate the basilisk, and clear Hagrid's name of murder. Lucius stood off to the side, stunned. He had originally thought they were going after goblins, not a basilisk. Wes invited him to come along, but Lucius shook his head firmly. He had no desire to risk his life against a basilisk. "You won't need to fight. Just watch. Seeing our strength for yourself might give you some peace of mind, no?" Eventually, Lucius agreed. Chapter 38, Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore's decisiveness was nothing short of swift and resolute. He strode through the castle's corridors and arrived at the second-floor girls' bathroom. The lighting was dim, and a faint dampness lingered in the air. His eyes, sharp like a hawk's, scanned every inch of the space without missing a single detail. Soon, beneath one of the taps, he spotted the emblem of Slytherin. The real challenge now was how to open the hidden entrance to the chamber. Dumbledore was perhaps the only wizard in magical history who, without relying on bloodline inheritance, had mastered Parseltongue entirely through self-study. However, his command of Parseltongue might have been limited to understanding it; he couldn't actually speak it. After several attempts, the entrance to the chamber remained tightly sealed. Wes observed for a moment and then made a bold suggestion: to use the Imperious Curse on Tom and force him to speak Parseltongue to open the chamber. This proposal made Dumbledore pause in brief contemplation. But shortly after, he shook his head and rejected the idea. He had deeper considerations in mind. He wanted to invite officials from the Ministry of Magic to witness the slaying of the basilisk. He hoped this act could also clear Hagrid's name. However, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, was known for being overly cautious, or rather, a complete coward. Dumbledore could easily predict that if Fudge learned Voldemort had created Horcruxes and was gradually regaining strength, the minister would likely make some very unpopular decisions. It was best not to let anyone else know of Voldemort's return just yet, to avoid unnecessary panic. Though he was old, Dumbledore's mind remained agile and sharp. He quickly acquired a recording device and captured the sound of Tom speaking Parseltongue. With preparations complete, Dumbledore sat at his desk and carefully wrote 2 letters, one addressed to Minister Cornelius Fudge, and the other to Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In the letters, he detailed the discovery of the basilisk at Hogwarts and the decades-old murder case tied to it. At this point in time, Fudge was still practically at Dumbledore's beck and call. The two exchanged letters frequently and eventually settled on a date, set for a weekend 2 weeks later. When the agreed weekend arrived, Cornelius Fudge came to Hogwarts accompanied by a ministry official and Amelia Susan Bones. As soon as Fudge saw Dumbledore, he rushed forward with arms wide open and gave him a big bear hug. His face was covered in a broad, beaming smile that never left. He acted overly familiar with Dumbledore, clinging to his hand so tightly that even when greeting Lucius, he didn't let go. As for Wes, being far too young, he didn't attract Fudge's attention at all. Wes didn't mind in the slightest; he had no interest in dealing with politicians like Fudge anyway. Amelia appeared to be a very serious person, her expression devoid of any unnecessary emotion. According to Dumbledore, she was one of the rare few in the Ministry who actually got real work done. "Albus, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Fudge exclaimed dramatically, pressing a hand to his chest, his tone full of exaggerated shock. "How could a terrifying creature like a basilisk appear in Hogwarts?" "Fudge," Dumbledore began. "Call me Cornelius. Between us, there's no need for formality." Fudge quickly cut him off, smiling warmly. "Very well, Cornelius." Dumbledore then patiently recounted everything, the history of the Slytherin chamber, the truth about the basilisk, and how Hagrid had been wrongly accused. "I see. So that's what really happened." "Oh." Merlin's beard. Fudge seemed to be listening intently, frequently letting out dramatic gasps. After hearing the full account, Fudge turned to his deputy, Umbridge. "Dolores, would resolving this incident boost my approval ratings?" Umbridge wore an excessively sweet smile, thick like syrup. She was petite, with an oversized mouth and slightly bulging eyes that gave her an odd appearance. She was dressed head to toe in bright pink, from hat to hairpin. Her unfortunate appearance and inappropriate outfit made her look like an awkward, oversized pink toad. She spoke in a cloying, girlish tone that made everyone around visibly uncomfortable. "Eliminating the basilisk and protecting the students, I imagine your office will be stuffed full of commendation letters, Minister." Her voice dripped with flattery. Madame Bones gave Umbridge a disdainful look, then closed her eyes, clearly unwilling to witness more of her irritating display. Fudge beamed, this time with a genuinely delighted smile. "Wonderful," Fudge said, thrilled. All he cared about was his approval rating, not the student safety. As for Hagrid's innocence, he saw that as a waste of time. Thankfully, Madame Bones was known for her fairness. If the creature responsible for the incident years ago was a basilisk, then it proves that Rubeus Hagrid was wrongly accused. "The Ministry will restore Mr. Hagrid's reputation," she said firmly and clearly. Yes, Madame Bones is absolutely right," Fudge quickly echoed. If he could both maintain his position and win Dumbledore's favor, it was a win-win situation that Fudge was eager to pursue. However, when he heard they would need to enter the chamber and face the basilisk directly, the minister immediately tried to back out. "Umbridge can represent me. She's my assistant," he said without hesitation, pushing the dangerous task onto his subordinate. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly. Her fingers clenched her handbag tightly, knuckles whitening. But she quickly recovered and returned to her signature syrupy smile. She was ambitious and ready to seize any opportunity to climb the ladder, even if it meant taking risks. Wes had to admit, he saw the woman in a new light. Dumbledore only wanted a ministry witness, he didn't care who specifically. After a few safety reminders, Dumbledore led the group to the bathroom. He took out the recorder and played the Parseltongue recording. With a hiss, the mechanism activated. The sink slowly shifted aside, revealing a tunnel leading downward. Dumbledore's wand emitted a soft glow, and without hesitation, he jumped in first. Lucius followed closely behind. Next was Umbridge, who despite a trace of nervousness on her face, bravely leapt down. Madame Bones had intended to go last, but Wes gestured politely. "Ladies first." She didn't decline his gentlemanly offer. With a small nod, she too descended. The four of them advanced unhindered, soon arriving in the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 39, Basilisk. When the group passed through the final mechanism and finally arrived at the Chamber of Secrets, it was as if they had crossed the veil of time and stepped into an ancient, mysterious world. Inside the chamber, the space was so vast it felt like a colossal underground palace. The surrounding walls were eroded by the years, bearing the marks of countless untold stories. The walls were built from ancient stone blocks, each one rough and worn, dotted with moss, exuding a damp and ancient aura. Carvings of serpents and mysterious magical runes covered the walls. The runes emitted a strange light, flickering as if they were conveying some ancient and secret message. The ground was damp and cold. With each step, one could feel a chill rising from underfoot, the kind that seemed to seep through one's shoes and into the bones. Moisture from the air condensed into droplets that occasionally dripped from the ceiling, producing crisp echoes that reverberated throughout the vast chamber like the ticking of time itself. The place was saturated with a forgotten, mysterious atmosphere. It felt as if they had left the real world behind and entered a corner of existence lost to time. At the far end of the chamber stood a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, like a silent guardian. His face was stern and austere, every feature carved with meticulous precision. Numerous stone pillars engraved with entwined serpents rose up like watchful sentinels, holding aloft a ceiling that disappeared into the shadows above. These pillars looked like immense tree trunks that had grown from deep underground, thick, solid, and immovable. The serpentine carvings on the pillars were vivid and lifelike. Every scale was finely etched, as if at any moment the stone snakes might slither free and come to life. The shadows cast by these pillars added an eerie green hue to the room, making the chamber even darker and more terrifying. Lucius gripped his wand tightly, his fingertips turning pale from tension. When he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. "Where is the basilisk?" His voice echoed through the vast space, sounding especially faint. Umbridge fared even worse, her hand, clutching her wand, trembled violently. Her face was pale, and she swallowed repeatedly. Her eyes darted around, filled with terror. Even the slightest sound made her shudder. Madame Bones, however, remained remarkably calm. "No need to panic." Dumbledore spoke steadily, his voice like an anchor in turbulent waters, offering a sense of reassurance. He then played a recording. As the Parseltongue filled the chamber, it echoed like an ancient summons, brimming with mystique and dread. The ground began to tremble slightly. Small stones tumbled from the walls with crisp clicks. The vibrations grew stronger. More stones fell, and the chamber seemed to quiver in anticipation of something great and terrible. The small stones rolled across the floor like grains in an hourglass, marking the passage of time. The mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue slowly opened, revealing a deep, shadowy tunnel. First came a wave of foul, fishy stench. Then came the sound, scales scraping against stone walls, drawing closer. The noise was sharp and grating, sending chills down everyone's spine. Hisses. Hiss. It's coming. Umbridge squeezed her eyes shut in fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lucius and Madame Bones quickly turned their heads, avoiding direct eye contact with the basilisk. But Wes took a few steps forward, positioning himself ahead of everyone else. His figure stood tall and resolute under the dim light. Dumbledore. Madame Bones was visibly shocked. Her voice trembled with concern for the young wizard daring to confront the basilisk alone. The basilisk, an entity even the most elite Auror squads struggled to face. Was Dumbledore really allowing this young man to face it by himself? "Don't worry, Amelia. Wes can handle it." Dumbledore's voice was calm and firm as he placed a reassuring hand on Madame Bones's shoulder. Still, Madame Bones hesitated, wand gripped tightly in her hand, ready to intervene. Conflicted, she trusted Dumbledore's judgment, yet couldn't help but worry for Wes's safety. Just then, a massive creature slithered out from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. A blood-red feather sprouted from its head. Its body was a deep emerald green, massive like a moving mountain. At nearly 15 meters long, it exuded a crushing aura that weighed heavily on the chamber like an invisible pressure. Madame Bones froze in place. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her heartbeat accelerated. She had never seen such a massive creature. A powerful sense of dread washed over her. Lucius, facing the same behemoth, felt equally threatened. He began to question whether coming here had been wise, and what might happen next. Umbridge, on the other hand, turned and fled in a panic, her toad-like figure stumbling away into the shadows. Remaining calm, Wes took off his cloak. With a quick engorgio, the cloak expanded enormously. His movements were swift and confident, as though everything was going exactly according to plan. Wes pointed toward the basilisk. The enlarged cloak soared through the air and, before the creature could react, wrapped tightly around its eyes. "Ordinary fabric can't block a basilisk's gaze," Dumbledore warned gently. "Good thing mine's not ordinary," Wes replied with a confident smile. The newly awakened basilisk hadn't even had time to strike before its vision was sealed. It rubbed its massive head against the Slytherin statue, trying to scrape the cloak off or tear it apart. But the cloak showed no sign of wear or damage. "See," Wes said proudly. "That takes care of its eyes." "Brilliant idea," Dumbledore praised. "Everyone, you may look at the basilisk now, Wes has blinded it." He added a final reminder, just be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Cautiously, Madame Bones and Lucius began glancing with their peripheral vision, and only when they confirmed the basilisk's eyes were covered did they dare take a full look. Merlin's beard, this creature was asleep in Hogwarts all this time, and no one noticed. Madame Bones instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, her wide eyes trying to take in the full sight before her, her voice trembling with disbelief. "That's exactly why we're here, to deal with this hidden threat, Madam," Wes replied as he unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves. "If you would, please stand back." Wes gestured for the two to move aside. Incendio Maxima. With a powerful sweep of his wand, a blazing arc of flame burst forth like a fire dragon, soaring through the air toward the basilisk. The flame dragon was incredibly lifelike. Its scales shimmered with light, and its wings fanned the heated air behind it. Sensing the overwhelming danger, the basilisk thrashed wildly, as though trying to break free from an ancient curse that bound it. Every movement of its massive form shook the chamber's floor, unleashing its long-buried power. The fire dragon struck the basilisk directly. Flames engulfed the creature, crackling and roaring, while the serpent screamed in agony. Soon, the area around the basilisk had become a sea of fire. The temperature inside the Chamber of Secrets rose sharply, turning the space into a blazing furnace. Chapter 40, Against the Basilisk. Such terrifying power. Is this truly your strength? It's not enough, not yet. This alone still isn't enough. Lucius's gaze was locked firmly on Wes, his eyes filled with a tangle of complicated emotions. Internally, he was wrestling with conflicting thoughts. The immense strength Wes had just displayed left him both impressed and deeply unsettled. Madame Bones, on the other hand, stood slack-jawed in astonishment. For a brief moment, she saw the shadow of Dumbledore in Wes. She quickly realized her lapse in composure and shut her mouth, but the shock in her heart remained far from settled. Umbridge, who had run off earlier, had at some point crept back and was now hiding nervously behind Dumbledore. She poked her head out, watching the fierce battle unfold with anxiety. Her gaze toward Wes now carried a flicker of fear. Never in her wildest imagination had she thought him to be such a powerful wizard, someone capable of facing off against a legendary basilisk. But Wes had no time to consider their thoughts. The basilisk slowly slithered out from the sea of flames, its massive body completely unharmed. Its scales were still as smooth and gleaming as ever. Wes wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, if the basilisk could be defeated that easily, it wouldn't have been classified as one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence. Though its eyes were still blindfolded, the basilisk had inherited many of the serpent's traits. Even without sight, it could still clearly sense everything around it. It knew exactly who its enemies were. I haven't eaten in so long. I'm starving. These humans will make for a decent meal. Driven by primal hunger and violent instinct, the basilisk hissed lowly and lunged toward Wes with terrifying speed. It moved like a mobile mountain, its massive body whipping up a strong gust of wind as it surged forward. Wes immediately raised his wand. With a sharp incantation, the serpentine carvings wrapped around the ancient columns seemed to come alive. One by one, they broke free and transformed into lifelike snakes. They slithered and writhed, moving as if truly alive. Under Wes's command, the swarm of snakes surged toward the basilisk like a living tidal wave. Though much smaller in size, the enchanted snakes were quick and agile. Like a true snake colony, they coordinated their strikes into waves of coordinated attacks, hoping to slow the beast's advance. But the size difference between them was simply too vast. The basilisk barreled through the swarm effortlessly, flinging the animated snakes aside as if they were twigs. Every impact shook the ground slightly, a testament to the basilisk's overwhelming strength. The creature rampaged forward, growing ever closer to Wes. Yet Wes remained calm. With a simple flick of his wand, it was as if the waters of an entire lake had been summoned. A torrent of wild, crashing water appeared in an instant and swept the basilisk away. The rapid current roared like a waterfall, slamming against the creature with relentless force. Still, even within the torrent, the basilisk continued forcing its way toward Wes, fighting with all its might to escape the water's grasp. But Wes's control over his magic was masterful. He raised his wand to his lips and gently blew across it. Oh! With that breath, a wave of chilling air surged through the Chamber of Secrets. The temperature plummeted in an instant. The basilisk froze mid-motion, transformed into a towering ice sculpture. All the water that had been summoned turned to solid ice, forming a massive frozen pillar with the basilisk trapped deep within. The entire chamber became a world of frost and snow. The biting cold seemed to pierce to the bone. The three spectators stood utterly stunned by Wes's magical mastery. Lucius, above all, felt elation. He thought to himself. With this level of power, and with Dumbledore at his side, not even the Dark Lord at his peak could stop them. Madame Bones's eyes shimmered with admiration. She realized that Wes wasn't just a young wizard. His strength and wisdom had already far surpassed his years. Umbridge was more wary than afraid. She knew well that a powerful wizard like this would bring immense trouble if made an enemy. Seeing the basilisk frozen, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis was over. Umbridge blew into her hands and rubbed them, trying to warm herself up. Looks like the basilisk isn't all the... Shut up. Wes's voice was quiet, yet carried an undeniable authority that cut her off mid-sentence. What? Umbridge couldn't believe her ears. As a senior official of the ministry, she wasn't used to being treated like this. I said shut up, Wes said coldly, giving her a piercing glare. Feeling the chill in his tone, Umbridge involuntarily stepped back. At that moment, the frozen basilisk began to tremble. Cracking sounds echoed as the ice started breaking. The basilisk was still alive, its resilience was shocking. Guess I'll need to be a bit rougher. Wes shifted his gaze to the Salazar Slytherin statue, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Let your master deal with you. His wand traced a complex pattern through the air, magic surging and weaving an invisible web. The ground began to quake. Stones fell, and some pillars collapsed under the stress. To everyone's shock, the statue of Slytherin began to move. It was as if the giant sculpture had been brought to life. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Dumbledore slapped his forehead with a chuckle. Young people really are creative. This is too noisy. Will the place collapse? Madam Bones looked up worriedly at the debris falling from the ceiling. Don't worry. Dumbledore lifted his right hand and cast a repair spell. A soft glow enveloped the chamber. The falling stones were caught mid-air and gently returned to their original spots. Seeing Dumbledore step in, Wes let loose. The basilisk, just freed from its icy prison and still disoriented, was instantly grabbed by two massive hands of pure magic. Wes's wand danced through the air, issuing silent commands. The statue seemed alive now, swinging the basilisk up and slamming it into the floor. A deep pit formed with the impact, dust flying everywhere. The basilisk, stunned, shook its head, clearly dazed by the sudden assault. Wes could even see a hint of confusion on its face. Try this on for size. Under Wes's control, the statue flung the basilisk again and again. Front. Back. Left. Right. Bang. 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 So brutal, Dumbledore muttered. Utterly brutal. The other three were gaping as one of the most powerful magical creatures in the world was tossed around like a rag doll. Finally, the basilisk lay limp like a noodle, unmoving. Wes ended the spell. The statue released its grip, and the creature thudded heavily to the ground. A diagnostic spell confirmed it, no signs of life. Done, Wes said calmly, turning to Dumbledore. The rest is up to you. He spoke as if he'd just finished a mundane task. Dumbledore nodded slightly and led Lucius and the others out of the chamber. Lucius's expression was a complex blend of excitement and concern. Umbridge stared at Wes, her eyes filled with fear. To her, he was an extremely dangerous man, someone who clearly had no respect for the ministry. She desperately wanted to get far away from him. Once everyone was gone, Wes's lips curled into a faint smile. He snapped his fingers, the sound echoing crisply through the silent chamber. From the shadows, Jandy appeared, dragging along a suitcase. Now comes the harvest, Wes said, voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Tools floated out of the suitcase, saws, hammers, even surgical scalpels. Under the dim light, they gleamed with a chilling luster. Degree. Chapter 41, Invitation. The basilisk, such a mysterious and powerful creature, held unimaginable value in every part of its body. Its incredibly tough skin, like a magical armor gifted by nature, was strong enough to resist magical attacks, making it an ideal material for crafting high-level protective gear. Its blood was an even rarer and more precious substance. The unique properties of basilisk blood could trigger unbelievable magical effects. As for its meat, though often overlooked in legends, it was actually a rare delicacy, tender, nutritious, and capable of bringing unexpected benefits to whoever consumed it. But the most coveted parts of the basilisk were undoubtedly its glowing, mysterious eyes and its razor-sharp venomous fangs. Its corpse was a goldmine, worth a fortune. Wes carefully removed the basilisk's eyes, handling them with great caution as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. He placed them into a specially enchanted container designed to preserve their vitality so they could later be transformed into powerful magical items. As for the venomous fangs, after some consideration, Wes decided to forge them into a pair of daggers. It might seem a bit odd for a wizard to use daggers. But in the multiverse, there were even wizards wielding greatswords in duels with orcs, anything was possible. Dealing with the basilisk was no small task. Its enormous body made collecting its materials a tremendous challenge. Sweat covered Wes's forehead, and after several exhausting hours, he finally gathered all the most valuable parts. By the end, he was soaked in foul-smelling grime. Once the harvesting was complete, he returned to his dormitory and immediately headed into the bathroom. He took a hot shower, letting the warm water wash away his fatigue and the stench of the day. He changed into clean clothes, and upon returning to his office, found Dumbledore and Lucius quietly waiting at the door. "The ministry folks are gone?" Wes asked softly. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. Wes opened the door and invited them inside. Hagrid's name can finally be cleared. Dumbledore made himself comfortable on a stool like he was at home, his beard curling slightly with joy. Those foolish politicians finally did something right. While Wes was happy for Hagrid, he couldn't resist taking a jab at Fudge. With the basilisk taken care of, the next step is figuring out what to do about the Horcruxes, Wes said, locking eyes with Dumbledore as he raised the next issue. Dumbledore pulled out the diary and gently placed it on the table. Normal weapons and magic can't destroy Horcruxes. Privately, Dumbledore had already tried several times, each attempt only deepened his understanding of how powerful and troublesome Horcruxes truly were. "I have something not so ordinary right here." Without hesitation, Wes drew out the basilisk fong and stabbed it straight into the diary. With a crisp crack, the sharp fong pierced through it in an instant. The diary began to burn, emitting black flames that seemed to originate from the depths of hell, radiating an aura of evil. Tom's phantom appeared and disappeared within the flames, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred, as if he wanted to devour the entire room. However, Wes and Dumbledore remained exceptionally calm. Lucius, on the other hand, reacted very differently. His body trembled uncontrollably. Although he had already decided to betray Voldemort, the fear rooted deep in his heart still lingered. With mental strength like that, he wouldn't last a day undercover in Voldemort's ranks before getting exposed. Lucius's behavior made Wes question whether he was truly up to the task. His doubtful gaze was too obvious, and Lucius noticed. "I'm just a bit." Lucius tried to explain himself, his voice tinged with nervousness. Wes didn't say much. He simply pulled a ring out of his pocket and tossed it to Lucius. The ring had an ornate design, inlaid with a sapphire that glowed with a deep, mysterious light. Even someone as picky as Lucius couldn't find a single flaw in it. "What is this?" Lucius asked in confusion. "It's a ring that helps you hide your thoughts," Wes explained. "It functions like a clemency. The way you are now, you wouldn't last a day near Voldemort." Lucius immediately slipped the ring onto his finger and muttered, "I'm just not used to it yet." Wes didn't call him out. He knew Lucius needed time to adapt to his new role, and to overcome his fear of Voldemort. Voldemort surely didn't stop at making just one Horcrux. "We need to destroy as many as we can before he returns," Wes continued. "Exactly. Tom is extremely proud and arrogant. He strives for perfection in everything. That diary, made when he was still a student, clearly doesn't meet his standards of perfection," Dumbledore added. As someone who understood Voldemort better than anyone, Dumbledore shared the same opinion as Wes. He must have created more Horcruxes, and the vessels he used must be worthy of his identity. Wes's reminder gave Dumbledore some ideas. But there was no rush. Now that he had Wes on his side, Dumbledore felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and could act with more ease. "Tom, this time, you won't get another chance." Half a month later, a report in the Daily Prophet caused a stir throughout the wizarding world. Shocking. 1,000-year-old monster hidden in Hogwarts. Brave minister leads the charge, defeats the basilisk. The paper was full of praise for Cornelius Fudge, painting him as a heroic figure. Meanwhile, the contributions of Dumbledore and Wes were completely ignored. Worse still, Dumbledore was criticized for being senile, accused of irresponsibly failing to notice such a dangerous creature in his school, thereby endangering the students' safety. As for Wes, the one who actually defeated the basilisk, his name wasn't mentioned at all. Many readers were fooled by the news. Some parents even sent howlers to Dumbledore, voicing their anger. A few even planned to withdraw their children from Hogwarts, fearful of letting them study in such a dangerous environment. Dumbledore, however, handled all of it with ease, and Wes was deeply impressed by the old headmaster's methods. No wonder Fudge feared him so much. Even after securing the position of Minister for Magic, Fudge still worried Dumbledore might kick him off his throne at any moment. After all, when someone has more strength, prestige, and cunning than you, it doesn't matter whether they intend to take your place. What matters is that they could. Hogwarts became even more lively. Every student was talking about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. It became the hottest topic of conversation. Their enthusiasm even surpassed that for Quidditch. The once crowded Quidditch pitch now stood eerily quiet. Some bold students, mostly Gryffindor Lions, even formed teams to hunt for the Chamber of Secrets. Surprisingly, Dumbledore didn't stop them. In fact, he encouraged their exploration. Now all the young wizards joined in, their curiosity and desire for discovery fully ignited. The most invested were the Slytherins. If another house found the chamber of their founder first, they'd be ready to smash their heads into a wall from shame. However, Dumbledore had secretly relocated the chamber's entrance to the headmaster's office. The students were completely outplayed by the old fox. They searched all over campus but never got close to the real entrance. Their enthusiasm continued all the way until Christmas. This year's Christmas was special for Wes. He received an invitation from the Weasley couple. Degree. A/N, pour some stones into our magic cauldron for more chapters. Chapter 42, Burrow. Wes's face showed a trace of surprise, and his brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to be invited to the Weasley household for Christmas. "You're inviting me to your home for Christmas," he repeated, uncertainty in his tone. The twin brothers, Fred and George, beamed at Wes's question. "Mum heard about how we behaved at school this year," Fred said excitedly. "No pranks at all," George added proudly. "She knows we've been learning alchemy from you," Fred continued. "She wants to thank you," George concluded. After they finished speaking, the twins looked at Wes in unison, eyes full of anticipation as they awaited his response. Having spent some time with them, Wes had grown used to their rapid-fire style of conversation. "Christmas, huh?" Wes murmured to himself. He had always lived a solitary life, wholly devoted to magical research and never forming deep connections with others. This was the first time in his life someone had invited him to join them for the holidays. To him, it was a novel and unique experience. Besides, Wes had always been curious about Mr. Weasley's creatively modified car. All right. Why not? Wes finally agreed. He looked at the twins, who jumped up with excitement, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. He then asked, "Is there anything I should prepare?" "Nothing at all," the twins replied in perfect unison, their smiles growing even brighter. "Mum's going to be over the moon." Chattering as they went, the two of them skipped away like two energetic little birds. They couldn't wait to bring the good news to Mrs. Weasley. Wes, however, had no intention of arriving empty-handed. He spent quite a bit of time carefully selecting gifts. Each one was chosen with great thought, meant to reflect the Weasley family's preferences while also expressing his own gratitude. Finally, the Christmas holiday arrived. Wes shared a compartment on the train with the Weasley kids and Hermione. The compartment was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Wes had bought a pile of sweets for the kids, and the colorful candy wrappers shimmered in the sunlight. Ginny was a bit shy. She sat quietly in a corner, occasionally sneaking glances at Wes, the unfamiliar guest. Percy, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic. He took the initiative to chat with Wes, though his words and demeanor came off as a bit pretentious. Percy was trying hard to act grown-up, his every move aiming for maturity and steadiness, but to Wes, it only revealed his youthful naivety. Hermione was like a walking encyclopedia, firing off one question after another at Wes. Ron couldn't help but complain, "Can't even candy shut you up?" After receiving a glare from Hermione, Ron quickly shoved a piece of chocolate into his mouth in panic, which made everyone burst into laughter. Soon, the train arrived at platform 9 3/4. As soon as they stepped off the train, Wes saw Mrs. Weasley waving warmly at them. Her face radiated kindness and warmth. Ginny jumped off the train gleefully and rushed into Mrs. Weasley's arms like a bird returning to its nest. It was the longest she had ever been away from home, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Mrs. Weasley gently stroked Ginny's little head over and over, her eyes glistening with tears. "We meet again, Wes." Arthur strode over and gave Wes a warm hug, firm and sincere. "Fred and George must have given you plenty of trouble." "Hello, Mr. Weasley," Wes replied politely. "Call me Arthur." Arthur said with a smile. "Arthur," Wes corrected himself, prompting an even bigger smile from Arthur. "Fred and George are brilliant kids. They have extraordinary talent in alchemy." Hearing the praise, the twins proudly raised their heads, putting on deliberately smug expressions. Their exaggerated acting made everyone laugh. Hermione also reunited with her parents. After exchanging warm wishes, the groups parted ways. Wes had originally wanted to try out the flying car, but unfortunately, it had already been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, which left him slightly disappointed. When they arrived at the Weasleys' home, the Burrow, a 4-story, crooked house came into view. The building looked like it could collapse at any moment, giving off an air of barely contained chaos. Outside was a large garden, and Wes spotted a few gnomes bustling about among the flowers, adding a sense of life and energy to the place. There was also a shed filled with various tools and miscellaneous items. As soon as they stepped inside, everyone eagerly took off their coats. The warmth inside the house sharply contrasted with the cold outside. But there were so many Weasleys that the house was a bit chaotic. Ron rushed to be the first upstairs but was blocked by the twins. They pushed and shoved at each other, grinning mischievously. Ginny, small and agile, squeezed between her 3 brothers, her nimble movements bringing a smile to everyone's face. After a round of chaos, everyone finally got their luggage sorted. Mrs. Weasley busied herself preparing dinner, and the children hurried over to help. However, their clumsy hands did more harm than good, plates were knocked over, spices spilled, only increasing Mrs. Weasley's workload. Arthur stood to the side, looking helpless. He shrugged in resignation. He wasn't any good at cooking and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Wes felt much the same. The busy kitchen left him unsure of what to do. Fortunately, he had a jack-of-all-trades butler. Whenever he needed help, his butler always had a solution. Wes opened his suitcase, and Jandy stepped out. No one was surprised to see Jandy. House elves weren't uncommon in the wizarding world. The Weasleys were far more interested in Wes's magical suitcase, especially Arthur and the twins. They gathered around it, examining the unusual magical artifact. Arthur, who had a deep love for magical items, looked at the case with admiration. Fred and George were even more curious. They took turns running their hands over the surface, trying to discover more of its secrets. Seeing their interest, Wes handed over the suitcase so they could get a better look. Merlin's beard. "This is dragonhide." Fred's exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. He gently ran his fingers over the case's surface, the texture and temperature confirming his hunch. Dragonhide. George, who was nearest, snatched the suitcase to examine it up close. The others crowded around too, captivated by the magical case. Arthur took a more professional approach. He pulled out a pair of glasses and carefully inspected every corner. He knew dragon hide was a rare and valuable material, and to use it for a magic suitcase required extraordinary skill. This really is dragon hide, Arthur concluded after some time. Just imagine how many galleons this is worth. Ron's eyes sparkled, practically drooling. He pictured heaps of gold, fantasizing about having such wealth. Even if we sold the whole house, we couldn't afford it, Percy said in awe. Professor salaries are that high. Professors don't make that kind of money. Wes shrugged. The funds came from treasures I collected on my adventures. It took a lot of effort to gather the materials to make this suitcase. Wes winced a bit at the thought of how much money he had poured into creating it. Professor, what's inside the suitcase? Everyone was curious about what could be stored in something so expensive. Secret, Wes replied. Seeing that he didn't want to reveal it, the Weasleys didn't press him. They understood everyone has their secrets, and respecting others' privacy is a virtue. Dinner's ready. Mrs. Weasley called from the kitchen. The dining table was packed. Laughter and chatter filled the room with warmth. The family was delighted to have a guest this year, though Mrs. Weasley felt a little sad that Bill and Charlie couldn't make it home due to work. Dinner was plentiful, loaded with all sorts of delicious dishes, clearly an effort to welcome Wes. But even the feast was no match for the appetites of 4 teenage boys. They devoured everything like starving wolves. Mrs. Weasley beamed. Looks like I'll need to make even more for tomorrow's Christmas dinner. Degree. A/N, would really appreciate it if y'all would give me some reviews, comments and of course stones as well, really helps, smiley face. Chapter 43, Christmas Day. The next morning, sunlight swept gently across every corner of the burrow like a warm hand. Golden rays streamed through the windows, falling upon the slightly weathered wooden floor. Wes Elwin, stirred by the warmth, stretched lazily and slowly made his way downstairs from his room. At that moment, Molly was already busy in the kitchen, tirelessly moving back and forth as she prepared breakfast. Eggs sizzled enticingly on the frying pan, and the bread in the toaster was turning a perfect golden brown. The aroma of breakfast filled the entire kitchen. Arthur, still in his pajamas, sat leisurely at the table with a steaming cup of coffee, deeply engrossed in reading the Daily Prophet. "Good morning," Wes greeted with a bright smile. His voice, clear and lively, broke the calm of the early morning. Arthur looked up, eyes warm with a trace of a smile, and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "Very well," Wes replied, a contented look on his face. Clearly, a restful night had done him good. Hearing their conversation, Molly brought over a cup of coffee and handed it to Wes. "Just wait a little longer, breakfast will be ready soon." Then she returned to the kitchen to continue bustling about. As a mother of 7, holidays for Molly were like going into battle. She had to make sure every child enjoyed a hearty breakfast, see to their daily needs, and organize all sorts of holiday activities to make the home feel full of joy and warmth. Thankfully, with Ginny's help, things were a bit easier. Ginny quietly lent a hand, cleaning rooms, preparing food, giving Molly a chance to catch her breath. Once breakfast was ready, Molly began calling each child out of bed. But this time, there was nothing gentle about it. "Ron. How long are you going to sleep? And you too, Fred, George, get up." Molly's voice echoed through the staircase of the burrow, breaking the morning peace. "All right, Mum," came the sleepy voices of the twins from another room. And so, Christmas at the burrow began amid noise and busy movement. After breakfast, Arthur took the twins and Ron out to the shed to begin the day's holiday activities. Percy, ever the one for solitary research and mystery, slipped away into his room after eating, up to who knows what. "Kids, we need to hurry and finish decorating the Christmas tree before lunch," Arthur said, holding a set of tools while standing in front of a pine tree, ready to trim it. The twins weren't particularly interested in decorating, but still stood nearby, occasionally exchanging mischievous glances, clearly scheming something. Ron, however, quietly helped his father. Holding scissors and tape, he followed Arthur's instructions, carefully trimming branches and organizing decorations. "Is there anything I can help with?" Wes, having nothing to do inside, came out to see if he could lend a hand. The shed was simple, but not small, it was full of materials and tools. "Don't underestimate this place," Arthur said proudly. "A lot of things in our home, I made myself." Ron's bed, Fred chimed in. The dining table, George added right after. The twins' perfectly timed remarks lightened the atmosphere in the shed. Arthur didn't earn much, and with so many kids to support, things were often tight financially. Most things in the house were repaired and reused by him. Over time, Arthur's craftsmanship improved, and the shed grew more packed with tools and projects. "No wonder you managed to build your own flying car," Wes said, genuinely impressed by Arthur's ingenuity and skill. "Of course. You should have seen it back then." Arthur's eyes lit up instantly at the mention of the flying car. Arthur went on and on about the process of modifying the flying car, completely forgetting about the Christmas tree. It wasn't until Ron reminded him that Arthur came back to his senses and resumed trimming the tree. But once the topic started, there was no stopping it. Arthur and Wes grew more and more animated discussing the flying car. Even the twins were drawn in, joining the conversation with bright eyes. Ron couldn't get a word in. Frustrated, he sat off to the side, feeling completely left out. It wasn't until Molly came to call them in that they realized it was already lunchtime. That afternoon, everyone began decorating the burrow. The magic made it easy and fun. Children and adults sat together, gently waving their wands. Shimmering decorations seemed to come alive, flying on their own to the walls, windows, and roof, dressing the house in a festive glow. It didn't take long for the entire burrow to be transformed into a place brimming with Christmas spirit. Wes brought out a long string of lights and wrapped them around the outside of the burrow. When night fell, the lights began to twinkle, turning the house into something out of a fairy tale, a magical little home lit with colorful, dancing lights that filled the night with warmth and charm. "If only we had fireworks," Ginny said, gazing at the beautifully decorated burrow, her eyes full of longing. Magical fireworks were every child's dream. Their beauty and brilliance were unforgettable, but they were so expensive, few had ever seen them in person. The other kids looked a bit down too, imagining how perfect the night would be if fireworks were added. Just then, Jandy wobbled over carrying a box even taller than himself, filled to the brim with fireworks. "How could there not be fireworks on a night like this?" Wes said with a smile. He lit one of the fireworks. It shot into the sky and exploded in a vivid display, forming a lifelike reindeer galloping across the stars. The children's eyes lit up with amazement and joy. They cheered and leapt about as if they, too, were flying with the fireworks. "These are all for you," Wes said generously, pointing to the rest of the fireworks in the box. "Really?" The children were excited, but still looked to their parents for permission. The two adults, of course, wouldn't ruin the moment. They smiled and said, "What are you waiting for?" "Awesome," the kids shouted, rushing to pick out their favorite fireworks. Wes had brought plenty, more than enough for everyone to enjoy. Fireworks burst across the sky, forming flowers, stars, animals, and more. Their brilliance lit up the night, and the children's laughter rang through the air. That hour-long display became an unforgettable memory for the whole Weasley family. The kids had the time of their lives. Even the adults joined in, laughter and play washing away the years, as if they were children once more. The next morning, the Weasleys received gifts that Wes had carefully prepared. Ron got a jar of Honeyduke sweets. He eagerly opened it, popped one into his mouth, and smiled with satisfaction. Ginny received a set of magical dolls, much like enchanted Barbies. She hugged them tightly, absolutely delighted. Percy was given a finely crafted quill, which he stroked with reverence. The twins received Wes's personal alchemy notes. They clutched them like treasure and immediately started reading, absorbed in every word. Molly was gifted a brand new set of cooking utensils. She looked at Wes with gratitude, warmth filling her heart. Arthur received a Muggle toolbox with items like wrenches and screwdrivers. He happily held the kit, already imagining all the things he could build with it. Everyone loved Wes's gifts. As for Wes, his present was a scarf Molly had knitted herself. He wrapped it around his neck, feeling the warmth instantly. The scarf was soft and cozy, imbued with the love and blessings of the family. After lunch, Wes said goodbye to the wonderful family. Though they tried their best to convince him to stay longer, he gently declined. He knew he'd already stayed several days and didn't want to intrude further on their family time. After this rare moment of peace and warmth, Wes stepped once more into the magical world, ready to face what lay ahead. He knew he still had much to do, and couldn't remain in this fleeting joy for long. Degree. Chapter 44, Philosopher's Stone. After leaving the Weasley household, Wes Elwin returned to Hogwarts. Here, he could fully dedicate himself to researching his next objective, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical treasure all alchemists dreamed of. It could transform ordinary metals into gold and even grant its bearer immortality. Wes carefully held up a Philosopher's Stone, letting it catch the warm sunlight. To call it a stone wasn't entirely accurate. The Philosopher's Stone existed in a highly unusual form, neither solid nor liquid. This unique state had earned it the title of the fifth element. Beneath its brilliant glow, Wes could almost feel the anguish and wailing of the souls imprisoned within it. "I absolutely can't use the Philosopher's Stone directly." Wes knew all too well that although the stone could extend one's life, its creation involved the sacrifice of human souls. Those souls, once transformed into the stone, were filled with deep resentment and suffering. If used recklessly, that resentment could one day erupt, causing unimaginable harm to the user. Unless, like Hohenheim, one could speak to each soul individually and resolve their grievances, a process that required tremendous time and energy, something Wes didn't have. Wes longed to harness the power of the Philosopher's Stone, yet he had no idea how to neutralize its dangerous side effects. I need to gather everything related to the Philosopher's Stone, he muttered. The stone wasn't unique to one world. Many worlds told tales of its existence. Philosopher's Stone. Stone from Heaven. The Alchemist's Stone, and even the Elixir of Life. These were all names for the same legendary object. Unfortunately, the Sorcerer's Stone had already been destroyed by Dumbledore. Otherwise, Wes could have done a direct comparison. The thought made him sigh in frustration. He laid out all the materials he had, Flamel's alchemy notes, documents gathered from the alchemy world, and various records of Philosopher's Stone creation methods, placing them all neatly on his desk. Then, spreading out a blank scroll and picking up a quill, he focused with sharp intensity. It's time to begin, he whispered, and dove into his work, his pen moving constantly, recording every idea and discovery. Each word, each symbol, marked another step forward in his quest for truth. Bit by bit, he drew closer to his goal. For 3 full days, Wes didn't leave his office. He was completely immersed in research, forgetting all sense of time. All his meals were brought to him by his loyal assistant, Jandy, who quietly supported him without a single complaint. Sheets of parchment were scattered all over the floor, filled with Wes's scribbled thoughts and observations. His hair had become disheveled, his eyes bloodshot from the strain of study. Ink stained his fingertips, and he gave off that familiar scent of long hours spent at work. That version of the Philosopher's Stone from the alchemist world is way too twisted, created through massive national transmutation circles, forging it from the souls of millions. It's essentially stealing other people's lives to extend your own. No wonder it's filled with vengeful spirits. But what about this world's Philosopher's Stone? What principle is it based on? Flamel's notes didn't include anything about how it was made. Wes grew frustrated. He crumpled up the scroll in his hand and tossed it aside with a deep sigh. So annoying. He wished he could just use his wand to force Nicholas Flamel to spill the secret of the Sorcerer's Stone's creation, but he knew that was impossible. After entrusting the stone to Dumbledore, Flamel had vanished from public view. Not even Dumbledore knew where he had gone. Wes knew he could never threaten someone like Nicholas Flamel, a man who had already faced death head-on. He rubbed his face, trying to clear his mind. He knew he had to find another way. The Philosopher's Stone can indeed prolong life, but the key is purifying the vengeful spirits inside it, turning it into a clean energy source. With this new idea, Wes wanted to get back to researching, but his head was too foggy to concentrate. What's that smell? He suddenly noticed a sour, pungent odor, and upon realizing it was coming from himself, immediately cast a freshening charm to clean it away. He opened the windows, letting a rush of fresh air pour into the room. It was like a mountain spring washing through his chest, bringing a small sense of clarity. Outside, he saw young wizards hauling their trunks back into the school. Vacation's over already. No wonder my head's spinning, Wes murmured. Fatigue crashed over him like waves. Unable to stay awake any longer, Wes stumbled to his quarters, took a hot shower, and collapsed into bed. Exhaustion swallowed him whole. The moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into deep sleep. Meanwhile, Jandy entered Wes's office like a conductor waving his baton. His fingers traced through the air, drawing glowing arcs. The scraps of parchment floated up, organized themselves mid-air, then gently landed in neat stacks on the desk. Books and papers with legs of their own shuffled into proper order. Quills and ink bottles flew back to their designated places. Even the stains on the desk and floor vanished without a trace. Once everything was in place, Jandy gave a satisfied smile and left the office. Wes didn't wake until noon the next day. A tight pressure in his lower abdomen served as a more urgent alarm than any spell, yanking him out of sleep. Still groggy, he shuffled into the bathroom and took care of it. He considered going back to bed, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. He groaned, then slowly sat up. "Master," Jandy appeared right on cue, his voice gentle and respectful, "shall I prepare your lunch?" Wes glanced at the time, just about noon. After a pause, he made up his mind. No need. I'll eat in the Great Hall. He stretched and walked to the sink to freshen up. After washing, he straightened his robes and made his way to the Great Hall with a steady stride. As he entered, the Weasley twins and the younger Weasley siblings spotted him. They waved excitedly. Wes smiled faintly and gave them a polite nod, then headed toward the staff table. Sitting down, he tapped his knife gently against his plate. A crisp chime rang out, and instantly, a steaming steak appeared. The aroma was rich and savory, wafting up to his nose and making his mouth water. In less than 3 minutes, Wes devoured the entire steak. But he was still hungry. He tapped the table again, and another steak appeared. He kept eating. After 3 steaks, he finally set down his utensils, completely satisfied, and dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "A troll must have snuck into the school," came Snape's cold, sarcastic voice from the left. The other professors stared at Wes, stunned. "I've been busy with research. Haven't had time to eat properly," Wes explained casually. The professors nodded in understanding, some even showing sympathy. I was the same at his age, Flitwick said, eyes misty with nostalgia. Painful but fulfilling days. Any progress? Someone asked, curious. Wes could only shake his head helplessly. They offered him words of encouragement. Only Gilderoy Lockhart began boasting, claiming he could share his own success stories with Wes. He was beaming, as if he were the most accomplished wizard alive. The other professors quickly found excuses to leave. Wes watched him, amazed. He had never seen someone so shameless. After that, Wes lost his appetite and returned to his office. As he shut the door. Ding! A translucent panel popped into view. Host, Wes Elwin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon, #@alchemy%UN, Pirates of the Caribbean. Class, Wizard/Apothecary/Alchemist. Level. A new world has appeared. Degree. A/N, comments and reviews are much appreciated. Stones as well, of course. Chapter 45, New World. In Wes Elwin's thoughts, the words, Pirates of the Caribbean, surged like crashing waves, instantly conjuring up a vivid image. A pirate with a flamboyant posture, smoky eye makeup, and dressed in rock star-like disheveled clothing. That image could only be the one and only Captain Jack Sparrow, the legendary figure and undeniably the most dazzling star of the Pirates of the Caribbean saga. Captain Jack Sparrow had spent his life chasing adventures, sailing fearlessly across turbulent seas, confronting danger and uncertainty without ever backing down. Could this world hold the key to purifying the vengeful spirits trapped in the Philosopher's Stone? After several bizarre cross-world travels, Wes had begun to realize that the mysterious panel, though it never gave quests or rewards, seemed to hint at ways to solve his current problems with each new world it revealed. He wasn't planning to rush into things. After all, the school year hadn't ended yet, and it was unclear how long his journey to the Pirates of the Caribbean world might take. He decided to wait until summer break before setting out. And before departing, he knew he had to make adequate preparations. Because when it came to seafaring, Wes was completely clueless. He headed to the library, his gaze scanning the bookshelves. His fingers lightly brushed the spines of rare nautical volumes. He immersed himself in ancient maps and sailors' journals, as if trying to glimpse the secrets hidden in the depths of the sea. Thanks to Wes resolving the basilisk incident early, Hogwarts had since been shrouded in a rare and peaceful calm. No strange occurrences had cropped up again. However, Gilderoy Lockhart continued to stir up drama amidst the calm. At first, some of his antics drew minor attention. But it didn't take long for people to realize they weren't boosting his popularity. Instead, it was like pulling back a lavish curtain to reveal a flashy but hollow core beneath the surface. When the last group of students reluctantly left Hogwarts, a lazy summer atmosphere settled in quietly. And at that moment, Wes, full of anticipation, embarked on a brand new adventure. Darkness cloaked everything around him, as if the entire world had been dipped in ink. A sea breeze drifted past, carrying the salty scent of the ocean. In the distance, waves crashed against the shore in a deep, rhythmic thrum, like an ancient sea ballad whispering the mysteries and might of the deep. A bright moon hung high in the velvet black sky, its silver light softly blanketing the rippling sea, as though the ocean wore a delicate silk veil. This is... Wes squinted, carefully taking in his surroundings. An island. He muttered to himself, both excited and nervous. In this vast ocean, every island could be the starting point of an adventure, each one like a star scattered across the sea, impossible to count. Let's figure out where I am first. Hopefully, this isn't a deserted island. Wes whispered, then cast the levitation charm. His body gently rose into the air, floating silently like a nocturnal owl as he surveyed the land around him. To the north of the island, a faint light flickered in the distance, barely visible through the night, like a lighthouse guiding lost travelers. I'll head there and gather information. With a plan forming in his mind, Wes adjusted his direction and drifted toward the light. When his feet touched solid ground again, the muddy path beneath them made him frown slightly. Around him, crooked houses stood haphazardly, crammed side by side like forgotten toys tossed carelessly across a desolate land. And then, at a nearby corner, Wes spotted several lifeless corpses strewn across the ground. The corpses gave off a foul stench, the putrid odor hanging thick in the air. Definitely not a friendly place. Wes thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to keep moving forward, toward the source of that distant light. As he drew closer, he saw the light was coming from the window of a small wooden cabin. Even before reaching the door, he was surrounded by a raucous din, cheers from drunken men, vulgar shouting, the clatter of fistfights, and even the occasional sharp crack of gunfire. Captain Hook. When Wes caught sight of the sign hanging crookedly above the ramshackle door, something clicked in his mind. He had a hunch about where he'd landed. This was a pirate den. A hideout where sea raiders came to sell their loot, indulge in drink and pleasure, and evade the pursuit of the Navy. The corners of Wes's mouth curled into a sly smile. Perfect. A place to gather intel. Pirates like these spent their lives sailing the high seas, and were usually well informed about the world's goings-on. Wes was confident that these hospitable pirates could provide the answers he needed. He reached out and gently pushed open the tavern door, deliberately letting it creak to draw attention. Inside, card games, drinking contests, and flirtations with barmaids all came to a sudden halt. Every pirate turned to eye the newcomer. "Evening, gentlemen." Wes strode in calmly under their curious, wary gazes. The pirates began sizing him up. "That robe he's wearing's probably worth a few dozen silver coins," one one-eyed pirate muttered first. "Skin softer than a damn woman's," another grumbled with a note of disdain. "Looks like some noble brat who ran away from home," a third pirate remarked confidently. Several pirates stared at Wes like wolves spotting a fat lamb, their greedy eyes scanning every item on his body as if it were a priceless treasure. But some among them remained cautious. "We're far from the mainland. For someone to reach this place unharmed, he must be relying on something." An old pirate, his face wrinkled and his gaze razor-sharp, spoke in a low voice. "You never underestimate anyone who's survived the sea," another added, nodding slightly while studying Wes closely, as though searching for hidden clues. "Especially someone who manages to stay that clean on a sea voyage," a sharp-eyed pirate chimed in, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. These seasoned pirates sensed that Wes was no ordinary visitor. They knew that on these ruthless waters, provoking the wrong person often led to disaster. As for the fools with no such sense, to them, death was just another wave in the ocean, not worth making a fuss over. Wes walked up to the bar. Despite the stains caked onto the tables and stools, he showed no trace of disgust. He sat down steadily and said in a calm voice, "I'm looking for someone." The bartender, a burly man with a scarred face and a blank expression, glanced at Wes, then went back to wiping a glass as if he hadn't heard a thing. "Ah, right. Almost forgot the rules," Wes said with a soft chuckle. A gold coin appeared in his hand. Under the tavern's dim lighting, the coin sparkled temptingly, like a star lighting up the room. Dozens of greedy, hungry stares locked onto it, like wolves catching the scent of blood. Wes acted as if he hadn't noticed any of it. Unbothered, he flipped the coin toward the bartender. It spun through the air, tracing a golden arc before landing precisely in the man's rough palm. With a single touch, the bartender knew, by weight and texture, it was real gold, pure and heavy. Degree. Chapter 46, Timeline. This guy isn't an ordinary person. The tavern owner looked at Wes Elwin, who remained calm and indifferent despite the greedy gazes of the pirates around him, and made a mental note. "What does the guest wish to ask?" The owner's tone became noticeably more respectful as he handed Wes a glass of rum. "Jack Sparrow," Wes said unhurriedly, his voice cutting clearly through the noisy tavern. "Jack Sparrow? He's looking for the captain of the Black Pearl," one pirate exclaimed in surprise. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring a wave of commotion throughout the tavern. As the name rippled through the crowd, the other pirates became visibly excited. They turned their heads, whispering to one another in rising waves of chatter. "That's the infamous pirate legend," another pirate added enthusiastically. It was as if they were discussing a legendary figure, someone both feared and admired. The pirates began recalling tales of Jack Sparrow's adventures, thrilling escapades, daring feats, and his legendary cunning. The scent of rum was heavy in the air, smoke coiling beneath the low, flickering lights, lending the tavern a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. "Looks like that guy's quite the celebrity," Wes remarked, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he fixed his eyes on the tavern owner, silently pressing for more. "You won't disappoint me, will you?" His gaze was sharp, deep enough to seem like it could see straight through a person's soul. Outside, waves crashed against the shore with a rolling roar, and the sea breeze, tinged with the salt of the ocean, howled past, adding a primal, wild edge to the tension simmering inside the tavern. As the silent standoff between Wes and the owner dragged on, the background noise gradually died down. All eyes shifted to the two men, the room holding its breath for the answer soon to come. The tavern owner pondered quietly, why is he so interested in Jack Sparrow? He tried to gauge the true identity and intentions of this mysterious guest. Driven by the lure of gold, the owner decided to share some less critical intel with Wes. But just as he was about to speak, two pirates staggered toward them. One of them, face flushed red and eyes glazed with drink, held a flintlock pistol tightly in his hand, the barrel aimed straight at Wes's forehead with hostile intent. The other, even more brazen, casually grabbed the glass of rum off the counter and smirked arrogantly. "What's wrong? This kind of drink not good enough for a noble lord like you." "I'm Bucky. Used to serve aboard the Black Pearl," the pirate said proudly. His words had barely left his mouth when gasps of surprise burst from the other pirates. In that moment, the tavern turned into a buzzing hive. The air was choked with the heavy, almost suffocating smell of rum, the stench of sweat clinging to the pirates' bodies, and the salty tang of seawater. The tavern had become a giant cauldron of clashing, pungent odors. Bucky basked in the sudden spotlight, lifting his chin slightly. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and his face twitched with smug satisfaction. Everyone's attention locked onto him, as if, in that instant, he too had become someone important, someone worthy of awe. "Hand over all your gold," Bucky slurred, letting out a loud belch. The thick stench of alcohol spread instantly. His voice dripped with greed and threat. "Maybe then I'll consider letting you go." Wes didn't even bother to respond to such an imbecile. With a calm, graceful wave of his hand, brimming with restrained power, the pirate aiming a pistol at his head was suddenly struck by an invisible force and sent flying. The man's body traced an arc through the air before crashing violently into a cluster of tables. Bottles and glasses scattered and shattered with sharp, ringing crashes. He didn't get up. The surrounding pirates stared in stunned silence. Some widened their eyes in disbelief, others gaped so wide it looked like they could swallow an egg. "What the hell just happened?" a pirate asked, his voice trembling with fear, echoing through the tavern and stirring unease. "What's going on?" another one yelled in panic, instinctively stepping back. "He's a sorcerer." "A sorcerer," cried out a more seasoned pirate, his voice high-pitched with dread. In pirate lore, sorcerers were said to be even more terrifying and wicked than pirates themselves. Panic erupted in the tavern. The pirates scrambled back in terror, pushing away from Wes like he was a demon risen from the depths of hell. Wes calmly pointed his wand. "Petrificus totalis." Bucky froze mid-motion, body stiffening, eyes wide with horror and despair. His muscles twitched, veins bulged on his forehead, but he couldn't move a single inch. Wes approached him slowly. Regret filled Bucky's eyes. He had survived most of his life with caution, only to ruin it all in a drunken act of arrogance. But it was too late. Wes's black pupils looked like bottomless whirlpools. Bucky's eyes quickly dimmed, losing their spirit, as if his very soul had been stripped away. Legilimens. Wes dove into Bucky's mind, sifting through his memories. But the results were disappointing. Bucky had indeed once served aboard the Black Pearl, but had long since left. He knew nothing of Jack Sparrow's current whereabouts. "What a waste of time," Wes muttered with a frown. He turned his gaze toward the tavern owner, eyes filled with expectation and authority. "I've already been disappointed once." The tavern owner silently cursed Bucky and his ancestors. His face turned pale, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he trembled as he forced a pitiful smile. "Of course, I wouldn't dare disappoint a mighty sorcerer like yourself." He knew full well this mysterious wizard wasn't someone he could afford to cross. So he spilled everything he knew about Jack Sparrow in hopes of quelling the sorcerer's anger. After defeating Davy Jones, Jack Sparrow had vanished from the seas. Only a handful of people had seen him since. But most believed the man was secretly scheming something big. Jack Sparrow was never one to fade quietly into obscurity. As for Hector Barbassa, he had encountered Blackbeard, Edward Teach, while commanding the Black Pearl. Defeated and having lost a leg, Barbassa had no choice but to join the British Royal Navy and became a state-sanctioned privateer. "That's all I know," the owner said nervously, nearly swearing on his mother's life to prove he wasn't lying. His eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. "Truly, Sir Wizard. I wouldn't dare deceive you." So it's around this point in time, Wes murmured to himself, realizing exactly when he'd arrived in the timeline. The Fountain of Youth, huh? He seemed to be contemplating a major decision. Then, he pulled out a gold coin and flipped it toward the tavern owner with elegance. "Your information was useful. This covers the damage to the furniture," Wes said before turning to leave. The pirates in his path stepped aside without hesitation, terrified of provoking the sorcerer any further. The tavern owner looked down at the 2 gold coins in his hand with conflicted feelings. He feared they might be cursed, but in the end, couldn't bear to part with them. He carefully tucked them into his pouch. "Spend them fast," he muttered to himself. "If there's a curse, let someone else inherit it." Muttering and grumbling, he hoisted the petrified Bucky onto his shoulder and dumped him into the street. Whether Bucky starved, got eaten by some beast, or survived until the spell wore off, that was now up to fate. Degree. Chapter 47, London. Wes had just left the tavern and hadn't gone far when he fell into thought. All he knew was that Jack Sparrow would appear in London. He had to get there before the story began, otherwise, with the vastness of the sea, he'd have no idea where the Fountain of Youth could be. Suddenly, he became alert, sensing approaching footsteps. His eyes locked onto the dark forest ahead, and he said in a low voice, "Come out." There was a rustle in the underbrush, and a woman with sun-kissed brown skin and a striking beauty stepped forward. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding an air of mystery and allure beneath the moonlight. Behind her followed a tall, broad-shouldered black man with a bare torso. His muscles were sharply defined, radiating raw power. A beautiful lady. "Are you a pirate too?" Wes narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the woman. "Good evening, Mr. Wizard," Angelica said with a graceful curtsy. Her curvaceous figure was displayed fully under Wes's gaze. Yet Wes was entirely unmoved by her charm. Instead, his attention focused sharply on the men behind her. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter a reanimated corpse here. Is he your creation, madam? Angelica hadn't expected Wes to recognize the man for what he was. A flicker of fear rose in her heart. The reanimated corpse immediately moved in front of her, shielding her protectively. His expression was tense and alert. So, not yours after all. He's just under orders to protect you, Wes said calmly. Looks like you've got connections with a voodoo sorcerer. It only took him a glance to see that Angelica had no traces of magical power on her. Wes now had a clear idea of who this woman was. Angelica tried to steady herself and said softly, Mr. Wizard. Her voice was gentle, but carried a faint tremble, barely noticeable under the strained atmosphere. I'm busy. Speak your business directly. Wes's tone was firm and unwavering, like an immovable wall, leaving Angelica momentarily at a loss for words. She stared at Wes, her heart flustered in a way she couldn't quite explain. She was stunning, always able to easily draw the attention of men. Her delicate features seemed sculpted by a master artisan. Her bright eyes were as clear as a lake, and her slightly upturned lips were soft and rose-like. But Wes seemed immune. He was one of the few who showed no reaction to her allure. I just want to know, why are you looking for Jack Sparrow? Angelica asked again, summoning her courage. That's none of your concern, madam, Wes replied coldly and succinctly. The chill in his words made Angelica visibly flinch. Instinctively, her hand drifted to the pistol at her waist. The cold metal brought her a strange sense of comfort. Her fingers rested lightly on the grip. In that case, I've overstepped, Angelica said, her voice tinged with disappointment as she slowly stepped back. Wait. Wes's voice rang out suddenly, and Angelica's heart jumped into her throat. Is he going to attack? Her mind raced with 100 thoughts in a flash. The reanimated corpse gripped a battle axe in both hands, his muscles tense and coiled, ready to fight with everything he had to protect her. But Angelica raised a hand and stopped him just in time. She had no desire to become this mysterious wizard's enemy, not unless there was absolutely no other choice. If a battle broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. Which direction is London? Wes asked in the same calm tone, as if the tense exchange a moment ago had never happened. Head east. Keep going straight east and you'll get there, Angelica answered quickly, eager to bring the conversation to an end. Thank you, Wes said simply. Then, to Angelica's astonishment, his body suddenly lifted into the air and vanished into the sky. Oh my God, she whispered, stunned. I have to find Jack before he does. Unfortunately for her, Wes was thinking the exact same thing. He had already recognized this woman as Jack Sparrow's lover. He had to find Jack before she did. Wes was speeding toward London in his custom-modified luxury flying car. It was a personal project he'd worked on diligently after Christmas, with plenty of help from the twin brothers during the overhaul. The car's interior was spacious, practically a small apartment. Wes had even installed a cozy bed inside, turning the vehicle into a flying hotel suite. Its speed was phenomenal, streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning. By the time the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, Wes could already make out the silhouette of London. The massive city lay sprawled across the land like a sleeping giant. Crossing the Thames River, Wes chose a secluded spot to land. With a quick spell of invisibility, he ensured no one would discover his flying car. 17th-century London unfolded before his eyes. The streets were narrow and winding, paved with cobblestones. Each step echoed with a crisp clack, like whispers from the past, telling tales of the city's long history. Wooden houses lined both sides of the road, worn by time, their walls faded and weathered. The rooftops shimmered faintly under the morning sun. A few pigeons fluttered down, bringing a touch of life to the ancient city. Their flitting movements were like dancing notes in a melody, adding vibrancy to the atmosphere. London's commercial district was bustling and lively. Shops stood in rows, their signs varied and colorful, selling everything from fabrics and spices to books and knickknacks. Merchants stood at their doors, enthusiastically calling out to customers with bright smiles. Their voices rose and fell, forming a chaotic yet energetic symphony. Women in long dresses and bonnets browsed carefully, baskets in hand, choosing fresh fruits and vegetables. Men in long coats and top hats discussed business or exchanged political news. At the port, it was even busier. Massive sailing ships were docked along the shore, their tall masts stabbing the sky, sails billowing in the wind. Sailors moved briskly, unloading crates of treasure and bundles of goods, brought from distant lands and sent off again to corners of the world. The air at the docks was thick with the salty scent of seawater and the aroma of goods. Seagulls soared overhead, crying sharply. Their cries were like joyful songs, adding vitality to the bustling port. At this time, Britain, with its powerful navy and the East India Company plundering wealth across the globe, was hailed as the empire on which the sun never sets. But none of that mattered to Wes. What he cared about was, had he arrived too late? After some careful investigation, Wes was relieved to find he'd arrived a little early. Nothing major had happened in London recently. So he settled down to stay for a while, and decided to sample the local cuisine of this era. He was quickly disappointed. True to its reputation as a food dessert, British cuisine nearly gave him psychological trauma. The flavors were bizarre and hard to swallow, a full-on assault on the senses. Even the desserts, though beautiful in appearance, were disgustingly sweet. It was as if they'd been soaked in syrup, making them almost inedible. A few days passed in a blur, and finally, Wes received word of Jack Sparrow's arrival. Degree. Chapter 48, Invitation. The streets of London were unusually lively today. Members of the British Royal Guard could be seen everywhere, dressed in bright uniforms and marching in unison. The muskets in their hands gleamed coldly under the sunlight, adding a tense atmosphere to the city. Citizens were puzzled by the sudden change. They watched the swiftly moving soldiers with curiosity, whispering among themselves about this unexpected spectacle. "They've finally arrived," Wes murmured softly, setting down the newspaper in his hands. He quietly followed behind one unit of the Royal Guard, his steps light and cautious, almost entirely unnoticed. This particular group of soldiers, armed with muskets and full of menace, stormed into the Old Captain's Daughter Tavern. Inside, pirates were loudly boasting of their adventures, while barmaids giggled and cast flirtatious glances at passing men. But the moment the Royal Guard burst in, the entire tavern plunged into chaos and panic. Pirates and prostitutes alike scrambled in confusion. None of them could understand why the Royal Guard would show up in this lawless corner of town. This place had always been their safe haven, their playground of vice. Some pirates, by instinct, reached clumsily for their weapons, but before they could act, gunfire rang out. A few of them dropped to the floor instantly. The sharp crack of musket fire echoed through the tavern like a death knell. The rest scattered in terror, like startled birds desperately searching for an escape route. But the Royal Guard clearly knew what they were after. Without hesitation, they stormed into the tavern's back rooms, clearly prepared and informed. Inside one of the rooms, Angelica and Jack Sparrow found themselves completely surrounded. Angelica tried to activate a hidden mechanism to escape, but to her horror, she found herself frozen in place, as if held down by an invisible force. Strangely, the Royal Guards were also frozen, as if caught in a binding spell, unable to move a muscle. "Darling, what's going on?" Jack Sparrow asked, feigning concern while quickly calculating how he might use this moment to slip away. "Captain Sparrow," a calm, powerful voice echoed as Wes Elwin stepped into the room. "A pleasure to finally meet you." "Who are you?" Jack Sparrow demanded, drawing his sword. "Is this your doing?" "No need to be so tense." Wes calmly pulled out a chair and sat down with effortless grace and confidence, as if everything was playing out according to his design. Jack tried to take Angelica with him, but she remained rooted to the spot. "Sweetheart, now's not the time to be playing games." Angelica could only shoot him frantic glances, urging him to run. Once Jack realized it was all Wes's doing, he oddly relaxed. He cocked an eyebrow, daintily raised his fingers, and gave Wes a slow once-over, silently assessing this mysterious man's purpose and identity. "You're a wizard, aren't you?" "I am," Wes replied firmly. "So, what's this mysterious wizard want with me?" Not wanting to lose ground in this verbal duel, Jack also grabbed a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and adopted his signature air of devil-may-care arrogance. "Captain Sparrow." That's right." Jack was clearly pleased with the title, even though he currently had no ship. He firmly believed he'd reclaim the Black Pearl someday. "I need you to take me somewhere," Wes said, his voice reverberating through the room. Jack's brows arched slightly. It seemed he had already guessed what Wes might be after. "The Fountain of Youth. I need you to take me there." "Oh, for heaven's sake, what is it with today? Why is everyone suddenly so obsessed with the Fountain of Youth?" Jack Sparrow shook his head with a bitter smile. "That rumor's spreading faster than the plague. There are no secrets in this world I cannot uncover," Wes said with a trace of confidence in his voice, but his expression shifted awkwardly right after. He realized he didn't actually know the exact location of the fountain. "Then how do you not know where the fountain is?" Jack Sparrow shot back. Wes gave an embarrassed cough or two, clearly trying to cover his misstep. "Looks like the wizard ain't all-knowing after all," Jack said with a smirk, brushing his pinky across his mustache as his eyes darted mischievously, already calculating how to handle this troublesome stranger. There was no way Jack wanted to team up with someone as dangerous and mysterious as Wes. He knew men like this only brought chaos. "I can offer you a reward you won't refuse," Wes said plainly. He opened his leather case. Bars of gold flew out and stacked themselves nearly as tall as a man. In an instant, the dimly lit room was aglow with golden light. Everyone's eyes glinted with greed. Their gazes locked onto the gold. If they weren't frozen by magic, they would have rushed forward in a frenzy. Jack Sparrow wasn't immune either. His fingers twitched, but he quickly mastered his desire, and his expression turned cold once again. You've got the wrong guy. I don't know where the fountain is. I think you're wasting your time. He slowly backed toward the exit. As for Angelica, he could always find a chance to free her later. Right now, his own neck was the priority. The Black Pearl. Jack Sparrow froze mid-step. His body stiffened slightly. That name meant something to him, something deep. I can help you reclaim the Black Pearl. Jack sat back down. His body leaned forward, fists clenched tight. He spoke through gritted teeth. The Black Pearl was destroyed by Blackbeard. Wes shook his head. It wasn't destroyed. The Black Pearl became one of Blackbeard's trophies. You got proof? Jack looked at Wes suspiciously. Wes didn't answer directly. Instead, he lifted the magic binding Angelica. She moved instantly, attempting to activate the hidden mechanism to escape. Don't do anything reckless, miss. Angelica froze at Wes's warning. Her sword hovered midair. Though clearly unwilling, she knew she wasn't a match for this wizard. This is between us. Leave her out of it, Jack said firmly, stepping protectively in front of Angelica. Moved by his words, Angelica dropped her sword and threw her arms around Jack's waist. You wanted proof? She's Blackbeard's daughter. The moment Wes spoke, Jack turned in shock. He grabbed Angelica by the shoulders, gripping hard. Ow. Jack, you're hurting me. Angelica cried out. Oh, sorry. Jack quickly let go. Is he telling the truth? Angelica nodded. I don't know how he found out, but, yes. My father did capture the Black Pearl. She went on to explain the entire story. You mean to tell me the pearl's trapped in a little bottle right now? Jack interrupted, his tone urgent. Jack, if you help me find the Fountain of Youth, I'll ask my father to return the Black Pearl to you. Ha! And you're really Blackbeard's daughter? You sound so naive. Jack. Angelica was fuming. Jack shrugged. Blackbeard is the most ruthless, cunning pirate to ever sail the seas. I don't trust him for a second. Captain Sparrow is right. And I was the one who extended the invitation, Wes said, rising to his feet. Don't waste any more time, Captain Sparrow. Give me an answer, Wes said in a tone that made refusal sound impossible. If Jack refused his invitation, Wes had a backup plan. He'd simply take that magical compass Jack carried and find the way himself. Degree. Chapter 49, Pirate Ship. Faced with Wes's aggressive demeanor, Jack Sparrow's body trembled involuntarily. It felt as if a beast lurking in the shadows had locked its gaze on him, sending a chill up his spine. Instinctively, he pressed his hand to his chest. Hidden there wasn't just a compass, it was the key to his fate. Damn it. This wizard seems to know about the compass. Jack's mind spun like a windmill in a storm, trying to figure out a way to shake Wes off. But reality was cruel. The power gap between him and Wes was an uncrossable chasm. Captain Sparrow? Wes's voice sounded again. Urged on by Wes's pressure, Jack Sparrow wrestled with himself internally, then finally decided to yield, at least for now. His face instantly broke into a flattering smile, like it was second nature to him. Of course. It's my honor to serve you, mighty wizard. As he spoke, he gave Wes a deep bow, though a flash of cunning flickered in his eyes. A wise choice, Wes said, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. He knew this pirate captain wouldn't cooperate so easily, but for now, at least, he was willing to play along. Come with me, both of you. Both of us. Jack Sparrow blinked, his face full of confusion, as if he truly didn't understand. Who else are you talking about besides me? Don't play dumb, Captain Sparrow. Wes's voice was calm but firm. With a flick of his finger, two glowing orbs of light shot forward and sank directly into Jack Sparrow and Angelica. What the hell is this? Jack panicked, swatting frantically at his body like it was crawling with insects. He tried to bat the glowing orb out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even find it anymore. Angelica's face turned deathly pale. She recognized this kind of dark sorcery. It was the type of magic that could control life and death, warp reality itself. Her expression drained of all color, turning her face as pale as paper. Just a small restriction. You're a cunning, slippery pirate. I don't believe for a second you'd obediently lead me to the Fountain of Youth, Wes said coldly, without a trace of emotion. That's just heartbreaking. I thought we were partners now. Jack replied with masterful theatrics, his face a perfect mask of wounded betrayal, as though he were the true victim here. But Wes wasn't buying it. He knew that given even the slightest opportunity, Jack Sparrow would vanish like a fox into the forest. You're free to try and betray me. Just be prepared for the consequences. With that, Wes turned and walked out of the tavern without another glance. Jack twitched at the corner of his mouth, grabbed the still-stunned Angelica by the arm, and hurried to follow. Because of the commotion Jack had caused earlier, the streets were now swarming with soldiers. They were stopping everyone, checking identities, and opening fire at the first sign of resistance. Wanted posters bearing Jack Sparrow's face were now plastered all over town. Just moments ago, Jack had been worried about walking openly through the city. Would someone recognize him? Would he get arrested? But to his shock, no one, neither soldier nor civilian, seemed to even see him. He circled a soldier twice. The men didn't even blink. Magic. Jack's fear of Wes ticked up another level. Angelica whispered to him, "Even my father doesn't possess this kind of sorcery. We'll honor the deal, for now. But somewhere along the way, we'll find a chance to ditch this wizard." Jack Sparrow was not a man to be leashed. He was a pirate. He lived for freedom. He would never let himself be anyone's puppet. But first, I need to figure out exactly what kind of spell this is. Jack Sparrow lightly leapt to Wes's side, trying to glean some clues from that mysterious, unreadable smile. But Wes's expression was like a bottomless ancient well, calm, undisturbed, and impossible to read. The three of them arrived at a secluded harbor. A few ships were moored there, scattered and quiet. In the sunlight, they looked weathered and battle-worn, bearing the unmistakable scars of time and war. These were pirate ships, former tyrants of the sea, now lying silently here like ghosts of a bygone age. The British government had always turned a blind eye to these pirates. After all, the loot they plundered often ended up in London's markets, and the chaos they caused weakened Spain's grip on the seas. Which one's the best? Wes asked aloud. Huh. Jack Sparrow blinked, not quite catching the question at first, until Wes's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Oh. That one in the middle, Jack replied quickly. She's got at least 16 18-pounder cannons, and look at those curves, she's got a hull as sleek as a siren's waist. He went on, enthusiastically describing the ship, unaware that Wes had already stepped aboard. Who goes there? Came the shout from the deck. Pirates stationed aboard had spotted the uninvited guest. Pirates were never known for their patience. With angry snarls, they drew their swords and charged at Wes, ready to slice him to bits. But before they could even get close, an invisible force hurled them through the air. One by one, they plunged into the sea like rag dolls. It looked like dry leaves swept up by a violent wind, helpless and pitiful. Well, I guess we've got ourselves a ship, Jack Sparrow muttered in awe, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Mr. Wizard really has a knack for piracy. Angelica now realized Wes was even more dangerous than she had imagined. By the time the two of them climbed aboard, Wes had already cleared out the rest of the pirates, tossing every last one into the ocean. You could have left a few alive. A ship this size can't be sailed by just 3 people, Jack protested as he began inspecting the vessel. He tapped on the masts, checked the ropes, ran his fingers along the railings. Not bad, someone's taken good care of her recently. He looked pleased. Though the ship didn't compare to his beloved Black Pearl, it was still a decent vessel, given the circumstances. Good, Wes said, waving his hand. The sails unfurled on their own, billowing with the wind. A deep rustling filled the air as the ship came alive. The anchor pulled itself up, and the entire ship seemed to awaken, ready to sail. Captain Sparrow. Wes's voice pulled Jack from his inspection. Yes. Jack straightened up quickly. I'll leave the helm to you. Of course. Jack grinned and strode to the wheel, gently caressing it like it was his long-lost lover. Then he gave the wheel a sudden spin, and the pirate ship glided out of the harbor. How does it feel to be back at sea? Magnificent. Jack closed his eyes, his face overcome with bliss. The sea breeze brushed across his face. Seagulls cried overhead. Everything was so familiar, this was the life he longed for. It'd be perfect if you weren't here. Jack thought silently to himself. Then let's go. Our first stop is Whitecap Bay. Whoa, hold on there, Mr. Wizard, Jack said, glancing back. First time sailing. Wes nodded. Well, I just checked, this ship's got nothing on board. No fresh water, no food, not even a drop of rum. Jack began counting on his fingers. My advice. We find a place to stock up and recruit a crew. I don't suppose you want to be scrubbing the decks yourself. No need for all that. Wes snapped his fingers, and with a soft whoosh, Jandy appeared before them. Holy hell. Angelica yanked out her sword, pointing it at the creature. What is that thing? Jack Sparrow's eyes widened too, staring in disbelief at Jandy, who had just materialized from thin air. Degree. Chapter 50, Pirate Ship, 2. Jandy, my steward, Wes introduced solemnly, his voice carrying clearly through the sea breeze. If you need anything for daily life, just go to him. Don't worry, I've already prepared more than enough supplies. Even if you take a bath every day, which you really need, it's more than sufficient. Jandy's eyes fell on Jack Sparrow and Angelica with blatant disdain, as if he were looking at two piles of worthless trash. However, for Jandy, Wes's orders were absolute and not to be disobeyed. If you need anything, just say so, you two filthy muggles. With that, Jandy no longer spared them a glance. He slowly looked around the ship, then suddenly cried out, "Why is this ship so filthy? How could my master stay in such a dirty place?" As soon as he spoke, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, dozens of cleaning tools, brooms, mops, brushes, appeared out of thin air and began cleaning the ship on their own. In no time at all, the deck was filled with bubbles that shimmered in the sunlight, glowing with rainbow hues like something straight out of a fairy tale. "Well, that's a sight to behold," Jack Sparrow said, quickly stepping aside to let a broom pass. His face was filled with astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief. Angelica, too, watched everything unfold in awe. What she saw before her was something only found in children's stories. "Can Blackbeard do magic like that?" Jack asked softly. "No," Angelica shook her head slowly. I don't know, actually." Jack shrugged, his expression indifferent. The deck was soon spotless, even waxed to a soft gleam under the sun. But Jandy still wasn't satisfied. He frowned as he inspected the ropes, sails, helm, every part of the ship had been thoroughly cleaned. Now, the dirtiest things left on board were Jack Sparrow and Angelica. Jandy looked at them with disgust, his voice laced with contempt. "You two filthy muggles, have you no sense of hygiene? Did you crawl out of a garbage heap?" Pirates spent their days under the sun and salt spray, often going months without a proper bath. Expecting them to care about cleanliness was simply unrealistic. Jack Sparrow had long grown used to this. His skin was thicker than a barnacle-encrusted hull, and Jandy's scornful gaze didn't bother him in the slightest. He just shrugged. Angelica, on the other hand, blushed faintly in embarrassment and lowered her head, avoiding Jandy's judging eyes. Jandy raised his wand and cast Scour Jiffy on the two of them. Whoa! Jack sniffed at himself, surprised by the fresh scent coming off his body, a cleanliness he hadn't experienced in ages. He touched his now spotless clothes and looked a bit uncomfortable, not used to feeling this clean. Angelica gently smoothed her hair, which had become exceptionally silky and gleaming under the effects of the spell. "Listen up," Jandy said sternly. "You must stay clean at all times. After waking up, you must." He launched into a long list of rules and reminders, all revolving around keeping themselves neat and presentable. Angelica didn't object. She actually thought staying clean was a good thing. But Jack Sparrow, true to his contrary nature, already looked like he wanted to rebel. "We're pirates, not noblemen. And that's not a stink, it's the scent of masculine charm," Jack Sparrow said with a grin, deliberately rubbing his sleeve along the deck, then glaring provocatively at Jandy. Jandy said nothing. He simply raised his index finger and tapped the air lightly. Jack Sparrow's body suddenly floated off the ground. He waved his arms and legs, seemingly enjoying the sudden sensation of flying. "Haha, this is fun. I've never flown before. Can you lift me higher?" Jack continued to taunt him gleefully. But the grin on his face froze in the next second. His body suddenly plummeted straight into a large wooden tub filled with hot water. The temperature was scalding, and Jack couldn't help but let out a howl. At the same time, several stiff-bristled brushes began scrubbing him back and forth. These brushes were meant for cleaning the deck, coarse and merciless. It didn't take long for Jack Sparrow to break down. He flailed and pleaded for mercy. Watching Jack's miserable state, Angelica dared not say a word. She just stood quietly to the side. In fact, being able to bathe daily on a ship was something she had always dreamed of. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon and the moon rose quietly into the sky, Jandy had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The dining table was packed with delicious food. The aroma of grilled steak filled the air. Fresh vegetables and fruits added vibrant color, while the scent of freshly baked bread was utterly tantalizing. "This feels like a dream," Angelica sighed, awestruck. She had never enjoyed such a lavish meal before, especially fresh fruits and vegetables, which were a rare luxury at sea. Jack Sparrow sat down without hesitation and immediately devoured the steak in front of him. After a long day, he was ravenous. Though Jandy was clearly annoyed by his lack of manners, he still prepared another steak for him. Angelica also began to enjoy the meal. She used her utensils with elegance and savored each bite with grace. After dinner, Wes asked about their arrival at Whitecap Bay. "How long until we reach Whitecap Bay?" Wes asked. 3 more days, Jack Sparrow replied, his voice echoing in the dim cabin. He gazed through the porthole at the churning sea, his mind calculating the journey ahead and how much rest he could manage. I can't be at the helm 24 hours a day. I need rest. Wes didn't argue. Instead, he pulled a small, delicate bottle from his cloak and tossed it to Jack. What's this? Jack caught the bottle and studied it curiously. Under the lantern's warm glow, the emerald green liquid inside shimmered with a mysterious glow. Something that'll keep you awake for 3 days and nights. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Jack opened the bottle and sniffed it lightly. A fresh herbal scent filled his nose, and he immediately felt more alert. Angelica grabbed his hand, trying to stop him from drinking the unknown potion. Relax. If the wizard wanted to kill us, he wouldn't need to bother with something like this, Jack Sparrow said casually, then downed the potion in one go. The cool liquid slid down his throat, spreading into his stomach like a spring of revitalizing energy. He felt completely refreshed. Burp! Jack opened his mouth and let out a burp of green mist. His eyes suddenly seemed brighter and more awake. Jack. Angelica gripped his hand nervously. Are you okay? Jack Sparrow shook his head vigorously. I feel amazing. I could fight a whole day straight. Suddenly, Jack swept Angelica into his arms and kissed her deeply. Angelica enjoyed it at first, but remembering there were others present, she quickly shoved him away. Captain Sparrow, Wes said, deadpan. That potion wasn't meant for that. Angelica pretended to be busy adjusting her clothes, trying to hide her embarrassment. Jack Sparrow simply pulled her along and left the dining room, his voice echoing down the corridor, I'm going to the helm. We'll get to Whitecap Bay as fast as possible. Degree. Chapter 51, Mermaids. On the raging sea, a ghost ship named the Queen Anne's Revenge drifted slowly. It was the legendary vessel of the great pirate Blackbeard. At the bow stood a massive skull, intricately pieced together from human bones. Its hollow eye socket stared at passing ships, radiating a chilling aura, silently recounting countless bloody tales and atrocities it had witnessed. Inside the ship's cabin, every corner was adorned with human heads. Their expressions varied, some ferocious, some twisted in pain. These silent decorations cast a suffocating, terrifying atmosphere over the entire ship. This ship was not only a symbol of Blackbeard's ambition and cruelty but also a sanctuary for his mysterious identity. Though the pirates on board were savage, none had ever seen Blackbeard's true face. He always secluded himself in the captain's quarters, shrouded in mystery, issuing commands only through his first mate or his terrifying undead messengers. These undead, despite their stiff movements, carried an overwhelming aura. Their presence kept the pirates in a constant state of unease. Though the crew harbored doubts about their captain's true identity, the fearsome reputation of Blackbeard held them in check, leaving them too afraid to rebel. But that uneasy peace didn't last long. One day, the door to the captain's quarters was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the loud crash instantly grabbing everyone's attention on deck. Thud. 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 Heavy footsteps echoed across the deck. A bearded man emerged before them all. His face was hidden beneath a thick, tangled beard, revealing only a pair of fierce, gloomy eyes. Any pirate caught in his piercing gaze immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes, afraid they'd be devoured alive by that sharp stare. Blackbeard suddenly smashed the bottle in his hand with a loud crack, the sound of shattering glass echoing sharply through the silence. Without warning, he drew the sword of Triton from his waist. Its blade gleamed with a cold light in the dim surroundings. Suddenly, the ship began to move. Despite the still wind, it accelerated with the speed of an arrow fired from a bow. Caught off guard, the pirates stumbled and fell across the deck in chaos. Get up, you worthless scum. Blackbeard's voice roared like a demon from the depths of hell. From this moment forward, you're not allowed a second of rest. Captain, where are we headed? One pirate asked bravely. In response, he received a brutal lashing from one of the undead. The whip, like a reaper's tendril, mercilessly struck him down. Head east. And don't you dare stop unless I give the order. Blackbeard's furious voice echoed across the deck. He was in an absolutely foul mood. It turned out that the undead he sent to protect his daughter had returned with dire news. Jack Sparrow and his daughter had both been captured by a mysterious sorcerer. Blackbeard knew well that if he wanted to find the Fountain of Youth, he needed Jack Sparrow alive. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. From his robes, he pulled out a doll crafted in the likeness of Angelica, meticulously created through dark magic. The doll faced east, the direction where Angelica was last known to be. The Fountain of Youth is mine. That terrifying prophecy had become Blackbeard's death knell. He was determined to find the fountain, no matter the cost, to extend his life and defy that cursed fate. Meanwhile, the British Navy, led by Hector Barbossa, and the Spanish Royal Fleet were both headed in full force toward Whitecap Bay. The first to arrive at Whitecap Bay was Wes Elwin. The sun hung high in the sky, blazing with intense heat. Mermaids usually come out to hunt at night or when it's foggy, said Jack Sparrow. From yesterday until now, Wes hadn't rested for even a moment. Let's dock. After bringing the ship ashore, Jack Sparrow decided to relax for a while. After all, there was still some time before nightfall. Who knows if we'll even be alive tomorrow? Enjoy life while we can. Jack Sparrow wasn't ashamed at all, on the contrary, he wore a roguish grin. Night fell quickly. Jack Sparrow strolled out of the cabin feeling refreshed, with Angelica silently trailing behind him. So how do you plan to catch those mermaids? Wes stood on the deck without replying. He silently lowered a small boat into the sea, then pulled out 4 scarecrows, chanting under his breath. At first, they looked like nothing but dry bundles of straw. But under Wes Elwin's quiet incantation, the scarecrows began to swell and shift, transforming into 4 lifelike pirates. Wes hopped into the boat, and the scarecrow pirates took positions around him, paddling gently. The boat glided silently across the surface of the sea. The kerosene lamp in Wes's hand glowed with a soft light, illuminating several meters around him. Back on the ship, Angelica was urging Jack Sparrow to escape. Jack, we should take this chance to run. What about the curse on us? Jack Sparrow hesitated, glancing between Angelica and the distant sea. I'll ask my father to lift it, Angelica said urgently. Blackbeard. Jack Sparrow scoffed. Please. I'd rather put my trust in that wizard. Before Angelica could argue further, a hauntingly beautiful song drifted over the waves. The melody was like soft waves lapping against the shore of one's heart. Within that song was boundless gentleness, capable of soothing all pain and weariness. They're here, Wes murmured. Even Angelica was momentarily entranced by the mermaid's song. One mermaid clung to the stern of the boat. Her face was delicate like a fae's, and her eyes seemed to speak, a beauty that could bewitch most men. Unfortunately, she was casting her charms on the wrong person. One of the scarecrow pirates suddenly struck. In a swift, precise motion, it grabbed the mermaid by the neck, and immediately reverted back into a straw figure. The mermaid dropped her disguise, revealing sharp teeth and letting out a threatening hiss. The hiss carried a signal. Instantly, more mermaids surged toward the boat, ramming into it in a frenzy. Some tossed seaweed-woven ropes to snare the scarecrows and drag them into the water. But once they realized they had only pulled in lifeless scarecrows, unease spread among them, it was already too late. Wes tapped the sea's surface lightly with his wand. A frost spread out instantly. 5 mermaids, too slow to flee, were frozen mid-attack. Trapped beneath the icy surface, they beat against it in desperation to no avail. Other mermaids hovered at a distance, afraid to trigger another trap. Not bad. 5 of them. Wes calmly walked across the frozen sea. The mermaids now looked pitiful and harmless, softly begging for mercy. But Wes was unmoved. Beneath their beauty, these creatures were deadly predators, they ate people. He pulled out a bottle and tapped it lightly with his wand. The bottle emitted a strong suction force, drawing the 5 frozen mermaids inside. Now miniaturized, the mermaids pounded on the glass walls of the bottle, screaming, but the soundproof container let nothing out. Wes tucked the bottle into his coat pocket with satisfaction. Degree. Chapter 52, Holy Grail. Wes cast Apparition, and in a flash of nearly undetectable magical fluctuation, his figure reappeared on the deck. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to ripple with his arrival, and his silhouette appeared like a ghost before Jack Sparrow. The sudden appearance startled Jack Sparrow so badly that he yanked out a few strands of his own beard in panic. Let's go, Wes commanded flatly. At once, Master Wizard, Jack Sparrow responded hastily, running obediently to the helm. His movements were flustered, clearly still shaken from the surprise. He rushed to the wheel and gripped it tightly with both hands. Good thing I didn't take your advice to run, he can teleport, Jack muttered to Angelica, still reeling. I didn't expect it either, Angelica's voice trembled slightly, fear still lingering in her heart. She clung tightly to Jack Sparrow's arm, seeking comfort. I know you meant well, love, but from now on, can we stick to my plan? Jack comforted her gently, taking her hand in his. The ship quickly left Whitecap Bay, heading toward the legendary island said to hold the Fountain of Youth. Waves crashed against the hull, thundering like a prelude to their grand adventure. A few hours later, the Queen Anne's Revenge also arrived at Whitecap Bay. Blackbeard stood at the bow, his sharp eyes scanning everything around him. Seeing the ice that had not completely melted in the shattered small boat, a contemplative look appeared on his weathered face. Drawing from years of seafaring experience, Blackbeard quickly came to a conclusion based on the remaining traces. They've already been here, and they've captured the mermaid. His deep and firm voice carried the weight of undeniable certainty. At that moment, a group of mermaids emerged from the sea. Their beauty and mystery were enchanting, but their eyes blazed with fury and hatred. They charged toward the Queen Anne's Revenge, intending to overturn it and avenge their captured kin. However, they had chosen the wrong target for revenge. The pirates on board quickly grabbed muskets and aimed their cannons at the mermaids, ready to fire the moment they approached. But Blackbeard had no patience to waste. A flicker of irritation passed through his eyes as he raised the sword of Triton. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the flamethrower at the bow burst into action, spewing blazing fire like a ferocious beast that instantly engulfed the sea ahead. The mermaids at the front had no time to dodge. They were swallowed by the flames, letting out piercing screams. Those screams echoed across the ocean, chilling to the soul. Even the usually ruthless pirates showed a hint of remorse upon hearing them. "Faster, you filthy rats!" Blackbeard bellowed, his voice thundering across the deck. "What are you standing around for? Don't waste my time." At that moment, the pirates were completely exhausted. They had been sailing non-stop for an entire day without a moment's rest. One pirate stepped forward, his face full of fatigue. "Captain Teach, we haven't rested since we left port." "Oh." Blackbeard swept his gaze around them coldly. "So you all want a break now?" "Yes, we're too tired," the pirates echoed. "We're not your slaves." More and more pirates started demanding a break from Blackbeard. "Ha ha ha!" Blackbeard burst into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. "You want to rest? Sure, no problem at all." The pirates clapped in celebration, thinking their request had been granted. However, Blackbeard's expression suddenly darkened, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, the ropes aboard the ship came to life, coiling around the necks of the pirates who had spoken first, hoisting them into the air. They struggled for a few moments before falling still, lifeless. Their bodies were then tossed into the sea. The surrounding mermaids swarmed over and tore the corpses apart, dyeing the sea red with blood. "Now, who else wants to rest?" Blackbeard's voice rang out again, his brutality silencing any dissent. The remaining pirates rowed frantically, each terrified of becoming the next victim. The Queen Anne's Revenge left Whitecap Bay behind, with the mermaids unwillingly trailing after them. Blackbeard ordered a few barrels of explosive powder to be tossed overboard and ignited, killing several of the pursuing mermaids. The rest could only watch in anger as the ship sailed away. As gentle waves lapped across the sea, a fleet of British naval ships slowly passed through the area, detecting nothing unusual on the surface. The mermaids, unlike before, did not launch a reckless attack. Instead, they silently slipped into the deep sea, avoiding conflict. Meanwhile, Wes and the others had arrived at the mysterious island. The island was lush, with dense vegetation completely covering the ancient roads built by previous visitors. Jack Sparrow took the lead, slashing at the vines with his knife to clear a path. "Hey, Mr. Wizard, why don't you use that fancy magic of yours? Would help us find Juan Ponce de Leon's Holy Grail faster," Jack complained as he slapped a mosquito draining his blood. Angelica was drenched in sweat, her hair sticking to her face. The jungle was hot and humid, crawling with poisonous creatures. A single misstep could mean death. Wes, clad in a robe, showed no signs of sweating. Strangely enough, all the insects and vermin on the island gave him a wide berth, never approaching him. That was the robe's doing. It was made from the skin of a serpent beast, imbued with its aura. To ordinary creatures, it was terrifying. The robe also had high magical resistance and had been refined by Wes into a powerful alchemical artifact. Still, their pace was far too slow. On an island like this, even a single step was exhausting for regular people. "I'll take the lead," Wes said, switching places with Jack Sparrow and moving to the front. Whatever magic Wes used, the vegetation in front of him parted to form a narrow path just wide enough for one person. Jack sheathed his knife, no longer surprised by such miracles. "See? We should have done that from the start." With no more obstacles in their way, the trio reached a cliff where a rope bridge had long since collapsed. But that didn't stop Wes. He whispered a levitation spell, and the three of them floated into the air. Having experienced this once before, Jack wasn't fazed. He actually enjoyed the sensation of flying. Angelica, on the other hand, panicked and screamed, her shrill voice sending a flock of birds fleeing. They landed safely on the other side. Angelica leaned against a tree, trying to calm herself. After following a narrow trail, they came upon a sea vessel. "That's the Santiago," Jack said, pointing to the ship perched atop a stone pillar. Legend has it all the treasures Juan Ponce de Leon gathered during his adventures are in there. Wes wasn't interested in treasure. Making money was no issue for him now. "Accio Holy Grail," Wes chanted. From inside the ship came the sound of items crashing. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 goblets shot out of the ship, smashing through the hull and landing in Wes's hands. Degree. Chapter 53, Fountain of Youth. The craftsmanship of the 2 Holy Grails was nothing short of exquisite. Wes Elwin held them in his hands and examined them closely. Delicate patterns were carved into the cup's surface, like intricate paintings where every line showcased the artisan's extraordinary skill. A soft luster glowed on the surface of the grails, radiant like the stars twinkling in the night sky, and as warm and comforting as the first rays of dawn. These grails had likely appeared in many significant events, witnessing countless moments of glory. Perhaps they had even accompanied Juan Ponce de Leon on many perilous adventures, enduring trials and tribulations through storms and time. Jack Sparrow, full of curiosity about the Holy Grails, stepped closer for a better look. "You want one?" Wes asked. Jack Sparrow gently shook his head. Though clearly fascinated by them, he knew these weren't things he could ever hope to possess. Seeing that Jack wasn't greedy, Wes didn't tease him any further. Now that both key items, the mermaid and the Holy Grails, were secured, Wes began silently planning his next move. Jack Sparrow led the way as the three of them slowly entered a cave. But upon entering, they discovered that apart from the oddly shaped stalactites and a small pool of water, there was nothing else inside. Jack Sparrow checked his compass carefully and began to doubt himself, wondering if something had gone wrong with it. After all, they had tracked their way here hoping to find more clues. "There's nothing wrong with the compass. This is the place, the Fountain of Youth," Wes said as he looked at the inscription on the Holy Grail. He began to recite the words engraved on it, his voice echoing throughout the cave. As the final words were spoken, the water inside the cave began to rise, floating upward, defying gravity. That small pool seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly lifting into the air, until it gathered above their heads in a shimmering, suspended basin of water, hovering silently, without spilling a single drop. "Captain Sparrow, you fulfilled your part of the deal." Wes waved his hand, and two glowing orbs of light separated from the bodies of Jack Sparrow and Angelica, returning swiftly to his palm. Both Jack and Angelica instantly felt a wave of relief. With the magical restraints lifted, they were finally free once again. Regaining her freedom, Angelica reached out to grab Jack Sparrow's hand, ready to leave this perilous adventure behind. She had no desire to continue with this madness. But Jack Sparrow wasn't ready to walk away, not when his heart was still fixed on reclaiming the Black Pearl. He knew that only Wes could help him get his beloved ship back. "And what about my reward, wizard?" Jack gently withdrew his hand and turned back to Wes, his eyes full of expectation. "No need to rush, Captain Sparrow," Wes said as he carefully tucked away the Holy Grails. Calm and confident, he added, "The real show is just getting started." "Don't tell me. Blackbeard's on his way here too." Wes didn't answer. Instead, he leapt into the floating basin above them. Jack hesitated for only a moment before deciding to follow Wes in, completely ignoring Angelica's protests. Angelica let out a helpless sigh. She had no intention of staying behind alone, so she followed after Jack and jumped into the hovering pool of water. When the two of them opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a misty place. The area didn't seem very spacious, at most, it could accommodate 100 people. It was entirely different from the grand, golden spectacle they had imagined. Aside from a few towering stone pillars, there was almost nothing else. The legendary Fountain of Youth looked no different from ordinary clear water, calmly flowing without a single ripple. Wes took out the small bottle containing the mermaids and tapped it lightly. The bottle, as if enchanted, began to grow larger until it was about the size of a small swimming pool. Inside, the 5 mermaids also returned to their original size. They huddled together, fearfully watching Wes. It was clear that Wes's magical abilities had completely terrified them. "Serena." Jack Sparrow immediately recognized one of the mermaids. He was astonished. "Jack, help us," Serena called out upon seeing Jack. It was like seeing a ray of hope, his arrival reignited her will to survive. "Jack." Angelica looked at Jack Sparrow in disbelief. "You actually hooked up with a fish. What goes on in that head of yours?" "Darling, let me explain," Jack Sparrow tried to defend himself. "Old woman, I'm not a fish," Serena snapped back angrily. "Who are you calling an old woman?" Angelica was even more furious now. "Ladies," Jack Sparrow tried to calm down his two troublesome companions, but neither paid him any mind. They were too busy bickering to give him a chance to speak. Helpless, Jack Sparrow fired a shot into the air. Bang. The gunshot echoed in the confined space. Angelica jumped in surprise, immediately drawing her sword and looking around cautiously. Serena dove back into the water, not daring to surface. "Jack." Angelica realized it was Jack Sparrow who fired the shot. She pointed her sword directly at his chest. Jack pushed aside the blade pointed at him and turned to Wes, bowing. "Lord Sorcerer, would you kindly?" "No," Wes replied coldly, showing not a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "Just look at how beautiful they are." "They're just poor girls," Jack pleaded, and the 5 mermaids cooperatively put on a pitiful display, trying to earn Wes's mercy. "Poor." Wes gave him a sideways glance. "Captain Sparrow, has your brain turned to mush? These mermaids aren't ordinary beings. They're half-human, half-beast creatures, and humans are on their menu. Seeing that their charade had failed, the 5 mermaids gave up the act and revealed their sharp teeth. Jack still wanted to defend his old flame, but Angelica held him back, whispering, "Don't provoke him. He needs the mermaid's tears. At least for now, we're safe." Wes then cast a spell called Nightmare Curse, an illusion that forced creatures into experiencing their deepest fears. Under the influence of the spell, the mermaids were all thrown into their worst nightmares, terrified to the point of crying. Wes collected all their tears into a small transparent bottle. Just as he finished, a chaotic clamor of footsteps rang out. A swarm of pirates suddenly appeared from who knew where, quickly surrounding them. It was Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard's greedy eyes locked onto the fountain of youth behind Wes, blazing with desire. He drew his flintlock and aimed it straight at Wes, speaking in a commanding tone, "Move. The fountain is mine. You really don't understand basic courtesy, do you?" Wes stood his ground, unflinching despite the gun aimed at him. Bang. Blackbeard wasted no time and pulled the trigger. The close-range gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud. Degree. Chapter 54, Fountain of Youth, 2. But how could that bullet possibly hit Wes? The bullet hovered mid-air at an abnormally slow speed, as if blocked by an invisible bulletproof vest in front of him, completely losing its momentum. Then, like a deflated ball, it dropped to the ground. The surrounding pirates all widened their eyes in shock. One of them couldn't help but shout, "A sorcerer, he's a sorcerer too." The word sorcerer threw the pirates into a panic. They instinctively stepped back, trying to avoid him. Blackbeard, seeing this, was furious. He suddenly picked up a sword and slashed down a pirate who was trying to flee. Then he shouted at the rest, "Anyone who runs will end up like him. Get in there and fight." Terrified by Blackbeard's ruthlessness, the pirates reluctantly raised their muskets and opened fire on Wes. But their bullets were like small stones thrown into water, completely ineffective. Not only did they miss Wes, but they also stopped mid-air 3 meters away from him, just like Blackbeard's first shot, and then fell to the ground one by one. Blackbeard ordered the pirates to reload and continue firing. As they scrambled to fire another volley, things began to spiral out of control. Under Wes's control, the bullets hovering in the air suddenly reversed direction at lightning speed and shot back at the pirates. The pirates in the front row fell like cut wheat, collapsing in heaps as blood soaked the ground. Cries of pain echoed through the air. The remaining pirates were horrified, their faces pale. Without hesitation, they dropped their weapons and fled. But in the next second, they came running back in terror. It turned out that Hector Barbassa had arrived with the British Navy. His eyes were bloodshot like burning flames as he locked his gaze on Blackbeard. "Found you at last, Blackbeard." Barbassa raised his hand and shouted, "Attack! Kill Blackbeard!" The British Navy, weapons drawn, charged forward and engaged the pirates in fierce combat. Arrogant as ever, Blackbeard didn't even glance at his former rival. He didn't care about Barbassa at all. His eyes remained fixed on Wes. Blackbeard summoned 4 powerful revenants, each wielding deadly weapons, and had them surround Wes. He then drew his sword and kept a cautious distance from Wes, never letting his guard down for a moment. His men weren't so lucky. Already shaken by Wes's magic, they were like a disorganized mess and were quickly overwhelmed by the British forces. "We can split the Fountain of Youth," Blackbeard offered, attempting to persuade Wes to join forces against the British Navy. "I liked you better a moment ago," Wes replied mockingly, then made his move. With a transfiguration spell, a stone pillar instantly turned into a giant python. Its massive body was terrifying. With a powerful swing of its tail, the python sent a revenant flying and slammed it into the ground. The remaining 3 revenants halted in their tracks, watching the giant snake with wariness. But these undead warriors felt no fear or pain. Refined by Blackbeard's dark magic, their bodies were thick-skinned and nearly indestructible. Though blocked by the snake, they didn't retreat and continued their standoff. "Try this one," Wes said calmly. He cast Sectum Sempra, a shadowless, slicing curse, straight at Blackbeard. Blackbeard quickly raised the Sword of Triton and narrowly blocked Wes's attack. Wes raised an eyebrow, thinking that sword was indeed extraordinary. "Drop your weapon." Wes cast a spell, striking the Sword of Triton, which flew out of Blackbeard's hand and landed a short distance away. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light shot toward Blackbeard. Although he reacted swiftly, grabbing a nearby pirate to use as a shield, the two were blasted away and hit the ground hard. Blackbeard came away with some scrapes, but the pirate he used as a meat shield was lifeless, his body limp. Avada Kedavra. Once again, Wes launched a killing curse. Years of battle had sharpened Blackbeard's sixth sense, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading it. But Wes had cast 2 deadly spells in quick succession. Blackbeard only dodged one, and he was still alive. It was the first time Wes had seen a normal person survive a killing curse. Blackbeard seized the moment of Wes's hesitation, grabbed the sword of Triton again, and quickly closed the distance. At that moment, a longtime follower of Blackbeard suddenly dropped dead. The British Navy soldier fighting him was bewildered, wondering if he had suddenly gained the power to kill without touching his enemy. A kind of sacrificial voodoo magic. But even a substitute death spell has its flaws. Blackbeard continued pressing toward Wes. Impedimenta. Wes cast a non-lethal charm. As expected, Blackbeard's movements immediately slowed, as if he were moving in slow motion. Looks like your voodoo spell can only transfer damage, not the effects of other enchantments, Wes said. Blackbeard tried swinging his sword at Wes, but his sluggish movements made it look almost comical. Wes then followed up with a petrification curse, Petrificus Totalis. Blackbeard froze mid-swing like a statue, suspended in motion. Wes used his wand to lift Blackbeard's coat. As he suspected, hanging from Blackbeard's waist were 5 voodoo dolls, one of which had already lost its head. So these are voodoo death dolls. Wes gently touched one of the dolls with his wand, and it burst into flames. Just then, a nearby pirate suddenly caught fire. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't extinguish the flames and was soon reduced to a charred corpse. Hector Barbassa noticed the truth. Blackbeard used those dolls to transfer his injuries. You idiots are still willing to die for him. Impossible. He's our captain. One pirate refused to believe it. Why not? He's never treated us like people. Most of the pirates remained rational. Run. Run away. Now all the pirates wanted was to get as far from him as possible. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to run because the Spanish Navy had arrived. Without a word, the Spanish began shooting on sight, forcing the pirates to retreat toward the British Navy's side. Just as the British Navy prepared to gun down the fleeing pirates, Hector Barbassa stopped them. Fools. The Spanish are the real threat now. Aim for the Spaniards and fire. Barbassa shouted. The British troops snapped out of it, finally realizing the change in the situation. In the earlier battle, both the Navy and pirates had suffered casualties. Now the Spanish had arrived to reap the spoils. So the British Navy and the pirates, who had just been fighting each other, joined forces to battle the Spanish. But the Spanish were well rested and far greater in number. It didn't take long before they began to overpower the British and the pirates. Some of the Spaniards started tying ropes around the surrounding rock pillars, clearly intending to destroy the Fountain of Youth. As Wes was extracting Blackbeard's memories, he saw what the Spaniards were about to do and immediately stopped. That won't do. Degree. Chapter 55, Experiment. Wes immediately let go of Blackbeard and turned to stop the advancing Spaniards. He cast the transformation spell again, summoning that massive anaconda. The moment the giant serpent appeared, it launched a frenzied assault on the Spaniards. Each twist of its body sent tremors through the ground like a small earthquake. Its enormous body thrashed and slammed through the Spanish ranks, toppling soldiers who failed to dodge in time. Then, with a thunderous roar, the serpent opened its blood-red maw. Caught off guard by the serpent's attack, the Spanish troops fell into chaos. None of them had ever seen such a colossal creature, and for a moment, they were completely at a loss. Spread out. Don't let it catch multiple targets at once. Amid the panic, an experienced Spanish captain shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the noise. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that if the troops remained clustered, they'd be easy prey for the serpent. Fire, the captain barked out the next command, drawing the musket from his waist and firing at the serpent. The shot rang out, and the bullet whistled toward the massive creature. Hearing the order, the other soldiers snapped out of their shock and raised their weapons, launching a fierce counterattack. Gunshots rang out one after another, but to their dismay, their bullets had little effect. Most ricocheted off the serpent's thick hide, with only a few managing to pierce its scales, none doing any significant damage. Enraged by the barrage, the serpent let out a deafening roar and suddenly lunged forward, swallowing over a dozen soldiers into its coiling body. Seizing the opportunity, the British troops and pirates launched a counterattack. They took advantage of the confusion, moving into better positions and using muskets and blades to strike the Spaniards distracted by the serpent. The Spaniards were quickly pushed back. In such chaos, who among the Spanish could still care about the Fountain of Youth? Wes shifted his focus back to Blackbeard. The spell he had been using to extract memories had been interrupted, so he had to start over. Pressing his wand against Blackbeard's temple, Wes penetrated his mind and began searching for memories related to sorcery. Blackbeard's mind was filled with scattered fragments. Wes patiently sifted through them until he found what he was looking for, memories of witchcraft and sorcery. For Blackbeard, it was an agonizing ordeal. It felt as if a sharp awl were being driven into his brain and twisted repeatedly. Blackbeard opened his mouth, trying to scream in pain, but no sound came out, only saliva slowly dripped from the corner of his lips. The once feared sea pirate had lost every shred of dignity. Father. Angelica's heart was torn apart seeing her father suffer so. She tried to rush to save him from Wes, but Jack Sparrow yanked her back. "Jack, let me go. I have to save my father." No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her face was streaked with tears as she sobbed and pleaded for Jack Sparrow to release her. But Jack held her tightly, hardening his heart, because he knew interrupting Wes now to save Blackbeard would be suicide. Wes pulled a glowing thread from Blackbeard's temple, the extracted memory of sorcery. He sealed it in a small vial for future research. After having the memory ripped from him, Blackbeard collapsed to the ground, reduced to nothing more than an empty shell. Wes didn't care whether he lived or died. As far as he was concerned, now that the Fountain of Youth had been found, everyone else was just in the way. He began chanting an incantation, and suddenly everyone present, except Angelica and Jack Sparrow, felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over their bodies. That unbearable sensation only grew stronger, until it became intolerable. They began to scratch themselves relentlessly, even tearing their skin and drawing blood couldn't stop the maddening itch. Some even rubbed against jagged rocks, scraping deep, bloody wounds across their bodies, but it still did nothing. Wes's spell lasted a full 5 minutes before stopping. The moment it ended, so did the itching. Everyone was gasping for breath, their faces twisted in pain, looking absolutely miserable. "Get lost already." Wes's cold voice rang out, sending chills down their spines. No one dared to hesitate. They scrambled to pick up their weapons and fled, terrified that if they were too slow, Wes would show no mercy and kill them on the spot. "Take all the corpses with you," Wes ordered. No one dared defy him. They obediently carried the bodies and fled in a panic. What surprised Wes was how many people actually chose to stay behind. Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbassa, Angelica, and Gibbs had all stayed. And of course, there was the near-death Blackbeard lying on the ground. Jack Sparrow shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "Mr. Wizard, you haven't paid me yet." Gibbs hid behind Jack, trying hard to avoid Wes's gaze, terrified of drawing attention. Tears streamed down Angelica's face. She looked at the dying Blackbeard on the ground and pleaded with Wes again. "Please spare my father. I'll do anything you ask. He's of no use to me anymore." Wes handed the sword of Triton to Jack Sparrow. "Your Black Pearl is in Blackbeard's collection room." Jack took the sword and gently stroked it. With this sword, he could control the Queen Anne's Revenge, meaning he now commanded 2 legendary pirate ships. Wes turned to Hector Barbassa. Barbassa raised his hands in mock surrender and gave Wes a sycophantic smile. "Jack and I are old friends. I'd like to leave with him. Anything else?" Everyone present understood that Wes was clearly telling them to leave. They wisely prepared to go. Jack Sparrow wanted to ask Wes to release his old flame, Serena, but Gibbs quickly stopped him. "Don't anger the wizard. He needs the mermaid's tears, not their lives." As the group left through the pool, Hector Barbassa suddenly struck, plunging his sword into Blackbeard's heart. When he pulled it out, blood gushed from the wound, shocking everyone. Whatever happened between them afterward, Wes had no desire to know. To avoid further disturbances, Wes set traps around the entrance pool. If anyone tried to return, they would receive a warm welcome. Once secure, Wes unpacked a table, chair, and a magical device resembling a microscope from his suitcase and arranged the cave like a laboratory. He took out the mermaid tears he had collected and studied them closely. The damp, dark environment and the imprisoned mermaids made the place feel like the lair of an evil sorcerer performing forbidden rituals. The secret of the Fountain of Youth was a ritual sacrifice. Through this, a person's lifespan could be transferred to another. The mermaid's tears, the Holy Grail, and the fountain water, all 3 were required to complete the sacrifice. The ritual transformed a person's soul and body into pure life energy and transferred it to another. But what was the actual principle behind it? Could it purify the vengeful spirits trapped within the Philosopher's Stone? Wes needed to study this further. Right now, one urgent problem remained: the island's location was exposed. The fleeing British and Spanish forces would soon return with reinforcements. Wes made a decision to hide the Fountain of Youth. He conjured thick mists around the island with magic. The poor visibility, combined with the surrounding reefs, would turn the island into a graveyard for ships. Even if the British or Spanish found it, landing would be nearly impossible. Even if they reached the cave, Wes had planted Devil's Snare, man-eating flowers, and other magical plants around the area. Anyone who approached would become plant food. Then Wes used Confundus charms, concealment enchantments, and muggle-repelling spells to completely hide the cave. With everything done, he returned to the Fountain of Youth to continue his experiments. Degree. Chapter 56, Sacrificial Ritual. Wes's research was not going smoothly. Although the sacrificial ritual of the Fountain of Youth seemed simple on the surface, it was shrouded in an eerie aura. Was the water of the Fountain of Youth naturally formed, or was it created by some mysterious deity? Until he could figure that out, Wes had no intention of attempting the ritual lightly. After all, what he planned to sacrifice wasn't someone's life, but he still hadn't discovered how to use the ritual to convert the Philosopher's Stone into pure energy. He pulled his attention away from the Fountain of Youth and turned instead to the Holy Grail. Upon close inspection, Wes noticed that the interior of the Grail was etched with a strange pattern. He suspected it might be a type of magic circle. However, Wes had never seen a magic circle like this before. Maybe the library at Hogwarts has records of this kind of magic, he thought. For once, Wes felt a twinge of frustration at the limits of his magical knowledge. After packing everything up, he hurried back to Hogwarts and went straight to the library. The lighting in the library was dim, and the air was thick with the musty scent unique to ancient books. He headed to the restricted section, where all the most disturbing dark magic books were kept. Thick layers of dust coated the shelves. Some of the books even possessed consciousness, and the moment they sensed Wes entering, they began whispering, tempting him to take them out. But their allure was useless against Wes. Unmoved, he focused solely on finding the book he needed. Soon, in a secluded corner, he discovered a book titled Sacrifice, the Forbidden Art. The book's cover was damaged, its edges yellowed with age, as if it had been neglected for a very long time. "This is it," Wes said, as if he'd discovered a treasure, and checked the book out. Back in his office, Wes eagerly sat down at his desk and gently opened the title page. What greeted him was a startling sentence. "Are you sure you want to open this book?" Wes was taken aback for a moment. The title page is certainly unique. It only made him more curious. The first page is already this interesting, he thought. For this book to be kept in the restricted section, there had to be a reason. Driven by curiosity, he flipped to the following pages and began reading intently. Unfortunately, apart from the unusual first page, the rest of the book was quite serious and formal, no more quirky phrases followed. Through his reading, Wes learned that the author of the book was a wizard named Orba Jeremias, who had a deep interest in ancient times. He recorded in detail how he gradually delved into long-forgotten magical and sacrificial rituals. He had collected information from all over the world and ultimately reached a shocking conclusion: gods are real. The evidence? Various sacrificial rituals and magic circles tied to sacrifice. In ancient times, early civilizations offered sacrifices to gods in hopes of receiving divine protection. Such records could be found all over the world. At first, Orba Jeremias didn't believe in the existence of gods either. But by chance, he managed to repair an ancient magic circle and set up the offering according to the ritual. He followed the ritual step by step. At first, nothing unusual happened, until the final step. Suddenly, he heard a mysterious voice, like it came from another world. Then, he saw a god with his own eyes. However, the cost of seeing that god was his sight. No matter what he tried afterward, he could never heal his eyes. Jeremias documented his research and experiences in great detail and titled it Sacrifice, the Forbidden Art. At the end of the book, he gave a stern warning. Do not attempt any sacrificial rituals. They may bring you unimaginable consequences, and possibly cost you your life. Wes slowly closed the book, a storm churning in his heart. What exactly had Orba Jeremias seen? Was it truly a god? Or just a hallucination, a dream? Or something else entirely? Who could say whether these sacrificial magic circles weren't someone else's contingency plans? Unless... A sudden idea flashed through Weiss's mind, unless he could create a sacrificial magic circle that belonged to him and him alone. Weiss reopened the book, reading every word carefully and attentively. It's possible. It's completely doable. Weiss slapped the table in excitement. The core components of a sacrificial ritual were, the follower, the one offering the sacrifice, the offering itself, the sacrificial ritual, and the recipient of the offering, the deity. Weiss considered each point, and it seemed like he had everything he needed. The follower. No doubt, the house elf Jandy already regarded him as a deity. The offering. The Philosopher's Stone, an incredibly rare treasure. The deity. Though Weiss had yet to reach that level, his system panel granted him limitless potential. What was missing was simply a ritual unique to himself. That's not a problem. I'll just design one. In this moment, Weiss was brimming with energy, eagerly spreading out parchment to begin his creation. He drew inspiration from the Holy Grail grimoire's circles, attempting to construct an entirely new formation, something that was solely his. It wasn't a simple task, it involved the concept of a true name. True names held extraordinary significance for higher beings like gods and demons. If a mortal knew a demon's true name, they could banish it. Wes Elwin was a name, a title, but it wasn't a true name. This stumped Weiss. What kind of true name should he choose? Was he even capable of bearing such a name? More importantly, would the world recognize it? That part was crucial. He racked his brains, to the point his head nearly split open, but still couldn't settle on a true name. After all, this wasn't a decision that could be made lightly. Fortunately, he wasn't someone nearing the end of his life. He still had plenty of time to think and decide. Besides, designing a sacrificial ritual would already take a significant amount of time. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. Just a few days after returning to Hogwarts, Wes was summoned to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore handed him the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Wes took the paper and his eyes immediately locked on the bold headline on the front page. The most ruthless criminal in history, Sirius Black escapes Azkaban. And right beneath it. Massive failure from the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge resigns. There was even a photo of Sirius Black included. In the photo, Sirius looked gaunt and emaciated. His black hair hung in greasy, tangled clumps like seaweed. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes vacant, his cheekbones sharp. He looked more like a walking corpse than a man. Wes knew Sirius was a master of transfiguration, an unregistered animagus who could transform into a large black dog. Thanks to that ability, he had eluded the Dementor's surveillance and become the first person in history to escape from Azkaban. Sirius's escape has caused widespread panic, Dumbledore said slowly. People are beginning to question whether the Ministry can protect anyone. Fudge was furious. Professor, I don't see how this has anything to do with me. Weiss had no desire to get involved. He didn't see the point in getting dragged into political chaos. He stood up, ready to leave. Right now, the only thing on his mind was creating a ritual of his own design. Degree. Chapter 57, Dementors. The Ministry of Magic plans to station Dementors at Hogwarts. Dumbledore called out quickly to stop Wes Elwin, who was just about to turn and leave. Dementors, these magical creatures regarded as the embodiment of pure evil, feed on human joy, memories, and souls. They are evil spirits from the abyss, devouring the most beautiful things within a person's heart. They are employed by the Ministry of Magic to guard Azkaban and watch over the condemned souls imprisoned there. Anyone who sets foot on the grim and desolate grounds of Azkaban will be relentlessly tormented by these monsters. Under their influence, people gradually lose all happy and joyful memories. Their hearts become consumed by darkness, sinking into a bottomless abyss of despair. Sirius Black's recent escape has only enraged these creatures further. To the Dementors, his breakout was not only a humiliation of their authority but also a direct insult to their duty. And the Ministry's reaction has been nothing short of disappointing. Faced with the wrath of the Dementors, they actually chose to compromise. It's truly unbelievable. They agreed to let the Dementors leave Azkaban to hunt down Sirius. This level of concession really makes one question whether the Ministry's decisions can be trusted. Dumbledore unloaded all the information he had like a barrage of spells. Wes, who had already reached the door, paused in his step upon hearing this. He turned back and sat down again in the soft armchair. Where has their common sense gone? The Ministry is absolutely useless. Dumbledore leaned back against the chair, the wrinkles etched into his face by time growing deeper. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows, clearly exhausted after saying so much in one go. After all, age made such things more taxing. They suspect Sirius is targeting Harry, and that he might try to infiltrate the school. Many parents are also worried about their children's safety. Wes remained expressionless. He raised one hand and lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest of the chair. So this is the brilliant idea they came up with. What about the Aurors? Have they all vanished? Dumbledore sighed softly. Who knows what Fudge is really thinking? Still, I've firmly rejected the idea of allowing Dementors into Hogwarts. Fudge was furious, and his attitude toward me has grown increasingly wary. As he said this, Dumbledore sat upright, his back straight, as if everything was still well within his control. In the end, Dumbledore told Wes he had reached a compromise with the Ministry. The Dementors won't be allowed inside Hogwarts, but they are permitted to patrol the surrounding areas. Including Hogsmeade and the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore nodded. I'm concerned the Dementors might lose control and target students on the train. Wes was silent for a moment before replying, understood. As a professor at Hogwarts, he had a duty to protect the students. During the previous school year, Wes had taken the time to master the Patronus charm. If any Dementor dared lay a hand on the students, he wouldn't hesitate to act. On the day the school year began, the sun blazed overhead as Wes arrived in Hogsmeade Village. However, unlike the usual bustling scene, the arrival of the Dementors had brought a chilling silence. The once crowded streets were now empty and quiet. Many shop doors were tightly shut, with closed signs swaying gently in the breeze, as if voicing the unease of their owners. There were pitifully few pedestrians on the road, and each of them walked quickly with their heads down, not daring to linger even for a second. They wrapped their clothes tightly around themselves, heads lowered as they rushed past, afraid of catching the attention of those dreadful Dementors. Even occasional conversations were carried out in hushed tones, quickly finished before hurrying away. The September sun still blazed hotly on the ground, but the Dementors circling over Hogsmeade made the temperature plummet, as if autumn had come early. The chill wasn't just physical, it was a deep-rooted fear that rose from the heart. Dementors prowled every corner of Hogsmeade, carefully searching for anything or anyone that might draw their attention. These creatures knew nothing of mercy. Their actions were harsh and direct. They would approach passers-by without warning, using their icy breath and terrifying presence to force expressions of fear from their victims. For some unknown reason, the Dementors didn't seem particularly interested in Wes, allowing him to reach the train station without trouble. As the sky gradually darkened, the already overcast heavens seemed to be draped with an even heavier curtain. Wes keenly sensed the Dementors becoming more active, especially as the Hogwarts Express was about to arrive. Their aura of unrest reached its peak. Inside the student-filled train, laughter and joy echoed through the carriages. The children's innocence and excitement for the new term filled the air. But to the Dementors, this train was a delicious feast. Sure enough, as the train pulled in, dozens of Dementors pounced like a pack of starving wolves. The train was forced to halt under the sudden assault. The noise inside came to an abrupt stop, replaced by the terrified screams of children. Some staff seemed to want to get off and confront the Dementors, but several were blocked in the driver's compartment, unable to come out. Seeing this, Wes immediately apparat. His sudden appearance startled the driver and the staff. Seeing how frightened the driver was, Wes stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Don't worry. I'm a professor at Hogwarts. Leave the rest to me." The driver relaxed immediately upon hearing that Wes was from Hogwarts. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he nodded repeatedly. "That's a relief. I have no desire to deal with those monsters." Wes had no intention of being polite to the Dementors. He turned toward them and shouted, "Get the hell out of here." The sudden shout caused the Dementors in the driver's cabin to screech horribly. The sound was far worse than a knife scraping glass. People nearby clutched their heads and covered their ears in pain. Seeing that the Dementors remained unmoved, Wes decided it was time to teach them a lesson. He raised his index finger, which began to emit a bright silver-white glow. Bathed in this light, the Dementors began to tremble. Their once terrifying forms now appeared somewhat hesitant under its brilliance. The other Dementors swiftly gathered, surrounding Wes in a tense standoff. Just then, a disheveled, gaunt man pushed his way through the crowd. Upon seeing Wes confronting dozens of Dementors, he drew his wand and aimed at the creatures, calling out, "Hello, I'm Remus John Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this term. What's going on here?" Though he looked a bit down on his luck, his presence was anything but weak. Wes nodded slightly and replied, "Hello, Professor Lupin. These filthy fools wanted to board the train, but I stopped them." Upon hearing this, the Dementors became even more agitated, shrieking sharply and looking ready to attack at any moment. Degree. Chapter 58, Werewolf Professor. Wes and the newly arrived Professor Lupin quickly formed a united front, waiting for the Dementors to make the first move. After all, as professors at Hogwarts, they couldn't be the ones to strike first. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, a group of Aurors approached. They wore serious expressions, crisp uniforms, and their wands were neatly holstered at their waists. These Aurors were tasked with supervising the Dementors, ensuring they didn't abuse their power while carrying out missions. Whenever a conflict arose between Dementors and others, it was the Aurors' duty to step in and mediate, maintaining order and balance. Hearing that two Hogwarts professors were trying to prevent the Dementors from boarding and inspecting the train didn't surprise the Aurors in the least. All of them were Hogwarts alumni and held deep affection for their alma mater. Though they inwardly disapproved of the Dementors inspecting the train, they were bound by orders and responsibilities and couldn't openly oppose it. Now, seeing two Hogwarts professors standing up to stop the Dementors, they didn't hesitate to side with the school. However, the Dementors were determined to proceed with the search. Despite the Aurors' repeated attempts to dissuade them, the Dementors paid no heed and were on the verge of forcing their way into the train. Wes didn't want to waste words with these creatures. His wand released a billowing stream of silver-white mist that surged forth, swirling and shifting form constantly. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the mist gradually solidified into the shape of a majestic eagle. With wings outstretched, the eagle let out a piercing cry that echoed through the air, brimming with awe-inspiring power and authority. The eagle dove straight at the Dementors. Feeling the force of the Patronus, the Dementors scattered in all directions and quickly vanished from sight. "All right, that's settled," Wes said calmly, putting away his wand as he reassured the staff in the driver's compartment and the onlookers nearby. The Aurors exchanged glances, none of them willing to risk offending this professor over a few Dementors. With a silent understanding between them, they came to a decision and gave the all-clear. "Professor Lupin, I'll leave the rest to you," Wes said, and with a flash, he disapparated. As soon as Wes left, the students erupted into excited chatter, buzzing with speculation over the kind of magic he had used to repel the evil Dementors. That awe-inspiring scene was deeply etched into their memories, becoming the first legendary story of the new school year. After ensuring the Dementors wouldn't return, Wes made his way back to Hogwarts. He walked through the familiar hallways, entered the Great Hall, and quietly took his seat, waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. Dumbledore approached him immediately and whispered, "Well done. I'll deal with the ministry, there's no need for you to worry." Wes lifted his chin slightly, wearing an air of nonchalance. "I never worry about the ministry." As the ceremony drew near, he adjusted his robes once more, making sure he looked properly presentable. "Headmaster, you should be more assertive. Otherwise, the ministry will just keep pushing." Dumbledore sighed lightly and said, "Fudge is too timid. If I push too hard, he'll think I'm trying to usurp his position. He might do something reckless." Wes gave a cold snort. Foolish, selfish politicians. He never held much regard for politicians' integrity. In his view, they were often willing to sacrifice the bigger picture for their own gain. After a few brief exchanges between Wes and the staff, the students began filing into the auditorium. The room quickly filled with excited chatter, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The students were abuzz with talk of the incident on the train earlier that day, casting occasional glances at the staff table where Professor Wes was seated. The rest of the professors had arrived as well, their expressions ranging from stern to kind. They waited quietly for the ceremony to begin, some of them whispering to one another in low voices. Once everyone was seated, the annual opening ceremony officially began. As headmaster, Dumbledore stepped up to the podium with a solemn expression. He reminded the students that Dementors would be patrolling near the school grounds and warned them to be cautious and avoid any behavior that might be misinterpreted. "Dementors do not understand excuses," Dumbledore said gravely. "They are cold, merciless creatures of darkness, acting only on instinct and the tasks assigned to them by the Ministry of Magic. But Professor Elwin drove them away today. He summoned a beautiful eagle. What kind of magic was that?" Fred, seated among the students, spoke up boldly, despite feeling a bit unnerved by Dumbledore's warning. The students broke into lively discussions, filling the auditorium with noise. The professors exchanged glances, clearly impressed by Wes's actions. Wes, meanwhile, remained calm and composed. He sat quietly, unaffected by the admiring looks from both students and faculty. From time to time, he glanced up at Dumbledore, waiting patiently for the ceremony to continue. Silence. Dumbledore's magically amplified voice boomed across the hall, instantly quelling the noise. Students covered their ears from the sheer volume, and the room fell into a hushed stillness. Dumbledore scanned the room and continued, "The Patronus charm is an advanced piece of magic. Even adult wizards struggle to master it." He went on to explain the importance and difficulty of the Patronus charm in detail, ending once more with a warning for students to stay vigilant against Dementors. Once the ceremony concluded, Dumbledore invited Wes and Lupin to his office. Lupin looked tense. He stole nervous glances at Wes, already suspecting the reason Dumbledore had summoned them. "Headmaster, I'm not sure this is a good idea," Lupin said uneasily, rubbing his dry hands together. "Lupin, Wes is someone we can trust," Dumbledore reassured him. "And you wouldn't want Severus involved, would you?" Hearing Snape's name made Lupin lower his head in guilt. "We were cruel back then. I don't expect his forgiveness." Wes had already guessed Dumbledore's intention by this point. "Wes, I'd like to ask you to help brew the Wolfsbane potion. I know you have exceptional skills in potion making," Dumbledore said, laying out his request. "The Wolfsbane potion helps werewolves retain their sanity during the full moon. It suppresses the transformation and prevents them from attacking others. The new defense against the dark arts professor is a werewolf, and this potion is essential for him." "All right," Wes replied simply, to the surprise of both Dumbledore and Lupin. Lupin, because of his condition, had suffered a lifetime of discrimination. In the magical world, werewolves were often seen as dangerous and evil. Despite his efforts to control his nature, the stigma never left him. He had excelled at school, hoping that talent and hard work would lead to a decent life after graduation. But reality had been harsh. Job after job rejected him, forcing him into a life of hardship and isolation. At least back then, Sirius and James had helped support him. But with Sirius believed to be a traitor, and the Potters tragically killed, Lupin's world had crumbled. He fell into deep grief and despair. The loss of his closest friends hit him hard, leaving him emotionally broken for a long time. He wandered alone in the shadows for years. It was only this year that he gathered the courage to accept the defense against the dark arts post, driven by a single, unwavering resolve, to protect Harry. Harry was the son of his dearest friends. He couldn't allow Harry to suffer the same fate. He made a silent vow to himself, "Sirius, this time I will stop you." Degree. Chapter 59, Dada. A new term had begun, and the students were surprised to discover that the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin, was unexpectedly reliable. Whenever Professor Lupin walked into the classroom, his arrival would always be met with enthusiastic applause. In class, Professor Lupin had a knack for explaining complex concepts of dark magic defense in a way that was easy to understand, allowing students to grasp and master them with ease. Whether it was obscure theoretical knowledge or hands-on practical training, he excelled at both. This led many students to comment that, ever since Professor Lupin had taken over, it was the first time they felt that defense against the dark arts was not only important, but actually fun. Many believed that Lupin was the most capable professor for the subject in recent years. Except for the students in Slytherin, the other three houses all held great affection for the new teacher. During his time teaching, Lupin's quality of life had also vastly improved. He looked much healthier than before. In the past, he often had to endure hunger and loneliness, but at Hogwarts, he no longer had to suffer through those unstable days. The school provided ample food, the students adored him, and his colleagues showed genuine care. Everything combined gave him a renewed spirit. That day happened to be the night of a full moon. Lupin hurriedly took a bottle of wolfsbane potion from Wes Elwin, then vanished. Before leaving, he had asked Wes to cover his class for him. Wes had wanted to refuse, but Lupin left so quickly he didn't even get the chance. You could have asked Headmaster Snape instead. I'm sure he'd have been more than happy to take over your class, Wes called out in the direction Lupin had disappeared, but it was no use, Lupin was long gone. With no other choice, Wes headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. This period was for third-year students. When the students saw Wes enter, they thought he had gone to the wrong classroom. Professor Elwin, this isn't the classroom for arithmancy, a blonde girl with blue eyes politely reminded him. Wes smiled slightly and explained, oh, I know. Professor Lupin isn't feeling very well today, so he asked me to cover for him. What's wrong with Professor Lupin? Ever since Lupin had arrived, he'd taken special care of Harry, offering extra help in class and privately teaching him many useful defense techniques. Harry felt deeply grateful to him. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue, Wes said, looking over the noisy classroom. The students were still whispering among themselves, so he raised his voice. Quiet down, everyone. Can someone tell me what you covered in your last lesson? Hermione immediately raised her hand. Last class, Professor Lupin taught us how to deal with red caps. Wes flipped through the textbook, then closed it again and decided to go off script. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, when you're out in the wild, what kind of creature are you most afraid of encountering? Ron blurted out without hesitation, Dementors. My mom says they're the most evil creatures, they suck out your soul. Werewolves, Hermione said with certainty. Just one bite from a werewolf and you'll become one too. Vampires. I think mummies are the scariest. The students offered a wide range of answers. Wes looked at the group of imaginative children and smiled. You're all right in your own ways. The students looked a little disappointed, thinking Wes was just humoring them. But in my experience, Wes continued, the most dangerous of all would probably be wizards. As soon as he said that, the classroom fell silent. The students clearly didn't understand why Wes would give that answer. Wes explained further, because you never know whether the wizard you meet is a dark wizard. The moment dark wizards were mentioned, the mood in the class grew heavy. Some students even instinctively shrank back. When they were younger, their parents had used the fear of dark wizards to scare them into behaving. Seeing their reactions, Wes realized he might have gone a bit too far. He quickly added reassuringly, don't worry, kids. You're at Hogwarts now, one of the safest places in the world. You won't encounter dark wizards here. But there are Dementors outside the school, a Ravenclaw girl grumbled, frowning. I haven't been able to go to Hogsmeade this term. I've been looking forward to it for so long. Yeah, my mom wouldn't sign the permission slip either. I have to stay in school like a prisoner, another student complained. Same here. More students joined in the complaints, and soon the classroom was filled with disappointed voices. Before long, the topic had completely shifted, now everyone was focused on Dementors. At that moment, one brave student raised their hand and asked, Professor, could you teach us the spell to repel Dementors? Yeah, another chimed in excitedly. That spell looked so cool. Wes chuckled and patiently explained, that's actually a very difficult charm. Many adult wizards haven't mastered it yet. For you, it would be quite challenging. The students' shoulders slumped in disappointment. To change the mood, Wes decided to switch up the lesson plan. For today's class, we'll do some practical dueling exercises, he announced. With a wave of his wand, the desks and chairs automatically moved aside, clearing a large space in the middle of the room. Pair up, quickly find your partners. The moment he said that, the students' attention shifted. They eagerly jumped into action and quickly partnered up. You've all learned the disarming charm, yes? Wes asked. Yes, the class answered in unison. Has anyone actually used it in practice? Wes looked around. Not a single hand went up. Not one, he asked. The students looked down in shame, avoiding eye contact with him. It's not your fault, Wes said. Your professors in the past 2 years. He trailed off, unsure how to even evaluate those previous professors. But that doesn't matter now, he clapped his hands. I need a volunteer. Who's up for it? Dozens of hands shot up. Draco's was the fastest and the highest. You then, Mr. Malfoy. Draco stepped forward proudly like a victorious general. Are you ready? Wes asked, raising his wand with a serious expression. I'm ready. Disarm. Wes cast the spell before Draco had time to react. Draco's wand flew from his hand. He stood there, stunned and sulking, his face full of indignation. That's lesson number 1, Wes said calmly. Strike first. If you come across an unknown wizard, whether they seem friendly or not, the first thing you must do is take away their ability to fight. The disarming charm is incredibly useful. Most wizards can't cast spells once they've lost their wand. Draco silently retrieved his wand from the floor. Now you try and attack me, Wes said. Draco, fueled by frustration, finally managed to cast a successful disarming charm, only for Wes to dodge it with ease. Lesson 2, Wes said seriously. Your opponent isn't a wooden dummy. They can dodge. They can fight back. In a duel, always stay alert. Don't treat your opponent like a stationary target. Mr. Malfoy, that was a successful casting of the disarming charm, excellent work. 5 points to Slytherin. The Slytherin students clapped and celebrated. Only Draco was unhappy. He felt like a fool, thinking his performance was awful. Degree. Chapter 60, Cat and Mouse. This was the first time Harry and his classmates were doing paired dueling practice, and everyone was eager to show off their magical skills in class and experience the thrill of battle. However, only a few students like Harry, Hermione, and Draco were actually able to cast the disarming charm successfully. The rest of the class was a mess of misfires and mishaps. Some students mispronounced the incantation and accidentally turned their partner's hair red, others were so nervous during casting that their spells went out of control and nearly caused minor accidents. All in all, the lesson was full of surprises, and despite the chaos, the students gained a lot of valuable experience amidst laughter and excitement. The enjoyable practical session ended quickly. Wes instructed the third years to practice the disarming charm well and try to impress Professor Lupin next class. Though the students were still excited, Wes disappeared like the wind the moment class ended. Today, in addition to the third years, the fifth years also had a defense against the dark arts class. Not wanting to disrupt Professor Lupin's teaching plans, Wes arranged for them to do a duel session as well. Compared to the third years, the fifth-year students gave Wes quite a few pleasant surprises. Many had excellent command over their spells, and it was clear they'd practiced diligently in their spare time. The standout among them was Hufflepuff's male prefect, Cedric Diggory. Wes noticed that Cedric was well-liked, not just among the Hufflepuffs, but also by students from other houses. He had earned the trust of many of his peers. During the class, Cedric took the initiative to help organize the dueling pairs, almost like a teaching assistant. Wes was deeply impressed by him. Cedric was tall and handsome, with well-defined features, a head of dark hair, and bright gray eyes that stood out in any crowd. Many girls admired him, but more than that, he was just and humble, treating every student who came to ask for help equally, never holding back just because they weren't from his house. Not only was he good-looking and academically outstanding, but Cedric also excelled in sports. He was practically the blueprint for a storybook protagonist. If Wes didn't already know Harry was the actual main character of this story, he might have mistaken Cedric for the hero himself. Still, the young man's fate in the original story was truly tragic. Cedric, Wes said approvingly, you'd make a great professor someday. Cedric humbly replied, I still have a long way to go, Professor. I'm serious, Wes patted his shoulder. Think it over. With that, Wes left the classroom. Cedric stood there, watching Wes's figure fade into the distance, deep in thought. The next day, Professor Lupin seemed back to normal, though he looked pale. Still, he insisted on teaching as usual. Wes let out a breath of relief. He had been planning to ask Professor Snape to fill in, but Dumbledore rejected the idea. The students really enjoy your dual classes. You haven't interrupted Lupin's teaching pace at all, you two work together quite well. Severus already has to manage potions and his duties as head of Slytherin. He truly can't spare the time. Hearing what Dumbledore said, Wes himself felt that substituting as a professor was something he was quite good at, so he nodded and agreed. As time passed, the students gradually got used to Professor Lupin having one day each month when he was unwell. At the same time, they really enjoyed Professor Wes's dueling classes. Just like that, Defense Against the Dark Arts quickly became one of the most popular courses among the students. That day, after class ended, Wes was preparing to return to his office to handle some unfinished academic work. However, at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out at the other end of the corridor. Meow meow meow, sharp cat cries rang out continuously, shattering the corridor's peace. A large ginger cat darted swiftly through the crowd, its movements nimble and its figure as fast as lightning. The cat's eyes were locked onto something ahead, as if it were chasing something incredibly important. Scabbers, run! Ron's anxious cry rang out as he tried to block the cat, but being naturally clumsy, he ended up falling flat on his back. Ron was almost in tears from panic. "You stupid cat, Scabbers, hurry up and run." Wes, hearing the noise, quickly walked over and helped Ron up off the ground. "What happened?" Wes asked with a frown, thinking perhaps a student had been attacked by a Dementor. "Professor, please save Scabbers." Ron grabbed Wes's sleeve desperately, his voice trembling with worry. "Who?" "My pet rat, Scabbers, it's about to be eaten by that stupid cat." Ron explained, glancing nervously in the direction the cat had run. "Crookshanks is not stupid. He's very clever." At that moment, Hermione came running over, breathless, her cheeks flushed from running, and her words full of defense for Crookshanks. "It's all your stupid cat's fault, can't you control it?" Ron glared at Hermione. "Crookshanks is a cat. Catching mice is in his nature," Hermione retorted without backing down. The two began arguing in the hallway, neither willing to give an inch. "So what exactly is going on?" Wes looked helplessly at the quarreling pair and turned to Harry, who had been left awkwardly standing on the side. "Here's what happened," Harry said as he adjusted his glasses that had been knocked askew from running, and began explaining the situation. It turned out Crookshanks was Hermione's pet, but for some unknown reason, he had taken a great interest in Ron's rat Scabbers and was always trying to catch him. Oddly, Crookshanks showed no interest in any other rats, which caused significant tension between Ron and Hermione. The two pets were constantly in conflict, and Ron and Hermione argued about it almost every day. Caught between his two best friends, Harry found himself in a very difficult position. Wes finally understood what was going on. He knew in his heart that Scabbers was not an ordinary rat, but a person, Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor who had betrayed the Potters. Crookshanks must have received a request from Sirius Black and was trying to catch Scabbers. Wes looked at Ron with newfound sympathy. If Ron knew that his beloved pet was actually a short, scrawny, greasy-haired middle-aged man, and that he let him sleep in his bed every night, he might just throw up everything he'd eaten the night before. "Ron, you're a true warrior. You must face life's grim truths head-on." Wes silently sighed in his heart. He knew this matter would need to be resolved eventually. Ron couldn't be left in the dark forever, and Peter Pettigrew couldn't be allowed to continue hiding. But now wasn't the right time, the moment to reveal the truth hadn't arrived yet. Wes decided to first calm Ron and Hermione down so they would stop arguing, and then think of a way to handle this thorny issue. Degree. Chapter 61, Map. "Hey, everyone, this isn't the place to argue." Wes raised his voice sternly, trying to mediate. More and more students were being drawn by the commotion and began gathering in the corridor, watching curiously. When Draco and a few of his Slytherin companions appeared, a sense of urgency rose in Harry's chest. He didn't want Hermione and Ron to become targets of Draco's mockery, so he quickly pulled them away. Even though Hermione and Ron were still upset and sulking, neither of them wanted to lose face in front of Draco or give him more to gloat about. So, half reluctantly, they let Harry lead them out of the hallway. Seeing that the show was over, the other students gradually dispersed. Wes watched them leave and muttered to himself, "I need to find the right moment to expose Pettigrew's identity." Wes sat at his desk, carefully inspecting the piece of parchment in his hand. At first glance, it looked utterly ordinary, but he could sense the faint magical aura it radiated. The twin brothers stood nearby, beaming proudly at Wes. They were already plotting how they'd brag to other professors if even someone like Wes couldn't unravel the map's secrets. "Well, Professor, even someone like you might not be able to crack the mystery of this map," Fred said, flashing a confident grin. "It took us a ton of effort just to activate it," George chimed in from the side. Wes remained expressionless as he laid the parchment flat on the desk. He then extended a finger and gently touched it. The air seemed to shimmer faintly with magical energy under his fingertip. In a low voice, he spoke the incantation. "Reveal the true form." As the words left his lips, a faint glow began to radiate from the parchment surface. Tiny letters gradually appeared, flickering in and out as though resisting him, reluctant to show themselves, as if engaged in a subtle tug-of-war with Wes. Wes could feel a powerful magical resistance pushing back. Focusing intently, he summoned stronger magic in response. The writing grew clearer and clearer, until a detailed map came into view. It was covered with tiny footprints, each labeled with the name of the person it represented. Wes carefully examined the map and quickly found his own office. He saw his name and the twins' names on the map as well, their positions updating in real time with their movements. This map displayed the precise locations of every person within Hogwarts. All of the castle's rooms, corridors, staircases, classrooms, the Great Hall, everything was rendered in exacting detail. It even showed hidden passageways and secret rooms that most people didn't know existed. Flipping the map over, Wes discovered a line of signatures written in different handwriting. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, 4 strange nicknames. The twins stared wide-eyed. They had never expected Wes to decipher the map's magic so easily. They had assumed that even the most knowledgeable professors wouldn't be able to unlock its secrets. This map is incredibly well crafted, Wes explained as he continued studying it. But the creators weren't that powerful at the time. With enough magic, tools like this can be broken open quite easily. See, George. I told you Professor Elwin could handle it. Fred said admiringly. Amazing. Those 4 upperclassmen must have been geniuses to make something like this. They're total legends, George said, his eyes fixed on the parchment, sparkling with awe. The mischievous twins looked up to the Marauders, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and James Potter, as their idols. They hoped that one day they could also create magical items as astonishing as those made by their legendary seniors. Professor, your alchemy notes have been a big inspiration for us, Fred said with a voice full of eagerness and curiosity. He revealed the dream he held deep in his heart. We want to make magical items of this level too, something as amazing as the Marauders map. But no matter how many methods we try, even staying up late to study, we always fail, George added, shoulders slumped and brows furrowed. There was frustration in his voice, every failure reminded them of the gap between them and their idols. The 4 Marauders had managed to create the Marauders map from scratch, while the twins couldn't even replicate it despite imitating the original. It hit them hard. However, it wasn't because the twins lacked talent compared to the Marauders. After all, the Potters and the Blacks both had centuries of magical heritage. James and Sirius had been exposed to alchemy since childhood and received guidance from their family elders. The twins, on the other hand, had mostly relied on their own trial and error. Wes understood how they felt. He gently comforted them and then began explaining the magical theory behind the Marauders map. Using simple, accessible language, he broke down the magic and alchemical principles behind the map's creation, which greatly benefited the twins. Time passed unnoticed. Even as curfew approached, the twins were reluctant to leave. You don't want to get caught by Filch, do you? Let's continue tomorrow. Oh, and mind if I borrow this map for a few days? No problem, Professor. We already have every secret passage and hidden room on it memorized, the twins replied cheerfully. Once the twins left, the office returned to quiet. Wes stared at the name, Peter Pettigrew, labeled next to Ron's on the map, as if a thought had occurred to him. The next morning, chaos suddenly erupted in Harry and Ron's dormitory, breaking the peaceful silence. The scene could only be described as pure mayhem. Ron's eyes were wide open, face flushed red with fury. When the bloody hell did that damn cat sneak in, he shouted, his voice echoing in the cramped dorm as he clumsily tried to chase Crookshanks out with a pillow. But the ginger cat was incredibly agile, dodging every one of Ron's frantic attempts. Scabbers, small and trembling, darted around the dorm in a panic. Its tiny claws made quick tapping noises against the wooden floor as it did everything it could to avoid being caught. At the last possible moment, Scabbers seized a narrow opening and shot through the door like lightning. Crookshanks didn't hesitate. It bolted after him at once, disappearing down the corridor. Why does that ugly cat never give up on Scabbers? It must be Hermione's doing. Ron fumed, stumbling out of bed with messy hair and crooked pajamas. His eyes blazed with anger, clearly ready to confront Hermione. Harry, watching the scene unfold, simply shrugged helplessly. When is this madness ever going to end? Although Crookshanks was clever, with keen senses and sharp hunting instincts, it still fell short when it came to outwitting someone as slippery as Peter Pettigrew. Time and time again, Pettigrew managed to escape the cat's pursuit. And once again, he had slipped away. Crookshanks stood still, sniffing the air cautiously, nose twitching as it tried to catch a trace of Pettigrew. But the air gave nothing away. Letting out a few unwilling meows, the cat flicked its tail in frustration and padded away. Still, Peter Pettigrew wasn't the only one being sneaky. Wes had used a disillusionment charm to silently follow behind Crookshanks. Thanks to the magic cloaking him, his figure flickered faintly, almost invisible. Degree. Chapter 62, Padfoot. Crookshanks first took a leisurely stroll around the school, moving with elegant and nimble steps as it slipped lightly through every corner of the castle. The ginger-colored figure would sometimes flash past beneath the long corridors, sometimes pause briefly in the garden, as if carefully searching for an important target. This time, instead of returning to Hermione as usual, it walked straight out of Hogwarts' main gates. Just as I thought, Wes Elwin mused to himself. He knew that following Crookshanks this time would definitely yield results. Once outside the school grounds, Crookshanks noticeably quickened its pace. From time to time, it stopped to sniff the air with its nose, picking up the faintest of scents. At the same time, it looked around warily, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Before long, Crookshanks arrived before a dilapidated, crumbling house. It stood there quietly, tail swaying gently, and meowed twice toward the inside. Woof. Woof, came two loud responses from within. Then, a huge black dog emerged from the rundown house. Though it looked large, it was gaunt, every rib visible, its body telling the tale of long suffering. Its fur was matted and unkempt, stripped of its former luster. Meow. Woof woof. The cat and the dog seemed to be engaged in some kind of exchange. The black dog's eyes carried a near-human sadness. Lowering its head, it looked deeply dejected. Crookshanks rubbed its head gently against the big dog's, as if offering comfort. At that moment, Wes cancelled his disillusionment charm and appeared before the two animals. They froze for a moment, then their fur bristled instantly, standing up like sharp quills. They growled loudly at Wes, full of hostility toward this uninvited guest. Nice to meet you, Padfoot, or should I say, Sirius Black. The big black dog froze again. It had been a long time since he had heard that name, familiar, yet strange, stirring a surge of complicated feelings within him. But his instincts still pushed him toward defense. He bared his sharp teeth, ready to leap at Wes. I know Peter Pettigrew isn't dead, Wes said evenly, and I know you were framed. The words hit Sirius like a thunderclap. His mind went completely blank, and for a moment, he couldn't react at all, his canine face frozen in disbelief. Woof. Woof. He barked urgently at Wes, as though trying to explain something important. I don't speak dog, Wes shrugged, looking helpless. You can turn back into a human first. The big black dog curled in on itself, and then its body began to shift, slowly taking the form of a tall, adult man. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition, any trace of their original color and style long gone. Oily, filthy long hair and a ragged beard concealed most of his face, making him look more destitute than the average beggar. Only a pair of deep, gray eyes were visible. Who are you, and just, what exactly do you know? Sirius asked haltingly, his voice rough, whether from lack of human contact for so long, or simply because of how weak he had become. Before we discuss any of this, I think you need to replenish your strength first, Wes Elwin said, giving his wand a gentle wave. A picnic cloth appeared on the ground. Immediately, bread, milk, fruit, steak, and various other foods appeared on the cloth one after another, releasing an enticing aroma. Sirius' throat moved involuntarily as he swallowed. Ever since escaping from prison, he had either rummaged through trash bins for food or hunted small animals like rats to barely stave off hunger. It had been far too long since he'd tasted such a feast. Yet, he still kept his guard up toward Wes Elwin, unsure why this stranger wanted to help him. Relax. To deal with a wizard without a wand, I wouldn't need to resort to poison. And if I truly wanted to catch you, I would have already informed the ministry. What came for you then would have been dementors. At the mention of dementors, Sirius shuddered involuntarily. Still, Wes Elwin's words made sense. From their brief interactions, Sirius hadn't sensed any malice from him. So, with trembling hands, he grabbed a piece of bread and shoved it into his mouth. In less than 3 seconds, it was gone. Next, he hastily snatched up a steak with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Without even swallowing, he crammed another piece of bread in, nearly choking himself in the process. He quickly grabbed a bottle of milk and gulped it down, spilling it all over himself. Once he finally swallowed the food in his mouth, he resumed shoveling food into his mouth non-stop, leaving the picnic cloth a complete mess. Halfway through eating, Sirius suddenly began to cry, tears and snot streaming down his face. These foods brought back a warmth he hadn't felt in so long, and with it, the pain and grievances buried deep in his heart surged forth. Wes Elwin didn't interrupt him, he simply stood quietly to the side, letting him vent his emotions. Crookshanks jumped into Sirius' arms, softly meowing. Sirius handed the cat a meat patty. You've worked hard. Without you, I don't know what I would have done. This man, who had been wrongfully imprisoned, who had endured years of torment from dementors in Azkaban without shedding a tear, was now crying uncontrollably. His tears carried too many emotions, pain, resentment, gratitude, and even a trace of hope. After wiping away his tears, Sirius looked at Wes Elwin. How did you know Crookshanks was helping me? Wes Elwin handed him the Marauder's map. Sirius gently caressed the parchment. The familiar texture brought back countless memories. The Marauder's map you lot made ended up in the hands of the Weasley twins. By chance, they gave it to. Wes Elwin began spinning a pre-prepared explanation. Crookshanks' behavior was far too suspicious, and it ignored all other rats. I suspected it was acting under someone's orders, I just didn't expect that someone to be you. Wes Elwin's reasoning had plenty of holes, but at that moment Sirius' mind wasn't sharp enough to notice. So that's it. I never thought something we made for pranks would end up helping me again. Sirius gazed at the map, lost in memories. What are you planning to do next? Wes Elwin interrupted his thoughts. Of course, I'm going to catch that traitor Wormtail, Sirius said, his eyes turning vicious. I'll make him repent for everything he's done. And how exactly will you catch him? Crookshanks has done great so far, he almost caught that rat. Give him a little more time and he's bound to get him, Sirius said confidently. Hearing such praise, Crookshanks proudly lifted his head. I said your animagus form is a dog, but that doesn't mean your brain's turned into a dog's brain, Wes Elwin said, looking at Sirius in exasperation. What do you mean? Sirius was clearly baffled by Wes Elwin's remark, not understanding what he was getting at. Degree. Chapter 63, Reunion. Who exactly are you? What is your real purpose? My name is Wes Elwin, I'm a professor at Hogwarts, and I can help you. After experiencing the betrayal of a former friend and the torment of Azkaban, Sirius was not about to trust a stranger easily, even if that stranger had just given him a proper meal. He looked at Wes Elwin without responding right away. Silence seemed the best answer for now. He tried to glean more from Wes Elwin's words, but there wasn't enough information yet for him to make a judgment. His wary gaze fixed on Wes once more. Oh, relax. You've got nothing now, what could I possibly be after? Seeing Sirius so on guard, Wes Elwin tried to use a light, joking tone to ease his concerns. But I'm not helping you for nothing, either. How about we make a deal? What do you want? Sirius couldn't imagine what a professor might want from him. Documents and records from the Black family. Wes Elwin stated his purpose directly, he wanted the centuries of accumulated knowledge from the Black family. I've been kicked out of the Black family, Sirius said flatly. You're the only male heir of the Blacks. You are the rightful successor of the Black family. Is that so? Sirius had no affection for the Black family, and he wasn't interested in what Wes Elwin was saying. If you can help me catch Wormtail, you can have everything. All right, then sign this contract. Wes Elwin pulled a prepared piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket and handed them to Sirius. Looks like you came prepared. Sirius took the parchment, scanned the contract carefully, found no hidden clauses or traps, and signed his name without hesitation. After the contract was signed, Wes Elwin said, "Come on, I'll take you to see Dumbledore." Dumbledore. Sirius jumped to his feet at the name. With a hint of doubt in his voice, Wes Elwin asked, "You don't trust Dumbledore?" Sirius quickly waved his hands. "How could I not trust him? Dumbledore is one of the people I respect most." "Then what's there to hesitate about?" Wes Elwin pressed further. Sirius gave a bitter smile. "Just look at me, and I'm still a wanted man." As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, his shoulders drooped, and his whole demeanor seemed a little defeated. "I don't think Dumbledore will care about that. Besides, don't you want to see Lupin and Harry as soon as possible?" Wes Elwin's words were like a lit fuse, instantly igniting a deep yearning within Sirius. At the mention of his dear friend and Harry, Sirius could no longer hold back his excitement. "Let's go, we'll leave right now," he said loudly, and immediately started heading toward Hogwarts. "Wait." Wes Elwin called out quickly. "There are Dementors stationed around Hogwarts. You won't be able to get in like that." At those words, Sirius froze in place, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The enthusiasm he had just felt was instantly doused. "And besides, your current appearance isn't exactly suitable either." Sirius lowered his head and took in his vagrant-like appearance, tattered clothes, greasy long hair, and a scruffy beard. In that moment, he seemed to become aware of his disheveled state, and with a hint of embarrassment, he lowered his head further, his fingers unconsciously rubbing at the hem of his shirt, looking rather unsure of himself. The two of them followed a winding path until they arrived at a crystal-clear riverbank. Wes Elwin pulled a clean set of clothes and some toiletries from his pack, handing them to Sirius. "I'm an adventurer, these essentials are something I always carry with me," Wes explained. Without hesitation, Sirius leapt into the river. The cool water instantly revived his spirits. He scrubbed himself vigorously, washing away the dirt and fatigue clinging to him. When he finally changed into the clean clothes, it was as if he had regained the handsome air of his youth. His upright posture and deep gaze seemed to transport him back to his days of glory. In that moment, he appeared to have regained a long-lost sense of dignity and confidence. "That's better. Don't resist." Before Sirius could fully react, Wes suddenly cast a transfiguration spell, turning him into a small black cat. Meow meow, the little black cat seemed to be complaining, its tiny body wriggling restlessly in protest at this sudden transformation. "Shoo. Your animagus form is too conspicuous," Wes said soothingly. "We need to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible." Sirius stopped struggling, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt the back of his neck tighten. Looking up, he saw the large face of Crookshanks staring down at him. It turned out that the cat had been picked up by Crookshanks, dangling helplessly in his jaws. "Cats are much smarter than dogs," Wes said, striding forward. Crookshanks trotted along behind him, still carrying the squirming black cat. "Meow meow," the small cat kept crying, its voice full of dissatisfaction and protest, but neither Wes nor Crookshanks paid it any mind. As expected, the Dementors completely ignored the black cat that Sirius had become, showing no interest in it whatsoever. Wes made his way, as familiar as ever, to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was seated at his desk, attending to paperwork. Seeing Wes enter, he looked up, his eyes landing on the black cat in Crookshanks's mouth. He couldn't help but wonder when Wes had acquired such a pet. As for Crookshanks, he was already well known around the school, recognized by everyone as Hermione's cat. His presence in the castle drew no suspicion or attention. Dumbledore set down his work and asked gently, "Wes, what's this about? You've brought me a cat." His gaze shifted to Crookshanks, who carefully placed the small black cat on the floor. Sirius gave a dissatisfied meow but stood there obediently, waiting for the next move. "Headmaster, please call Professor Lupin here. I'll explain everything together." Hearing this, Dumbledore gave the black cat another look, sensing something unusual about it. Before long, Professor Lupin arrived at the office, still unsure why he had been summoned. Once everyone was there, Wes lifted the transfiguration spell on Sirius. Sirius transformed back into human form. Although more than a decade had passed and his appearance had changed somewhat, Lupin recognized his old friend at once. Degree. Chapter 64, Truth. Sirius. You traitor. Remus Lupin, usually so mild-mannered, had eyes burning red like a furious beast. He drew his wand, ready to cast an unforgivable curse. Wes Elwin reacted instantly, his disarming charm sent Lupin's wand flying. Seeing that Lupin's rage was about to push him into transforming into a werewolf, Dumbledore spoke just in time to stop him. "Calm yourself, Remus. I'm sure Wes will give us a reasonable explanation." Dumbledore's words still carried weight. Lupin gradually cooled down, though his eyes never left Sirius, as if afraid he might escape. Wes explained the whole sequence of events in detail, then opened the Marauder's map, where the name Peter Pettigrew shone unmistakably. As one of the map's creators, Lupin knew exactly what that meant. Why is Wormtail still alive? Why is he here at Hogwarts? Sirius stepped forward, meeting Lupin's incredulous gaze. "I can explain everything." He recounted to everyone present the decision to make Wormtail their secret keeper back then. At the time, he thought it was a clever move, never imagining that Wormtail would betray them and hand their secret to Voldemort. How could this happen? Lupin struggled to believe his old friend had endured such deep misunderstanding and suffering. "I haven't lied. You can use Veritaserum or search my memories. I never betrayed James. I'm not a traitor." Sirius's voice was almost pleading. He was willing to accept any test. In this moment, he longed desperately for their trust. Lupin gripped Sirius's shoulders tightly. "Then why didn't you defend yourself back then? Why not tell the truth? At that time, James and Lily were dead, Voldemort's whereabouts were unknown, Wormtail was dead, and I, the arrogant fool, was the only one still alive." Sirius lowered his head, filled with guilt and shame. "I went to Azkaban willingly. I was atoning." His words drew the whole room into silence. "Black." Lupin's voice trembled. He believed Sirius. In truth, he had always had doubts about Sirius's supposed betrayal. Lupin hugged him tightly. Sirius looked up and asked, "You believe me?" "Of course." But just as a smile began to form on Sirius's face, Lupin's right fist shot out, striking him hard in the cheek. Sirius fell to the floor with a thud. He struggled to get up, blood streaming from his nose, pain etched across his face as he stared at Lupin. "You are the most selfish, most foolish man in this world." Lupin's tears streamed down his cheeks as he roared in anguish. Sirius laughed brightly, though his blood-stained face made the sight chilling. There was release in that laughter, as though in that instant he had finally found some kind of freedom. Once the bleeding stopped, the four of them gathered around the desk. Four pairs of eyes, sharp as blades, were fixed on one name glowing on the Marauder's map, Peter Pettigrew. That name drew them in, for it held all the answers. "Just grab this traitor and force the truth out of him," Lupin said, eyes burning with rage. He wanted nothing more than to catch Pettigrew immediately and make him pay for his crimes. Sirius clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. Though outwardly calm, years of injustice and suffering had turned into pure hatred for Pettigrew. Wes fully agreed with Lupin. With him and Dumbledore on the job, Pettigrew wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. To avoid giving Pettigrew any chance to slip away, Wes suggested they act immediately. The proposal was unanimously approved. With the Marauder's map, things would be simple. Scabbers, or rather, Peter Pettigrew, had been living in constant fear lately. News of Sirius's escape had terrified him. He felt certain Sirius was coming for him. Damn it, where did I slip up so that Mongrel realized I was alive? The rat hid in a corner of the castle wall, head swiveling constantly, eyes darting around warily. And that stupid cat. Meow. The cat's cry was like a clap of thunder, making Pettigrew flinch and bolt. Crookshanks herded him purposefully in one direction. Pettigrew didn't notice the people thinning around him, he only wanted to shake off the cat. When he found himself in an empty corridor, he realized something was wrong. Woof! A large black dog appeared in front of him. Pettigrew screamed, "Sirius!" The next second, his mind went blank as Wes's stunner hit him perfectly, knocking him out cold. Sirius growled and moved to tear Pettigrew apart on the spot. Wes stopped him. "If he dies, your name will never be cleared. Don't you want to live with Harry?" Those words hit Sirius like a hammer, bringing him to his senses instantly. Wes shoved Pettigrew into a cage he had prepared beforehand. Man, cat, and dog headed back to the headmaster's office. Lupin, impatient, grabbed the cage and inspected the rat closely. It's him. It's really him. The marauders knew each other's animagus forms well. This rat's missing finger confirmed Pettigrew's identity. Sirius changed back into human form, grabbed Pettigrew out of the cage, and threw him roughly to the floor. The thud echoed as Pettigrew, still unconscious from Wes's spell, hit the ground. Lupin shoved Sirius aside and drew his wand. Cruciatus. The curse hit the rat squarely. Gentle men truly are terrifying when enraged. Dumbledore acted like he hadn't seen a thing, calmly polishing his glasses. Pettigrew convulsed violently, his body twisting in agony. Lupin wasn't done, he raised his wand again for another round. Enough, Lupin. Dumbledore finally intervened. We need him conscious to learn the whole truth. The pain was too great for Pettigrew to keep his animagus form. The rat swelled and transformed into a short, pudgy, balding man with a greasy face. His squeaks became human wails. Degree. Chapter 65, Gotcha. Sirius grabbed Pettigrew by the collar and hauled him into the air. Long time no see, Peter. Every word squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. Sirius's face had turned a deep, livid red, veins bulging on his forehead. Sirius. Peter Pettigrew's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, darting his gaze around the room, he quickly assessed his surroundings, searching for any chance to escape. Lupin. Dumbledore. This is the headmaster's office. Realizing where he was, Pettigrew turned toward Lupin and Dumbledore, pleading desperately, "Help me. Sirius has gone mad." "How dare you?" Sirius hadn't expected Pettigrew to twist the truth. "You're the one who betrayed James." Sirius roared, spittle flying onto Pettigrew's face. "It was you." The two argued furiously, their voices echoing through the headmaster's office. Wes Elwin tossed a vial to Lupin. Veritaserum. Lupin seized Pettigrew's cheeks, forcing his mouth open, and poured the entire bottle down his throat. "What did you make me drink?" Pettigrew gagged and clawed at his throat, trying to spit the liquid back up. Soon, his gaze began to lose focus. A dazed expression took over as his body relaxed, eventually collapsing limply to the floor. Who was the secret keeper for James and Lily? Lupin asked urgently, desperate for the truth he had waited years to hear. "It was me." Pettigrew's tone was flat and detached, as if telling a story that had nothing to do with him. That arrogant fool Sirius thought this way would be completely safe. Guilt was written all over Sirius's face. Once again, he was drowning in self-reproach. Lupin finally felt the weight in his heart drop, but pressed on. "Why did you betray us?" "Because I was afraid of the dark, Lord." Even under Veritaserum, Pettigrew dared not speak the name aloud. He was too terrifying. Why give such a dangerous responsibility to me? I'm just a nobody, how could I possibly stand up to the Dark Lord? No one asked you to fight Voldemort. I only told you to keep the secret. Sirius shook Pettigrew violently. Pettigrew remained unnervingly calm under the potion's influence. What if the Death Eaters found me and tortured me? I couldn't bear that, so I told the Dark Lord where James and Lily were hiding. It's all Sirius's fault, if he hadn't tried to be clever, none of this would have happened. Sirius and Lupin were stunned. They could hardly believe that the companion they had lived alongside for years was such a coward. Tears welled in Sirius's eyes. It's all my fault, if it weren't for me, James and Lily would still be alive. Lupin looked at the scene before him, emotions in turmoil. Finally, he said to Pettigrew in bitter disappointment, "You coward." After the truth came to light, Sirius had successfully proven his innocence. Yet, he felt no joy. The crushing weight of guilt washed over him like relentless tides, pounding at his heart again and again. His arrogance, the decision he had once believed to be right, had now become a wound in his heart that could never be erased. Because of his mistake, he had caused the death of his best friend. That pain pierced so deep it left him breathless. In those darkest moments, he had even thought about ending his life, hoping to escape the agony and torment within. It seemed that only in death could he find release. Remus stood quietly nearby, watching Sirius drown in self-reproach. His lips moved slightly, as though he wanted to say something to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start. The words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. All he could do was silently watch, hoping Sirius might find his own way out of this abyss. Then, suddenly, an idea struck him. "Harry," Remus broke the oppressive silence, "have you seen Harry? He looks exactly like James, like he was cast from the same mold. But those eyes are just like lilies." Every time Remus spoke of Harry, his voice carried unconcealed affection for the boy, along with deep nostalgia for the old days, perhaps also the most profound longing for his lost friends. Harry. Harry. Sirius murmured the name again and again. To him, it wasn't just a name, it was the only light in a world shrouded in darkness. As Remus's words sank in, something changed in Sirius's eyes. Where they had been dull and lifeless, a spark now flickered back to life. Harry's name was like a beam of winter sunlight breaking through thick clouds, illuminating the long-forgotten corners of his heart. "That's right," Remus said, patting Sirius on the shoulder. "You're Harry's godfather. James may be gone, but that responsibility is now yours. You must step into the role of a father for him." Looking at Sirius's face, drawn and worn from guilt, Remus felt a pang of pity. For Harry's sake, and for the precious friendship they had once shared, he knew Sirius would find the strength to stand again. Because Sirius was brave and strong. As long as he was willing, he could emerge from this painful memory and embrace the light once more. "I have to find Harry." Sirius shot up from his chair, unable to contain himself. He was desperate to leave the headmaster's office, every second of waiting felt like torture. Seeing this, Remus quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "There are wanted posters of you everywhere," Remus warned. "If you go out now, someone will recognize you. Not only would you be in danger, but you might also put Harry at risk." It wasn't an exaggeration, Sirius's situation truly was precarious. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. "But I can't wait any longer, Remus," Sirius said, his voice pleading. "I need to see Harry right now. He means too much to me." "Don't rush, Black," Dumbledore said. "Now that Peter Pettigrew has been caught, your name will soon be cleared." Dumbledore continued, "If you go to him now, you'll only frighten Harry. What we need is patience, let events unfold in the right order." His words were like an anchor in the storm. He fully understood Sirius's urgency, but he also knew that acting on impulse would only cause greater trouble. Degree. Chapter 66, Lying Low. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he gave his wand a wave. A flash of magic shimmered in the air before he pointed toward an old cabinet in the corner of the room. Under the effect of the spell, the cabinet slowly creaked open, and the tightly bound Peter Pettigrew was shoved inside. "This cabinet was left here by a headmaster several generations ago," Dumbledore explained. "It used to punish particularly mischievous students. Once you're locked inside, there's absolutely no way to escape." His assurance eased everyone's nerves. With Dumbledore's magic at work, there was no possibility that Peter Pettigrew could get out. "I'll contact Fudge immediately to explain the situation. But as you all know, the Ministry of Magic's efficiency. The Ministry's bureaucratic sluggishness was infamous, and even Dumbledore couldn't change that." "What about Sirius?" Lupin asked with concern. "He can't possibly stay in your office the entire time. He knew his friend couldn't just hide here forever, someone would notice, and unnecessary trouble would follow." Lupin wanted somewhere safer where Sirius could lie low until everything was properly arranged. Dumbledore's gaze drifted across the group before settling on Wes. A faintly meaningful glint flashed in his eyes. "I have an idea." Wes' brows knit slightly, and a wave of unease welled up in him. "What's this old man plotting now?" Not long after, the two men, one cat, and one dog left the headmaster's office. "What is this supposed to be? Why not just say you've adopted a pet?" Wes was far from pleased with the plan, but for now, there was no better choice. Lupin answered matter-of-factly, "Everyone knows I'm broke. How could I possibly afford to feed such a large dog?" His expression was serious, but there was a hint of light teasing in his tone. He patted the head of the large black dog that was Sirius and chuckled. "Blackie, you'd better stay close to your owner." The dog, Sirius, clearly didn't approve of the name. He shoved Lupin's hand away with his snout and snorted in protest, showing just how much he disliked the ridiculously tacky nickname. "Haha," Lupin laughed and waved them off. "I've got a class to teach, so I'll leave you to it." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wes and the transformed dog in an awkward silence. They stared at each other for a moment before Wes sighed. "Well, I suppose this is the price I pay for coveting the Black family's knowledge and resources." He led Blackie and Crookshanks down the corridors of Hogwarts, the odd trio drawing curious looks from students they passed. That was when Hermione came running toward them, slightly out of breath and clearly flustered. "Crookshanks," she called. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere." Crookshanks leapt straight into her arms, nearly knocking her off balance. The plump ginger cat rubbed against her, meowing softly as though apologizing, or perhaps begging for affection, making Hermione giggle. Suddenly, Ron came storming toward them, his face full of fury. "Stupid cat! What did you do to Scabbers?" Crookshanks seemed to understand, lifting his head proudly and giving Ron an utterly dismissive look. That only made Ron angrier. His face turned beet red as he sputtered. Hermione, unwilling to argue, simply turned away with Crookshanks in her arms. Ron wasn't about to let it go. He followed after her, hurling accusations at Crookshanks and demanding the return of Scabbers. The scene drew laughter from nearby students, while Wes and Sirius were ignored entirely, reduced to background scenery. Wes shrugged. "Well, your good friend just went home," he remarked, nodding in the direction where Crookshanks and Hermione had disappeared. Sirius shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Professor Elwin." Harry Potter came running up, out of breath. "Have you seen Hermione and Ron?" "I." Before Harry could finish, a huge black dog pounced on him, rubbing its head eagerly against him. When Harry realized it was a massive black dog, he scrambled backward in fright. Seeing Harry's reaction, Sirius whimpered pitifully, hurt at being misunderstood. Wes quickly stepped forward and helped Harry up. "You afraid of dogs?" Harry shook his head but still kept his distance. "Professor Trelawney made a prophecy in divination class," Harry explained. "She said a black dog would bring me misfortune, even death." At this, Sirius barked twice in indignation, clearly offended by Trelawney's words and perhaps tempted to give her a nip. "Trelawney?" Wes nodded. He knew she had the bloodline of a true seer, but most of her predictions were regarded as nonsense. "Don't mind her," Wes reassured Harry. "Black is very well behaved." "Blackie. This black dog." Wes gave Sirius's head a gentle pat. Sirius circled Harry, tail wagging like a propeller, hoping for some attention. Cautiously, Harry reached out and stroked his head. Feeling Harry's touch, Sirius grinned wide, showing a row of white teeth. Harry began to relax, even pulling a treat from his pocket to feed him. "Oh no, I still have to find Hermione and Ron. They might be fighting." Wes pointed in the direction they'd gone. Harry thanked him and hurried off, leaving Sirius staring after him longingly. "Don't worry," Wes said quietly. "There's plenty of time." In less than a day, the news that Wes Elwin had adopted a large black dog spread like wildfire through Hogwarts. Students whispered about it constantly. After all, in their eyes, Professor Elwin wasn't exactly the nurturing type, his image was one of strictness and scholarly focus. Still, it was just a dog. In a place filled with magic and wonders, it wasn't exactly a shocking sight, and most didn't pry too deeply. The students quickly grew used to the new arrival, though they still occasionally speculated about the dog's origins and its connection to Professor Elwin. Curiously, Blackie didn't seem very close to Wes, keeping a kind of aloof distance. Instead, he was particularly attached to Harry Potter, always wagging his tail happily and sticking to him like glue, as if Harry were his entire world. Even during class, Blackie would wait quietly outside the room until Harry emerged. At first, Harry was unsettled by the constant presence of such a large animal, but he soon realized the dog was incredibly smart and seemed to understand everything he said. Degree. Chapter 67, Blackie. Several times, thanks to the big black dog's warnings, Harry had successfully avoided being caught by Filch. Whenever Filch's figure appeared at the far end of the corridor, Blackie would give an early signal, either by gently nudging Harry's leg with his nose or giving a low bark to alert him. One day, Harry and Hermione were sitting in a corner of the library, discussing the origins of Blackie. Hermione stroked Crookshanks in her arms, pondering aloud. Maybe he has the blood of some magical creature, like Crookshanks does. You see, Crookshanks often shows a stronger sense of perception than ordinary cats. Harry wasn't concerned about that at all. What mattered to him was how kind the big black dog was to him. It warmed his heart. While they were talking, Ron suddenly got up from his seat in a huff and left the library without a word, leaving Harry and Hermione staring at each other in confusion. "What's wrong with him?" Hermione frowned, clearly displeased. Harry sighed and explained, "Scabbers has been missing for days." Ron's really worried. "Maybe Scabbers is just too old, it's already rare for a rat to live over 10 years. Crookshanks, you didn't eat Scabbers, did you?" Hermione quickly pried open Crookshanks's mouth to check, afraid the cat had done something unthinkable. "You can't eat rats, they're disgusting." Crookshanks nimbly slipped from Hermione's hands and leapt onto Sirius's back, meowing insistently, "Meow meow," as if to explain, "I would never eat such a disgusting rat." Hermione looked at Crookshanks, feeling as though she actually understood what the cat meant. Then she glanced at the time and stood up. "I've got to get to class. Harry, I'm leaving Crookshanks with you." Without another word, she rushed off, leaving Harry with Sirius and Crookshanks. Hermione had signed up for every single elective available this year and was constantly busy, spinning around like a top. If Professor McGonagall hadn't applied to the ministry for a time-turner for her, she'd never have managed to complete all her classes, no matter how much she exhausted herself. Harry crouched down and gently touched Sirius's protruding ribs. "You're still too skinny. You need to eat more." The dog's face lit up with a happy grin, and he rubbed his wet nose against Harry's hand, looking as content as if he had the whole world. Crookshanks, on the other hand, turned away disdainfully, not bothering to acknowledge the silly dog. "Harry's just so kind, just like Lily." In Wes Elwin's office, Sirius was going on and on, singing Harry's praises. Wes's ears were bombarded with Harry this and Harry that to the point of mental exhaustion. "Not even a steak could shut you up, could it?" Sirius shrugged, about to reply, only for Wes to cut him off before he could speak. Finally, Wes could enjoy a moment of silence, reading his book in peace. Time flew quickly, and soon the long-anticipated Quidditch match day arrived. However, it seemed the weather had decided to throw in some trouble for the event. Early in the morning, a light drizzle began to fall. The rain gradually intensified, the sky darkened, and soon small puddles began to form on the ground. But this sudden downpour didn't dampen the students' burning enthusiasm. They were well prepared, colorful umbrellas in hand, raincoats of all kinds on their backs, hearts brimming with excitement, as they hurried to the Quidditch pitch. They found their seats in the stands, chatting excitedly about the upcoming match. Today's game was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, a matchup that had always drawn a lot of attention. Both sides had raised enormous banners, and the supporters' creativity was endless. Some even set off fireworks that exploded in the sky, forming the crests of their respective houses. Even before the match began, the supporters on both sides were already battling it out in the stands, their shouts echoing back and forth. Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, had Quidditch in his bones and was famously strict with his teammates. Every move, every tactic had to be executed perfectly, and he demanded the same from himself. "We haven't won a trophy in 8 years. This is my last chance." Wood's face was grim, as if he were preparing not for a sporting match but for a life-or-death duel. His eyes fixed intently on his players, especially Harry. "Harry." Wood's voice suddenly boomed. The moment Harry heard his name, he flinched, a nervous jolt running through him. "Even if it kills you, you must catch the golden snitch." Wood's intensity was overwhelming, and Harry swallowed hard, feeling the pressure rise until even breathing seemed heavy. "That's over the top," the other teammates muttered, thinking the captain's demands were far too harsh. After all, anything could happen in a match, you couldn't pin all your hopes on one player. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, quickly reassured Harry. "Don't listen to Wood, he's just too nervous." Harry finally let out a breath, his tension easing slightly. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had also come to watch the match, a rare occurrence. He boasted to Wes, who was sitting beside him, "When I was young, I was quite the player myself. If I hadn't become a teacher, I might have gone pro." It turned out Dumbledore was a passionate Quidditch fan, his love for the sport rivaling anyone's. Wes, however, had no interest in Quidditch. In his view, a rainy day was best spent in his office with a steaming cup of tea, lounging in a comfortable chair. If not for Dumbledore's strong invitation, Wes would never have come. Now, he just sat there wishing the game would end quickly. When the match began, the roar of the crowd was deafening, echoing across the whole of Hogwarts. The game was fierce, with both teams displaying an impressive level of skill as they raced through the rain. Gryffindor's players worked in perfect sync, their passes and shots showed true team unity. Hufflepuff wasn't about to be outdone. Their defense was tight, their counterattacks quick, putting heavy pressure on the Gryffindor side. The rain kept falling, but it did nothing to dampen the players' spirits. Still, as the downpour worsened, visibility became a serious problem. Several collisions occurred during the game, making the spectators wince in worry. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and the players fought on in the rain, the crowd's cheers growing louder and louder. But no one noticed that the Dementors stationed around Hogwarts had begun to drift slowly toward the Quidditch pitch. Their dark, shadowy forms flickered in and out of view through the rain, like ghosts. Degree. Chapter 68, Dementors Attack. Wes had seen this scene in the movie before, but he hadn't expected there to be so many Dementors in real life, far more than what the film had shown. At that moment, the Quidditch pitch looked, in the eyes of the Dementors, like a sweet and tempting cake. Ever since leaving Azkaban, they had gone a long time without feeding. The Ministry of Magic had strictly forbidden them from harming ordinary people, and being stationed outside Hogwarts every day was tormenting them like an itch they couldn't scratch. They craved those bright, delicious emotions and life energy, a temptation impossible to resist. Finally, they couldn't hold back any longer. On the pitch, Harry's sharp eyes spotted the golden snitch before Cedric did. That tiny golden speck flickered weakly in the rain, almost as if it were waving at Harry, before darting upward into the sky to avoid capture. Harry gave chase without hesitation. The only thought in his mind was to win for Gryffindor. He sped through the rain on his broomstick, flying farther and farther from the Quidditch pitch. Just as he was about to grab the snitch, a Dementor suddenly swept into his vision. The terrifying sight froze Harry in place. Its face was like a skull, the skin stretched tight over bone in a sickly grey-white hue. Its eye sockets were two deep, empty hollows, flickering faintly with an eerie blue light. Its mouth was a wide, lipless gash, lined with jagged black teeth, hissing chillingly in the downpour. Harry's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why a Dementor would be here. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, and a wave of icy air engulfed him, as if he had been thrown into a frozen cellar. Horrific images began flooding his mind, pain, fear, memories he wished he could forget. His consciousness grew hazy, and the world before him became blurry and distant. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, falling from his broom. Merlin's beard, Harry's falling, an eagle-eyed spectator shouted, their terrified voice sparking a wave of alarm in the stands. Some had already spotted the Dementors near the pitch. Dementors. The Dementors are here, someone screamed. Only then did everyone notice the swarm, hundreds of those dreadful shapes drifting through the rain, filling the air with suffocating dread. Darkness blanketed the entire sky. The stands dissolved into chaos. People screamed and bolted in all directions. Some students cried out in terror, clinging to each other, trembling uncontrollably. The scene was on the brink of total collapse. In the midst of the panic, Dumbledore reacted instantly. With a flick of his wand, he cast a cushioning charm to slow Harry's fall. Harry's body descended gently and landed safely on the ground. At the exact moment Harry fell, Cedric seized the golden snitch. He held the tiny golden prize tightly in his hand, but his expression was one of complete confusion. He didn't understand what was going on, only that the world around him had spiraled into chaos. Sirius, seeing Harry fall, nearly blew his animagus cover in panic. Wes quickly reassured him, Harry will be fine. Didn't you see Dumbledore step in? Sirius barely managed to maintain his dog form but immediately rushed onto the pitch to check on Harry himself. Expecto Patronum. Dumbledore's voice boomed like thunder over the Quidditch pitch, his beard and hair bristling. Wes had never seen him so angry, not even when news had come that Voldemort had returned. Dumbledore's magic power erupted in full, without holding back. A phoenix-shaped Patronus radiated a silvery, sacred light, enveloping the entire Quidditch pitch in an unbreakable barrier, protecting every single person present. The Dementors screamed and fled from the field, sensing the overwhelming power of Dumbledore's Patronus charm. Still, a few of them were struck by it and sustained severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, the Dementors scattered like startled birds, vanishing into the rain. Even so, Dumbledore's expression remained grim. They broke the agreement. They crossed the line. Do you need me to step in? Wes Elwin asked, though in truth he wanted to capture a few Dementors to study. These wraith-like things normally stayed in Azkaban, under the Ministry's employ, making them hard to get his hands on. This was a rare chance. No need. We can use this incident to pressure the Ministry into clearing Sirius Black's name. Dumbledore clearly had longer-term plans for this situation. Wes felt a pang of disappointment, such a good opportunity missed. But he also knew there would be more chances in the future. Harry was taken to the hospital wing, where he lay quietly on the bed, his face pale. Madame Poppy Pomfrey was performing a full examination to make sure he hadn't sustained more serious injuries. Hufflepuff had won the match, but good-hearted Cedric Diggory felt the victory was undeserved and kept requesting a rematch. Winning under such circumstances didn't seem honorable to him, he wanted to face Gryffindor again under fair conditions. However, the Dementor incursion had drained everyone's enthusiasm. The outcome of the match left a sour taste, and the audience's mood was overshadowed by the fear the Dementors had brought. The excitement and anticipation from before were gone. The next day, the news of the Dementors' invasion of Hogwarts was splashed across the front page of every major newspaper. The bold headlines and shocking photos sent shockwaves through the entire wizarding world. Under the weight of public outrage, the Ministry of Magic came under tremendous pressure. Complaint letters and howlers flooded in like a tidal wave, nearly burying Cornelius Fudge's office. Sitting in his chair, staring at the mountain of correspondence, Fudge's face was as dark as storm clouds. The Dementor invasion not only threatened Hogwarts' safety but also dealt a severe blow to the Ministry's public image. Under intense protest and overwhelming public opinion, the Ministry had no choice but to issue a recall order for the Dementors. The creatures were unwilling to leave, they had expected to feast at Hogwarts, but instead, they'd been driven back by Dumbledore's overwhelming power. For now, they could only return to Azkaban to recover, waiting for the next chance. Fudge sat in his chair, holding Dumbledore's handwritten letter, the contents of which gave him a pounding headache. Overturning a case from over a decade ago isn't so easy. If Sirius Black is proven innocent, doesn't that make the Ministry look incompetent? The more Fudge thought about it, the more irritable he became. He never imagined that the dignified Minister of Magic for Britain could be put in such a bind. He didn't want to admit the ministry's mistakes, yet he also feared Dumbledore might use this incident to push him out of office. For now, at least, he couldn't afford to openly clash with Dumbledore. So, Fudge began drafting a reply, looking for a compromise. He hoped to resolve Sirius's wrongful conviction gradually, without damaging the ministry's reputation. Meanwhile, Wes Elwin put down his book. After long hours of effort, he had finally mastered the few volumes Dumbledore had given him to study. Degree. Chapter 69, 3 Broomsticks. He rubbed his aching temples, prompting Sirius beside him to ask in puzzlement, "Why are you working so hard?" "Dumbledore says your abilities are already close to surpassing his. The mysteries of magic aren't something that dog brain of yours could understand." Sirius didn't take Wes's jab to heart. His mind was entirely on the upcoming Christmas holiday, wondering what gift to get for Harry. Harry, for his part, had only recently recovered after being knocked unconscious by the Dementors for quite a while. After being discharged from the hospital wing, he had even been scared again by Draco and his friends disguised as Dementors. That sealed Harry's determination to learn the spell to repel them. He knew that both Dumbledore and Wes Elwin had mastered the magic to fight Dementors. However, Dumbledore was far too busy, and Harry could never find the right opportunity to ask him. He wasn't particularly familiar with Wes either, but to overcome his fear, Harry finally mustered up the courage to come to Wes's office door. Knock. "Professor Elwin, are you there?" Harry called nervously from outside. Sirius, upon hearing Harry's voice, quickly swallowed the food in his mouth in 2 bites and transformed into a big black dog. "Come in, the door's not locked." Given permission, Harry pushed open the office door, only to be pounced on by Sirius. "Hi, Blackie," Harry greeted warmly, stroking the dog. "Look what I brought you." From his bag, Harry pulled out a steak wrapped in wax paper. "Today's lunch steak was amazing. I thought you'd like it." Catching the scent, Sirius wagged his tail excitedly. Even though he'd just eaten 1 steak moments ago, he polished off the one Harry brought in 2 or 3 bites. While petting Sirius's tail, Harry carefully asked Wes, "Professor Elwin, could you tell me what magic you used to drive away the Dementors?" "You mean the Patronus Charm?" "Patronus Charm." Harry repeated the name eagerly. "That's the spell you and the Headmaster used, isn't it?" In his mind, he couldn't help picturing the spectacular scene on the Quidditch pitch when Headmaster Dumbledore had cast the Patronus Charm. The sheer magical power of it left him in awe. But Wes's next words extinguished his anticipation. "Learning the Patronus Charm is very difficult. It takes a long time and a lot of practice." Harry's excitement turned to disappointment. He lowered his head in silence. He had thought he could learn this powerful spell easily, but it turned out to be much harder than expected. Sirius, seeing Harry's dejected look, barked anxiously. He paced around Harry, as if protesting on his behalf, or perhaps urging Wes to find a way to help him. Wes gave Sirius a light kick, signaling him to calm down. "I really don't have the time," Wes said, gesturing to the towering pile of books on his desk. "But you could ask Professor Lupin. From what I know, he's also quite skilled with the Patronus Charm." Wes's words instantly turned Harry's frown into a smile. He lifted his head, eyes filled with hope. "Professor Lupin. He really knows the Patronus Charm?" Wes nodded. "Yes, Professor Lupin is very skilled with this spell. And he has plenty of experience teaching it, so he can show you how to use it properly. But Professor Lupin's health doesn't seem very good." Lupin was Harry's favorite professor that term, and he remembered Lupin's pale face and frail body. "Don't worry, I'm sure he'd be happy to teach you." Wes's reassurance eased Harry's anxiety. Though still a little nervous, he left in high spirits to find Lupin. Sirius trotted after Harry, tail wagging. He was feeling a little stuffed and could use the exercise. Before long, the much-anticipated Christmas arrived once again. Wes had originally planned to spend the day in his office studying the voodoo magic he'd acquired from Blackbeard, but Dumbledore had other ideas. Without giving him a choice, he whisked Wes away to Hogsmeade. With the Dementors recalled by the Ministry of Magic, the village had regained its usual lively atmosphere. The streets bustled with people, full of cheerful laughter. Smiles lit every face, as though the terrifying Dementor incursion had never happened. Shop windows were newly decorated, fairy lights twinkled, and Christmas trees glittered with ornaments. Everything radiated warmth and harmony. Dumbledore led Wes into the 3 Broomsticks, whose butterbeer's rich flavor and unique aroma Wes still remembered fondly. "Long time no see, Madame Rosmerta," Dumbledore greeted with a warm smile. Madame Rosmerta returned the greeting with a friendly cheek kiss. "Dumbledore, it's been ages." She welcomed him with the warmth of an old friend reunited. When she turned and saw Wes, she looked uncertain. "Are you that clever Ravenclaw student?" She studied him carefully. Years had passed, and the air about him had changed. He was no longer the fresh-faced student she remembered. Hello, Madame Rosmerta. Even after graduation, I've missed your butterbeer. Though it was just polite small talk, she seemed genuinely pleased. Dumbledore brought Wes into a private room and said quietly, "Fudge will be here shortly." "Oh my, what a day," Madame Rosmerta exclaimed with mock drama. "The greatest white wizard and the Minister for Magic, meeting in my little pub. Perhaps we're plotting how to take over the British wizarding world," Dumbledore said with a mischievous wink. Madame Rosmerta burst out laughing. She knew he was joking, but it lightened the atmosphere nonetheless. Whatever business Dumbledore and Fudge had to discuss was none of her concern. Smiling, she withdrew and left the two men alone to wait. Before long, Fudge arrived with his assistant, Umbridge. The moment he stepped in, Fudge began complaining. "You've really landed me in a mess this time." "The Dementors brought it on themselves," Dumbledore shot back without mercy. "And Sirius being wrongly accused is a major failure of the Ministry." Fudge hadn't expected Dumbledore to be so blunt, and his face darkened. The Dementor attack during the Quidditch match had truly angered Dumbledore, and his tone toward Fudge had lost its usual cordiality. Fudge found himself struggling to keep his dignity. It was Umbridge who stepped in to smooth things over, sparing Fudge from further embarrassment. With a sycophantic smile, she said gently, "Professor Dumbledore, we completely understand your concerns. Minister Fudge takes this matter very seriously. We're willing to hear your advice and will take action as quickly as possible." Her words gave Fudge a chance to breathe, and Dumbledore eased his tone in turn. Wes stayed silent the entire time, simply watching as Dumbledore and Fudge crossed verbal swords, bargaining back and forth. He was like a spectator observing a brilliant chess match. The debate went on for a while, but in the end, they reached a sort of agreement. The Ministry would cancel Sirius's wanted status, but only after questioning Peter Pettigrew would they officially clear Sirius's name. On the surface, at least, everyone left satisfied. Degree. Chapter 70, Egypt. Wes Elwin had absolutely no interest in dealing with the Ministry of Magic. When Fudge and Umbridge finally left, Wes wore a look of deep dissatisfaction. "Please don't ever drag me into something like that again," he said. "It's a complete waste of time." Dumbledore didn't respond to Wes's complaint right away. Instead, he slowly placed the Book of the Dead on the table. Its sudden appearance instantly captured Wes's attention. "You entrusted me with Voldemort's Horcrux before," Dumbledore said, stroking his long beard. "That means we're on the same side. I imagine you've already made some progress in ancient Egyptian. By now, you should be able to understand this book." Wes nodded. There were still a few obscure characters he didn't recognize, but with some educated guesses, he could roughly make sense of it. He carefully tucked the Book of the Dead into his cloak, then bid Dumbledore a quick farewell. Dumbledore remained in his seat, sipping his wine with an air of unhurried calm. Watching Wes walk away, he seemed already to foresee the results of Wes's future research. Wes was an exceptionally gifted scholar. Given enough time and resources, he was bound to achieve something remarkable. As for Sirius Black, once his wanted status was revoked, most people assumed he had been captured again by the Ministry, and so no one paid much attention to him anymore. But Sirius could no longer contain himself, he was desperate to meet Harry in person. At first, Harry was shocked and skeptical. But once Dumbledore and Lupin vouched for Sirius, the boy couldn't hold back and threw himself into Sirius's arms. They clung to each other, laughing and crying, a scene that could bring tears to anyone's eyes. However, since Sirius's name had not yet been fully cleared, he could not gain custody of Harry. This was a deep disappointment for them both. Even so, this was the happiest year of Harry's life. Not only had he mastered the advanced magic of the Patronus charm, he had also gained a godfather who loved him dearly. Professor Lupin had become Uncle Lupin, and with the Firebolt's help, Harry had won the House Cup. He even felt that his life was already complete. When the final exams ended, Wes had originally planned to return to the old Black family home with Sirius, until an unexpected change of plans made him reconsider. 1926, Cairo, Egypt. Here, countless mosques rose into the sky, their tall, distinctive minarets earning Cairo the title of the City of 1,000 Minarets. The Muhammad Ali Mosque atop the citadel of Saladin stood out as especially magnificent. The city's architecture blended ancient traditions with modern elements, creating a truly unique landscape. Inside the National Library of Egypt, Wes was consulting with a woman whose appearance combined both British refinement and Arabic features. Her name was Evelyn, a senior researcher at the library and an expert in ancient Egyptian. "Miss Evelyn, I'm truly grateful for your guidance. Your ancient Egyptian is outstanding," Wes said warmly, his praise sincere enough to make Evelyn's face light up with delight. "I didn't expect Mr. Elwin to be so young and yet so interested in ancient Egyptian," she said, looking at him with admiration. "And Miss Evelyn is young as well, isn't she?" Wes replied. "That's because of my father," she said. "He was utterly fascinated by Egyptian history, which is why we moved here from Britain." Evelyn went on at length, speaking with enthusiasm, until she suddenly realized she might have been talking too much. She quickly apologized to Wes. Wes smiled and shook his head, indicating it was fine. Noticing the sun beginning to set and the sky darkening, he politely took his leave. Evelyn couldn't help feeling a little disappointed that Wes hadn't invited her to dinner. Wes strolled through the streets of early 20th century Cairo, quietly calculating in his mind. The plot of the first Mummy movie is a bit hazy, but as long as I stick with Evelyn, I should definitely be able to find the Book of the Sun and the Book of the Dead. That's right, Wes had now arrived in a new world, The Mummy. It was such an old film that Wes had already forgotten most of the story. All he remembered was that the heroine worked in a library. Luckily, in early 20th century Cairo, there weren't many libraries, and the only one with a beautiful librarian was right here. At first, Wes had simply planned to keep an eye on Evelyn, but he unexpectedly discovered that she had an exceptionally deep mastery of ancient Egyptian. When Evelyn saw Wes reading a book about ancient Egyptian, she took the initiative to start a conversation and even corrected many of his grammatical and pronunciation mistakes. So Wes hired her as his private tutor. A librarian's salary wasn't high, and few people came to read at the library, so Evelyn was delighted to have such a side job. If there were rankings, Evelyn's ancient Egyptian would be at expert level, whereas Wes was only just getting started. A few days later, on his way to the library, Wes ran into a hurried Evelyn, who was accompanied by a roguish-looking man. Wes's heart stirred. The plot has begun. He stepped forward and greeted her, Evelyn. Wes. After spending a few days together, the two had grown familiar and no longer spoke with the politeness of strangers. Jonathan, seeing his sister so well acquainted with a young, handsome man, couldn't help but assume they were in a relationship. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. One glance at Jonathan's expression, and Evelyn knew exactly what he was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "This is Wes, an ancient Egyptian enthusiast." Then, turning to Wes, she added, "Wes, this is my brother Jonathan." The two men shook hands amiably. "You two really aren't seeing each other." Jonathan sounded a little disappointed. "Evelyn's a great catch." Jonathan. Evelyn's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurried to cut him off. "All right, your loss," Jonathan said with a shrug. "Evelyn, where are you headed?" Wes asked, feigning curiosity. "I was actually planning to go to the library with you. I have some questions I wanted to ask." We discovered. Evelyn, speaking without thinking, blurted out the story of how they had found a map to Headmaster, only for it to be accidentally burned by the curator. Wes immediately looked intrigued. "That sounds fascinating, could you take me along?" "No way." Jonathan jumped in at once, pulling Evelyn aside to whisper, "The fewer people involved in this, the bigger our share of the treasure." "I'm not interested in treasure," Wes said, which made Evelyn look a little embarrassed. Jonathan, however, didn't believe him for a second. In his view, no one could resist the lure of gold. "You're going to need funding to get to Headmaster, right? Do you have enough budget?" Wes's question made both Jonathan and Evelyn look awkward. Evelyn was just a library employee, her salary barely covered her living expenses. Jonathan was a freelancer with great thieving skills, operating in the gray areas of the law, hardly the type to have spare cash lying around. Seeing their predicament, Wes offered, "I can fund this expedition. I'm only interested in the history and culture of ancient Egypt. I won't interfere with your plans." Evelyn hesitated, then turned to Jonathan, hoping for his agreement. Degree. Chapter 71, Departure. Wes Elwin slowly reached into his coat and pulled out a small, finely crafted pouch. He pinched one corner of it and gave it a light shake. The next second, a crisp jingling sound of coins rang out, clear and pleasant to the ear. Jonathan, always proud of his keen hearing, perked his ears up the instant the sound came. He immediately recognized the unique clinking of gold coins colliding. His eyes lit up at once. Wes casually tossed the pouch toward Jonathan. Jonathan hurriedly stretched out both hands, carefully catching it. When he impatiently opened it, the dazzling glow of dozens of gold coins nearly made him dizzy. He stared blankly at the pile of treasure in his hands. "My sincerity," Wes said calmly. "Seeking out the legendary Headmaster isn't easy. A lot of preparation is needed. Think of this as my investment." Jonathan clenched the pouch tightly, though hesitation still lingered in his heart. His gaze darted between the coins and Wes, thoughts spinning like a windmill. The amount of gold was considerable. Even after buying supplies, he would still have a fortune left. Even if they never found Headmaster's treasure, with these coins alone he could live lavishly for quite a while. But if they did find the treasure, and Wes didn't stick to their agreement, taking the lion's share for himself, then the loss would be catastrophic. Jonathan fell into an inner struggle. On one hand, the gold before him was a fortune. On the other, he couldn't ignore the massive potential wealth at stake. A conflicted expression crossed his face, his brows furrowing as if two little devils in his mind were bickering endlessly. Jonathan, I think you should be able to tell, I don't lack money. I'm not interested in it. Though Wes's words sounded a bit arrogant, they were true. Evelyn and Jonathan, however, were so irritated they nearly ground their teeth to dust. Their faces said plainly they wanted to punch him. Inwardly, they thought, this guy is unbearable but so enviable. If we reach Headmaster, I'll only take 2 items. The rest of the treasure is yours. Wes spoke again, making his promise. You're telling the truth? Jonathan asked suspiciously. Absolutely. Hearing that, Jonathan immediately grabbed Wes's hand, holding on tightly as if afraid he would go back on his word. Evelyn, watching from the side, finally let out a sigh of relief. She knew Jonathan's personality well. Whenever treasure was involved, he always became extremely sensitive. Soon after, the 3 of them set out for the prison. Along the way, Jonathan kept chattering, introducing the men they were about to meet. That fellow is a deserter. After being caught, he was locked up here. The prison was dark and damp, the air heavy with the stench of mold and rust. Using money to smooth the way, Jonathan quickly got them access to see the men in question, Rick O'Connell. 2 guards dragged him out roughly, forcing him to kneel on the ground. He looked haggard, his hair unkempt, his face covered in filth, and wounds still fresh upon his body. The moment O'Connell laid eyes on Jonathan, he recognized him and glared with fury. You thief, he shouted angrily. Evelyn quickly pulled out a black box and placed it in front of O'Connell. The box looked old, exuding a faint air of mystery. Where did you get this? She asked. O'Connell recognized it at once. It was the mysterious box he had brought out of Headmaster. I got this from Headmaster, he answered. Evelyn's eyes sparkled. She crouched down excitedly, staring into O'Connell's eyes. You've been to Headmaster? Headmaster really exists? Of course, O'Connell replied. Tell me how to get to Headmaster, Evelyn asked again, her voice urgent. Come a little closer, O'Connell said mysteriously. Thinking he was about to reveal the secret, Evelyn leaned in without hesitation, only for O'Connell to suddenly steal a kiss through the bars. The guard nearby erupted in rage, slamming his club across O'Connell's back, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Dragged away like a dead dog, O'Connell shouted at the top of his lungs, if you want to get to Headmaster, you'd better get me out of here. I'm about to be executed. If I die, you'll never find Headmaster. Evelyn stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected kiss, her face bright red and her heart pounding uncontrollably. Jonathan quickly snapped back to his senses, grabbed Evelyn by the arm, and rushed to the warden's office. In the end, they paid 10 gold coins to ransom O'Connell out of prison. You'd better actually know where Headmaster is, or you'll regret it, Jonathan grumbled, counting his dwindling coins with heartache. They hadn't even set out yet, and already 10 gold were gone. It felt like bleeding. O'Connell inhaled the fresh air with relief, though his body still stank so strongly that no one wanted to be near him. Give me some money, O'Connell demanded bluntly, turning to Jonathan. Jonathan clutched his purse defensively. For what? Weapons and supplies, O'Connell spread his hands. You don't plan to walk into Headmaster barehanded, do you? Untrusting, Jonathan followed him to shop for gear. All the while, Evelyn kept staring blankly at O'Connell, her thoughts unreadable. Wes Elwin quietly led her back to the hotel. Hours later, O'Connell and Jonathan returned, lugging several heavy bags. Boom. O'Connell dropped one onto the table and opened it, revealing a small arsenal. Long guns, short pistols, boxes of bullets, even bundles of dynamite. My goodness. Evelyn gasped. Did you empty out an armory? Huff, huff. Jonathan collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted from hauling everything. Ask him. Evelyn's eyes turned toward O'Connell. By now, he had shorn off his long hair, washed up, and changed. Dressed in simple suspenders over a white shirt, his well-built frame stood out, and there was a rugged charm about him. While loading ammunition into the weapons, O'Connell noticed Evelyn's gaze. He looked up and said calmly, Headmaster isn't some safe treasure site. It's guarded by people you don't want to meet unprepared. Embarrassed, Evelyn quickly averted her eyes, though her respect for O'Connell's professionalism deepened. Wes, meanwhile, studied O'Connell more carefully. Beneath the surface, he could sense something faint, some kind of force. This isn't magic, Wes thought. What kind of power is this? O'Connell's gaze shifted to him. And you are? Just a lover of ancient Egyptian history, Wes replied simply, offering no further explanation. Sizing up Wes's thin, fragile-looking frame, O'Connell smirked. You're too weak. The desert will kill you. To him, Wes looked like nothing more than a pampered noble's son. I can protect myself, Wes answered calmly. Is that so? Then suit yourself. Degree. Chapter 72, Entering Headmaster. The next day, everyone, carrying their own thoughts and expectations, boarded a magnificent and spectacular cruise ship. Not only was the ship grand in appearance, but its interior facilities were also extremely luxurious. Every detail highlighted its extraordinary status. Since funds were plentiful, Wes Elwin and his 3 companions all stayed in extremely lavish suites. Each room came equipped with a private bathroom and toilet, spacious and bright, elegantly decorated, and exceptionally comfortable. While boarding, O'Connor unexpectedly ran into his former comrade Benny. Their relationship was clearly not harmonious, hostile, even. The moment they met, past grievances and conflicts were instantly reignited, leading to a heated quarrel. A group of Americans hired him. "I'll go find out what information I can." After saying this, O'Connor turned without hesitation and strode quickly toward the deck. Jonathan grumbled, "Who knows if he's really going to gather intel or just to drink?" With that, he too hurried after O'Connor toward the deck. Meanwhile, Wes and Evelyn chose to remain in their rooms. Each sat on their balcony, gazing out at the distant seascape, enjoying the refreshing and pleasant sea breeze brushing against their faces. The cruise ship sped swiftly across the azure sea, its massive hull like a moving steel fortress cutting through the calm surface, leaving behind a white foamy wake. Seagulls circled overhead, their cheerful cries adding life and vitality to the journey. Before long, night fell. A vast black curtain quietly draped across the sky. On the sea, the night looked especially tranquil, broken only by the occasional sound of waves. Lights on the cruise ship gradually lit up. In the depths of the night, several small boats, like ghosts, silently approached the cruise ship in the darkness. A group of mysterious figures, wrapped tightly in black robes, quietly climbed aboard. Their movements were silent, like specters of the night, without drawing anyone's attention. "They're here." Wes sensed the intruders. He had no intention of dealing with them immediately. Instead, he wanted to see for himself what that mysterious power within O'Connor truly was. However, Evelyn's safety had to come first. Wes cast protective armor on her, then used a disguise spell to conceal himself. That way, even if they were ambushed, Evelyn would still have some protection. These mysterious men were highly trained, far surpassing ordinary people. Clearly, they were elite warriors honed through long years of strict training, displaying great agility and flexibility. More importantly, Wes sensed the same mysterious power in them as in O'Connor, though far weaker. They were none other than the guardians of Headmaster, the Medjay warriors. For 3,000 years, they had silently protected Headmaster from being discovered by outsiders. That power, is it the blessing of the Egyptian gods? Wes wondered in his heart. But why does O'Connor also have that power? Could he be a Medjay as well? As he sank into thought, the intruding Medjay warriors were spotted by O'Connor, and a fierce gunfight erupted. With twin pistols in hand, O'Connor instantly became a fearless fighter. Every pull of the trigger took down another Medjay warrior with ruthless precision. Wes keenly noticed that during the battle, the mysterious power within O'Connor became active. His movements grew swifter, merging seamlessly with his weapons. Each shot seemed perfectly calculated, with almost no wasted bullets. Several times, when bullets from the Medjay were about to hit O'Connor, something always intervened, perhaps a passing vase, or even an unlucky bystander caught in the fray. All this was observed by Wes. What seemed like coincidences were actually guided by some incredible force at work. When the Medjay warriors died, the mysterious power within them transferred to O'Connor, making him fight with even greater strength. That power felt like an invisible shield, not only protecting O'Connell but also granting him superhuman combat ability. Wes realized that O'Connell's identity was not simple. At this moment, the Medjay warriors began setting fire to the ship. The flames spread quickly, like a ferocious beast devouring everything in its path. The roaring blaze lit up the dark night sky, crackling loudly. Many people were burned alive, their screams echoing through the night, chilling to the bone. Those with sense had already abandoned ship, since land was not far away. In the end, the cruise liner was completely consumed by the fire and sank. After bringing Evelyn and Jonathan to safety, O'Connell began searching around. "Wes. Where's Wes?" he called out anxiously, worried whether Wes had managed to escape unharmed. "I'm right here." Wes stood safely on the shore, completely unscathed. His clothes weren't even wet, as if nothing had touched him at all. "How did you do that?" Evelyn asked curiously. Her innocent mind didn't think too much of it. But O'Connell and Jonathan were far more cautious. "Who exactly are you?" O'Connell's hand moved to the revolver at his waist, his instincts screaming that Wes was not an ordinary man. Wes didn't answer directly. Instead, he shifted the topic. "Those Americans are already moving out." From the distance came an untimely shout. "Eat shit, O'Connell." Benny jeered loudly. "I'll always be one step ahead of you." "Damn it, we need to hurry." O'Connell slung his pack on his back, feeling the weight of it. "We'll need to buy some camels." They went to a nearby market, where they found a camel trader. After some bargaining, they bought 6 camels at once, 2 of them reserved for carrying supplies. The camels were tall and strong, clearly well suited for long journeys. They quickly caught up with the Americans, who had gathered dozens of men. It was obvious they planned to make a big move at Headmaster. They were heavily armed and had clearly prepared thoroughly. After several days crossing the desert, they finally arrived in a barren spot in the early hours before dawn. There was nothing but scattered rocks, the surroundings silent except for the whisper of the wind. "We're here." O'Connell patted his camel's head and gave the animals food and water. "Eat up, you'll need your strength soon." Jonathan looked around, confused. Aside from the flat terrain, there was nothing remarkable here. "Did you get the wrong place? This godforsaken spot has nothing." O'Connell only smiled, ignoring Jonathan's complaint. "The time hasn't come yet. You'll see when it does." He kept the mystery alive, irritating Jonathan even more but greatly fueling Evelyn's curiosity. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight stretched across the desert. Slowly, a vast ancient city emerged on the horizon. The city seemed to rise straight out of a dream, shimmering in the morning light like a mirage. "What is this?" Evelyn covered her mouth in shock. She stared at the sudden appearance of the ancient city, as if she had stepped into another world. "No time to waste, charge." O'Connell leapt onto his camel. "If we miss this moment, we'll never get into Headmaster." With a sharp crack of his whip, the camel surged forward. Wes and the others mounted quickly, riding close behind. Dozens of camels thundered forward at once, kicking up a storm of dust. Wes used magic to speed up their 6 camels, allowing their group to rush into Headmaster ahead of the others. "Benny, you're too late." O'Connell mocked as Benny's group arrived behind them. Benny had no choice but to lead the Americans elsewhere to set up camp. They were here for treasure, not to clash with O'Connell and his companions. Degree. Chapter 73, Book. "I really thought a fight was about to break out just now," Evelyn whispered to the others as the Americans passed by. "Everyone's here for money. There's no need to start killing each other before the treasure is even found." Jonathan, clearly seasoned, spoke as if he had seen such situations countless times before. "Before we find the treasure, there's no reason to start a bloodbath. But once the treasure is discovered, that's when we'll need to be careful. The Americans won't hesitate to turn into bandits. They have the advantage in numbers, so we must stay vigilant and never give them the upper hand." Jonathan knew well that when greed was involved, people could do the most reckless and insane things. O'Connell, armed to the teeth, checked over his weapons with practiced ease before handing out pistols to Wes, Evelyn, and Jonathan. Evelyn tried to refuse, but O'Connell forced the weapon into her hand. "Trust me, you'll need it. In a place like this, a weapon is the only way to protect yourself." Reluctantly, Evelyn accepted the pistol. She wasn't skilled with weapons, but she understood that in desperate moments, it might save her life. Wes, however, simply waved off the pistol and didn't take it. From the moment he entered Headmaster, Wes had sensed that the entire place was shrouded in a strange force, one eerily similar to the power carried by the Medjay warriors. This force seemed fused with the land itself, saturating the ancient city and inspiring a deep, instinctive reverence. This place is under the protection of the Egyptian gods, but why would they allow tomb raiders to walk in so easily? Are the eyes of the gods still watching over this land? Or have they? Wes felt that everything here was steeped in the unknown, some supernatural power silently guarding this ruined city. Meanwhile, O'Connell led the group to the spot where he had previously encountered the sand face. The ground had collapsed into a pit, with broken stones scattered along its rim. "You really saw that sand face?" Jonathan still didn't believe him, assuming O'Connell had just been seeing things at the time. He poked at the rubble with a skeptical look. "I'm not even sure anymore," O'Connell admitted, recalling the memory with doubt. "Maybe I was seeing things." "This is a statue of Anubis, the god of death," Evelyn's voice brimmed with excitement, as though she had stumbled upon an undiscovered continent. She carefully brushed her fingers along the carved surface. "The legendary Book of Ammonius is said to be buried here. How much would that be worth?" Jonathan's eyes gleamed. For him, artifacts only had value insofar as they could be turned into wealth. As he eyed the fragments of the statue Evelyn was holding, he was already calculating how to cash them in. "If we can find it, we'll be rich," Jonathan said eagerly, eyes shining as if he could already see piles of gold and jewels. "It's priceless," Evelyn countered, her voice carrying the reverence of a true scholar. "It's not just a relic, it's a witness to human history itself." "Then what are we waiting for? I can't hold back any longer." Jonathan tied a rope around a rock, impatiently preparing to descend into the pit, unwilling to waste even a moment. The book was Wes Elwin's true goal, there was no way he would let it slip past him. They soon reached the depths of the underground palace, where they once again encountered the Americans, nearly sparking a deadly clash. Fortunately, Evelyn, with her sharp eyes, quickly realized this wasn't the chamber they were searching for. Under her lead, the group slipped away from the Americans and arrived at a hidden compartment beneath the feet of the god of death. Evelyn pointed firmly toward a spot above them. This is where the book is buried. The moment Wes saw the place, he dropped his pretense. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful spell. With a resounding boom, the soil above exploded, and a coffin came crashing down. Dust scattered everywhere as Wes brushed the dirt from its surface. Evelyn, O'Connell, and Jonathan were all left stunned by his sudden display of power. "This isn't the book," Evelyn said, recognizing the object at once. "This is the coffin of the High Priest." The book wasn't buried within the statue of Anubis, it was hidden inside the statue of Ra, the sun god. The moment Wes entered, he had already remembered this part of the story. Without waiting for the others to recover from their shock, he bolted out of the chamber. "You saw that, didn't you?" Jonathan stammered, his voice unsteady. He just pointed at the soil above and it exploded. "How is that even possible? Who exactly is he?" Maybe the soil was just too loose after all these years." Evelyn tried to offer a rational explanation, though even she didn't believe her own words. "Coincidences like that didn't exist." "As I thought," O'Connell muttered grimly, his eyes narrowing on the direction Wes had vanished. "That man isn't simple. He knows more than he's letting on." Wes, meanwhile, quickly found the statue of Ra. He paid no mind to the mountains of gold piled around it. Instead, he searched carefully until, just as he expected, he discovered the Book of Ammonius Ra. True to its name, the codex gleamed entirely in radiant gold. Wes ran his fingers along its surface. It wasn't crafted from ordinary parchment but from rare and exotic materials, inscribed with invaluable knowledge and ancient magic. Suddenly, he felt a strange unease, like unseen eyes were fixed on him. He stepped back at once, wand in hand, scanning the area. Yet all he found was the silent figure of Ra's statue towering over him. "Is it you, sun god?" Wes whispered, staring at the statue. He saw no movement, no change, but his instincts told him he was right. He reasoned that the Egyptian gods still watched over this land, though for some reason they could no longer directly interfere with mortal affairs. Otherwise, how could Egypt have fallen into the hands of the British Empire? Coming to terms with this, Wes carefully stored the book, then bowed respectfully toward the statue. "Thank you for your gift." With that, he turned and left the underground chamber. By the time he returned to the surface, night had fallen. Several bonfires flickered across the sands, pushing back the darkness. "Wes, you're finally back," Evelyn called out in relief. Before he could respond, Jonathan, sitting by the fire, launched into another loud complaint, sighing heavily between words. "All we found was a coffin. Not a single treasure, nothing. What a loss." He groaned over his misfortune, then added bitterly, "We worked so hard, and in the end, we came away empty-handed." Degree. Chapter 74, Revealing Identity. At this moment, Evelyn was explaining to O'Connor the process of mummification. She gestured as she spoke, trying to help O'Connor better understand the complexity of the craft. When Wes approached, O'Connor immediately pulled Evelyn behind him. "Who exactly are you?" Jonathan also stopped his complaining and stood beside O'Connor, a pistol firmly in his hand. "How disheartening. I was the one who paid the gold to save your life." Wes felt his efforts were wasted, though he also meant it as a reminder to O'Connor that he wasn't their enemy. "You have a very clear objective. You knew about Hemunaptra long before this, and you even knew there was something here you were looking for." O'Connor cut straight to the point. "If you don't reveal your true identity and purpose, then I think it's time we part ways. We don't need someone as unstable as you in this team." His tone was firm, leaving no room for compromise. Just as Wes was about to respond, the sound of galloping hooves thundered in the distance. Dozens of black-clad horsemen surged forward in formation, charging straight at them. They were the Medjay warriors, mounted on towering steeds, sweeping across the sands like a black tidal wave, intent on killing every last intruder. Clad in dark robes and brandishing curved scimitars that gleamed cold and sharp under the moonlight, they looked ready to reap lives at any moment. Some carried muskets, and with a single command, they were prepared to unleash fiery death upon the foreigners. The thunder of hooves, the storm of sand and dust, and the furious war cries of the Medjay echoed over the ruins of Hemunaptra, as though the desert itself was roaring in anger. But O'Connor and his group were no amateurs. The Americans were heavily armed, and soon both sides clashed in a deadly battle across the desert sands. Bullets streaked through the air like meteors, screaming as they flew. Steel clashed with steel in flashes of cold light. Jonathan, O'Connor, and the others quickly found cover, relying on their years of combat experience to fight back fiercely. Under the moonlight, bullets and blades wove a net of death. Both sides fought with everything they had, determined to crush the other. Wes stood silently off to the side, arms crossed. He chose not to act against the Medjay warriors blessed by the Egyptian gods, for he knew well the mission and faith these men carried. Despite the ferocity of the Medjay, O'Connor and the Americans' resistance took its toll. Horses screamed in agony, warriors fell bleeding into the sand, and soon the desert was stained crimson. At last, when the stalemate dragged on, the leader of the Medjay, Amir, stepped forward and roared. Invaders! You have trespassed upon forbidden ground and disturbed the dead. I will grant you one day to leave Hamunaptra, otherwise, you will suffer the curse of the evil spirits. His voice echoed into the night. After leaving this warning, Amir and his surviving warriors withdrew, their figures fading into the endless sands, leaving only silence in their wake. Do you think he's telling the truth? Is there really a curse? A few of the Americans asked nervously. But most dismissed Amir's warning. Who cares? They've been after us since the beginning. For all we know, they're just desert bandits looking to rob us blind. After the battle, everyone began cleaning the battlefield, burying the dead beneath the dunes. The desert's daytime heat was so intense, like a massive furnace, that before long the corpses would dry out into mummies. There was no need to worry about the stench of decay spreading. Once the grim task was done, they gathered once more around the campfire. Jonathan somehow produced a bottle of liquor from who knows where. He eagerly took a long swig, his cheeks flushing red like a ripe apple. Now that was exciting. Evelyn, however, was troubled, her brow furrowed as she recalled Amir's warning. The curse, what if it's real? O'Connor dismissed it with a scoff. Curses don't exist. It's just Amir trying to scare. He was cut off mid-sentence by Wes's sudden voice. They do exist. Hamunaptra is indeed haunted by a terrible curse. The three of them turned, startled to see Wes appear out of nowhere. You and your ghostly entrances, Jonathan complained, glaring. You made me spill my drink. But O'Connor's expression turned serious. What do you mean by that? Wes sat down casually by the fire. He began recounting the tragic tale of High Priest Imhotep and Princess Anxunamun. The queen betraying the pharaoh with the high priest, now that's scandalous. Jonathan leaned forward, listening with fascination as though hearing the plot of a gripping novel, completely ignoring the darker implications. Evelyn, on the other hand, was moved by the tragic romance, as though she herself had been swept into the story. But O'Connor's suspicion deepened. How do you know all this? Who exactly are you? Faced with O'Connor's relentless questioning, Wes stopped pretending. He opened his palm. Suddenly, a ball of roaring flame appeared out of thin air, burning brightly against the night sky with an aura of raw, mysterious power. My God! The three of them stared in shock. Wes lifted his hand, and the fireball floated weightlessly in the air, defying all physical laws. Jonathan, driven by curiosity, poked it with a finger and yelped as the heat scorched him. Ah! He pulled back his hand and rubbed his finger, staring wide-eyed. As you can see, Wes said calmly, I am a wizard. There must be some trick, Jonathan muttered, nervously checking the surroundings. Yet no matter where he looked, he found no wires, no devices, no hidden mechanisms. So you're really a wizard? O'Connor was unwilling to believe it. He'd rather think Wes was a spy sent by some foreign power, or a schemer after treasure, than accept the existence of true sorcery. Wes blew gently on the flame. Instantly, it froze into a crystal of solid ice, tumbling to the sand with a soft crack as it shattered into shards. The three of them picked up the fragments, exchanging stunned glances, each seeing disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. You're really a wizard, they asked again, their voices uncertain. That's right, Wes confirmed. Then how do you know of Hamunaptra? O'Connor pressed further. An ancient book, Wes answered simply. No matter how many more questions they asked, the truth became undeniable, Wes was indeed a wizard. Then, the curse Amir spoke of, it's real. Evelyn asked anxiously. Wes nodded gravely. Yes. The curse of Hamunaptra is real. Degree. Chapter 75, Book of the Dead. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to get out of this cursed place. Jonathan, finally sobered up, paced anxiously in place. Fear was written across his face, deeply unsettled by the threat of a curse. O'Connell tried to calm him. It's already so late. Traveling through the desert at night is nothing but a death sentence. Evelyn, however, was the one most determined to stay. This is the greatest archaeological discovery of the century. As for the curse, so long as we don't trigger it, we'll be fine. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Wes, hoping for his agreement. I don't know if the curse has been triggered or not. Wes shook his head. In the original events, Evelyn had recited an incantation from the Book of the Dead, awakening Imhotep and setting everything into motion. But now everything felt too coincidental, as if some unseen hand was deliberately guiding these events to unfold. Wes wanted to know if his interference could change anything. For now, it really isn't the right time to leave Hamunaptra. Let's discuss everything tomorrow morning. The next morning, Evelyn and Jonathan broke out into a heated argument. Evelyn wanted to stay and continue the excavation, but Jonathan, terrified of the curse, insisted they had to leave no matter what. In the end, Evelyn managed to persuade him, or rather, the treasure hidden in the necropolis persuaded him. Before nightfall today, we must leave, Jonathan declared solemnly inside the tomb. No matter how much treasure there is, you need to stay alive to spend it. And we agreed, didn't we? All the treasure we find belongs to me. That was the real reason Jonathan stayed. The group returned once more to the chamber where Imhotep's sarcophagus rested silently. No wonder his coffin was buried beneath the feet of Anubis, Evelyn remarked. Seeing O'Connell and Jonathan's puzzled looks, she explained, only the most unforgivable sinners were entombed at the feet of the god of death. An affair with the pharaoh's concubine, murdering the pharaoh, and attempting to break the boundary between the underworld and the living to resurrect the dead, each of these is a grave sin. This high priest brought his fate upon himself. She sighed, then began examining the sarcophagus. Upon close inspection, she discovered a mechanism engraved with scarabs that perfectly matched the mysterious box they had found earlier. Excitedly, she took out the box and fitted it into the mechanism. As expected, the box was the key. With a soft twist. Click, crack. The sound of ancient gears echoed, followed by a grating noise that made everyone's teeth ache. Slowly, the ancient sarcophagus creaked open. What puzzled Wes was that, despite the known curse, neither the cautious O'Connell nor the cowardly Jonathan attempted to stop Evelyn's actions. As the lid fully opened, they were met with the sight of an intricately carved inner coffin shaped like a human figure. Evelyn explained to O'Connell that the sacred inscriptions had been chiseled away, meaning the occupant would be cursed for all eternity. Impatient Jonathan, however, didn't care about such details. He snatched the key from Evelyn's hands, shoved it into the lock of the inner coffin, and eagerly turned it. With a loud creak, the inner coffin swung open. Inside was the desiccated corpse of a mummy, the remains of Imhotep. His mouth was twisted wide open in a ghastly snarl, proof of the unimaginable torment he must have endured in his final moments. Evelyn leaned in with intense curiosity, carefully examining every detail without letting anything escape her eyes. On the inside of the sarcophagus lid, she even discovered clear scratch marks, evidence that the person inside had been mummified alive. From the scarab remains found within, she realized that the mummy's owner, Imhotep, had been executed through the curse of the scarabs. The curse of the scarabs is the most vicious punishment in ancient Egypt. It was usually reserved for the most heinous of criminals. I've never seen a record of anyone being sentenced to it in the texts I've studied. It's said to bring unimaginable disaster. Evelyn vividly explained her discovery to the others. Her thoughts were consumed by the shocking revelation, and her mind began racing with speculations about the origins and meaning of such a cruel punishment. Jonathan, on the other hand, had no interest in history whatsoever. In his eyes, only glittering treasures were worth paying attention to. His eager gaze swept the area around the sarcophagus, concerned only with whether there were valuable burial goods to be found. There's gotta be something worth money here, right? Jonathan muttered to himself as he rummaged through the coffin's contents, hoping to uncover treasures. But Imhotep, being a criminal of the highest order, would hardly have been given lavish grave goods. Finding nothing, he turned away in frustration to search elsewhere, seemingly forgetting all about the curse, intent only on tracking down valuables. The night in Hamunaptra was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind. Jonathan grew increasingly dejected, grumbling endlessly about his bad luck. Meanwhile, the Americans were far more fortunate. One of them strutted over smugly, hugging a sacred urn, and mocked Jonathan and the others. Looks like your luck isn't too great. We, on the other hand, have found plenty of good things. This only made Jonathan feel even worse. At that moment, Wes Elwin moved into a corner and recited an incantation, attempting to summon the Book of the Dead. Strangely, nothing happened. He soon realized that the Book of the Dead was itself an ancient magical artifact, most likely protected by enchantments that prevented it from being summoned through ordinary magic. Wes had no choice but to track down the American who had taken the book. Since he hadn't interacted directly with them upon arrival, he didn't know exactly which American had it. For now, he simply found a spot nearby to watch and wait. By chance, Evelyn noticed one of the American professors struggling to open a heavy book. Its cover was made of a hard, glossy black stone carved with strange symbols and patterns. The cover also had a locking mechanism identical to the one on the mysterious chest. She instantly realized that the book in his hands was the Book of the Dead. A bold idea flashed across her mind. Evelyn decided that once the American fell asleep, she would quietly approach and steal the book. Taking advantage of the night, she crept toward him cautiously. Her heart pounded violently, and her breath grew shallow with tension. Carefully, she slid the Book of the Dead out from his arms. For that moment, she nearly held her breath, terrified of waking anyone. You know, came a voice suddenly, what you're doing is called stealing. Just as Evelyn was about to leave, the supposedly sleeping O'Connell spoke. Degree. Chapter 76, High Priest. The sudden voice startled Evelyn. She turned her head and saw that O'Connor had opened his eyes and was staring right at her. Taking something conveniently isn't stealing, Evelyn tried to argue. According to my brother, my behavior should be called borrowing. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly used the mysterious box to open the Book of the Dead. A surge of strange wind instantly swept out. O'Connor crouched beside her, curiously peering at the mysterious book. At #UN%%, Evelyn unconsciously read aloud a passage from the book. At once, a gust of wind blew through, as if it had come from another world, carrying a chilling, sinister aura. No. You mustn't read it out loud. The dozing American professor woke with a start, shouting frantically. But it was already too late. Wes knew the Book of the Dead had been opened by Evelyn. He tried to steer the story in another direction, but to his dismay, everything still unfolded according to the original script. A buzzing sound began to echo, the beating of insect wings. It grew louder and louder, clearer and clearer. Tens of thousands of locusts surged toward Hamunaptra, blotting out the sky like a rolling black cloud. Their sheer numbers were beyond imagination. How can there be this many locusts in the desert? Everyone stared in shock at the swarming insects, realizing their arrival foretold a dire omen. The locusts poured into the camp like a tidal wave. Tents, camels, even the people themselves were quickly crawling with the black insects. The fabric of tents sagged under their weight, camels shrieked uneasily as the creatures squirmed across their hides. These locusts weren't only numerous, they bit. Though small in size, their jaws were powerful. Once they latched onto skin, it was almost impossible to shake them off. Some people's faces, arms, and necks were covered in painful bites. Others tried swatting them away, but there were simply too many to drive off. What are you standing there for? Run, an American in the group shouted. Guns won't do a damn thing against this many locusts. Get into the catacombs, it's safe there. O'Connor shielded Evelyn and dashed toward the underground chamber. The others followed, racing for the only refuge they had left. Only the American professor did not run. He knew the curse from hell had come to pass. Calmly, he stood where he was and accepted punishment. In the blink of an eye, he was devoured by locusts. At that moment, Wes began chanting an incantation. Flames erupted around him, forming a fiery whirlwind that swept every locust into its blazing vortex. The searing heat made it impossible to get close. The air reeked of charred flesh, making everyone sick to their stomachs. Tens of thousands of locusts were incinerated, their bodies reduced to ash. Everyone stood frozen, stunned by Wes's overwhelming display. So, he's that powerful, Evelyn whispered in awe. But even this wasn't enough. No sooner had that swarm been destroyed than another wave of locusts came rolling in, endless and relentless. A plague of locusts. Wes frowned deeply. He knew this wasn't something that could be solved so easily. The 10 plagues of Egypt recorded in the Bible were a series of disasters, and the plague of locusts was only one of them, something no human could resist. These locusts would continue to swarm endlessly, and unless Imhotep was killed again, they would not stop. These locusts are here because of Imhotep. We must return to the tomb. After Wes said this, the group immediately rushed into the tomb. Wes was the last to enter, sealing the doors behind him. Everyone instinctively stepped aside as he passed, their eyes filled with a new sense of fear toward him. He walked straight to Evelyn, extending his hand to take the Book of the Dead. Evelyn clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. I believe our agreement allows me to take 2 things with me. Give it to him, Jonathan whispered in Evelyn's ear. Let go, it wasn't yours to begin with. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly loosened her grip. Wes secured the Book of the Dead and left them only one warning. I advise you to leave Egypt quickly. A great upheaval is about to begin here. With that, he walked deeper into the tomb, eager to test the strength of a high priest from 3,000 years ago, and to see just how much influence the gods of Egypt could still wield in this world. His figure slowly vanished into the darkness, leaving the others staring at each other in silence. What should we do? Someone asked helplessly. Was he telling the truth? Is Egypt really about to change? Of course he's lying. Since we're already inside, we might as well grab more treasure to take back. Even after witnessing the terrifying plague of locusts and Wes's power, the Americans ignored his warning, still blinded by greed for the treasures hidden within the tomb. We need to get out of here immediately, said O'Connell, joined by Evelyn and Jonathan, the only ones willing to heed the advice. Meanwhile, deep within the tomb, a blackened skeleton stirred, moving at a painfully slow rhythm, each motion grinding bone against stone. This was none other than the high priest Imhotep, revived by the spell Evelyn had accidentally spoken. His lover Anxunamon's organs had been sealed away in 5 sacred canopic jars, jars now foolishly taken by the 5 reckless, greedy Americans. To resurrect Ankh-Su-Namun, Imhotep first needed to reclaim the jars. And as he had not yet fully revived, those 5 Americans were the perfect sacrifices. Within the tomb, he possessed a special sense, allowing him to pinpoint the exact locations of his prey. Just as he was about to reach them, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Wes stood before Imhotep and greeted him in ancient Egyptian. "Greetings, High Priest. Who are you?" Imhotep asked, his words halting and broken, his body still skeletal. "A wizard," Wes replied calmly, drawing his wand and striking first. Avada Kedavra. A blinding flash of sickly green light burst from his wand, streaking toward Imhotep like a bolt of death. Though Imhotep's body was still fragile bone, he displayed incredible reflexes. In an instant, he dissolved into a swirling cloud of yellow sand, vanishing as if he had never stood there. "Wizard, I will remember you. But now is not the time to play." His voice echoed from every direction as his body disintegrated into dust, carried away by the currents of the tomb until not a trace remained. Degree. Chapter 77, Imhotep. Wes hadn't expected Imhotep to flee so quickly. Truly, he was a high priest from 3,000 years ago, someone who had mastered the essence of battle. But Wes didn't care in the slightest. He knew very well that, with his understanding of the key events, he could easily predict Imhotep's next move. "As long as I find the Americans, I'll find Imhotep." At that moment, a sudden, miserable scream gave Wes the direction he needed. The desperate cries echoed through the tomb, filled with torment beyond endurance. The sound bounced between the walls, spreading throughout the corridors of the underground chambers. Wes immediately rushed toward it. When he finally found Imhotep, he saw several dried corpses strewn around him. Their life force had been completely drained, leaving nothing but shriveled husks. Meanwhile, Imhotep's skeletal frame had begun to regrow flesh. His body was becoming fuller, his skin taking on a faint bluish hue, the mark of newly restored flesh. Upon spotting Wes, Imhotep began chanting. In an instant, countless scarabs swarmed out of every corner of the tomb, surging toward Wes like a tidal wave. The sight of the writhing mass of scarabs was enough to make anyone's scalp prickle in terror. Yet, when the swarm came within a meter of Wes, they suddenly stopped. Then, as if commanded, they turned around and charged straight at Imhotep instead. Watching his supposed servants rushing to devour him, Imhotep stared at Wes with hollow, disbelieving sockets. He had thought these scarabs would remain his loyal minions, he couldn't comprehend why they had suddenly betrayed him. The spells in the Book of Ammonius really are useful. Taking control of your scarabs was effortless. Wes's voice carried a touch of ease and triumph, a declaration that Imhotep's understanding of Egypt's ancient powers was far from complete. Imhotep opened his mouth wide, unnaturally wide. His jaw stretched downward until it nearly detached, hanging grotesquely against his chest. The terrifying sight was enough to chill the blood. From that gaping maw poured forth a torrent of locusts, a black flood that surged into the chamber, filling the air like a living storm. The 2 swarms of insects collided instantly, erupting into a frenzied slaughter. Scarabs tore into locusts with their powerful mandibles, while locusts struck back with sharp claws and teeth. Carcasses of insects rained down the walls, forming a sickening carpet on the floor. The air thickened with the nauseating stench of ichor and decay. Wes raised his wand and incanted. Engorgo. The nearest dozens of scarabs suddenly expanded to the size of automobiles. Their armored shells gleamed with a metallic luster in the dim light, their surfaces flashing with a cold, lethal brilliance. With these giants leading the charge, the balance of the battle shifted at once. The massive scarabs barreled forward like armored tanks, their enormous jaws snapping locusts in half, swallowing them whole. The rest of the swarm followed in perfect formation, encircling the locusts and trapping them in a deadly ring. Under the lead of those giant scarabs, the locusts were soon devoured completely. The scarabs crawled all over Imhotep's body, yet he didn't appear panicked. Instead, he gazed at Wes with an almost playful look, as if provoking this powerful opponent. Moments later, the scarabs transformed into wisps of black smoke and quickly drilled into Imhotep's nostrils. Drawn by an unseen force, they rushed into his body. Imhotep's face showed a look of satisfaction, as though he had just consumed some great tonic. His body seemed to swell with fullness, his strength quietly increasing. Wes observed this and realized that Imhotep could absorb energy from the scarabs. He immediately stopped controlling the others. Fiend fire. Wes shouted, and roaring black flames burst from the tip of his wand. That blazing fire seemed like the fury of hell itself, carrying the power to annihilate everything. The flames surged forward like a rampaging black dragon, twisting violently as they struck toward Imhotep. The air grew scorching hot. Nearby rocks were instantly melted, turning into molten lava. Where the fire swept past, everything was burned into nothing, leaving only scorched earth behind. Imhotep, startled by the sudden attack, quickly dodged, but the lingering heat still scorched him. The inferno raged all around, turning part of the underground chamber into a sea of fire. His expression grew grim, he felt the threat carried by this power. He summoned up yellow sand, trying to block the black flames, but the sand proved too fragile. It lasted less than 3 seconds before being incinerated, crumbling into drifting ash. Under Wes's command, the fiend fire split into drops the size of raindrops, falling like a torrential storm and enveloping Imhotep. Imhotep spat out black mist, which quickly spread and formed a massive umbrella-shaped shield to block the deadly rain of fire. But under the fiend fire's erosion, the black mist was burned away swiftly, unable to withstand such destruction. The black raindrops struck the ground, burning small holes into it like pools of magma, each radiating searing heat. Wes cast spell after spell, summoning invisible walls one after another. Imhotep's movements slowed drastically under the enchantments, as if trapped in a bog, every motion became a laborious struggle. Wes aimed his wand directly at him. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light struck Imhotep once again. Yet even under Wes's overwhelming assault, Imhotep did not fall. His body dissolved into a heap of yellow sand once more. A clone. As expected of a high priest. Wes wasn't angry at being tricked. On the contrary, he grew even more excited, delighted to have found such a worthy opponent. This makes it interesting. He immediately used a detection spell, but interference filled the underground chamber. Mysterious runes were etched everywhere, still retaining their strange power even after 3,000 years. This isn't much of a problem for me. From Wes's sleeve flew out over a dozen golden orbs, scattering in different directions. They were alchemical tools he had forged for searching and tracking. The spheres darted through the underground palace, seeking out any trace of a clue. But the chamber was vast. They searched corner to corner, yet in the end returned with nothing useful. Degree. Chapter 78, a fine show. Did he hide himself, or has he already left the catacombs? Wes carefully searched every corner of the underground tomb. The corridors were dark and silent, the only sound echoing through the stale air was his own light footsteps. Yet, after his meticulous search, there was still no trace of Imhotep. This confirmed to Wes that Imhotep had already left the catacombs. Wes then departed as well, heading for Cairo. Piloting a flying car, his mind was filled with thoughts of the legend of the 10 plagues. He longed to witness them with his own eyes, to feel the overwhelming power that defied the laws of nature. Wes maneuvered the flying car skillfully, soaring over city after city, the scenery flashing past below him in a blur. He managed to reach the hotel ahead of O'Connell and the others. Not long after, O'Connell, Evelyn, and Jonathan returned to the hotel, only to see Wes already sitting leisurely in the lobby, waiting for them. "Aren't you supposed to still be in the catacombs?" O'Connell asked in surprise. His hair was messy, his forehead beaded with sweat, the exhaustion of their frantic journey clearly written on his face. But the next second, he dismissed the question entirely, for his mind was consumed with only one thought: leaving Egypt as soon as possible. "We have to get out of here. This place is far too dangerous." Evelyn, however, had other ideas. She wanted to stay. "Are you out of your mind?" O'Connell wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Jonathan had no idea what his sister could possibly be thinking. "Didn't you see that mummy? Guns don't even work on him," Jonathan said anxiously, staring at Evelyn with worry, afraid she would make an unwise decision. But Evelyn stood firm. She believed that releasing Imhotep had been her mistake, and she wanted to put an end to it, to make things right. The two of them argued endlessly, voices rising, emotions flaring hotter with each passing moment. O'Connell tried to reason with Evelyn, insisting that the priority was protecting themselves and everyone else, not recklessly staying behind in such a perilous place. But Evelyn's stubbornness left him helpless. In the end, the quarrel ended bitterly. Evelyn returned to her room, her mood heavy as if a massive stone weighed on her chest. O'Connell and Jonathan went to the hotel bar, hoping to drink away their frustration. They sat in the corner, staring silently at the liquid in their glasses. O'Connell's brow furrowed tightly, while Jonathan wore a blank expression. Neither spoke, each lost in his own troubled thoughts. As for Wes, they had once again completely forgotten about him. Wes, however, paid no mind to their disregard. Quietly, he sat nearby, not joining in their arguments, but calmly observing each person's shifting emotions. Meanwhile, the adventurers who had also returned from Headmaster had gathered in the bar, loudly celebrating their narrow escape from that ghostly, accursed place. They laughed boisterously, clinking glasses that rang with crisp notes, the bar overflowing with merriment as they each bragged about their survival, eager to prove how lucky they had been to escape death. One man eagerly raised his glass, chugging his drink in triumph. But the very next second, he immediately spat it all out. Puffed. A wave of sputtering filled the bar, and all at once, everyone set down their glasses. "What is this smell?" He frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the wine glass in his hand. The liquid inside gave off a strange, unsettling scent. "How could it be the smell of blood?" another man exclaimed in horror. His hands trembled as he set the glass down, his face turning pale. Wes Elwin quickly noticed that the water in the hotel fountain had turned to blood. The crimson liquid shimmered eerily under the lights. Outside the hotel, shrill cries filled the air. The people of Cairo were horrified to find that the river had also turned blood red. Fish that once swam freely now floated lifelessly on the surface. The water carried a nauseating stench, rendering it completely unusable. The 10 plagues. The 10 plagues have come. Suddenly, massive hailstones fell from the sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the howl of raging winds, like the hammer of divine judgment at the end of days. The hailstones pounded the earth like cannon fire, mercilessly destroying crops, houses, and livestock. People in the streets panicked, frantically seeking shelter, but the hail's destructive power was overwhelming. Those who couldn't escape in time curled up against walls or crouched beneath eaves, praying desperately for the disaster to end. Now, even the most skeptical had no choice but to believe it. The legendary 10 plagues had truly descended upon them. Yet Wes noticed something unusual. The scale of these so-called plagues was limited only to the city of Cairo. According to ancient records, the 10 plagues should have swept across all of Egypt. So far, only the plague of locusts, the plague of hail, and the plague of blood had appeared. Everything seemed contained, controlled, nothing compared to the devastation described in legend. Across Cairo's streets and alleys, people knelt everywhere in prayer. The devout pleaded earnestly to the Egyptian gods. Some elders knelt with their hands clasped, murmuring chants, while children clung to their parents, their cries rising into the night. The chants grew louder, eventually merging into a single powerful wave of sound that struck at the hearts of all who heard it. Something invisible drifted skyward with their prayers, disappearing as though drawn away by a mysterious force. Faith. Wes stood apart from the crowd, observing it all. What did these unseen powers truly mean? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Imhotep's resurrection was no accident, but rather part of a carefully orchestrated design. He recalled his earlier experiences in Hamunaptra. Behind all of this, a deeper purpose seemed to lurk in the shadows. At this time, Egypt was under British colonial rule. Its economy, culture, and faith had suffered immense blows. The British Navy's cannons had shattered the nation's former pride. Against the might of the empire, their prayers had gone unanswered. Life for the Egyptian people grew increasingly harsh. Many began to doubt the gods they once worshipped, turning instead to the belief that only the guns in their hands could protect them. In such a backdrop, unleashing Imhotep to bring forth disasters and harvest faith, could this be the true purpose of the Egyptian gods? Through these plagues, the gods seemed to be trying to rekindle the people's reverence for the old faith. As for the lives lost along the way, to the gods, they appeared to matter little. What a fine play this is. Imhotep, O'Connell, Evelyn, all nothing more than pawns on the board. Wes thought to himself with a sigh. Degree. Chapter 79, Fight. As the sound of prayers echoed, the once violent hail gradually weakened until it stopped completely, leaving only devastation across the ground. The blood-stained water also began to return to normal. That nauseating crimson slowly faded, replaced by a stream of clear water. The river became transparent once more. People rushed toward the banks, scooping up the clean water with their hands, as if nothing had ever happened. It's the gods. They have not abandoned us. The crowd began to cheer. Many wept openly, falling to their knees, praising the Egyptian gods, showering them with gratitude and loyalty. It was foreseeable that the followers of the Egyptian gods would multiply, for they had just witnessed a miracle. In their eyes, this was divine favor and protection, the light of hope in the depths of despair. However, in Wes Elwin's view, things were not so simple. The Egyptian gods must have been hindered by something, otherwise, such a catastrophe would not have ended so quickly. Their influence on the mortal world is weakening. They had no choice but to put on this little performance. He understood that this so-called disaster and salvation was merely a ploy by the gods to maintain their authority. Their power was likely in decline, and they needed such displays to rekindle faith and secure their place in the human world. At this moment, Imhotep had silently slipped into Evelyn's room. His eyes were fixed on the woman who had awakened him from his long slumber. To Imhotep, she was undoubtedly the perfect vessel for Anxunaemon's resurrection. Having already devoured 4 Americans, he was now only one step away from full restoration. Just as he thought his plan was about to succeed, Wes's voice shattered the night's stillness. You won't succeed. He stood in the doorway, wand in hand, calmly watching Imhotep. Wizard. Imhotep spun around, glaring at Wes. You again. Have you come to stop me? Wes flicked his body into motion and dropped onto the room's sofa. He didn't answer Imhotep's question, he only watched him quietly. Imhotep was enraged by Wes's dismissive attitude and was about to strike when O'Connell burst into the room with his companions. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, ready to face whatever might come. Evelyn, startled awake by the sudden commotion, looked up to see Imhotep looming over her bed. She cried out in fear, leaping to the floor and rushing behind O'Connell in a panic. The men at the door saw Wes standing off against Imhotep and dared not act rashly. The tension in the room was unbearable. When Imhotep saw the last American appear, a new plan formed in his mind. If he could devour this one, his resurrection would be complete, and his long-held wish fulfilled. He raised his hands, and in an instant, golden sand burst forth, swirling wildly inside the room. It gathered into a miniature sandstorm, howling with a terrifying roar. Furniture was sucked into the vortex and shattered, fragments flying in every direction. Chaos consumed the room. The storm surged straight toward the American, intent on swallowing him whole. Meow. A white cat suddenly appeared in the room, though no one knew when it had gotten there. The little cat was extremely cute, lightly leaping onto the piano, but in Imhotep's eyes, it was terrifying. Imhotep seemed to harbor an immense fear of the cat, immediately dissolving into a swirl of yellow wind and escaping out the open window. The whirlpool of yellow sand inside the room vanished instantly, and Imhotep's figure disappeared with it. Wes immediately cast a levitation charm and followed. His figure floated swiftly through the air like a feather, chasing after Imhotep's trail. Seeing both of them gone, O'Connell quickly urged everyone else out of the eerie place. "Let's go, it's not safe here." Above Cairo's night sky, Wes and Imhotep engaged in a breathtaking chase. Wes pursued closely, chanting spell after spell in an attempt to disrupt Imhotep's path. Imhotep, relying on his speed, continuously changed direction to shake off Wes. Suddenly, Imhotep stopped atop the spire of a temple, loudly reciting an incantation. Nearby, the river churned under his magic, rising into towering waves as if to engulf Wes. Wes reacted at once, his wand firing a dazzling blue beam that pierced the night like a blade. The moment it touched the river, the light froze the water into a magnificent ice wall. The crystalline wall gleamed coldly, halting the raging torrent. "Didn't think you had some skill after all," Imhotep sneered. Wes gave no reply. Instead, he continued chanting. Black orbs formed under his command, streaking toward Imhotep like meteors. Each orb carved a dark trail across the sky, moving at incredible speed. Imhotep instantly summoned a swarm of locusts. The mass of insects swarmed across the sky in a black cloud, nearly blotting out the moonlight. As the orbs neared, they exploded. Boom. Boom. Bursts of fire erupted, the blasts incinerating vast swathes of the locusts, which fell like burning ash. Wes's wand spun continuously, conjuring nightly figures of ice. The ice knights, clad in glistening armor and wielding frozen swords, gathered around him and charged straight at Imhotep. But Imhotep looked prepared. With a sweep of both hands, he unleashed a violent gale. The storm howled, flinging the knights skyward before slamming them down with bone-shattering force. They shattered midair, scattering into fragments that struck the ground with sharp cracks, bursting into a shower of icy crystals. At the same time, the temple beneath Imhotep's feet began to turn to sand. Grains poured up through cracks in the floor, consuming the structure entirely. The monks within were also swallowed by the yellow sand, their bodies withering into husks, skin shriveled, muscles gone, leaving nothing but brittle skin stretched over bone. They staggered forth from the temple, hollow-eyed, moving like corpses. Imhotep had turned them into his soldiers. Wes retaliated immediately. Dark flames surged at his command, roaring like demons as they consumed both sand and corpses, reducing them to ash. The fire writhed like it was alive, forming into enormous flaming eagles. With a piercing cry, the eagles swooped down at terrifying speed, diving straight at Imhotep. Degree. Chapter 80, Deal. Having already witnessed the terrifying black flames, Imhotep had no intention of taking this attack head-on. His sand soldiers lined up tightly in front of him, stacking themselves like human pyramids to form a solid wall that shielded him from Wes Elwin. Imhotep didn't want to waste time tangled in battle with Wes. He had far more important matters to attend to, and fighting Wes was nothing but a delay. He began to chant an incantation. Within a radius of dozens of meters, houses, temples, and trees all rapidly turned to sand, rising up under his control into a colossal sand tornado. The sandstorm raged with apocalyptic force, sweeping up buildings and trees into its swirling funnel, a massive barrier meant to stall Wes. When the tornado finally dissipated, Wes stood unharmed, but Imhotep had already vanished. I actually wanted to have a proper conversation with him, but it seems this high priest is in far too much of a hurry. Wes sighed. Imhotep's goal is Evelyn. As long as I keep an eye on her, he won't escape me. Finding Evelyn wasn't difficult, since Imhotep's focus was entirely fixed on her. O'Connell and Evelyn's group tried to escape Cairo, but the entire city had already fallen under Imhotep's control. Every man and woman had become his puppet, stumbling forward like zombies, chanting his name endlessly. Even as O'Connell drove wildly through the streets, crashing into the crowd, the sheer numbers forced the vehicle to a halt. Damn it! O'Connell cursed, leaping out of the car with the others and firing desperately at the encroaching horde. But the controlled people were nothing like normal humans. They knew no fear, felt no pain, and made no attempt to dodge the bullets. Shot after shot landed, yet they marched forward mechanically, step after step. The group fell back, searching for any chance to break free, but the crowd surged like relentless waves, crashing against them again and again. Meanwhile, Imhotep drained the life force of the last surviving American. His resurrection was complete. O'Connell and his companions were cornered. Evelyn, staring at the mindless crowd closing in, made a desperate choice. She threatened her own life, forcing Imhotep to let the others go. "If you dare harm them, I'll take my own life, you'll never bring Anxunamun back." Imhotep agreed outwardly, though it was nothing but a stalling tactic. The moment he gained control over Evelyn, he ordered O'Connell and the others killed. Fortunately, O'Connell had anticipated betrayal. Using the sewers, he managed to lead everyone out of Cairo alive. Wes observed all of this, silently keeping watch. When Imhotep finally turned his attention toward him, intent on seizing the Book of the Dead, Wes stepped forward on his own. The fully resurrected Imhotep glared with murderous eyes, his voice echoing with menace. "Wizard." Just as he prepared to strike, Wes calmly reached into his robes and drew forth the Book of the Dead. "I think we can talk. Give it to me, and I'll let you walk away alive." Seems resurrection has made the great high priest a little overconfident. Wes replied evenly. Wes Elwin was no pushover. Imhotep's power might be formidable, but the Book of the Dead in Wes's hands was no less of a bargaining chip. Even if Imhotep believed he could defeat Wes, it would not come without a costly delay. And now, what Imhotep lacked most was time. Every second was critical, because he had to complete the ritual to resurrect Anxunamun within a very specific time window. "What do you want?" Imhotep finally gave in, unwilling to waste any more time on this sorcerer. "Just to verify a few things," Wes said, his words leaving Imhotep uncertain. He couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Wes was playing at. When Wes turned to leave, Imhotep blocked him. "Whatever your purpose is, don't stop me from bringing Anxunamun back. That's one of my goals as well." Wes's response surprised Imhotep. This sorcerer had interfered with him several times, yet now he was handing over the Book of the Dead and even claiming to share the same goal. What was he plotting? Imhotep didn't have the time to dwell on it. At the break of dawn, Imhotep led Wes, Evelyn, and Benny in a rush toward Hamunaptra. The sky still carried the last traces of night, and Hamunaptra loomed faintly in the haze. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the desert's stillness. Imhotep looked up to see a massive airplane streaking overhead like a steel giant bird, its engines howling across the empty sands. The thunderous sound lit Evelyn's face with unrestrained joy. This plane meant a chance to escape the desert. Inside the aircraft were O'Connell, Amir, and Jonathan. Imhotep noticed Evelyn's change of expression, and his face darkened with anger. The arrival of this plane could jeopardize his plans. He would not allow any surprises. He suddenly raised both hands, and immense magical power surged like a tidal wave. The desert sands erupted, whipping into a colossal sandstorm that blotted out the sky. The storm was like a natural catastrophe. Against it, the airplane looked pitifully small, like an insect battered by the raging winds, ready to be torn apart at any moment. "We need to stabilize the plane," O'Connell shouted, though his voice was nearly drowned by the engines and the storm's roar. Clutching the controls, sweat dripping down his forehead, he fought to keep the plane steady. Amir and Jonathan clung to their seats, their hearts pounding violently in their chests. Evelyn's heart leapt to her throat. Watching the plane struggle within the sandstorm, her eyes filled with dread. If the plane crashes, O'Connell and the others will face unimaginable danger. "Wes, help them!" Evelyn cried, clutching Wes's arm with desperate urgency, her eyes pleading for him to intervene. "They'll be fine." Wes's calm reply filled Evelyn with despair. She widened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief and anger. At that desperate moment, Evelyn made a reckless move. Without hesitation, she threw herself at Imhotep, pressing her lips against his. It was an impulsive act, an instinctive choice. She hoped to disrupt Imhotep's magic, even for a moment, to give O'Connell and the others a chance to escape. Imhotep froze, his body stiffening, and his spell was cut off abruptly. Degree. Chapter 81, Resurrection. The plane staggered and lurched within the sandstorm. O'Connell, Amir, and Jonathan fought desperately, until finally it crashed into the distant desert. Seeing the wreckage from afar, Imhotep slowly withdrew his power. Evelyn gazed anxiously in the direction of the crash, her hands clasped tightly together as she prayed silently, hoping O'Connell and the others had survived. Afterward, Wes, Benny, and Evelyn followed Imhotep into the underground temple. The passage twisted and wound like a labyrinth. The walls were carved with ancient and intricate patterns, each stroke imbued with the Egyptians' deep understanding of life, death, and rebirth. Imhotep's fingers brushed lightly across the carvings. He could feel the power embedded within them, the power he had once known so well. With practiced ease, Imhotep found his way to the altar, the holiest place in the temple. Upon it was engraved the image of Ra, the sun god, symbolizing the source of life and power. Without hesitation or pity, Imhotep bound Evelyn tightly to the altar. She struggled violently, the rough ropes cutting into her wrists, making them sting and burn. She looked like a trapped bird, desperately trying to break free of its cage. With tenderness, Imhotep placed Anck-Su-Namun's corpse beside Evelyn. His eyes brimmed with longing as he whispered softly, "My beloved." Behind him, Wes flicked his hand. The Book of the Dead, pulled by unseen power, floated slowly into Imhotep's grasp. Next, Imhotep carefully arranged the 5 sacred canopic jars he had reclaimed from the Americans across the altar. His eyes gleamed as they lingered on them, for within each jar was sealed a fragment of Anck-Su-Namun's soul, the key to her resurrection. Deeper within the temple, the flickering torchlight cast twisted shadows on the ancient stone walls as he began to chant. The mysterious, ancient words flowed in a low, drawn-out rhythm, resonating through the chamber. From the jars seeped streams of black smoke, drifting upward like living things, drawn hungrily into Anck-Su-Namun's corpse. Evelyn's eyes widened in horror. She could feel the malice within those dark vapors. If Anck-Su-Namun absorbed them completely, Evelyn knew she herself would die. Frantically, she fought harder against the ropes. Only one thought filled her mind: she must escape. She must stop this from happening. Crack, crack. To Evelyn's terror, Anck-Su-Namun's corpse twitched. Her fingers trembled first, then her entire body shifted ever so slightly. Then, with a gasp, she began to breathe deeply, greedily, like a drowning soul dragged from the water, sucking in the air as though she meant to devour the entire world's breath. Anck-Su-Namun. Imhotep's urgent cry rang through the temple. His eyes locked on his beloved, blazing with a passion so fierce it seemed capable of igniting the very air around him. "Kill her, and you will be fully restored," he said breathlessly, pressing a dagger into Anck-Su-Namun's hands with solemn care. In the dim light, the dagger gleamed with a chilling, deadly glow. Anck-Su-Namun steadied herself as she accepted the dagger, then slowly rose to her feet. Raising it high with both hands, she aimed the sharp tip directly at Evelyn's heart. In the next instant, she was about to plunge it down and pierce Evelyn's chest, completing the key step of her resurrection. Bang. Clang. A bullet streaked through the air like lightning, striking the dagger with perfect precision. The impact was so strong that the weapon was instantly knocked from Anck-Su-Namun's grasp, clattering across the stone floor. Anck-Su-Namun staggered under the force, her body swaying as if she might topple, but she managed to regain her balance. "O'Connell. Brother." Evelyn cried out in shock and joy, her eyes brimming with relief at the sight of the 2 men who had appeared. Smoke still curled from O'Connell's revolver, the proof that he had just saved her life. Imhotep's face darkened with fury. He quickly steadied Anck-Su-Namun and snarled, "Insects." His roar shook the temple as a surge of raw power erupted from his body. The ground quaked, dust rained down, and something ancient began to stir. From beneath the earth, more than a dozen mummies clawed their way upward, priests who had served Imhotep 3,000 years ago, now awakened once more at his command. Their decayed robes hung in tatters, their ancient weapons still clutched tightly in their hands, spears glinting with cold light, curved blades etched with the scars of centuries. Their eyes were empty, emotionless. Only obedience to their master remained. "Kill them," Imhotep bellowed. At once, the mummies obeyed, rushing forward with weapons raised, charging at O'Connell and Jonathan. Bang. 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 O'Connell fired again and again, his revolver spitting fire with flawless accuracy, as though alive in his hands. Yet the bullets did little more than stir dust from the advancing mummies. They pressed closer, relentless and unstoppable. "Catch!" Jonathan shouted suddenly. From the darkness, a golden greatsword spun through the air, leaving a blazing arc of light in its wake as it flew toward O'Connell. His arm moved as though guided by instinct. With a single, effortless motion, he caught the sword in one hand. The blade gleamed with radiant brilliance, awakening in his grasp and flooding him with power unlike anything he had ever known. He swung it with fluid grace, as if swordsmanship had always been second nature. Under the golden blade, the mummies fell apart like fragile clay figures, their bodies cleaved cleanly in two before collapsing into lifeless heaps. That power of his has grown again, and now he suddenly knows swordsmanship. Is he cheating? Wes thought, watching O'Connell. The golden light around him grew brighter with every swing, pulsing in rhythm with his strikes, as though responding to some mysterious divine force. Imhotep too noticed the unnatural brilliance radiating from O'Connell. He had never seen such power before, and decided he would personally end this threat. The Book of Ammonius R.A. Evelyn's voice rang through the chamber. It has the spells to defeat Imhotep, it's hidden inside the statue of the sun god. Jonathan spun at her cry, ready to dash toward the statue and search for the crucial text. But before he could take a single step, Wes's voice cut sharply through the chaos. Are you talking about this book? From within his robes, Wes withdrew a golden tome, its cover embossed with the blazing image of the sun, glowing faintly with holy light. Degree. Chapter 82, God's Descent. All eyes were drawn to the book in Wes Elwin's hand. Unconsciously, everyone's attention converged on the Book of Amunias-Ra. Imhotep's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of deep dread flashing in his gaze. To him, this Book of Amunias-Ra was more than a relic. It was the very symbol of pharaonic authority, a gift from the sun god himself, and the sacred faith he had once betrayed. He could feel the power radiating from it, the kind of power that could seal him away, or even annihilate him completely. Imhotep feared this book more than anything else. Evelyn's eyes locked onto it as well, her heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. This was the sacred object her father had sought his entire life. She remembered how many times he had described its wonders, insisting that it contained the might of the sun god, capable of banishing all evil. But then, as her gaze shifted to Wes, that elation plummeted into despair. Wes was no longer their friend. He was now their enemy, a powerful enemy. Give it to me, Imhotep growled, stepping toward Wes, his face as dark and cold as stone. Wizard, you are not worthy of the Book of Amunias-Ra. His voice was filled with imperious command, as though declaring the book's rightful ownership belonged only to him. And you, a traitor who betrayed the pharaoh and was punished with the curse of the scarabs, are worthy. Wes shot back, his words stabbing directly at the one past humiliation Imhotep could never erase. The air between them crackled with tension, ready to ignite into a battle at any moment. Taking advantage of their standoff, O'Connell pressed the attack, driving Anxunaman back with furious swings of the golden greatsword. In one smooth strike, he cut through Evelyn's bindings, then shouted to Jonathan. Get her out of here. Jonathan rushed to Evelyn's side, supporting her as the two sprinted toward the exit. Imhotep's expression twisted. Seeing his sacrifice slip away, he abandoned his confrontation with Wes. Raising his hands, he conjured a towering wall of stone and sand, sealing off the passage. No one leaves. A guttural chant rolled from his lips, and with it came the skittering, hissing sound of countless tiny legs. From every crack and crevice of the chamber, swarms of scarabs poured forth, a black tide flooding across the floor, converging around O'Connell, Evelyn, and Jonathan. The three had no choice but to raise their torches, trying desperately to hold the swarm at bay. But there were too many. They pressed tighter and tighter, crawling over one another until some were already scuttling up onto their boots. Think of something, fast. O'Connell shouted, slashing wildly with the sword to cut down those that came too close. But for every few crushed, 100 more took their place. We can't just sit here and die. Jonathan's voice wavered with despair, though he tried to stay calm. Boom. Suddenly, the wall barring the exit exploded open. Dust and fire filled the chamber, and through the smoke rushed Amir. His body was strapped with explosives, and without hesitation he charged straight into the encroaching swarm. What are you standing around for? Run, he roared. Lighting a stick of dynamite, he hurled it into the scarabs, blasting a gaping hole in the tightening circle of death. O'Connell hurriedly pulled Evelyn and Jonathan, trying to escape through the blasted gap. As they brushed past Amir, he lit every stick of dynamite strapped to his body and charged straight at Imhotep, ready to perish together with him. But before he could close in, a massive hand of sand appeared, seizing him in its palm. Imhotep clenched his right hand in the air, and the sandy giant hand followed suit, crushing inward. Ah! Amir's scream rang out. Blood burst from his 7 orifices as his body twisted grotesquely under the crushing grip. Boom. The dynamite detonated, blasting Amir into pieces. The giant hand of sand was torn apart as well. O'Connell watched with bloodshot eyes as Amir was blown apart. His veins bulged across his neck like writhing worms. No, he roared in anguish, clenching his fists as rage consumed him. Now, it's your turn. Imhotep floated into the air, surging toward the three. Evelyn's face paled with panic, Jonathan's legs trembled so violently he could barely stand. O'Connell lowered his head, his expression hidden from all. The air was suffocating with tension, as though the entire tomb was holding its breath for what would come next. Just as Imhotep's hand reached for Evelyn, a sword light flashed. It was so fast it left only an afterimage. Clack, a severed hand hit the ground with a dull thud. Imhotep recoiled in horror, clutching his right arm in agony. The fallen limb lay there, its cross-section seared black as charcoal, without a single drop of blood. O'Connell raised his head. His eyes glowed white, pupils vanished. His hair lifted as if in a phantom wind. The golden greatsword in his grasp blazed with golden flames, radiating dazzling light. R.A. Imhotep gasped, disbelieving, as terror like he had never felt before seized him. At last, Wes thought to himself. This was the moment he had been waiting for. O'Connell's current state was known in some as spirit descent, or as divine descent. Even if only a fragment of the god's will, it was enough to make Imhotep face him as though against an equal. As for Anck-su-namun, she collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably as if the end of her world had arrived. Criminal. O'Connell's voice echoed ethereal and majestic. He leveled his flaming blade at Anck-su-namun, unleashing a burst of golden fire from its tip. The flame shot straight for her, but Imhotep leapt to shield her, arms spread wide. The golden fire struck an invisible barrier, halting in midair. The heat warped the very air as Imhotep strained against it, sweat pouring down his brow. Humph. O'Connell snorted coldly, displeased. He poured more power into the strike. The golden fire blazed hotter, surging with the might to burn all things to ash. Imhotep's knees bent under the weight, the flames licking across his arms. His flesh hissed and sizzled, yet still he endured. Then let me see the true gap between a god and myself. At that instant, Wes made his move. Chanting under his breath, the air plummeted in temperature. Frost spread rapidly across the stone floor, hardening into jagged shards and deadly weapons, spears, halberds, axes. Each frozen blade glimmered with killing frost, all poised to strike at O'Connell under Wes's command. O'Connell stood motionless, both hands gripping the flaming greatsword, its tip pressed into the ground. As the barrage of ice weapons howled toward him, an unseen force flared around him, shaping itself into a transparent barrier that shielded him completely. Degree. Chapter 83, Judgment. The icy weapons never even reached O'Connell. Under an overwhelming force, they dissolved into vapor, vanishing without a trace. The air was thick with suffocating pressure. Outsider, O'Connell's eyes were blank and pupilless as they locked onto Wes. Do you intend to interfere in this matter? His voice carried an innate authority, as though his words themselves were law, undeniable, absolute. Wes's chest tightened. He could feel the power radiating from O'Connell. This was no longer the strength of an ordinary man, this was something that surpassed human limits. But having his identity exposed did not faze Wes in the slightest. Nor did he feel fear before this god-descended O'Connell. True, O'Connell's power had grown exponentially under divine descent, yet it was still far from enough to truly frighten Wes. The strength a god can bestow has a ceiling. This is a rare chance, the perfect time to test myself against divinity. Wes resolved to fight at full force. He slowly lowered his hands. With a motion that seemed casual, almost like sleight of hand, 13 orbs of varying colors slipped from his sleeves, floating into the air. Each orb glowed with radiant light, circling and weaving above him, their brilliance illuminating the entire tomb. 8 of the orbs flared simultaneously, unleashing beams of power that shot toward O'Connell in a storm of attacks. There was a freezing ray of glacial cold, air itself crystallizing into frost where it passed. A searing blaze of fire, an inferno raging as if to reduce all things to ash. And even a bizarre petrifying light, its touch turning flesh to stone. Wave after wave of sorcery rained down. O'Connell did not flinch. With a calm, fearless expression, he deflected each assault. He suddenly drove his greatsword into the ground. At once, a shockwave of immense force erupted outward in every direction, centered on the blade. The devastating storm of energy annihilated all of Wes's attacks in an instant. The force hurled Wes backward, forcing him to stagger a few steps before regaining his footing. Then O'Connell vanished. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared directly behind Wes, his long sword thrusting forward like lightning toward Wes's back. Wes reacted instantly. 5 of his orbs snapped together, forming a pentagram that flashed into a shimmering magical shield, absorbing the deadly strike. In the same motion, 6 black chains shot out from the void, coiling like venomous serpents around O'Connell's limbs and head. Wes chanted under his breath, the chains tightening with each syllable, binding O'Connell in place. O'Connell raised his hand, calm, making no move to resist. The very next moment, golden flames erupted across his body. The chains glowed red-hot under the sudden heat, burning away. Within seconds, they crumbled to ash. Phantom God Blade. Wes's wand sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. A dazzling beam shot forth, shaped like a blade of pure energy, streaking straight for O'Connell. O'Connell raised his greatsword. With a single swing, the blade of light shattered under a burst of sword chi. But this time, it was clear, he had lost his patience. Golden flames ignited around him, enveloping his entire form. The radiance was blinding, blazing like the very sun itself, overflowing with divine might. Seeing this, Wes quickly cast a freezing spell, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet it was useless, the golden fire continued to blaze with unstoppable fury. But O'Connell did not turn his attacks against Wes. His target remained only Anck-su-namun and Imhotep. The long sword wrapped in golden fire came crashing down upon them like a tidal wave. Imhotep threw up his arms in desperation to block, but the sword sliced through his defense like a hot knife through butter. Just as it was about to split his skull, Anck-su-namun hurled herself in front of him. With a heavy, sickening sound, she was cleaved cleanly in two, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. No. Imhotep's scream tore through the tomb in despair. He frantically waved his hands over her remains, chanting incantations in a frenzy, desperately trying to reassemble her body. But no matter how he struggled, Anck-su-namun did not stir. She lay still upon the cold stone, like a shattered doll beyond repair. Once more, she had sacrificed herself, to protect him. Imhotep's face twisted with agony and despair, clutching her broken body tightly as if his entire world had collapsed. Why? His roar was raw, skyward, drenched in grief. Criminal. O'Connell raised his flaming sword high, golden fire burning bright at its tip. Imhotep clung to Anck-su-namun's corpse. His body began dissolving grain by grain into sand. Within the tomb, the air stirred into a monstrous sandstorm, a roaring hurricane of dust and wind as though the end of days had arrived. This was his final gambit, his last strike. Even if he could not slay him, he would at least wound him, to carve out a shred of dignity for himself and his beloved. But O'Connell merely opened his palm slightly. At once, the storm of sand responded like a summoned servant, drawn into his hand and compressed into a small sphere. With a casual squeeze, the destructive force vanished, annihilated as if it had never been. Exhausted, Imhotep looked more like a skeleton than a man, all strength and vitality drained, holding his lover's remains in frail arms. Accept your final judgment, sinner. O'Connell's voice thundered, merciless and divine, as his blazing sword thrust forth like lightning. No one may judge me. With those words, both Imhotep and Anck-su-namun dissolved into golden sand, their forms scattered to the winds. The sword pierced nothing but empty air. O'Connell's face remained expressionless, but Wes could feel it, the simmering fury beneath, the anger of a god who had been defied. O'Connell turned his gaze upon Wes. It's coming. A powerful sense of danger surged through Wes's heart. He instantly summoned all his magic, preparing for the strike. Yet what followed left him utterly stunned. The golden fire cloaking O'Connell's body suddenly flickered out. His form slackened, his power vanished, and in the next moment he collapsed, utterly human again. What just happened? O'Connell muttered weakly, dazed. He remembered nothing of what had transpired, only that he now felt drained beyond measure, as though every ounce of strength had been ripped from him. His body gave out, and he fell heavily to the floor. Degree. Chapter 84, New Troubles. Did the descent of the god just end like that? Could it be that the energy was exhausted? Wes Elwin didn't know the exact situation, but he was desperate to check O'Connell's body to see if there were any unusual changes. However, Evelyn and Jonathan blocked his path, refusing to let him come closer. Their eyes burned with hostility, they already regarded Wes as an enemy. Helpless, Wes had no choice but to immobilize the two of them with a spell. O'Connell struggled to rise, but he was far too weak. Every movement was heavy, labored. Wes quickly went to his side and examined him carefully, but found no obvious abnormalities in O'Connell's body. Finally, Wes took a small vial of restorative potion from his sleeve and handed it to him. Drink this. It'll help restore your strength. And then, in a flash of magical light, Wes vanished. He had witnessed both the 10 plagues and the descent of the god, obtained both the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Sun, yet the ending of this battle with him left Wes dissatisfied. The abrupt, anticlimactic close was like a thorn lodged in his heart, leaving him restless and uneasy. But the moment he returned to Hogwarts, another troubling piece of news awaited him. Peter Pettigrew escaped. Wes was speechless when he heard it. Dumbledore nodded helplessly. According to the Aurors escorting him, he used his rat form to incite chaos and seized the chance to slip away. Were they drunk on bootleg fire whiskey? Wes snapped, utterly disgusted with the Ministry's incompetence. How could they let him escape like that? Dumbledore handed him a cup of black tea, trying to soothe his temper. Because of the upcoming World Cup, the Ministry diverted many of its best wizards. Pettigrew's transport was not given much priority. Fudge has flown into a rage, and many within the Ministry are growing dissatisfied with him. Wes took the teacup and sipped lightly, though he cared little for such politics. Didn't anyone bother to leave some kind of mark on Peter Pettigrew so he could be tracked? Dumbledore shrugged. Regrettably, no. We considered it, but in the end chose to respect due process. Wes sighed and shook his head. What a complete mess. Just then, a silver-white sphere slipped from his sleeve, glowing with a soft light. It was one of a pair of communication tools he had crafted, the other was in Lucius Malfoy's possession. For Lucius to use it now meant something urgent had come up. The Ministry's mess is yours to deal with. I've got my own business to handle, Wes said to Dumbledore. Need my help? Dumbledore asked mildly, spooning 3 generous heaps of honey into Wes's tea. Wes frowned at the cup with open distaste but didn't touch it. If I need you, I'll say so. He turned and left the office. The peace of Hogwarts seemed to have slipped further away from him, replaced instead by endless trouble. Hogsmeade Village, the Three Broomsticks Inn. Wes never understood why people always preferred to meet here. Maybe it was because the crowded atmosphere made eavesdropping harder. Or maybe the lively noise simply made it easier to hide secrets. He walked into the corner of the tavern's main hall, where Lucius was already waiting. The man was wrapped completely in a black cloak, only his eyes visible. Even his hands were covered with black gloves. "You're here," Lucius said. His voice was altered by some magical device, deep and rasping. Wes wasn't surprised, being an informant was dangerous business. And as for whether Lucius' odd appearance drew attention, well, there were plenty of patrons dressed far stranger than him. In this place, Lucius almost looked ordinary. Wes sat down and cast a silencing charm. "Speak freely. No one will overhear us." Lucius' tense body relaxed at once. He let out a long breath, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. "They found me, those Death Eaters." Wes raised an eyebrow. "And what do they want from you?" Even with the silencing charm in place, Lucius still lowered his voice. "The Dark Mark is growing stronger. They suspect the Dark Lord's return. To avoid being punished once he comes back, they're planning to stir up trouble, something to prove their loyalty. When Voldemort fell, a handful of his most fanatical followers were thrown into Azkaban, but most Death Eaters avoided prison through various excuses and connections. Lucius had claimed he'd only served under the Imperius Curse, and his pure-blood family's influence had spared him punishment. But to Voldemort and his true loyalists, that excuse was nothing but betrayal. Now that the Dark Mark had reappeared, panic was spreading among them. They feared retribution. They planned to cause chaos at the World Cup. "That's how they'll show their loyalty," Lucius whispered. Wes sighed. These Death Eaters were nothing but opportunists, swaying whichever way the wind blew. Any chance some of them could be turned. Lucius nearly toppled backward in his seat. He instantly understood Wes meant recruiting defectors. He shook his head sharply. "Don't even think about it. That's far too dangerous." Wes didn't press. "Then just play along. Don't raise suspicion. All I need is for you to pass me the time and location of their strike." Lucius exhaled in relief. As long as he didn't have to act openly, he could manage. They planned to use the crowds during the World Cup to cover their attack. "I'll get you the exact details as soon as possible." Wes noticed Lucius' unease and offered reassurance. "Don't worry. You won't be exposed. We'll make sure everything is handled properly." "I hope so." Lucius downed his entire glass of fire whiskey in one gulp, forcing down his nerves. After a quick glance around to check for danger, he rose and left. A few minutes later, a scarab beetle crawled onto the table, moving in a precise pattern across the wood. No one followed Lucius. He's safe, for now. Satisfied that Lucius hadn't been tailed, Wes returned to Hogwarts and went straight to Dumbledore's office to discuss strategy. These are troubled times indeed. Dumbledore stroked his long silver beard and sighed. Wes cut him off. "We already know their plan. They won't be able to cause much damage. What matters is making it look natural, so the Death Eaters never suspect there's a traitor among them." "That is indeed the problem," Dumbledore muttered, his index finger tapping the desk. Thud, thud. The sound echoed through the office. "Ah, I've got it." His eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. He pulled out parchment and began writing. Degree. Chapter 85, Storm Brewing. After finishing his letter, Dumbledore handed it to Fawkes, the Phoenix. The bird's radiant wings beat gently, and in a flash of flame, it vanished into thin air. "It won't expose Lucius' identity, will it?" Wes asked, unable to hide the concern in his voice. "I didn't write anything in the letter," Dumbledore replied calmly. "I only sent along a ticket for the World Cup." "A ticket?" Wes frowned slightly, puzzled. To him, the move seemed oddly roundabout. "My friend is an exceptional Auror," Dumbledore explained. "The Death Eaters are staging their attack because they've discovered a flaw in the Cup's security. Once my friend arrives, he'll spot the problem immediately and be able to deal with it." Dumbledore's trust in this friend was absolute. To prepare for this year's Quidditch World Cup, the British Ministry of Magic had gone to extraordinary lengths. Months of painstaking effort had gone into the planning, much of it dedicated to ensuring Muggles remained oblivious. Officials drafted detailed contingency measures and set up specialized apparition points for quick access to the stadium. Across the country, 200 portkeys had been discreetly distributed to serve over 100,000 visiting Wizarding fans. These portkeys were cleverly disguised as rubbish or discarded clothing to prevent Muggles from triggering them. By the time Wes operated to the edge of the stadium, the place was already heaving with people. An endless sprawl of tents stretched out like a sea of color, home to the countless fans who had been camping there for days. From every direction, wizards poured in, swelling the crowd until the sheer size of it seemed overwhelming. The atmosphere was electric, a festival of excitement. Some rode their brooms high above, weaving through the air to cheers and laughter as they showed off their flying skills. But ministry officials bustled frantically below, confiscating brooms to prevent muggles from noticing. Elsewhere, arguments between rival fans grew heated. More than once, wands were drawn in bursts of temper. Fortunately, ministry officers stepped in quickly, preventing any incidents from spiraling into international disputes. The workload was crushing, officials rushing from one crisis to another, desperate to keep order amidst the chaos. Wes hadn't been there more than a few minutes before he'd already seen the ministry break up 3 separate conflicts. Some were sparked by quarrels between fans, others by small accidents. Either way, the staff were stretched thin and visibly overwhelmed. No wonder the Death Eaters chose this place. Too many people, too much chaos, the ministry can't possibly control it all. For once, Wes found himself almost sympathetic to their struggle. Pushed forward by the surging crowd, he inched his way bit by bit until, after some effort, he reached the location Lucius had described. So this is where the Death Eaters plan to strike. A clever choice. With everyone's attention locked on the World Cup, no one will notice until it's too late. Professor. Are you here to watch the World Cup too? The familiar voice pulled Wes out of his thoughts. His gaze swept across the crowd until it settled on Fred and George. What's this you've got there? His eyes flicked between the twins, quickly noticing the box in their arms and the floating magical fireworks that spelled out an advertisement above it. Twin Brothers Fireworks, everyone who tries them loves them. The glowing words shimmered with dazzling colors, drawing the attention of those nearby. Exactly what it looks like, Fred said with a satisfied pat on the box, as though he were showing off a prized treasure. We're raising funds, George added, his voice brimming with excitement. The twins had been diligently studying alchemy for quite some time, pouring effort and energy into it. With Wes's occasional guidance, their progress had been remarkable. They were now capable of crafting reliable, stable magical products. We want to open a joke shop someday, Fred explained. But Mum doesn't approve, George added with a dramatic shrug that made people nearby chuckle. So we've had to make some fireworks and sell them here, Fred admitted, a hint of dejection in his tone. His eyes lowered slightly, as if weighed down by the thought of his dream being blocked. One thing was certain, Fred and George had a real knack for business. They spotted opportunities where others didn't, and with their alchemy skills, they had created spectacular magical fireworks. In less than an hour, they had already earned dozens of galleons, more than their father's monthly salary. Give me some to try out. Wes pulled out 10 galleons. Consider it support for your venture. That's too much, Fred protested, waving his hands in refusal. He hadn't expected Wes to offer so much. The rest of the fireworks aren't even worth that much. Really, Professor, they're not worth so much, George echoed hurriedly. But Wes ignored them, calmly picking out a few varieties and lighting them up. The fireworks burst brilliantly in the sky, dazzling and colorful, drawing a chorus of cheers from nearby children. The kids bounced and shouted in delight as sparks rained down. Wes handed out the remaining fireworks to them. Excellent work. Fireworks are magical tools in their own right. You've already mastered the ability to create alchemical items independently. The praise brought wide grins to the twins' faces, their pride evident. If only Mum supported us the way you do, Fred sighed. She likes Percy better, bookish and boring as he is, George muttered. She wants us to find steady jobs like Dad. But that's just dull. The twins couldn't help but vent their frustrations to Wes. I think Molly will come around eventually, Wes reassured them with a small smile. But he had more pressing matters to attend to, so after a few more words, he sent them on their way. By now, the twins had nearly 100 galleons in their possession. They were eager to use their earnings as proof to convince their mother to at least stop opposing their plans. As the sky darkened, Wes followed the flow of the crowd into the stadium. To his surprise, Dumbledore had given him a VIP ticket. He found himself in the highest box, surrounded by the ministry's upper echelon. There was Minister Cornelius Fudge, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation Bartmios Crouch, and a number of other high-ranking officials. Their luxurious robes marked their wealth and authority. Several pureblood families were present as well, including the Malfoys. Degree. Chapter 86, Competition. Wes and Lucius did not speak to each other. They acted as if they were strangers, their gazes only meeting briefly before they deliberately kept their distance. The ones who drew the most attention in the VIP box were still the Weasley family, along with Harry and Hermione, 10 of them gathered together in one lively group. Arthur Weasley noticed Wes and immediately broke into a broad smile, enthusiastically beckoning him over. Wes. What a surprise to see you here too. Wes returned the smile and nodded. Yes, Arthur. It's great to see you all. Arthur tugged him to a seat beside them and began recounting what had happened when they went to pick Harry up from his aunt's house. You know, Harry's aunt really treats him poorly. Going there this time was a real eye-opener. Those muggles know absolutely nothing about the wizarding world, and they treat Harry like some kind of freak. By the time night fell, the stands were completely packed. Wes estimated there were well over 100,000 people present. Supporters of Bulgaria and Ireland were clearly divided into two sides. They wore their team's colors, had their faces painted, and waved flags and banners high in the air. Even before the match began, the fans were already competing, their singing and chanting growing louder and louder, each side determined to outdo the other. As the sky darkened, bright lights lit up the entire stadium, making it shine as if it were broad daylight. Suddenly, a melodious tune drifted across the field, drawing everyone's eyes toward the entrance. Bulgaria's mascots, the Vila, had arrived. They were breathtakingly beautiful, humanoid beings with an innate power of enchantment. Their slender figures and flawless faces shone under the lights. Dressed in flowing gowns, they danced gracefully onto the field, their skirts swaying with each movement, every gesture brimming with irresistible allure. The moment they appeared, all eyes were locked on them, especially the men. The once boisterous stadium fell silent as the Vila performed at the center of the pitch, mesmerizing the entire crowd. Just as their performance was nearing its end, another round of cheers and laughter erupted, shattering the trance. Ireland's mascots had arrived, the mischievous leprechauns. Though small in stature, they were incredibly lively and full of charm. As soon as they appeared, they began hurling gold coins into the crowd. The coins glittered enticingly, though everyone knew they were conjured by magic and would vanish after a short while. The leprechauns tumbled and spun through the air, pulling comical stunts that had the audience roaring with laughter. With the mascots of both teams revealed, the atmosphere reached its peak. Moments later, the players soared out of the tunnel on their broomsticks. The fans erupted into the loudest cheers yet, the stadium trembling with excitement. The greatest wave of support was reserved for Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum. He had a massive following across the wizarding world, and many of the neutral fans had come for no other reason than to witness his unparalleled flying skills. The match began quickly. Players clashed fiercely in the sky, every dazzling pass, catch, and goal sending fresh waves of cheers through the crowd. At this moment, Wes's attention was not on the thrilling match. His eyes kept sweeping across the surroundings, Death Eaters could strike at any time. Other than Wes and Lucius, everyone else in the VIP box was completely absorbed in the game. Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, and other senior ministry officials were eagerly discussing the highlights of the match. When Krum finally caught the golden snitch, the match was over. Though Bulgaria had lost, Krum's performance still earned him thunderous applause from the entire stadium. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, painting the night with dazzling colors. Gold coins rained down from above, and the whole stadium was swept up in joyous celebration to mark the grand finale. Yet, amid the deafening cheers and explosions, Wes caught a different sound, a signal. He instantly realized it was the Death Eater's cue to act. He slipped quietly out of the VIP box. No one noticed his departure except Lucius. Pushing through the packed crowd, Wes made his way toward the source of the noise. When he arrived, he saw a grizzled man with gray hair and a face covered in scars surrounded by over a dozen Death Eaters. The man was missing a chunk of flesh from his nose, one eye was magical, and one leg was a wooden prosthetic. Such a figure would frighten children into tears, and even adults might flinch at the sight. But this was none other than the former Auror and Order of the Phoenix member, Mad-Eye Moody. A veteran warrior who had fought Voldemort on the front lines, he had personally captured countless criminals and Death Eaters, sending them to Azkaban. Even now, outnumbered, he still managed to fight back against more than 10 assailants, proof of his formidable strength. Wes wasted no time. Bullet barrage. Nearby objects transformed into projectiles, hurtling toward the Death Eaters. Their attention was locked on Moody, and they never expected a new threat. The sudden ambush caught them off guard, several were struck through on the spot, their lives ended instantly. Before they could recover, Wes unleashed another spell. Fiery Serpent. A blazing serpent surged forward, devouring several more Death Eaters. Only then did the survivors realize the danger, but it was already too late. Instead of fighting back, the Death Eaters panicked and fled, disapparating in a rush while dragging their wounded with them. Wes hadn't expected them to be so cowardly. The commotion drew attention, several Aurors hurried toward the scene. Not wanting to be caught up in questioning, Wes gave Moody a brief nod and disapparated away. Explanations could be left to Moody, he had the authority and credibility of a lifelong Auror, whereas Wes, an unofficial operative, might only invite suspicion if discovered. He returned to the VIP box as if nothing had happened. News of the attack had just reached the ministry officials. Fudge muttered a few official-sounding remarks before hastily leading his people away. "Professor, where did you go?" Fred and George asked eagerly, their faces flushed with excitement. "You missed the award ceremony." The twins had correctly predicted the outcome of the match and wagered all their money with Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. With their winnings, they now had more than enough to start up their joke shop. Wes was about to answer when. Boom. A massive explosion shook the night sky. Above the stadium, a gigantic dark mark blossomed, looming over the grounds. Every head turned upward to see the terrifying symbol. Degree, degree, degree. Chapter 87, another professor change. That is, someone shouted in terror. The dark mark. The dark mark has returned. A wave of panicked cries erupted from the crowd. Rumors had long circulated in the wizarding world, one of them being that Voldemort had never truly died and would one day rise again. The stadium, once buzzing with excitement, suddenly felt like scalding oil doused with cold water. It boiled over in chaos. People shoved and surged toward the exits, and half the crowd was knocked to the ground. Some wizards summoned their broomsticks, others followed suit. The air and ground alike were jammed with frantic bodies. The announcer tried to calm everyone down, but no one listened. 100,000 witches and wizards, all mixed together, some even taking advantage of the chaos to steal, loot, or prank, turned the entire scene into utter mayhem. And the source of it all was nothing more than a single dark mark in the sky. The fear of Voldemort had already been etched deep into the bones of Europe's wizarding world. When Wes Elwin returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore was already waiting for him in the headmaster's office. The faint scent of herbs lingered in the air, the firelight from the hearth flickering across Dumbledore's long silver beard. How did it go? Just a mob of cowards, Wes shrugged. I killed a few Death Eaters. The rest realized things weren't going their way and fled. Moody stayed behind to clean up the mess. Then someone else released the dark mark, which set off the panic. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Do you know who it was? Wes thought back to the scene. He hadn't spotted anyone suspicious. It wasn't from that group of Death Eaters. But in the original story, it had been Barty Crouch Jr. who released the dark mark. With that in mind, Wes cautioned, since Moody acted, the Death Eaters won't let him off easily. Dumbledore nodded. Moody is very cautious, he trusts almost no one. The one who released the dark mark also needs watching. He's not on the list Lucius provided. Wes's words left Dumbledore in silence. The mysterious figure's appearance was indeed a troublesome matter. Azkaban isn't impenetrable. Didn't Sirius escape from there just last year? Dumbledore lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Wes. You're suggesting a Death Eater might have escaped? Wes didn't answer him directly. Don't you have plenty of friends in the Ministry? Check with them and you'll know. With that, he turned and left. Dumbledore watched his retreating back, lost in thought. Wes didn't care what arrangements Dumbledore made next. If, after his reminder, Barty Crouch Jr. still managed to sneak into Hogwarts, then Dumbledore really would be growing senile. The incident at the Quidditch World Cup never appeared in the newspapers, clearly the Ministry had suppressed it. But there had been too many witnesses, rumors spread like wildfire across the magical community. A grand celebration of wizardry had been utterly ruined by a single dark mark. Cornelius Fudge's seat as minister was now dangerously unstable, and unrest simmered within the Ministry itself. Fortunately, Hogwarts was unaffected and opened on schedule. Still, the students' conversations never strayed far from that night at the World Cup. Even during the sorting ceremony, few paid attention, their minds remained fixated on the terrifying mark in the sky. When Dumbledore announced that the new defense against the dark arts professor was Alastor Moody, the entire hall fell silent. Not a single young wizard clapped in welcome, everyone was frightened by Moody's terrifying appearance. Even a few professors instinctively kept their distance. Wes stared at Moody, lost in thought. I wonder if this is the real Moody, or someone in disguise. Anyone caught under the gaze of Moody's magical eye instinctively lowered their head, unable to meet his stare. The atmosphere became uncomfortably awkward. Students, Dumbledore's voice echoed through the hall, please welcome our new professor, Alastor Moody. Moody stood beside him, his presence truly sending chills down spines. I know my appearance may frighten you, Moody's voice was deep and commanding, but defense against the dark arts is not a light subject. Here, you will learn how to protect yourselves, how to face the forces of darkness. Wes carefully observed Moody, trying to catch some inconsistency in his words or actions. He knew Barty Crouch Jr. might use this chance to infiltrate Hogwarts, and Moody would be the perfect target. But if this truly was Moody, then his arrival would undoubtedly bolster the school's defenses. When Moody finished his speech, the hall fell into silence again. Only when Dumbledore took the lead in clapping did hesitant applause trickle through the students. Moody might have been one of the most unpopular professors in Hogwarts history, but he didn't seem to care. He plopped down right beside Wes. If not for your warning, I'd probably have been ambushed by Death Eaters. And last time too, if Dumbledore hadn't arrived in time to scare them off, I'd have lost my life. No need to thank me. Your strength is formidable, and Dumbledore praises you highly. The two spoke quietly at the staff table, and only then did Wes confirm this Moody was real, not an imposter. But their conversation was soon cut short as the students' chatter grew louder. Really, Headmaster, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, shouted. You're not joking, are you? Dumbledore, distracted by their question, veered off topic. Speaking of jokes, that reminds me of a rather amusing one. One day, a troll, a banshee, and a leprechaun walked into a bar. Professor McGonagall, sitting stiffly in her chair, cleared her throat to bring him back to the point. When Dumbledore seemed not to hear, she finally resorted to tapping her glass with a spoon. Dumbledore came back to himself and addressed the hall. Apologies, students. In fact, I have a very important announcement to make. He scanned the room to ensure everyone was listening before continuing. This year, Hogwarts will host a very special competition, the Triwizard Tournament. The hall erupted into cheers, a storm of excited chatter breaking out instantly. The Muggle-born students, though unsure what it meant, joined the celebration once they heard it was an event not held in over a century. Then Dumbledore announced that, due to the Triwizard Tournament, all Quidditch matches for the year would be cancelled. Students were a bit disappointed, but the thought of a much grander event awaiting them quickly swept away their complaints. Degree. Chapter 88, Triwizard. The officials at the Ministry of Magic have nothing but dung for brains, Moody fumed like an angry youth, railing against the ministry. At a time like this, they should be tracking down Death Eaters. All they care about is keeping their positions. Moody was delighted that Wes shared his views, and quickly grew fond of him. Though Moody's magical power was not as deep as Wes Elwin's, his combat experience was unmatched, and he shared many valuable fighting techniques. When facing dark wizards, you can't show mercy. They won't give you a second chance. Moody's knowledge of the dark arts ran deep, and he wasn't shy about using them. As he explained, only by being more ruthless, more cunning, and more knowledgeable about dark magic than the dark wizards themselves could one hope to suppress them. When the new school year began, what the students feared most was defense against the dark arts. Everyone had heard of Mad-Eye Moody's legends and worried he might cast unforgivable curses on them the way he did against Death Eaters. In truth, the students had no idea that while Moody was strict, he also had a strong sense of control. He would never attack his students. The previous defense against the dark arts teachers were too gentle, Moody told Wes in one of their private talks. The students need to truly understand the danger posed by the forces of darkness. He was particularly satisfied with the dual training sessions Wes had previously arranged and decided to keep them in the curriculum. Moody's lessons were far stricter than Professor Lupin's, and the young witches and wizards groaned under the pressure, especially the Slytherins. Most of the criminals Moody had captured over his career were Slytherins, and some of the students' relatives or parents had been thrown into Azkaban by him personally. Having grown up hearing these tales, these children both feared and hated him. If you grow up to be like your parents, Moody barked one day, I'll toss you into Azkaban to join them. That single line made several children burst into tears, much to the amusement of students from the other three houses. Time passed quickly, and soon it was October. On one particular day, all classes were cancelled as the entire school prepared to welcome their distant guests, the students and headmasters from Demstrang and Beauxbatons. Though October temperatures in Britain typically hovered between 6 degrees Celsius and 16 degrees Celsius, today was drizzly and grey. Students huddled beneath rain cloaks, grumbling about the miserable weather. Then came the sound of wings beating against the air. Sharp-eyed students spotted a massive carriage descending from the sky, practically a moving palace, its body gleaming with golden light and decorated with ornate patterns. It was pulled by 8 Abraxan winged horses, whose size and strength far outmatched ordinary steeds, giving them tremendous stamina and power. The grand carriage descended slowly onto Hogwarts grounds, accompanied by music and a dazzling glow of magic. The carriage door opened, and a tall woman stepped out. She was enormous, taller even than Hagrid by a full head, and radiated an air of authority that left a lasting impression. This was Madame Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Following her were the Beauxbatons students. It was clear they had been carefully dressed for the occasion. They descended the carriage in elegant silk robes, their movements graceful and refined, exuding an aristocratic air. One girl in particular drew almost every eye. She had long silver hair, deep blue eyes as clear as a mountain lake, and features so delicate she seemed like a princess from a fairy tale. This was Fleur Delacour, who stood out brilliantly among her peers. The Hogwarts students watched with admiration, especially the boys, who were captivated by her beauty. Wow, the Beauxbatons students are stunning. While Dumbledore exchanged pleasantries with Madame Maxime, a low rumbling suddenly echoed from above. The students of Hogwarts looked up to see a massive black ship rising slowly out of the lake, an awe-inspiring sight. The ship docked at the shore, and Igor Karkaroff led the Demstrang students ashore, clad in heavy fur cloaks and blood-red robes, exuding an intimidating aura. Standing beside Karkaroff was Viktor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. His appearance immediately caused a stir. Merlin's beard, it's Krum. Fresh from his dazzling performance in the Quidditch World Cup, Krum had become a hero to countless fans. Now, seeing him appear at Hogwarts as a Demstrang student sent the entire school into an uproar. It's been too long, Dumbledore, Karkaroff said warmly, embracing him before proudly presenting Krum. This is the world's finest seeker, and our champion, Victor Krum. Krum, however, behaved with humility. Unlike the flamboyant Karkaroff, he simply nodded slightly in greeting to Dumbledore. Dumbledore returned the gesture with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Krum. Your performance was indeed most impressive. He then welcomed the guests into the Great Hall, where the warmth quickly encouraged everyone to shed their damp cloaks. The house elves had prepared a magnificent feast, including dishes from France and Northern Europe, in honor of the visiting schools. The hall was filled with mouth-watering aromas as the students gathered around the long tables to enjoy delicacies from abroad. Halfway through the banquet, Dumbledore rose to his feet and tapped his glass for silence. My dear students, his voice rang through the hall, tonight, not only do we welcome our friends from Beauxbatons and Demstrang, but we also commence a most important ceremony, the unveiling of the Goblet of Fire. Before the entire assembly, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff ascended the dais and pulled away the black cloth covering the goblet. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an old, battered wooden cup, hardly remarkable. Yet it was the key to the greatest honor available to students of Europe's magical schools. Dumbledore explained, the Goblet of Fire will choose the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Any student aged 17 or older may submit their name. Tomorrow evening, the goblet will select one champion from each school to compete in the tasks ahead. Excited chatter instantly filled the hall as students began to whisper plans, eager for their chance to shine. To prevent underage students from entering, Dumbledore continued, tracing a glowing line across the floor, this is the age restriction line. No one under 17 will be able to cross it. Some of the younger students immediately began scheming ways to bypass the magic. Dumbledore, of course, was fully aware of their thoughts, but he had no intention of interfering. If a student truly managed to break his enchantment, then perhaps he did not deserve to be called the greatest white wizard of his age. Degree. Chapter 89, Unprecedented. When it came time to register, a long line had formed in front of the Goblet of Fire. Even a few first-year Hogwarts students had slipped into the crowd, though no one bothered to chase them away. So far, not a single person had been able to cross the age line Dumbledore had set. The Great Hall was filled with tension as students whispered to each other about who might become a champion and how one could possibly get past that seemingly insurmountable boundary. Soon it was the twins, Fred and George's turn. They pulled from their pockets a vial of carefully brewed aging potion, then drank it in the fashion of a toast. The surrounding students held their breath, watching intently. A smug grin spread across the twins' faces as they boldly strode toward the line Dumbledore had drawn. To everyone's astonishment, they crossed it. Whoa! Go, Fred! Go, George! Brilliant, just like that, become champions. The cheers of their peers made the twins puff up with pride, like victorious generals. They strutted over to the Goblet of Fire, ready to cast their names in. Bang! A tremendous blast rang out as an invisible force hurled them backward, tossing them across the age line. They crashed heavily onto the floor. A wave of sighs and a few muffled laughs rippled through the crowd. Fred and George scrambled up, brushing dust off their robes, as the hall erupted in laughter. The backlash from the age line had left their hair and eyebrows snow-white, with long beards sprouting from their chins. They blinked at each other, then both broke out laughing, pointing and wheezing until they collapsed on the ground. I dare say Madame Pomfrey could restore you two to normal, Dumbledore remarked from the staircase, amusement glinting in his eyes. No need, Headmaster, Fred said between gasps, tugging at his new beard. This is far too cool. George nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, we love it. The twins stroked their long beards in imitation of Dumbledore, beaming with pride. Your beards are quite magnificent, Dumbledore admitted, even sounding a little envious. Within half a day, Hogwarts was overrun with white-haired, bearded old men. Dozens of younger students had purchased aging potion from the twins, attempting to breach the line, every single one failed. Not that it mattered much, the backlash was harmless, only lasting a few days. None of them even bothered visiting the infirmary. Instead, they held contests to see whose beard was the longest or most splendid. Far from discouraged, Fred and George used the incident to turn a tidy profit. A few days later came the time to announce the Triwizard Tournament champions. The Great Hall was packed to the brim, every student filled with anticipation, hoping to be chosen. Dumbledore, as the eldest headmaster, presided over the ceremony. Beside him stood Barty Crouch, the Ministry of Magic's representative. His stern expression swept across the hall as he surveyed the students below. Dumbledore raised his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. Now, let us witness the Goblet of Fire's choice. Suddenly, the goblet blazed brightly, flames shooting upward and wrapping around a slip of parchment. Dumbledore caught it and read aloud in a ringing voice. Representing Demstrang Institute, the champion is Victor Krum. Applause and cheers thundered through the hall. Crumb being chosen was expected, no one in his school could rival him. Calmly, with the confidence of someone who had foreseen this outcome, he stood up and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the applause subsided, Dumbledore drew the next parchment. Representing Beauxbatons Academy, the champion is Fleur Delacour. Among the Beauxbatons students, the most beautiful girl rose gracefully to her feet. That simple motion alone captivated countless boys in the hall. Unlike Crumb, however, Fleur was not universally admired at her school. Some students rolled their eyes at her selection, showing their disdain. The goblet flared again. Representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the champion is Cedric Diggory. The hall erupted with its loudest cheer yet. Crumb's fame and Fleur's beauty could not compare with Cedric being one of their own. Students crowded around him, congratulating him warmly. The three champions instantly became the focus of attention, surrounded by excited peers offering praise and well wishes. Then, bang! The goblet of fire spat out another slip of parchment. Everyone froze. Even Dumbledore stood in stunned silence, parchment in hand, unmoving. As every eye fixed on him, he slowly opened it and read the name aloud. Harry Potter. The hall fell deathly silent, before bursting into a storm of uproar. Harry Potter, a boy of only 14, had been chosen as a fourth champion. All eyes turned to Harry. He stood rooted to the spot, dazed, until Hermione gave him a push. Only then did he realize he had truly been chosen. The Triwizard Tournament had always had 3 champions. A fourth was unprecedented. The hall descended into chaos. Beauxbatons and Demstrang students shouted accusations of Hogwarts cheating, while Madame Maxime and Karkaroff's faces darkened with severity. Dumbledore stepped forward, restoring order, and instructed Professor McGonagall to escort Harry away. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. We will uncover the truth as quickly as possible and ensure the fairness of this competition. Once the students were soothed, Dumbledore quickly convened a council. The 3 headmasters, Barty Crouch, and the Hogwarts professors gathered to discuss this unforeseen event. Madame Maxime was the most furious, openly questioning the legitimacy of the tournament. This is clearly unfair. The goblet should never have chosen a fourth champion. To Wes Elwin's surprise, Karkaroff did not oppose Harry's inclusion as he had in the original story. Instead, he pushed strongly for Harry to compete. The goblet's choice has its reasons, Karkaroff said. We cannot easily deny it. Since 4 champions have been selected, we must respect the decision. Wes couldn't help but glance at him more than once, suspicion stirring. Karkaroff's attitude was completely different from what Wes remembered in the original tale. What was his true agenda? Barty Crouch declared that the goblet could not be mistaken. The Goblet of Fire is an ancient magical artifact. It would not make such a choice without cause. By tradition, those chosen must compete. After lengthy debate, the 3 headmasters reached agreement. They would accept the goblet's verdict. The Triwizard Tournament, revived after so many years, now faced an unprecedented twist: 4 champions. Degree. Chapter 90, The Plot. In the headmaster's office, Wes Elwin and Moody were sitting opposite Dumbledore's desk. 3 steaming cups of tea sat untouched on the table. The air was taut with tension. Moody's blue magical eye spun continuously as if searching for hidden clues. His low voice broke the silence first. This is wrong, totally wrong. Dumbledore propped his head on his left hand, frowning. Harry didn't have the means to put his own name into the goblet. Indeed. Harry was as surprised to be chosen as anyone. His lie wouldn't fool my eye. Moody spoke with absolute confidence in his powers of observation. He didn't believe a student could hide such a thing from him. Seeing the 2 of them stuck in thought, Wes Elwin decided to try to open up the line of reasoning. The professors wouldn't do something so childish. And if any student had that ability, why would they write Harry's name? Rule out all impossibilities, and only one reason remains: someone had a necessity to get Harry into the competition. Who would that be? Moody tapped his left foot. His false eye spun round and round. Dumbledore grew pensive. His gaze drifted to the window, and the room fell so quiet that only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Then Dumbledore seemed to think of something. He refocused on Wes and Moody. Competing in the Triwizard Tournament is an honor, but it's dangerous. Whoever put Harry's name into the goblet is unlikely to be Harry's friend. Death Eaters. Moody slammed his cane into the floor. They became very active after the Quidditch World Cup. They even attacked me. Wes added, thinking back, your attack was odd. After so many years with no revenge, why strike you this year of all years? Dumbledore and Moody were both clever men. With a little prompting from Wes, they quickly pieced together a likely Death Eater plan. Moody still had one gap in his thinking and voiced it: the goblet, so their aim is to have Harry touch the goblet. But what would that accomplish? Dumbledore suddenly stood. Portkey. They could make the goblet into a portkey, send Harry out of Hogwarts, out of my sight. When Moody heard Dumbledore, he shot to his feet, preparing to leave the office. Wait, Wes interjected, seizing him by the arm. What for? The goblet's been tampered with, we must call off the tournament. Moody was urgent, barely containing his anger. And then we find that cursed Death Eater and send him to Azkaban. Moody ground his teeth whenever Death Eaters were mentioned. And after that? Moody hesitated at Wes's follow-up. He had no immediate answer. Catching one Death Eater won't solve the root problem, they'll have countless chances to target Harry. Wes tapped the desk thoughtfully. Why don't we turn their scheme against them? You mean? Moody's interest was piqued, and Dumbledore sat back down into his comfortable chair. Moody especially seemed impatient, eager to hear what Wes Elwin had in mind. Wes lifted his head and gestured for Moody to sit. As I recall, the goblet only appears again in the final task, correct? Yes. The first champion to reach the cup wins. Wes continued, which means that until then, the students are safe. The Death Eaters wouldn't dare act inside Hogwarts. At that, both Dumbledore and Moody caught on. The Death Eaters went to such lengths to get Harry out, it must be for something far bigger. Perhaps something Voldemort himself arranged. Dumbledore picked up a cup of tea, blew gently across its surface, and took a small sip. All we need to do is follow Harry, and their plan will reveal itself. Dumbledore, this is an opportunity. Moody slammed the table excitedly, his cane thumping heavily against the floor. Even if Voldemort himself isn't behind it, catching a few Death Eaters could force out his whereabouts. Dumbledore was tempted by the plan, though hesitation still lingered. We could craft a portkey for Harry to carry. The moment he vanishes, we'll follow him. With you, me, and Moody together, even Voldemort at his peak would only meet defeat. Wes's words finally swayed Dumbledore. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out over the night-shrouded grounds. So be it. But we must protect the children. Of course, Wes answered gravely. As a professor of Hogwarts, he would never risk the safety of the students. To be safe, we should prepare on two fronts. Cedric is also a Hogwarts student, you wouldn't want anything to happen to him either. What about Fleur and Crumb? Moody asked, gripping his cane tightly. Do we warn the other schools? I don't trust Karkaroff. He was a Death Eater once. There's no need to tell the others. The Death Eater's target is Harry, they won't want unnecessary complications. As for Karkaroff, I'll ask Severus to keep an ear out, Dumbledore agreed with Wes. All we need is for Harry or Cedric to be the first to touch the goblet. The Death Eaters want the same thing. But now, we're the ones in the shadows. Moody calculated quickly. With preparation, the plan looked flawless. Moody, Harry is yours, Dumbledore said with trust. At the very least, ensure he can defend himself until we arrive. No problem. I'll see to his safety. I'll take Cedric, Wes volunteered. Dumbledore blinked in mild surprise, he hadn't expected Wes to be so proactive this time. But Wes only wanted to end things once and for all, to wipe out Voldemort and his Death Eaters in one stroke. Year after year, they stirred up trouble, and Wes had grown weary of it. Knock, knock. Cedric rapped at Wes's office door. Come in, Wes's voice called from within. Hearing it, Cedric straightened his robes, drew a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The office was softly lit, shelves lined with magical tomes, the faint fragrance of ink lingering in the air. Professor, Cedric greeted, standing awkwardly just inside. He wasn't sure why Wes had summoned him. When the notice arrived, he had been utterly confused. Wes sat behind his desk, his gaze warm as it fell on Cedric. Please, sit, Cedric. He gestured toward the chair opposite. Degree. Chapter 91, Secret Training. Cedric obeyed and sat down, placing his hands on his knees, looking slightly nervous. Cedric, what do you think about Harry becoming the fourth champion? Cedric thought for a moment before answering. Since the Goblet of Fire chose Harry, I believe he has the right to compete. Perhaps there's some trait in him that made the Goblet select him. The words sounded a little formal, but they were Cedric's genuine thoughts. Most students were dissatisfied with Harry being chosen as a champion, but Cedric had his own judgment. He knew Harry's strength wasn't enough to bypass the age line Dumbledore had set. As for who might have helped Harry, Cedric didn't really care. As long as the competition was fair, he wasn't afraid of anyone. There's something I'll need your cooperation on. Cedric's attention immediately sharpened. Wes Elwin began to explain their plan in detail, starting from the possibility that the Goblet of Fire had been tampered with, to the likelihood of Death Eaters being involved, and finally to how they intended to deal with it all. By the time he finished, Cedric was stunned. He had never expected the Triwizard Tournament to be shadowed by Death Eater schemes, and for a moment he couldn't accept the reality. I thought they were all caught. The Dark Lord was supposed to be dead. Why are you telling me this? Cedric asked, frowning. Wouldn't it be easier for your plan if you kept me in the dark? Wes smiled faintly, his eyes showing a trace of admiration. You're a clever young man, and you're much stronger than Harry. There's a good chance you'll be the first to touch the goblet. But the Death Eaters won't spare you just because you're still a student. Now that you know our plan, we don't want you caught off guard. Their target is Harry, but if he'd be willing to withdraw from the tournament. No. Cedric clenched his fists. I won't withdraw. Wes shrugged, as though he had expected that answer. That's why we need to make sure you have the strength to protect yourself. If I suddenly gave you special training without explanation, you'd be suspicious. You're not as easy to fool as Harry, Cedric. That's why I'm being honest with you. Think it over carefully. Don't rush to give me an answer just yet. Wes finished speaking and handed him a glass of water. Cedric sat in silence for a long while, then finally made up his mind. Professor, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Are you certain? We can't guarantee your safety completely. This isn't a joke, you'll face Death Eaters directly, and you'll fight them. Wes kindly reminded Cedric once again that this was no small decision. But Cedric raised his wand, his voice steady and confident. I was chosen by the Goblet of Fire. I am a champion. Since you've decided, then this must remain secret. Wes patted Cedric's shoulder. Counting you, only 4 people know of this plan. Cedric swore he would never leak a word, even offering to make an unbreakable vow. Wes only smiled and shook his head. That won't be necessary. I trust you, Cedric. You understand the importance of this plan, that's enough. Although Cedric's face stayed calm, Wes could clearly see how nervous and excited he really was inside. A 17-year-old suddenly burdened with so many secrets, playing such a critical role, how could Cedric not feel excited? Get a good night's rest. Starting tomorrow, I'll be putting you through special training. If you want to survive against Death Eaters, your current strength isn't nearly enough. When Wes Elwin was younger, he too had fantasized about receiving a secret mission, saving the day, and becoming a hero. He understood exactly how Cedric was feeling now. I understand, Professor. I'll give it my all. After Cedric left the office, Wes returned to his desk, resuming preparations for the plan ahead. From the very next day, Wes began Cedric's rigorous special training. The method was simple, endless combat, non-stop practical trials. Forbidden Forest, in the damp, shadowed forest, Wes's clones appeared again and again. Cedric had to dodge and counterattack in the tangled terrain. At first, he lasted less than 5 minutes before being defeated. Black Lake, beneath the freezing waters, Cedric faced not only underwater obstacles but also Wes's clones. The sessions there dramatically sharpened his endurance and reflexes. Mountains, on the rugged slopes, Cedric learned how to use the terrain to shield himself and strike back. Day or night, Cedric had to remain constantly alert, for Wes's clones could ambush him at any time. Wes set only one requirement: Cedric must escape his clones' pursuit successfully. At the start, Cedric barely lasted a few minutes. But with time, his endurance grew longer and longer. By the time the first task arrived, he could hold out for half an hour. To achieve this, Cedric sacrificed all his free time, even cutting back on the hours he spent with his girlfriend. Every day he finished training battered and bruised. Without Madame Pomfrey's exceptional healing skills, he wouldn't have lasted. Meanwhile, Harry was also undergoing Moody's training. Moody's methods were much harsher than Wes's, leaving Harry utterly exhausted. Every day, Harry and Cedric ended up meeting in the infirmary, and gradually, the two grew closer. One evening, the two lay side by side on neighboring beds, both receiving Madame Pomfrey's treatments. Honestly, just because you were chosen as champions doesn't mean you should destroy yourselves like this, Madame Pomfrey scolded them, frowning deeply as she examined Harry's injuries. No, this won't do. I'll be speaking with Dumbledore. Harry, you're still far too young, this kind of high-intensity training will stunt your growth. You wouldn't want to end up short, would you? After fussing over them, she hurried off toward the headmaster's office to complain, leaving Harry and Cedric staring at each other awkwardly. Harry began. Cedric started at the same time. They froze, then both said in unison, "You first." A laugh burst out of both of them. Didn't expect us to be this in sync, Cedric said with a shrug and a grin. Go ahead, you first. Harry nodded and spoke. The first task, it's dragons. I heard it from Hagrid. I know it sounds insane, but I'm certain it's true. Cedric blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter so hard his eyes watered. Harry watched him, bewildered, wondering if Cedric had gone mad and whether he should call Madame Pomfrey back. But Cedric wiped his eyes and explained, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Seems we really are in sync." Harry grinned wide, the weight on his chest instantly lighter. In that moment, two rivals became comrades who truly understood each other. Degree. Chapter 92, A Trap. As November began, the first event of the Triwizard Tournament was about to commence. The long-anticipated competition drew countless eyes. Not only were the students and professors of Hogwarts buzzing with excitement, but even the Ministry of Magic treated it with utmost importance. Barty Crouch Sr., as the main organizer, led various ministry departments to work in close coordination, ensuring the event went smoothly. The ministry hoped that the successful execution of the Triwizard Tournament would overshadow the fiasco of the Quidditch World Cup, so they pinned high hopes on it. The 4 champions went through wand inspections, pre-event interviews, and all the formalities. The spectators grew impatient during the wait, but at last, amid thunderous applause, the tournament officially began. The first challenge, a duel with dragons. Cedric's performance was far superior to the one described in the original timeline. Wes Elwin's special training had not been in vain. Using clever strategy and powerful magical skill, Cedric successfully retrieved the golden egg from the dragon's nest, earning roaring cheers from the crowd. When Harry's turn came, he too showed astonishing courage and wit. Though nervous at first, Moody's training had prepared him well. Relying on his exceptional flying ability, Harry deftly avoided the dragon's assaults and ultimately claimed the golden egg. During the scoring, Karkaroff unexpectedly awarded Harry a high mark. This stirred Wes Elwin's suspicions. He suspected Karkaroff might have already been replaced by Barty Crouch Jr. or perhaps was under some form of coercion. But such guesses were secondary. The most important thing was ensuring the safety of Harry and the other champions. Soon, the final task loomed. The Quidditch pitch was transformed into the site of the last trial, a massive maze towering in the center. Before the task began, Wes pulled Cedric aside and handed him 2 items. This pocket watch can block 1 fatal attack. And this. Wes handed over a shabby-looking glove with clear reluctance. This was crafted by Dumbledore. If you are ever transported out of Hogwarts, don't panic. Just channel a bit of magic into it, and it will activate. We'll follow immediately using a portkey. Cedric accepted the items solemnly and stowed them carefully. As he turned to leave, Wes called after him, "Cedric, don't push yourself too hard." As for Harry. "Professor, I'm a chosen champion," Cedric interrupted with a confident smile. "Besides, didn't you say my strength already surpasses that of most ordinary adult wizards? You should have faith in me." With those words, Cedric departed. The whistle blew, and the final task began. Harry, Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur entered the maze one after the other in the order of their previous scores. The stands fell into utter silence, every spectator holding their breath in anticipation. Wes took a seat beside Dumbledore. Moody sat nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the match. Only Dumbledore kept constant watch on the maze, his sharp gaze fixed on its entrance. Inside the labyrinth, the 4 champions set out. Crumb and Fleur quickly fell behind, and it was obvious to all that they were out of contention for the championship. The true battle for victory was now between Harry and Cedric. The Triwizard Tournament had all but turned into Hogwarts' own civil war. As Harry and Cedric drew closer and closer to the Triwizard Cup, Dumbledore already had the Elder Wand in hand. At that moment, Moody opened his eyes. The atmosphere in the stands grew unbearably tense. Everyone was waiting for the final result. Harry and Cedric finally laid eyes on the Triwizard Cup. The 2 of them rushed toward it at the same time, and the instant they touched it, a vortex appeared, pulling them away from Hogwarts. The cup had been turned into a portkey. Before the eyes of thousands, Harry and Cedric vanished. The audience erupted into chaos. What happened? Where did they go? Who's the champion? Even the ministry officials looked baffled. They had no idea what had occurred. By the rules, the moment a champion touched the cup, the winner should be decided, but instead, the 2 finalists had disappeared in front of everyone. Only Wes, Dumbledore, and Moody knew the truth. "Too slow," Moody muttered, staring at his pocket watch. "It's been a full minute. Why hasn't the portkey activated?" "Patience," Dumbledore calmed him. "With the magical tools Wes gave them, Harry and Cedric's lives can be preserved." Another 5 minutes passed, and people began realizing something was very wrong. Cedric's parents anxiously questioned the ministry officials, while the spectators grew restless, their unease spreading like wildfire. Professor McGonagall hurried over to Dumbledore. "Albus, what is going on?" Her instincts told her that Dumbledore knew more than he let on. Just as Dumbledore was about to explain, something in his robes began to burn hot. He quickly drew out the shabby glove. "There's no time to explain, Minerva. I leave things here to you." With that, Dumbledore vanished on the spot, taking Wes and Moody with him. Meanwhile, Harry and Cedric appeared in a dark, desolate place, the little hamlet and graveyard. Ancient trees and barren fields encircled them. The graveyard was littered with weathered tombstones and overgrown weeds, shrouded in a heavy mist. The air reeked of decay. Voldemort had already returned, and summoned the Death Eaters. The 2 boys were surrounded. Back to back, already injured, they braced themselves. The pocket watch Wes had given Cedric had absorbed one of Voldemort's deadly spells but was now ruined, lying on the ground smoking. Cedric bore a deep gash across his arm, blood pouring freely. "Don't be afraid," Cedric reassured Harry, voice steady despite his pain. "Professor Elwin and the Headmaster will be here any moment." Harry swallowed hard, his own arm bleeding as well. Voldemort seemed genuinely surprised that Cedric had survived his earlier curse. Those blood-red eyes fixed on the boy as though trying to bore through his soul. Cedric felt like prey under the gaze of a venomous serpent, every hair on his body standing on end. "An interesting magical trinket," Voldemort sneered coldly. "But let's see how many more of my spells it can withstand." As his words fell, his wand blazed, releasing a pale green jet of light straight toward Cedric. The killing curse was about to strike, when, suddenly, Wes, Dumbledore, and Moody appeared. With a flick of Wes Elwin's wand, Voldemort's curse was blasted aside. "Professor!" Cedric cried out in relief. "Well done, Cedric," Wes praised warmly. Then he raised his wand, pointing it at Voldemort. "Leave the rest to us." Degree. Chapter 93, Merciless. Dumbledore. Voldemort snarled, his blood-red eyes locked on the frail old figure. The Death Eaters were thrown into chaos the instant they saw the Headmaster of Hogwarts standing before them. "Why is Dumbledore here?" one of them shouted, his trembling voice heavy with panic. "And Mad-Eye Moody too," another followed, his fear only intensifying. "It's you." Voldemort's gaze shifted to the young man standing behind Dumbledore. "Senior, now isn't the time for pleasantries." As Wes spoke, 5 golden spheres shot into the air under his deft control, soaring to 5 different positions around the graveyard. Once they locked into place, beams of soft yet impenetrable light spread outward, connecting into a vast, translucent dome that sealed over the entire graveyard, trapping every Death Eater inside. "None of you are running this time." Without another word, Wes swung his wand. Instantly, a torrent of conjured blades rained down from the air like a storm, each strike sharp and precise, slashing toward the Death Eaters. Several of them tried to disapparate, but the barrier Wes had cast had only one function: containment. No one could escape, no matter how hard they tried. Realizing they were cornered, the Death Eaters turned desperate. They knew their only chance was to combine their power, overwhelm Wes, and break through his assault. With grim determination, they unleashed a barrage of complex and deadly spells. But Wes tracked each curse with unerring precision. His lips moved quickly, releasing a single, devastating incantation. Blasting surge. Explosive hexes burst from his wand tip in rapid succession. Every targeted Death Eater was torn apart in an instant, their screams and the deafening roar of explosions echoing through the graveyard. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Voldemort were locked in combat. The duel between the two greatest living wizards blazed with unpredictable intensity, yet Dumbledore held the upper hand, suppressing Voldemort and preventing him from aiding his followers. Moody, meanwhile, stood guard over the two boys, ensuring they weren't caught in the crossfire. His magical eye never left the battlefield, ready to step in at the first sign the tide might turn. "Don't be afraid, he's just one man," a Death Eater bellowed, trying to rally the others. "He can't disapparate either, close in on him. Box him in." At once, a dozen Death Eaters coordinated their assault, moving like a trained unit. Voldemort's most loyal and seasoned followers wove their attacks into a tight net of multicolored curses, streaking through the night sky toward Wes. But Wes only stood calmly, raising his wand as he spoke in a low, firm voice. "Protego Maxima." A shimmering shield enveloped him. Each incoming curse struck the barrier, rippling across its surface like waves, but not a single spell broke through. "Plenty of numbers," Wes said coolly. "But the quality is far too low." Then he turned his wand toward the largest tree in the graveyard. The tree seemed to be infused with life itself. Its branches stretched wildly, and its thick roots tore free from the soil, transforming the entire tree into a massive trent. Under Wes's command, countless branches lashed out like whips, wrapping around the struggling Death Eaters. One of them tried to retaliate with fire magic, shouting, blazing flames. A torrent of fire roared toward the trent. Wes, however, simply opened his palm. The flames were drawn to his hand, condensing into a bright orange fireball. Blazing flames. Wes answered with the same incantation, but the energy he released was several times stronger. The Death Eater had no chance to dodge. He was engulfed by the fire, his body reduced to a charred corpse. The others fared no better. Their wrists were tightly bound by branches until bones snapped with audible cracks. Their wands fell uselessly from their hands, leaving them unable to resist. The trent showed no mercy. Its jagged maw opened wide, swallowing the helpless Death Eaters whole. After this relentless assault, the once formidable Death Eater force was reduced to only 5 survivors. Panic set in. "If we don't think of something, we'll all die here. Reveal our identities. We're prominent figures, he won't dare kill us if he knows who we are." But their fear kept them wavering, unable to reach a decision. Before they could act, Wes struck again. With a wave of his wand, the ground beneath them softened into a swamp. Then, with a press of his wrist, he unleashed a gravity charm. The Death Eaters collapsed as though a mountain had been dropped upon their shoulders, their breathing strained and desperate. One of them, struggling, tried to tear off his mask and reveal his face. But Wes increased the spell's intensity, the crushing weight doubled. The man was dragged down into the swamp before a single word left his lips, and his companions soon followed, swallowed by the darkness. The Trent did not rest. It snapped the wands of the captives who could no longer fight back. When the last Death Eater finally cried, "Wait, we surrender," it was already too late. With a final flick of his wand, Wes restored the earth to solid ground. The Trent returned to its place, its leaves looking even greener than before. The battle had lasted less than 3 minutes, but for the Death Eaters, it was an endless nightmare. Wes stood calmly amidst the silence. The fight had ended so quickly that Harry and Cedric hadn't even had time to recover from the tension before Wes had already wiped out more than a dozen Death Eaters. Moody, standing nearby, prided himself on vigilance, yet even he was caught off guard by Wes's ruthless decisiveness. Not a single enemy had been spared. Such merciless efficiency was rare even among dark wizards, and it made Moody instinctively wary of Wes. Wes then turned his gaze to the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Dumbledore seemed to have the upper hand, but completely defeating Voldemort was no simple task. At that moment, Wes began walking toward the center of the battlefield. Voldemort's already twisted face contorted further when he saw him. "You again, always ruining my plans." But Wes remained calm, composed. He inclined his head slightly, his tone polite yet unyielding. "Senior, we meet again." Degree. Chapter 94, Death of Voldemort. Voldemort's attention wavered for just an instant, and Dumbledore immediately seized the opportunity. A burst of the blazing flame spell nearly struck him, forcing Voldemort to dodge hastily. But the cost of distraction was steep, because Wes joined the fight at that very moment. "Senior, losing focus in the middle of battle is a bad habit." As he spoke, Wes's wand was already in motion. Volley of 1,000 shots. Countless bolts of light rained down on Voldemort like a storm. He hastily raised a magical shield, but facing the combined assault of 2 powerful wizards, the shield quickly shattered. Seeing this, Dumbledore immediately cast the disarming charm. Expelliarmus. An unseen force ripped Voldemort's wand from his hand, leaving him without his greatest weapon. But Wes was far less merciful. He unleashed a cruel curse without hesitation. Bone-crushing torment. The spell struck Voldemort squarely. Agonizing pain tore through his body as though every bone were being ground to dust and every muscle ripped apart. The torment was so overwhelming he could no longer muster the focus to summon his magic in defense. Taking advantage, Wes hurled a specially forged chain that coiled tightly around Voldemort. Then, with another gesture, he cast the gravity charm, forcing Voldemort face-first into the dirt, humiliated and helpless. "You wretch!" Voldemort roared through pain and fury, summoning all his strength to break free. But the more he struggled, the more he realized the chain was no ordinary binding. It reacted to his magic, constricting tighter and tighter with every surge, until the iron links bit deep into his flesh. Blood began seeping out. "Senior, don't resist." Wes pulled a strange disc from his pocket and pressed it against Voldemort's chest. Instantly, Voldemort felt his magic being drained away piece by piece. His skin grew deathly pale, until every trace of color was gone. The twin loss of blood and magic left him dazed, his gaze drifting into emptiness. Dumbledore looked at the weakened man before him and sighed softly. "Tom." Voldemort barely managed to lift his head, rasping with his last strength. "Dumbledore, spare me your hypocrisy." But before he could finish, Wes forced a vial of Veritaserum between his lips. Voldemort's eyes glazed over, his will slipping away. "This is a special brew, 10 times stronger than the usual serum. Ask quickly. If it lingers too long, it might leave him a fool." Dumbledore steadied himself and began asking the questions he needed most, the locations of the Horcruxes, the names of the Death Eaters, the methods of resurrection. Under the potion's effect, Voldemort answered everything, leaving no secret unspoken. The weight of his crimes erased the last trace of compassion in Dumbledore's heart. Voldemort's atrocities could never be undone. At last, it was Dumbledore himself who ended Voldemort's life. And with a final act of mercy, he buried him in the Riddle family's graveyard. On the other side, Moody had Harry and Cedric in tow when they captured Peter Pettigrew, who had been trying to escape by transforming into a rat. Pettigrew begged incessantly for mercy, hoping Harry would spare him for the sake of his father. But Harry had long since learned from Sirius that it was Pettigrew's betrayal that led directly to his parents' deaths. Hearing Pettigrew shamelessly invoke his parents' names filled Harry with uncontrollable rage. He lashed out with fists and kicks. Pettigrew curled into a trembling ball, shaking like a leaf. Dumbledore arrived just in time to intervene. That's enough, Harry. Sirius's innocence still depends on him. You wouldn't want Sirius trapped in the Black household forever, would you? Harry finally stopped, taking deep breaths as he struggled to calm himself. Did any of you see a large snake? Wes asked, referring to Nagini, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Cedric pointed toward a large hole in the distance. While you were fighting, I saw a huge snake crawl out of that hole. Dumbledore hurried over to the opening and sighed with regret. So it escaped after all. Wes recalled the 5 golden orbs. As they returned to him, the barrier dissolved. This barrier has one flaw, Wes explained. It can't extend underground. Is that snake really that important? Cedric asked in puzzlement. Though the serpent was massive, the wizarding world was filled with creatures just as extraordinary, like the dragons in the Triwizard Tournament. When Cedric saw it earlier, he hadn't paid it much mind, focusing instead on helping Moody and Harry subdue Pettigrew. It had to be admitted, Pettigrew's escape skills were exceptional. If not for Moody's magical eye with its tracking ability, he might very well have slipped away. Neither Wes nor Dumbledore elaborated on Nagini's significance. They didn't want to burden the 2 students with knowledge too heavy for them. Instead, Dumbledore cast a restoration charm, returning the graveyard to its original state so that Muggles would never discover the battle that had raged there. Before leaving, he cautioned Harry and Cedric to keep everything secret, not to breathe a word of what had happened. Then, the 5 of them returned to Hogwarts. When they stepped back into the school, every gaze immediately fixed on them. Officials from the Ministry of Magic, professors, the audience, and even the families of the champions all burned with questions about what had just occurred. Wes and Moody quietly slipped away, leaving Dumbledore to handle the explanations. As headmaster, he was best suited to deal with the situation. The 2 made their way quickly to the Durmstrang quarters, hoping to find Barty Crouch Jr. still disguised as Karkaroff. But when they arrived, the place was deserted. Already gone. Moody's magical eye spun restlessly, searching for even the faintest trace. He can't have gotten far. Apparition is impossible within Hogwarts. Wes's voice was calm, analytical. Judging by the timing, he shouldn't be outside the grounds yet. Moody handed Wes the cage, inside of which Pettigrew had once more reverted to his rat form. Leave the tracking to me. No Death Eater escapes my grasp. His tone suggested he'd already picked up a lead. Need my help? Wes asked. I'm not so old that I can't handle a single Death Eater. With that, Moody strode off in pursuit. Wes watched him disappear into the distance, then turned back toward Hogwarts, carrying Pettigrew with him. Degree. Chapter 95, Notes. That brat slipped away, slick as an eel, Moody muttered irritably as he returned to Hogwarts. Heading straight into Dumbledore's office, he couldn't help but complain to Wes, who had already been waiting. Wes didn't laugh at him. Moody was already advanced in age, and yet he still fought on the front lines against Death Eaters. That alone was remarkable enough. But Moody himself cared deeply about this failure. Even when Dumbledore entered the office, he was still sulking. One glance at Moody's gloomy face was enough for Dumbledore to know the outcome. Knowing Moody's temperament, he didn't try to console him. Instead, he brought up another matter. Karkaroff's body has been found. He's been dead for some time. It seems Voldemort's forces got to him early. He was likely the one who put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. Killed off the moment he outlived his usefulness. Classic Voldemort, Wes said with disdain for such bridge-burning treachery. Barty Crouch has also been killed, by his own son. Dumbledore paused, as if weighing the words. A mother who died in Azkaban in her son's place, and a son who murdered his father with his own hand. Even for someone as well-traveled as Dumbledore, he found it difficult to comment on such a family. It was nothing short of tragic. The Ministry is going to have their hands full, Wes said with a note of schadenfreude. The Ministry was still baffled by the events of the Triwizard Tournament. The whole competition had been meant to restore face and showcase wizarding unity and peace. They had taken every precaution to ensure the safety of the champions, yet the victims turned out not to be the champions, but a high-ranking Ministry official and the headmaster of Durmstrang, Karkaroff. Karkaroff's death was especially thorny, as it raised international disputes. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was surely under immense pressure, scrambling to provide a reasonable explanation that could calm both public panic and outrage. The most important matter now is dealing with the Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, his expression darkening. I hadn't imagined Tom would be so deranged as to create so many. Humph. Moody snorted. With a man like him, nothing is too vile. The Gaunt family ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket. Dumbledore sighed. Each a precious artifact, choosing them as Horcruxes perfectly fits Tom's arrogance. The next task was clear, destroy those Horcruxes and shatter any chance Voldemort had of resurrection. I'll leave the Horcruxes to you two. For now, I'll see this rat into Azkaban. Moody lifted the cage holding Peter Pettigrew and left the office, leaving only Wes and Dumbledore behind. Dumbledore smiled at Wes. I hadn't expected Tom to be dealt with so quickly. With your help, it was far easier. This was our deal, wasn't it? Wes replied lightly. You're too modest, Wes, Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses. Without you, I could never have kept Tom down. If he had escaped, the wizarding world would already be in chaos. He rummaged through a drawer in his desk, then pulled out a thick notebook, handing it to Wes. What's this? Wes asked. My notes, insights I've gathered on the magical path. Wes flipped through it. It contained not only white magic, but also many forms of dark magic, some even Wes had never encountered. Dumbledore's gaze grew distant, lost in memory. Years ago, I traveled the world with a friend. Under his influence, I indulged in the study of dark magic for a time, and did many things I now feel ashamed of. Wes knew exactly who he meant, Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's youthful lover. Few in the wizarding world knew that secret past, but Wes had seen the films. Your talent is extraordinary, Dumbledore said gravely, fixing his eyes on Wes. If you should ever. Wes understood what troubled Dumbledore and interrupted him. I've no interest in ruling the magical world or changing it. I walk alone, with no followers. Dumbledore nodded. He knew Wes harbored no ambition for power. I know your heart lies in magic. Still, I hope you'll always remain on the right path, and never be drawn into the darkness. Wes only smiled and nodded. But what Dumbledore didn't know was that, for Wes, this world was only the beginning, a stepping stone to understanding magic. Across the infinite worlds of the multiverse, countless realms and magics awaited his exploration. Receiving Dumbledore's magical notes was truly an unexpected boon. During his years teaching at Hogwarts, Wes had never ceased his magical research and had already acquired precious knowledge of otherworldly magic. His mind was racing now. With the resources and knowledge he had accumulated, such as the Philosopher's Stone, which could brew the elixir of life and turn base metals into gold, he was already far ahead. Even in the lofty field of alchemy, Wes had become proficient, no longer needing to strike bargains in other worlds for compensation. From Blackbeard's memories, he had extracted voodoo sorcery, adding even greater diversity to his arsenal of magical techniques. Now, aside from the 3 volumes he had yet to master, the Book of the Sun, the Book of the Dead, and Dumbledore's magical notes, his magical ceiling had already undergone a qualitative leap. He was closer than ever to his original dream. Once he fully digested those remaining tomes, it would be time for him to ascend to the next level. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Wes returned to his office. True to his nature as a man of action, he immediately began drafting a new study plan. Meanwhile, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, rubbed his temples as he looked at Moody and the now fully transformed Peter Pettigrew brought in under his custody. Moody, you're no longer an Auror. Arresting criminals is not your duty, Fudge said, trying to smooth things over with his official tone. If it weren't for your people letting him escape, you wouldn't see me here meddling. Moody shot back bluntly, showing no restraint even before the Minister of Magic. Fudge, knowing Moody's temper, decided against arguing with the Mad-Eye. Though retired from the Aurors, Moody remained a battle-hardened wizard with unmatched experience and a formidable reputation in the magical world. Quarreling with him now would only make the situation worse. Degree. Chapter 96, Voodoo Dolls. Fudge took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Moody, I understand your feelings, but we must follow proper procedure. Peter Pettigrew is an important witness, we need to ensure everything is handled within the framework of the law. Moody remained in Fudge's office, pressing him about Sirius Black, which greatly displeased the minister. After ordering his subordinates to escort Pettigrew away, Fudge tried to end the meeting by serving tea and subtly hinting at his guest to leave. But Moody had no intention of going quietly. What about Sirius? Moody asked bluntly. Don't play dumb. Now that Pettigrew has been captured, the charges against Sirius should be cleared. Fudge rubbed his forehead, looking weary. That's a matter for the ministry. You made a promise with Dumbledore back then. At the sound of Dumbledore's name, it was as if Fudge had been struck on a nerve. His emotions suddenly boiled over. I am the Minister of Magic. Disappointed to the core by Fudge's attitude, Moody left the office without another word. Once alone, Fudge's fury erupted in full. Dumbledore. His face flushed a dark, angry red as he suddenly swept everything off his desk and sent it crashing to the floor. Everyone only ever talks about Dumbledore. I am the Minister of Magic. Years of pent-up frustration from being overshadowed by Dumbledore finally exploded. Fudge could no longer bear the feeling of being ignored and belittled. He resolved to act, he would reassert his authority and push back against Dumbledore's influence. Back at Hogwarts, Moody immediately sought out Dumbledore, warning him to be cautious of Fudge. That man resents you deeply. I could see it, he's already planning to move against you. Dumbledore showed little concern. Fudge's actions were exactly what he had anticipated. His current focus was on destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes, especially the one most within reach, Ravenclaw's diadem. Thank you, Moody. I'll be careful. But right now, our top priority is locating and destroying the Horcruxes. Only then can we truly end Voldemort's threat. Together, Dumbledore and Wes Elwin climbed to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Following the intelligence extracted from Voldemort, they concentrated on the type of room they needed. Passing 3 times before the stretch of wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls, a smooth door materialized. I once took a wrong turn on the way to the lavatory and stumbled into this room. At the time, it was filled with all sorts of finely made chamber pots, Dumbledore recalled wistfully. Since then, I've never been able to find it again. Even as headmaster, this school still holds countless secrets waiting to be unearthed. Wes, on the other hand, had little interest in such sentiment. This was his first time setting foot inside. The moment they entered, they saw it, a jeweled, glittering crown resting in the room. Dumbledore picked it up and examined it closely. Engraved along the base were the famous words of Rowena Ravenclaw. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. They say it grants the wearer enhanced wisdom, Dumbledore said with a look of genuine regret. Sadly, aside from Lady Ravenclaw herself, no one ever learned the method of its creation. Wes took the diadem and examined it carefully, but found nothing unusual. Maybe wearing it would make a difference. But he immediately dismissed the thought. Since a fragment of Voldemort's soul was sealed inside, putting it on would only give that fragment an opportunity to take hold. Though it's a pity, this is the only way. Dumbledore tapped the diadem lightly with the Elder Wand, and black flames instantly flared up. Under the burning of fiend fire, the diadem gradually melted. The Horcrux within screamed and struggled in the flames until it was reduced to ashes along with the crown itself. Dumbledore let out a breath of relief. At last, they could confirm that the intelligence extracted from Voldemort was genuine. Wes, however, felt a pang of regret. To him, Voldemort had squandered a priceless treasure by turning it into a Horcrux. He would have liked to study the diadem further, but knowing that Voldemort had built protections into each Horcrux, he chose not to risk being ensnared. For the time being, Dumbledore delegated Hogwarts' daily affairs to Professor McGonagall and set out to search for the other Horcruxes. To ensure stability and safety at the school, Dumbledore also granted part of the headmaster's authority to Wes, including the ability to apparate within Hogwarts. That year was certainly full of thrills and trials for Harry and Cedric. Not only had they both become Triwizard champions, they had also faced Death Eaters together and witnessed Voldemort's death. These experiences forged a deep bond between them, but the weight of secrecy forced them to confide only in each other. Over time, the two became inseparable friends, to the point where even Ron began to grow jealous. Yet Harry carried a hidden guilt. He had long harbored feelings for Cedric's girlfriend, Cho Chang, and this gnawed at him, leaving him torn and uncertain about how to deal with such complicated emotions. Meanwhile, Wes faced a challenge of his own. The Philosopher's Stone is this troublesome. He had been struggling to extract energy from the stone. Sacrificial rituals did work. By sacrificing, he could draw pure energy from the stone, but the remaining wraiths would riot and attack the nearest living being. The sheer number of wraiths was enough to shatter both consciousness and soul. Even Wes could not withstand such an assault. What should I do? Wes leaned back in his chair, the table before him strewn with magical books and notes. Sacrifice Jandy. The thought flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed immediately. Jandy had served him faithfully for years, loyal and tireless. Wes could never bring himself to harm him. The problem was, the ritual required someone absolutely loyal to Wes. Only Jandy fit that condition, only Jandy regarded Wes as something close to a deity. Who could take Jandy's place? Wes rubbed his temples, trying to clear his mind. Replacement. Replacement. The word echoed again and again in his thoughts. Suddenly, inspiration struck. There doesn't need to be someone to replace Jandy entirely, just someone, or something, to replace Jandy in bearing the damage. Voodoo dolls. Magic that transfers harm. The path became clear in an instant. Wes leapt to his feet and began pacing the room, rapidly piecing together a detailed plan. Degree. Chapter 97, Secret Meeting. How long has it been since you last slept? Sirius stared at Wes Elwin's bloodshot eyes and messy hair, remarking sarcastically, "You don't look much better than I did right after breaking out." Wes ignored him, shoved Sirius aside, and walked straight into the Black family home. The first thing that came into view after stepping inside was the dimly lit hall. The furniture looked ancient, and the sofas and tables were covered in a thick layer of dust, giving off a musty stench from years of neglect. "Do you really not bother cleaning this place at all?" Wes pinched his nose, glancing around the dusty, mildew-ridden room. Sirius shrugged indifferently. "No need. This place is still better than Azkaban. At least there aren't dementors here. Wes shook his head helplessly at Sirius's attitude. Scour Jiffy. With just a whisper of the incantation, the entire living room immediately became spotless. The dust and mildew disappeared, and the furniture gleamed once more. Even though Sirius had seen Wes cast magic many times, he was still shaken by the depth of his magical skill. Probably only Dumbledore could cast spells so casually without a wand. Before Wes could even reach the stairs, a sharp voice called out from the corridor, "The disgraceful brat brought outsiders back home." If the mistress knew, how heartbroken she would be. From the shadows emerged a very old house elf, muttering curses non-stop. Its skin sagged in excess folds over its frail frame, giving it an unhealthy, withered look. "Shut up, creature. Back to your room." Sirius roared. "Don't you dare come out without my orders." Creature shuffled off reluctantly, still mumbling, "Sirius is a traitor to the family. Only Master Regulus has the right to inherit the noble name of Black." "I said, shut up." Sirius snapped. Creature drooped his head and fell silent, though his lips still moved as he mouthed curses without sound. But Wes hadn't come to the Black family home just to pass the time. The Slytherin locket should be in Creature's hands. The house was decorated with portraits of Black family ancestors, each of which could speak, move, and meddle in family affairs. Sirius, long annoyed by them, had covered the frames with black cloth before guiding Wes into a room he had already prepared. The moment Wes pushed the door open, he was greeted by shelves upon shelves of books. These were all meant to be thrown away, Sirius said. Expelled from his home at a young age due to clashing beliefs, Sirius had lived with the Potters ever since. He held no fondness for the Black family, nor any attachment to their possessions. "You really are a wastrel," Wes teased. For once, Creature's insult seemed entirely accurate. Sirius shrugged again, unconcerned. "You should rest first. All these books are yours now, no need to rush through them." With that, Sirius left the room. He had no desire to spend time with a bookworm like Wes. Wes truly was exhausted. Only after a full day of rest did he recover his energy. Over the following days, the Weasley family, Moody, and several other members of the Order of the Phoenix gradually arrived at the Black family home. They were all people Dumbledore trusted, elite wizards, even though Voldemort's true body had already been destroyed. The Death Eaters still lurked in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. What made things even more troublesome was that Voldemort had created far too many Horcruxes, making the plan to destroy him increasingly complicated and difficult. Arthur Weasley entered the living room with heavy news. "I heard Fudge is preparing to move against Dumbledore." "Is he out of his mind?" Sirius said in disbelief. Moody gave a cold snort, as if he had expected this all along. "I knew this day would come." Everyone began speaking at once, criticizing Fudge. "What matters now is destroying the remaining Horcruxes. Everything else can wait," Moody said harshly, leaning on his staff. "As for taking down Dumbledore, Fudge doesn't have that kind of ability." But the truth was, they all underestimated Fudge. After all, he was the Minister of Magic, wielding vast power and resources. Moreover, the mysterious deaths of Karkaroff and Barty Crouch at Hogwarts had made many people start to question Dumbledore. Fudge deliberately convened a hearing, pointing the finger directly at him and insisting he should be held responsible for both deaths. Dumbledore had no choice but to attend the hearing, where he left Fudge speechless. He carefully explained the sequence of events and provided sufficient evidence to prove that he bore no fault. However, Fudge was not satisfied. He still dispatched his trusted men to station themselves at Hogwarts, investigating the deaths of Karkaroff and Barty Crouch. Of course, Dumbledore did not agree easily, but as Minister of Magic, Fudge did have the legitimate authority to carry out the investigation. Just as Fudge and his supporters were celebrating their partial victory from the hearing, something completely unexpected happened. The Dementors guarding Azkaban suddenly abandoned their posts and vanished. All the prisoners escaped. Fudge collapsed into his chair, stricken. "It's over, everything is over." Bad news travels fast. The mass breakout at Azkaban spread rapidly throughout the wizarding world, throwing everyone into panic. Even Wes hadn't anticipated things would escalate this far. A few days later, Lucius Malfoy secretly sent word, requesting an immediate meeting with Wes at the Leaky Cauldron. Wes disguised himself simply, putting on a hat and a pair of glasses, then made his way to the Leaky Cauldron. Lucius, as always, wore a black cloak, dressing in a deliberately inconspicuous manner. Since the prison break, violent attacks had been occurring every day. The endless torment in Azkaban had made the escaped prisoners more brutal and deranged than ever. As a result, Diagon Alley had become eerily empty. The Leaky Cauldron, once bustling with noise, was now dimly lit and sparsely populated. The only patrons left were hardened drunkards with nowhere else to go. Wes entered the tavern and swept his gaze around. He quickly spotted Lucius sitting in a shadowy corner. He walked straight over, sat down opposite him, and, out of caution, cast several protective spells. Degree.